Chapter 191. Generally speaking, if the old demon dared to guarantee something with his divine soul, he was 90% sure of it. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but have a serious expression. If that really was the so-called heavenly energy, then he definitely wouldn't have come out empty-handed. Recalling everything that had just happened, Yang Kai focused his attention on the shoulder blades on both sides of his back. When the strange energy was refined, he felt a burning sensation in his shoulder blades. Other than that, there was no other abnormality. When he focused his attention there, Yang Kai clearly felt his yuan qi rush to his shoulder blades, and an inexplicable feeling of being bound appeared in his heart. When this feeling came, he couldn't help but increase the output of his yuan qi. Suddenly, the binding was broken. My God! The old demon groaned. If he had a physical body, he would be in a state of shock right now. This old demon had lived for who knows how many years. Although he had been sealed all this time and had only recently come out, he was very knowledgeable. There was very little in the world that could make him lose his composure. But now, he had lost his composure. Yang Kai was also stunned. He never thought that such a bizarre thing would happen. On his back, there were two wings made purely of true yang yuan qi. The wings weren't big, only about 5 feet long. The true yang yuan qi that was made of them seemed to be quite unstable. It swayed and shook according to the ups and downs of Yang Kai's mood. Looking sideways, Yang Kai's eyes trembled. This pair of wings that grew out of his shoulder blades had a grand design that revealed a sense of elegance. Especially the color of the true yang yuan qi, it was like a raging flame, giving people a wild and unrestrained feeling. Yang Kai and the old demon didn't speak. It was as if they had lost the ability to speak. All of their minds were focused on the wings. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses. He frowned and said, "Old demon, what is this?" The old demon swallowed his saliva and said, "The power of flight." Secret treasure? No. This is much more valuable than a secret treasure. This is an ability bestowed upon young master by the heavenly energy. This old servant does not understand the mysteries behind it. Only young master can figure it out yourself in the future. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and with a thought, the two yang inflammation wings on his back flapped, rolling up a light breeze in the cave. It actually brought him up into the air. But before he could fly too high, he hit the cave wall and the flaming yang wings on his back suddenly disappeared, causing Yang Kai to plummet to the ground, his vision blurred. He carefully studied and experimented for a long time. Yang Kai confirmed that he really obtained the power of flight from the heaven-devouring great emperor. The pair of yang inflammation wings was indeed condensed from the true yang yuan qi in his body. After confirming this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. With the Red Cloud sex people in the hidden island, although Yang Kai didn't say anything to the old demon these days, he was actually a little worried. He didn't know how to go back. Originally, he wanted to cultivate to the yuan qi realm and have the ability to fly before making any plans. Or catch a flying monster beast on the hidden island. Or carry him back. But no matter which method it was somewhat unreliable. After all, the hidden island was thousands of miles away from Sea City. Even an immortal Wander Realm expert might not be able to fly over, let alone the yuan qi realm expert and the monster beast he could catch. Now, he could use the true yang yuan qi to condense a pair of yang inflammation wings behind his back. The problem that troubled Yang Kai was solved. This pair of yang inflammation wings. According to the old demon, it came from the heaven-devouring great emperor's remaining heavenly energy, not a secret treasure. It was not a martial technique, but a special ability that had been derived from it. But if he wanted to use this ability, similarly, it would consume a lot of primordial qi. The cave was not suitable for testing the yang inflammation wings. Yang Kai restrained the excitement in his heart and suddenly thought of a problem. Old demon, you said that the insects outside, young master, you think too much. The heaven-devouring great emperor's insects are very rare. Although it has many descendants, the insects outside can no longer be considered as heaven-devouring great emperor's insects. They are just a kind of monster beast. The old demon obviously knew what Yang Kai was thinking. Sigh. Yang Kai sighed, but thinking about it, those insects couldn't be killed. If every one of them had heavenly energy in their body, wouldn't it be terrible? Yang Kai's expression changed again, but after refining the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's insect, I found that I can control those insects. Is there such a thing? The old demon was surprised. Try it and you will know. Yang Kai's mind turned, and a large number of insects rushed in from outside. Some were big and some were small, but they all stopped outside the cave, as if this cave was a forbidden area for them. Ha! It's really like this? Yang Kai laughed. Although those small insects were not lethal, there were a lot of them. What made Yang Kai happy was that those big insects were all 3rd or 4th grade monster beast, and there were even 2 that had reached the 5th grade. 5th grade, which was equivalent to an Yuan Qi master. Searching for treasures in the hidden island would be a lot easier with their help. This trip into the tiger's den was really the right one. In a good mood, Yang Kai walked out of the cave, and those large and small insects quickly retreated, taking the initiative to make a path for him. Seeing this scene, the old demon couldn't help but be amazed. After this matter, Yang Kai planned to directly leave this insect cave and take this group of insects to the hidden island, but suddenly he remembered a person. Yueo Qing. He didn't know what happened to this Red Cloud sect's proud daughter at the moment. If she was already dead at this moment, then naturally ashes to ashes, earth to earth, all the previous grievances could be put aside. If she was not dead, Yang Kai wanted to take her with him. It was not to take care of her, but there were definitely Red Cloud sect masters on the hidden island. If he accidentally encountered those masters after going out, with Yueo Qing in his hand, it would always be a bargaining chip. Thinking of this, Yang Kai followed the path in his memory to the place where Yueo Qing was imprisoned. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the cave from before, but when Yang Kai poked his head inside to take a look, his expression immediately changed. In this cave, Yueo Qing was not the only one. In addition to her, there were 3 other people. 2 of them were the Red Cloud sect's younger generation disciples, and the other was an elder of the Red Cloud sect. Yang Kai had heard his name when he was on the ship. Meng Xingyuan, although his strength could not be compared to Yu Xiaoping, he was also a 7th layer Yuan Qi master. Why were they here? Yang Kai was stunned. Meng Xingyuan and the others were here. It was Yueo Qing's luck. After the ship was destroyed, the Red Cloud sect's people scattered. Meng Xingyuan gathered several disciples, and like Yueo Qing and the others, they explored the hidden island while looking for disciples. For many days, they encountered many dangers along the way, and the disciples suffered heavy casualties. Now, only 2 people were left. Today, when they arrived here, they found that the outer layer of fog was a bit strange, so Meng Xingyuan flew in with the 2 disciples to investigate. When they investigated, they found Qi Yuan's body, and then followed the clues to this insect cave. At the entrance of the insect cave, there was a piece of torn cloth from Yueo Qing's dress. Meng Xingyuan immediately knew that the situation was not good, so he led the 2 disciples to sneak in. He thought it would be very difficult, but he did not expect that they would not encounter any attacks along the way, and so easily found Yueo Qing. How could they know that all those insects had just been summoned by Yang Kai, so it was so smooth? When Yang Kai came back, Meng Xingyuan and the Red Cloud sect disciple had just arrived. Yueo Qing was in a daze, and in fear, she described what had happened to her in the past few days, as well as the fate of Jianghu and Luo Qianqian. While she was talking, Yang Kai appeared, and both sides were stunned. Meng Xingyuan did not remember that the Red Cloud sect had such a disciple, and Yueo Qing obviously did not expect that Yang Kai could come back alive. But immediately, Yueo Qing's eyes surged with resentment and anger, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Martial Uncle Meng, this person is not a disciple of my Red Cloud sect, but a thief who mixed in with the ship. Qi Yuan was killed by him. I ask Martial Uncle Meng to take action and avenge junior brother Qi Yuan." She did not mention that Yang Kai had humiliated her, fearing that if this matter spread, it would not be good for her. Before, she did not dare to do anything to Yang Kai. First of all, there was only her and Yang Kai here, and some of them were in the same boat. Second, she was physically and mentally exhausted, and was not Yang Kai's opponent. But now it was different. Meng Xingyuan and the others had found this place, so she could safely leave. For Yang Kai, this man who had stripped her clothes and profaned her body, how could Yu Aoqing be willing to let him go? She could not wait to tear Yang Kai into pieces with her own hands, to vent the hatred in her heart. As long as he died, no one would know what had happened that day, and she would still be the proud daughter of the Red Cloud sect. After saying this, Yu Aoqing slightly raised her head, looking at Yang Kai arrogantly, her eyes filled with the joy of revenge. Meng Xingyuan's face became cold and he shouted, "Boy, you have guts. You dare to kill my Red Cloud sect disciple. Kill him for me." These words were directed at the two Red Cloud sect disciples. As soon as his voice fell, the two did not hesitate to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared deeply at Yu Aoqing, his eyes flashing with a trace of coldness, his figure flickered, and he flashed more than 10 feet away. When the two Red Cloud sect disciples caught up, Yang Kai flashed again, and after a few more times, disappeared without a trace. So fast! Meng Xingyuan could not help but exclaim, that footwork was really amazing, and he did not know what level of martial skill it was. "Can you still walk?" Meng Xingyuan asked. Yu Aoqing nodded. "Go out with martial uncle. I want to see how that boy leaves that fog." Meng Xingyuan coldly snorted, but he was not in a hurry. As long as the fog was still there, any cultivator below Yuan Qi would not be able to leave, unless they had a flight-type artifact. "Martial uncle, you must kill him. He even wanted to humiliate junior sister Luo Qian. If I had not stopped him, he would have already succeeded." Yu Aoqing's beautiful eyes were cold. Without the slightest bit of guilt, she slandered Yang Kai. Meng Xingyuan was furious. Daring to have ideas about my Red Cloud sect disciple, he is really bold. Rest assured, when martial uncle catches him, he will be skinned alive. Yu Aoqing showed a cold smile. Chapter 192. Not waiting for Meng Xingyuan and Yu Aoqing to go far, the sound of a fierce battle suddenly came from outside. A moment later, the two Red Cloud sect disciples who had chased Yang Kai retreated in embarrassment. "What happened?" Meng Xingyuan asked. "Martial uncle, there are so many insects." One of them hurriedly replied with an ugly expression. There was no need for him to answer, as a buzzing sound entered Meng Xingyuan's ears, and in the next moment he saw a large mass of dark, fog-like things rushing towards him. This black mass was made up of a type of black insects that were only the size of a fist and were waving their wings. As far as the eye could see, these insects completely occupied the tunnel, and there were countless of them. Yu Aoqing cried out involuntarily, "Martial ant, we were caught by these insects." Meng Xingyuan's face became cold, shouting, "Retreat behind me." With a single step, he rushed to the front of the Red Cloud sect disciples. His hands opened wide, and a fierce Yuan Qi burst out. When the strange insects were struck by Meng Xingyuan's attacks, they fell down like dumplings, creating a vacuum in front of him. "Martial uncle is so strong." One of the Red Cloud sect disciples was dazzled, and could not help but praise. "Follow me and kill." Meng Xingyuan's aura was as deep as an abyss, as he took the lead, using his own means to kill. The two Red Cloud sect disciples protected Yu Aoqing in the middle, following closely behind Meng Xingyuan. Meng Xingyuan pushed forward step by step. Every time he made a move, he would definitely be able to kill off several dozen mutated insects. However, there were simply too many of them, and he could not kill them all. After making over 10 moves consecutively, he could not help but feel a little out of breath. His footsteps paused for a moment, and he took in a deep breath to suppress his churning vital energy and blood. Once again he performed a fierce move. Along the way, the ground was covered with insect corpses, forming a thick layer. After rushing out about 500 feet, Meng Xingyuan suddenly stopped, his expression changing. From the depths of the cave came a cracking sound. The cave wall above them. Also, chunks of mud were falling down. Immediately, a rumbling sound entered their ears. The whole cave shook. "Not good!" Meng Xingyuan exclaimed, "This place is going to collapse. Let's go." The 3 Red Cloud sect disciples behind him were also shocked and hurriedly followed his footsteps. However, there were countless strange insects blocking the way. They couldn't speed up even if they wanted to. Meng Xingyuan used all of his strength, but he was still unable to make those strange insects retreat. In his haste, there were some that managed to slip through and attack the 3 people behind him. This caused them to be flustered. After running for another 300 feet, the tunnel in front of them suddenly collapsed, completely blocking their way. Meng Xingyuan and the 3 Red Cloud sect disciples' faces were ashen, and Yu Aoqing was even more stunned. Apparently, she had not expected that just as she had seen a glimmer of hope, she would once again fall into despair. The rumbling continued as Yang Kai rushed to the entrance of the cave. The moment he exited the insect cave, the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank down. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Yang Kai continued to run forward. When he was attacked by the 2 Red Cloud sect disciples, Yang Kai had already ordered those strange insects to destroy the wormhole. He knew that if he were to face an Yuan Qi expert head-on, he would definitely not have a good ending. Now that he had these strange insects in hand, he naturally had to make use of them. These insects were good at digging holes, so destroying their own nest was even easier. The sound of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. Yang Kai continued to run for several miles. Only then did he stop and look back. He saw that with the entrance of the wormhole as the center, in a radius of several miles, the earth had sunk a great deal. The entire wormhole had completely collapsed. But Yang Kai was still not at ease. He did not know if such a collapse could take the life of an Yuan Qi expert. With a thought, he ordered those strange insects to search for traces of the Red Cloud sect disciples underground. He had to eliminate them completely. After waiting quietly for about a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai suddenly heard an unwilling and mournful scream coming from underground. It was Meng Xingyuan's scream. It should be that the strange insects had found him and were now fighting. Gradually, the scream was so weak that it could not be heard, and finally disappeared. Meng Xingyuan, an Yuan Qi expert, had died. Those Red Cloud sect disciples, whose strength was far inferior to him, naturally could not survive. They were probably buried deep in the wormhole the moment it collapsed. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman died. The old demon sighed. Yu Aoqing was definitely a rare beauty, but this woman was vicious and had a heart like a snake and scorpion. She really deserved to die. The old demon only felt some regret. Yang Kai remained silent, his expression indifferent, quietly standing in place. Not long after, the earth within a few miles began to squirm. Countless strange insects drilled out of the ground and surrounded him, waiting for orders. These strange insects would be the survival and exploration of Yang Kai on Hidden Island. Since he had mixed into the Red Cloud sect, Yang Kai had been very careful, as if he was walking on thin ice. Until now, he had finally gotten rid of the Red Cloud sect people, giving him a sense of relaxation and freedom. It was time to make a big move. These strange insects could fly, and their speed was not slow, so Yang Kai was not worried about not being able to take them away. Leading these strange insects outside, Yang Kai came to the edge of the fog blockade and issued the order to break the fog. Immediately, several big guys flew over, rushing into the fog and gnawing at it. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the fog blockade of more than a dozen miles was quickly gnawed open. Yang Kai's expression changed. This fog could be used as a killing move, but it seemed that this fog could only be sprayed out by those big strange insects. The fist-sized insects simply did not have this ability. In the next few days, Yang Kai did not rush to explore Hidden Island. Instead, he first found a hidden place to familiarize himself with his Yang inflammation wings. A few days later, Yang Kai stood in the air above Hidden Island, observing the entire island. In mid-air, everything about this mysterious island was imprinted in his eyes. Based on the map he obtained from the Jiang family's madam a few months ago, Yang Kai quickly identified his location and found the correct route. After flying forward for a while, Yang Kai landed on the ground and used his footwork to rush forward. Using the Yang inflammation wings would be much faster, but the consumption of Yuan Qi was also huge. On this mysterious island, Yang Kai did not dare to waste the yang liquid in his dantian. Flying in the air would easily expose him as a target. It was very likely that he would be targeted by the flying monster beast or an expert of the Red Cloud sect. Although using footwork to hasten his journey was much slower, it was the safest way. For several days, Yang Kai was on his way. Along the way, if he encountered any heavenly treasures, he would not hesitate to eat them and temper them into the energy of his unyielding golden skeleton. Hidden Island was indeed full of dangers. Powerful monster beasts were everywhere. If Yang Kai was not careful, he would have been in a big battle. In the past few days, he had not found any trace of the Red Cloud sect people, which made Yang Kai wonder if they were all dead. But as he approached his final destination, Yang Kai finally saw some traces of human activity. He became more cautious. In the center of Hidden Island was a lonely peak about 100 feet high. Jagged rocks. The scenery was unique. According to the pattern given by Madame Jiang, Yang Kai could determine that the final destination of the pattern was this lonely peak. But now it seemed that the Red Cloud sect people were also aiming for this place. He did not know how many people they had and what kind of strength they had. Arriving at the lonely peak, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, then gritted his teeth and climbed up. Suppressing his heartbeat and holding his breath, Yang Kai had only climbed half the distance when he heard a violent sound coming from above, shaking the entire lonely peak. His heart trembled, knowing that something must have happened above. He could not help but quicken his pace. After waiting for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai arrived at the peak, quietly lurking on the side, sneakily looking in the direction of the source of the sound. About 100 feet away, several people from the Red Cloud sect were fiercely bombarding a stone door. After observing for a while, Yang Kai could not help but relax. Among these people, there was no Grand Elder Wuxia of the Red Cloud sect. The leader was impressively Yu Xiaoping, and the rest were mostly true element boundary experts. But at the moment, these people looked quite embarrassed. They should have suffered a lot along the way. Many of them were wounded and covered in blood. Fortunately, they were in such a state, otherwise Yang Kai estimated that he would not have been able to sneak in without being discovered. These people wielded their weapons and unleashed their moves, bombarding the stone door in front of them again and again. Each attack caused the stone door to tremble incessantly, and from the stone door, a dense halo of light spread out, causing their attacks to be ineffective. "Brother Yu," one of them gasped, "what do we do now?" Yu Xiaoping's face was gloomy, quite impatient. "What else can we do? Continue to attack. We must break this damn stone door. My Red Cloud sect has suffered heavy losses this time. Even 2 of our Grand Elders have fallen. If we do not gain anything, how can we go back?" Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help but be overjoyed. It turned out that Wuxianglan was also dead. He just did not know how the Immortal Ascension Boundary old woman died. But this news undoubtedly made Yang Kai eat a pill of reassurance, and he was no longer afraid. Yu Xiaoping rushed forward, desperately urging his true essence, again and again violently attacking the stone door, hissing, "2 Grand Elders have fallen. The Red Cloud sect disciples have suffered heavy casualties, and this Yu's daughter's whereabouts are unknown. Everything is just for this broken door. If we cannot break it, we will kill ourselves here. Why should we continue to live in this world?" Yu Xiaoping's madness made the other people's faces not look good. This time, going out to explore the Hidden Island was a wrong decision. If they had known that this trip would be so dangerous, how could they have left the Red Cloud sect? With the Red Cloud sect's heritage, they obviously did not have the qualifications and strength to explore the Hidden Island. But Yu Xiaoping's words obviously aroused these people's enthusiasm. They were not in a hurry to recover, and all of them silently attacked the stone door together. This stone door was definitely a barrier left behind by a predecessor. Although it was incomparably sturdy, it did not mean that it was unbreakable. The several true element boundary masters did not stop attacking, and the sound of something crashing could be heard coming from the lone peak. In less than an hour, a few cracks had appeared on the stone door. Seeing hope, the Red Cloud sect people became even more ruthless. Chapter 193. Gradually, more and more cracks appeared on the stone door, and it was about to shatter. But all of a sudden, the clear cry of an eagle could be heard from afar. The Red Cloud sect members who were attacking the stone door suddenly paled. "It's the giant eagle!" A person shouted in horror. "It's the giant eagle that tore apart the Supreme Elder." They couldn't help but panic. Before, under the leadership of Wuxia, they explored the hidden island and gained a lot. A few days ago, they suddenly found a bird's nest on a cliff. Inside, there was a young bird that had not yet grown up. Although it had not yet grown up, it was still very handsome. At a glance, one could tell that it was not a low-grade monster beast. Wuxia was delighted to see it, so she flew up and caught the young bird, preparing to raise it. Who would have thought that this would provoke a huge problem? Less than half a day after catching the young bird, it was found by its parents. They were two incomparably huge and terrifying giant eagles, whose strength was at least at the 6th order. Although Wuxia was an immortal ascension boundary master, she could barely cope with one giant eagle, but the two giant eagles were angry that she had caught their offspring, so they joined forces to attack her. Wuxia could only hold on for less than half an hour before she was torn apart alive. At that time, Yu Xiaoping and the others were scared out of their wits. They hid in the woods, not daring to come out, let alone help. After the giant eagles tore apart Wuxia, they hovered in the sky for a long time before slowly leaving. Originally, Yu Xiaoping and the others thought that they had escaped, but they did not expect that these two beasts would be so vengeful. Today, they finally found their traces. An eagle cry came out, causing Yu Xiaoping and the others to break out in cold sweat. A moment later, another eagle cry came from afar, echoing the previous one. Looking around, they could see that from the east and west, there were two black dots rapidly approaching. Quickly break this stone door." Yu Xiaoping shouted in horror, "Otherwise we will all die." Two 6th order monster beasts, with their Yuan Qi cultivator strength, they simply could not cope. Once caught, only death awaited them. There was no need for Yu Xiaoping to remind them. Which one of the remaining people were not using all of their strength to attack the stone door? However, although more and more cracks appeared on the stone door, it still stood upright in front of them, blocking their way. As the giant eagle rapidly approached, one of the Yuan Qi masters couldn't bear the pressure of death and hurriedly used his footwork to escape. "Come back! Junior brother Zhang, come back!" Yu Xiaoping roared, "If we put in more effort, we'll be able to break through this stone door and hide inside. If you run now, where can you run to?" How could that junior brother Zhang be willing to stay? Wind blew under the soles of his feet as he ran for his life. The crowd didn't see any hope in the first place. After being provoked by this junior brother Zhang, one of them immediately retreated. He hurriedly said, "Let's run quickly. I'm afraid this stone door won't open for a while. If we run now, we still have a chance of survival." After saying that, he also hurriedly ran down. They didn't have enough manpower to begin with. Now that they were suddenly missing two people, they couldn't see any hope. The others also stomped their feet hatefully and hurriedly dispersed, each fleeing for their lives. Kai Yong hid himself well, not daring to move a single muscle. Quietly looking up, he saw two giant eagles appear in the sky. Even though they were separated by a distance of several hundred feet, these giant eagles looked extraordinary and majestic. If they really landed, Yang Kai estimated that they were at least 7 or 8 feet long. Two pairs of sharp eagle eyes stared at the fleeing red cloud cultivators below and swooped down. Not long after, a mournful scream came from afar. When it reached Yang Kai's ears, it made his heart tremble. When it reached the ears of the red cloud cultivators, it made them tremble with fear. They knew that another person had been killed by the giant eagles. Almost at the same time as the scream stopped, another scream came out. The second person was killed by the giant eagles. Yuan Qi experts, in front of the 6th order sky overlords, were as fragile as newborn babies, without any power to resist. Yang Kai didn't dare to make any rash movements, so he stayed in place and waited for a whole day. After confirming that the two giant eagles and the Red Cloud Sex people had all disappeared, he finally came out of his hiding place. His face was full of lingering fear. Fortunately, he did not rely on the wings of yang inflammation to fly around. Otherwise, if he encountered those two giant eagles, he was afraid that he would have met with disaster. Frowning, Yang Kai came in front of the stone door. Looking at the broken cracks, he operated his yuan qi and punched it. The stone door shook, and the cracks became denser. The fog on the stone door was not as gorgeous as before. Instead, it gave off a feeling that it was about to run out of oil. Aware of this, Yang Kai's spirit was greatly aroused. Punch after punch, he fiercely attacked the stone door. Who would have thought that after several hundred punches, the stone door was still the same as before? Strange. Yang Kai frowned. Thinking about it, he called out in his mind. After waiting for a long time, a buzzing sound came. It was the group of insects that followed Yang Kai. These insects were not far behind Yang Kai, waiting for any danger so that Yang Kai could summon them to help, but he did not expect that they would not be used at all. Summoning the big insects, Yang Kai asked them to spit out some kind of strange fog towards the stone door. Yang Kai wanted to see if this strange fog could erode the stone door. The several large insects were well behaved. After receiving the order, they came to the stone door and opened their mouths to spit out white fog. Crackling sounds came out. The stone door was indeed corroded a little. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded. Letting the large insects continue to spit out the fog, he sat to the side to recover. About an hour later, Kai Yang suddenly heard a crashing sound. Opening his eyes, he saw that the stone door had been shattered, revealing a dark cave entrance. Yang Kai did not rush in. Instead, he let the group of insects fly in first to explore. After waiting outside for half a day, the group of strange insects flew back safely. After confirming that there was no danger inside, Yang Kai stepped inside. After entering, he ordered the insects to guard the entrance and let the large insects spit out a layer of fog to block the entrance. With these insects and the fog as a barrier, Yang Kai believed that even if the Red Cloud sect people escaped the giant eagle's pursuit, they would not be able to come back. As they walked deeper into the cave, it wasn't a straight path. Instead, it spiraled downwards. Before going far, Yang Kai felt comfortable all over, as if in this cave, the heaven and earth energy was extremely rich. The more he went down, the stronger this feeling became. After going down for several thousand feet, Yang Kai estimated that he had reached the bottom of this lonely peak. Only then did he see the end of the road. Below was a huge and spacious space. The stone walls were dotted with traces of light, making this place look somewhat magnificent. On both sides of the road, there was a row of stone shelves divided into many layers. Each layer had something placed on it. Yang Kai strolled forward, arriving in front of the stone shelves. With the help of the light, he glanced at the top layer. Supreme Solitary Sect? Yang Kai looked at the 3 large words engraved on the stone shelves. He could not help but be surprised. He had heard of this sect when he was traveling in Sea City. It was the only transcendent force overseas that was comparable to the central capital's 8 great families. The sect had countless disciples and many experts, and its reputation was widespread. Did this sect have some kind of relationship with this place? On this layer of stone shelves engraved with the words Supreme Solitary Sect, Yang Kai saw a treasure seal. Reaching out and picking it up, he found that it was not light. This treasure seal should have been carved from some kind of precious material. It could even be said that this treasure seal itself was an artifact. After examining it, Yang Kai was surprised to find the word Supreme 1 to 2 at the bottom of this treasure seal. Sure enough, this was a treasure of Supreme Solitary Sect. But why would it appear here? With a trace of doubt, Yang Kai looked down at the next layer of stone shelves. This layer of stone shelves was also engraved with words, and surprisingly, it was a great sect that Yang Kai had heard of before. Ancient Cloud Island. Although this sect's strength was not comparable to Supreme Solitary Sect, it was still considered a first-class force in the Endless Sea Islands. Placed on this stone shelf was a book of cultivation techniques. Yang Kai casually flipped through it and felt that this secret art was not simple. Its grade should not be low, at least a heaven-grade secret art. However, Yang Kai already cultivated the true Yang secret art and the art of yin-yang joyous unification, So he did not need this secret art, so he just casually put it down. Looking further down, Yang Kai's expression became more and more strange. On each layer of this stone shelf, the name of a great sect was engraved, and on each layer, there was also something. Whether it was a martial skill or a secret art, an artifact, or some kind of token, there were many strange things. These sects were all first-class and second-class forces in the Endless Sea Islands. There were more than a dozen of them. A third-class force like the Red Cloud sect was simply not qualified to appear on these stone shelves. If his guess was correct, then these things on these stone shelves really belonged to those sects. But why were they all gathered here? Looking at this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. It was a strange story he heard in a tea house in Sea City. It was said that 300 years ago, there was a person who begged all the sects in the Endless Sea Islands, wanting to be a disciple of one of these sects. However, his aptitude was somewhat unsightly, and every time he went to a sect, he would be rejected and driven away. Some sect disciples even mocked and ridiculed him and even fought with him. His perseverance was not bad, and even after visiting all the sects in the Endless Sea Islands, he still had no results. Disheartened, this person was also somewhat desperate, and hated those sects that were not willing to accept him. He vowed to find a way to cultivate. This matter was originally just a small matter. Those famous sects would reject countless people who wanted to join them every year, and he was just one of them. However, 30 years later, a major event happened overseas. The Greater One Sect's sect master seal was lost, and it was unknown which divine thief had sneaked into the sect and stolen it. Immediately after, the Endless Sea Islands' great sects sent out news that all of them had lost their treasures. Some of these things were very valuable, and some were not necessarily very valuable, but all of them had a special meaning to these sects. For a time, the great sects were in panic, afraid that the divine thief had set his eyes on their treasures. But even if they were on guard, they still could not avoid the fate of being stolen. That stealthy thief, in the most impossible situation, always took away the things that they guarded so closely. Chapter 194. At that time, this matter caused an uproar overseas, and all the major sects lost face. More than a dozen treasures were stolen one after another, which also aroused the anger of these sections. All parties gathered together, and the old men who had been in seclusion all year round set out, wanting to find the whereabouts of the thief and recover the lost treasures. Hard work paid off. After several months of investigation, these sects finally found some clues. All kinds of signs indicated that the person who stole the treasures of more than a dozen major sects was actually the person who was driven out of the sect 30 years ago. It was unknown what kind of fortuitous encounter this person had, but in just 30 years, he had cultivated his strength to an unattainable level. At this point, the major sects finally knew why someone would steal their treasures. It turned out that this person held a grudge for being driven out of the sect and wanted to teach these snobbish sects a lesson. The experts of those sects asked this person for the stolen treasures, but were refused. Because of a disagreement, the two sides launched a deadly battle on the sea. This person had single-handedly dealt with the joint attack of experts from more than 10 great sections. In that battle, several isolated islands had been destroyed, and the experts from those great sects had also suffered heavy casualties. As for whether the thief was still alive or not, no one knew. Because after the experts who participated in that battle returned, they did not mention a word about this matter. Some people said that he was killed, some said that he was seriously injured and fled. No one knew the truth. As time passed, the experts who participated in the battle were all dead, and this matter slowly subsided, but the stolen treasures were never found. Yang Kai also thought that this was a story casually made up by the predecessors. After all, many of the so-called strange stories were made up by the storytellers in order to make a living. In 10 strange stories, it was already very good if 3 of them were true. Even these 3 items, which were rumored by countless people, gradually lost their original flavor, and a lot of exaggeration was added to it. But, seeing all this today, Yang Kai knew that it was not a story, but something that really happened. The Greater One Sect's master's seal must be driven by the Greater One Sect's unique mantra in order to become a killing treasure. At this moment, at the top of this stone shelf, it was covered in layers of dust. Ancient Cloud Island's supreme secret art, Azura Sect's sect hallowed artifact, Falling Flowers Sect's thousand blossoming blood begonia. Which one of these wasn't priceless? Which one of these wasn't of great significance to these sects? Even if some of these items on these stone shelves didn't have much value, since they were placed here, they were immeasurable treasures to these sects. It turned out that the things that person had stolen were all placed here. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. He could imagine how much of a shock these things would cause to the Endless Sea Island's great forces if they appeared. Oh, the grade of these artifacts isn't bad, young master. Would you like to collect a few for self-defense? Old Demon suddenly asked. There weren't many artifacts here, only 3 of them. Besides the Greater One Sect's Master Seal, which required a matching mantra, Yang Kai could take the other 2 if he really wanted to use them. These artifacts were all at least heaven grade, so Yang Kai was naturally tempted. But if he were to use it outside and reveal any traces of himself, then it would only lead to trouble, so Kai Yang had some misgivings. Ignoring the old demon's inquiry, Yang Kai put the things in his hands back on the stone shelf before walking forward step by step. After walking for a short time, he was greeted by a rich and pure world energy. Not far in front of him, there seemed to be a 5-colored brilliance that tugged at Yang Kai's heartstrings. Yang Kai's expression brightened, and he couldn't help quickening his pace. Turning a corner, Yang Kai entered a place that looked like a living room. The 5-colored brilliance was coming from here. Looking up, Kai Yang could only see a lotus flower the size of a wash basin floating in the air. Next to this lotus flower, there was something that looked like water, wrapping around this 5-colored lotus flower. Although it looked like liquid, it wasn't liquid. Instead, it gave Yang Kai an inexplicable feeling of palpitations, as if his soul was somewhat flustered and unstable. Soul-warming lotus. The old demon exclaimed, "It's actually a soul-warming lotus." Heavens, a soul-warming lotus actually appeared here, and it's a 5-colored soul-warming lotus. Treasure? Yang Kai licked his lips and asked with some excitement. More than a treasure, this is simply a supreme treasure, young master. The old demon was so excited that he was somewhat incoherent. This is a soul-warming lotus, a treasure that all cultivators in the world dream of obtaining. No matter how high your strength is, no matter how strong your cultivation is, this thing will be of great use to you. Why didn't this old master find this thing back then? Yang Kai chuckled. From what you're saying, you can't collect this thing? The old demon shuddered and said, Young master is joking, this old servant is now just a wisp of soul. Not to mention collecting it, if I were to come into contact with it, it would be strange if it didn't collect me. Tell me, what is the use of this thing? For better or worse, you're an old demon, so don't be so flustered. The old demon was choked speechless for a long time, thinking to himself, you're just an ignorant fool who doesn't know how rare and precious this thing is, so you can be so calm. If you knew of its great use, you would definitely lose your composure like boss. But why isn't this old master's luck as good? On the contrary, the young master's luck is great. A few days ago, he refined a trace of heavenly energy and obtained the ability to fly, and now he actually encountered the soul-warming lotus. Just how heaven-defying must his luck be to be able to continuously encounter such great luck? Filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, the old demon held back for a long time before he finally recovered. He deliberated and said, the soul-warming lotus, as its name suggests, is a heavenly treasure used to nourish one's soul. Young master, you know about soul, right? Although you're currently in the chi transforming stage and can't cultivate soul, it still exists in your mind and your perception originates from soul. Once you reach the immortal ascension boundary, you can begin to cultivate. The stronger your soul, the more obvious the benefits. If two people of similar strength were to fight, the one with the stronger soul would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Yang Kai frowned and impatiently interrupted him, get to the point. Was this old demon treating him like a 3-year-old child? Although Yang Kai couldn't cultivate soul, he still knew about it. The old demon was gloomy and continued, cultivating soul is very difficult. It's many times more difficult than improving one's physical strength. However, there are some heavenly treasures that can improve one's soul, and the soul-warming lotus is one of those treasures. This kind of heavenly treasure will never disappear and will never be refined. Once it's collected, it will only exist in the cultivator's soul sea. There's no need to care about it, as it will constantly nourish the cultivator's soul sea, slowly making it stronger and more condensed. It can't be refined, but it also won't disappear? That's right, because there's no one in this world whose soul sea can refine the soul-warming lotus, not even those who stand at the peak of the world. The old demon's tone was solemn and heavy. This is a very special kind of heavenly treasure. In terms of value, it's much more valuable than the heaven-devouring great emperor bug that young master refined a few days ago. This is because it will accompany you for the rest of your life. From the moment you collect it until the end of your life, it will nourish you all the time, all the time, all the time. All you need to do is sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Good stuff, I want it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he was about to rush forward. Wait. The old demon shouted, "Young master, don't be rash." The old demon was scared to death. Just now, Yang Kai had shown no interest, but now he was suddenly full of interest. This change was so fast that he was almost caught off guard. What's wrong? Yang Kai was a bit displeased. Young master, do you see a layer of something like liquid around the soul-warming lotus? Do you know what it is? The old demon asked. What? This is the sea of consciousness left behind by the strong after they die. It contains the power of their divine sense. Young master, if you rush in so recklessly with your chi transforming stage strength, I'm afraid you'll immediately die. Sea of consciousness? Yang Kai was stunned. Can a person's sea of consciousness be preserved after they die? The sea of consciousness was originally ethereal and formless. It was a manifestation of one's mental strength. When a person died, it was like a lamp going out. Naturally, the sea of consciousness couldn't be preserved. Others can't, but when a person who possesses the soul-warming lotus dies, their sea of consciousness will be preserved. This is the strength of the soul-warming lotus. The old demon explained, "Oh right, young master, if you collected the soul-warming lotus and died that day, it would also be like this." Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He lowered his head and saw that there was indeed a skeleton under the soul-warming lotus. Presumably, this skeleton was that godly thief who had caused a huge uproar that year. He died here, but the soul-warming lotus and his sea of consciousness were preserved. Raising his eyebrows, Yang Kai asked, "Old demon, don't you need this kind of mental strength?" The old demon laughed and said, "Young master is right. If young master doesn't have any other orders, this old servant will begin to devour this person's sea of consciousness." "How long do you need?" "I can't say, it might take a month." The old demon replied, "After all, this person wasn't weak when he was alive. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, his sea of consciousness is quite good." "A month, then I'll help you guard." Yang Kai nodded. "No need, young master, look over there. The soul-warming lotus isn't the only treasure here." Yang Kai turned his head and looked over. He saw that at the bottom of the cave, there was a dense and pure mist. Energy visible to the naked eye was surging. Ever since he entered here, Yang Kai's gaze had been attracted by the five-colored lotus, so he didn't pay much attention to it. What is this? Pure heaven and earth energy. It can also be called an earth vein. Young master, good luck. You can go absorb the heaven and earth energy in this earth vein to cultivate. Once this old servant has refined this sea of consciousness, I'll come back to collect the soul-warming lotus. This is an earth vein. Yang Kai was stunned. That thief from 300 years ago really found a good place to cultivate. No wonder he could cultivate to the point where all the great sects were helpless against him in just 30 years. It turned out that not only did he have the help of the soul-warming lotus, he also had this earth vein. It's just a small earth vein. Moreover, it's about to dry up, the old demon replied. All right, go do your thing. Don't worry about me. The old demon was overjoyed. He hurriedly flew out with the soul breaker all wrapped around him. He rushed to the edge of the sea of consciousness and began to devour it. Yang Kai even heard him let out a satisfied sound, like a hungry ghost who had been thirsty for many years hugging a naked beauty. Chapter 195. Yang Kai walked into the earth vein, and as soon as he was enveloped by the dense world energy, he felt a burst of comfort throughout his body. He did not need to circulate his secret art. His hundreds of millions of pores automatically opened up, and every inch of his flesh and blood, and every cell in his body rejoiced. Very rich and pure world energy, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai began to circulate his secret art, like a whale sucking in water, swallowing the earth vein's energy. In the past, that god thief had used 30 years to cultivate to the point where many of the endless sea islands' sects had a headache. Firstly, he had the help of the soul-warming lotus, and secondly, he had this earth vein. The former nourished his spirit, while the latter nourished his body. With these two treasures, it would be strange if his strength did not increase quickly. It was a pity that this was only a small earth vein. The amount of heaven and earth energy it contained was not very large. Furthermore, it had been absorbed by the thief for 30 years. There was not much heaven and earth energy left in the earth vein. It was about to dry up. But even so, for the current Yang Kai, it was still a great supplement. His body's special characteristics allowed him to absorb world energy much faster than the god thief of the past. The unyielding golden skeleton was like a bottomless pit, so no matter how much world energy entered his body, it would be swallowed up, so there was no need to worry about it holding up. Moreover, the earth vein's world energy was pure and rich, so there was almost no need to burn it. After circulating through his meridians, the world energy would flow into the unyielding golden skeleton's large warehouse, becoming Yang Kai's reserve. As Yang Kai swallowed the earth vein's world energy, the old demon swallowed the knowledge sea energy of the god thief. The two did not interfere with each other, and were both physically and mentally happy, forgetting the passage of time. After a full month and a half, Yang Kai took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. The small earth vein had been unrestrainedly absorbed by Yang Kai, and had been completely drained, so the world energy visible to the naked eye no longer existed. Carefully feeling his current realm, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. Unknowingly, his strength had risen to the chi-transforming 9th stage, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the separation and reunion boundary. Moreover, Yang Kai could feel that the energy in his body, whether in terms of quality or quantity, had already reached the separation and reunion boundary. The only thing missing was the comprehension of martial arts. The advancement of every major realm required one's own comprehension. It was the same when he was advancing to the initial element stage, and it was the same when he was advancing to the chi transformation stage. Now, if he wanted to advance to the separation and reunion stage, he would also need to comprehend. However, Yang Kai had yet to touch that layer of shackles. It depended on luck and opportunity, and was not something that could be achieved through hard work. He looked up and saw that the old demon had already absorbed all of the knowledge sea energy around the soul-warming lotus and was waiting for him to wake up. In front of him was the multicolored soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai slowly stood up and walked in front of this supreme sacred object. "Old demon, is there a need to pay special attention to it?" Yang Kai asked. "There is no need to pay special attention to it. If young master was an immortal ascension boundary expert who had cultivated his divine sense, he may need to struggle with it, but young master has not yet cultivated his divine sense, so all you need to do is accept it." Since there was no need to pay special attention to it, Yang Kai did not hesitate and stretched out his hand towards the multicolored soul-warming lotus. Just as his fingers touched the lotus, it disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai suddenly felt refreshed, his mind clearer than ever before, and even his perception had become much stronger. Involuntarily, Yang Kai took a deep breath, his whole body shivering in comfort. Even if he carefully probed, he could not find any trace of the soul-warming lotus, but Yang Kai knew that it was definitely in his mind at this moment. Only after he had cultivated his divine sense would he be able to see it. The multicolored soul-warming lotus, The old demon was both envious and jealous. Yang Kai laughed. Young master, in the future, you should find some precious treasures that can nourish your divine sense so this soul-warming lotus can absorb them. Once it one day evolves into 7 colors, it will be of even greater help to you. It can grow? Yang Kai was somewhat surprised. Of course, when the soul-warming lotus is born, it only has 1 color, but it also has different grades. The more colors it has, the higher its grade. The highest grade it can reach is 7 colors. For example, a single-color soul-warming lotus requires 100 years to double the size of a person's knowledge. See, a 5-color soul-warming lotus only requires 20 years, and a 7-color soul-warming lotus only requires 5 years. Amazing! Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Although he had yet to cultivate his divine sense, he knew how difficult it was to cultivate it. Just as the old demon had said before, cultivating one's divine sense was more than 100 times more difficult than cultivating one's body. But now, with the help of the soul-warming lotus, he didn't have to worry about it at all. His divine sense would become stronger and more condensed. Speaking of which, the multicolored soul-warming lotus is not bad. Yang Kai wasn't dissatisfied. Being able to obtain this thing was already heaven-defying luck. He couldn't expect to obtain a 7-color lotus in one go. Naturally, it's a very good treasure. When it grows to 7 colors in the future, it will be the world's most precious treasure. But this thing grows very slowly, and it only absorbs the energy of precious treasures that can strengthen one's divine sense. If you want to turn this multicolored lotus into a 7-color, young master will have to put in a lot of effort. Let's just leave it to fate. I won't force it. Yang Kai was more open-minded. If it could become a 7-color lotus in his lifetime, then it would be his luck. If it couldn't, then there was no point in forcing it. It's good that young master has this kind of attitude. The old demon felt a burst of admiration. He was young, but he was calm and steady. The more he interacted with Yang Kai, the more he felt a sense of admiration. If it were any other young man, with the old demon's belly full of tricks and experience, he would have long since tricked them. But in front of Yang Kai, the old demon didn't dare to have any bad intentions. He respected him in everything. It's time to go out. Yang Kai took a deep breath. After staying here for more than a month, he had already collected the soul-warming lotus and absorbed the earth vein. He had already obtained all the benefits, so there was naturally no need to stay here. Before leaving, Yang Kai dug a hole and buried the bones of the divine thief inside. Walking all the way out when he passed by the stone shelf, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time before restraining his restless thoughts. He didn't look at the artifacts that made his heart beat faster and strode away. There were 3 artifacts on the stone shelf. In addition to the Tai seal, Yang Kai could take the other 2 for his own use. But the divine thief didn't use them, so there must be some kind of mystery. Perhaps once he used these things, those overseas sects would be able to sense it through some special method. This was not Yang Kai's own speculation, but it was the truth. Many great sects had placed barriers on their hallowed artifacts. Within a certain range, if an outsider tried to use it, it would be detected. Yang Kai was planning to return to Sea City, so naturally he didn't dare to refine this hot potato. He would leave them here first, and then come back to pick them up when he left the island. A few thousand feet up, Yang Kai once again arrived at the top of the lonely peak. The group of insects were still dutifully guarding the broken stone door. The Yuan Qi experts of the Red Cloud sect showed no signs of returning. Presumably they were all hunted down by the 2 giant eagles. Letting the big insect break through the fog at the door, Yang Kai walked out. Standing on the lonely peak, Yang Kai looked around. This place was thousands of miles away from Sea City. If he wanted to leave the island, he could only rely on the Yang inflammation wings, but using the Yang inflammation wings would consume too much Yuan Qi. After all this time, the Dantian only had 30 drops of Yang liquid left, which was not enough to support him flying thousands of miles. Flying thousands of miles was already very difficult, and once he encountered a storm at sea, he may need to take a detour to avoid it. In this way, the demand for Yang liquid would be even greater. He would need at least 400 drops of Yang liquid to leave this damned place. For 100 drops, Was there so many Yang attribute heaven and earth treasures on the island? Yang Kai was somewhat uncertain, but in any case, looking for Yang attribute heaven and earth treasures to increase the amount of Yang liquid in the Dantian was the most important task. Letting the insects once again spit out fog to seal the cave, Yang Kai left a lot of insects here to guard, and took the other half of the group down the lonely peak. For many days Yang Kai searched for Yang attribute heaven and earth treasures, and the harvest was quite good. In just 4 or 5 days, the amount of Yang liquid in the Dantian broke through to more than 100 drops. With the guidance of the origin of Yang seal on his chest, as long as it was within 3,000 feet of Yang Kai, these heaven and earth treasures could not escape Yang Kai's search. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Now on the entire island, he was probably the only living person. In addition to those powerful monster beasts, Yang Kai could be regarded as the master of the island. Exploring and collecting heaven and earth treasures, he would pick them all together. If it was Yang attribute, he would absorb it on the spot and turn it into Yang liquid, and if it was not Yang attribute, he would keep it first and put it in his bag. Occasionally, he would come across some strange flowers and herbs guarded by the monster beast, and Yang Kai would instruct the insects to distract the monster beast's attention while he waited for the opportunity to pick them. It was always scary but not dangerous. The map he had obtained from the Jiang family's madam had been a great help. Previously, Yang Kai didn't know what was so mysterious about the marked locations on the map, but after accidentally entering a certain area and encountering a 6th-order monster beast, he realized that the marked locations were all dangerous places. Since then, Yang Kai had avoided these marked points and did not encounter too much trouble. Traveling north and south, in less than half a month, Yang Kai had explored the entire hidden island. All the precious treasures that could be harvested had been picked up, filling up a large bag. These things were all earth and heaven-level treasures, more than 10 times more than what Yang Kai had obtained on the right peninsula of Wuxia. He also harvested a lot of Yang attribute things, but until now, Yang Kai still only had about 300 drops of Yang liquid in his Dantian. 300 drops of Yang liquid, if he was lucky enough, maybe he could fly to Sea City. But maybe, Yang Kai was not completely sure. If he could not fly to Sea City and accidentally fell into the sea, he would certainly die. Even if he could not drown, the monster beast in the sea would be enough to take his life. He had to find some more Yang attribute items to gather 400 drops. Only then would he be absolutely certain of success. Could it be he really had to stroke the tiger's whiskers? Thinking about it, Kai Yang's heart hardened and he made up his mind. Chapter 196. A few days ago, when Yang Kai had accidentally passed by a dangerous place, he had sensed a Yang attribute treasure, but because that place was specifically marked on the map, Yang Kai did not dare to go there. Now it seemed that he had no choice but to go there. All the Yang attribute treasures on the island had been collected, and if he wanted to collect 400 drops of Yang liquid, there was no other place besides there. The only thing he did not know was what kind of monster beast was guarding that place. He had to be careful, in case he encountered the 2 giant eagles he had seen a few days ago. Even if Yang Kai had the Yang inflammation wings, he would not be able to escape from their pursuit. After spending a day's effort, Yang Kai arrived at the perimeter of the dangerous place. Yang Kai thought about it for a long time before ordering his insects to take some precautions, carefully speculating about any possible situation and how to deal with it. Only after he had a plan in mind did he set off. The origin of Yang on Yang Kai's chest once again emitted a scorching hot reaction. A few hundred feet in front of him, there was indeed a Yang attribute item, and its grade was not low either. If there was enough energy, it would be enough to refine 400 drops of Yang liquid. Success or failure would depend on this adventure. At this moment, Yang Kai was not afraid. Step by step he walked towards the direction of the Yang origin seal's reaction. There seemed to be a fishy smell in the air, and there were traces of the monster beast, all of which indicated that there was great danger ahead. After a few hundred feet, the fishy smell became stronger. Yang Kai faintly saw that not far ahead, there was a huge dark red rock standing there. The Yang Qi that the Yang origin seal had sensed was coming from this rock. Yang Kai was delighted. He suddenly felt that there was hope to return home. Such a large piece of Yang attribute stone, if he absorbed all the Yang qi, he could easily obtain 400 drops of Yang liquid. This stone should be similar to the Yang inflammation stone mined by the blood group, but its texture was much better than the Yang inflammation stone. Continuing to approach cautiously, Yang Kai saw that there was a cave entrance that was not too deep at the bottom of the rock. Inside the cave, there was a handsome monster beast. It was squinting its purple eyes and staring at him. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He never thought that his whereabouts would be exposed like this. However, the monster beast didn't seem to want to chase after Yang Kai. Instead, he just crouched in the cave and looked at him with ill intentions. This was its lair, the source of its strength and survival. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it would not leave. After walking another 300 feet forward, the demonic beast let out a low roar, and its purple eyes flashed with a ferocious light. It slowly stood up and walked out of the cave. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai finally saw its true form. It was a monster beast that looked like a wolf, but its whole body was covered in dark red fur. It was about 20 feet tall and had sharp fangs at the corner of its mouth. It bared its fangs at Yang Kai. An invisible pressure descended. Yang Kai almost couldn't breathe. A 6th grade monster beast. It was definitely a 6th grade monster beast. It was not much weaker than the giant eagle he saw a few days ago. Such a monster beast, even if Yang Kai tried his best, it would be impossible for him to kill it. Slowly bending down, Yang Kai picked up a stone at his feet while being vigilant of the monster beast's movements. Then, with all his strength, he threw the stone at the monster beast. Such a blatant provocation completely enraged the dark red wolf monster. Yang Kai only saw a red light flash in his eyes. The monster beast appeared 300 feet away from him. What a fast speed! Yang Kai's face darkened. Without hesitation, he quickly turned around and used his footwork to quickly retreat. There was a whistling sound of wind behind him. It was the monster beast quickly approaching. Yang Kai's hair stood on end. His spine was filled with cold wind. He increased his speed to the limit and kept flashing. "Young master, it's not good. It's about to catch up with you." The old demon cried out in fear. "Help!" Yang Kai didn't dare to be distracted and continued to run forward. The old demon responded and turned into a black gas with the soul breaker all wrapped around it. It rushed toward the wolf monster. The monster beast reacted quickly. It opened its mouth and bit the soul breaker all while running. The old demon was scared and screamed again and again. The wolf monster couldn't bite the soul breaker all in half. It found that the all was hard to chew and spat it out. The old demon still had a lingering fear. This period of delay allowed Kai Yang to open up some distance between them. Dashing forward another 1,000 meters or so, Yang Kai finally arrived at the location where he had laid out his plan. Yang Kai no longer tried to escape, but instead turned around to face the monster beast, only to see it pounce towards him like a shadow. As it flew through the air, the sharp fangs in its mouth reflected a terrifying light. Yang Kai moved his feet and flashed more than 100 feet away. Before he could stand firm, the wolf monster rushed over again. Its speed was not much slower than the insect of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Yang Kai suddenly felt the pressure on him decrease. He used his footwork again and fought with it. At this moment, the old demon finally arrived and cooperated with Yang Kai to distract the wolf monster, slightly alleviating Yang Kai's awkward situation. One man, one demon, and one wolf dashed endlessly within a radius of several tens of feet. Several times, Yang Kai was almost pounced on by it, but always at the most dangerous moment, he managed to escape. Even so, Yang Kai's whole body was dripping with sweat. Using the strength of Qi Transformation Level 9 to deal with a 6th-order monster beast was really overestimating himself. Without the help of his self-created footwork, he would have been bitten to death by the monster beast. But in order to leave the hidden island, Yang Kai had to take risks. After fighting for a full incense worth of time, Yang Kai looked around and revealed a smile. The Yang inflammation wings on his back opened and he flew into the sky. "Old demon, you and these insects block it, I'm going," Yang Kai said, turned around and flew toward the big stone. "Young master, you have to hurry up. This old servant is really afraid that it will swallow me. The old demon was uneasy. Although there was no danger hiding in the soul breaker all, it would be very scary if it was swallowed. The monster beast stared at the direction Yang Kai left. As if it was aware that he wanted to take its place, it couldn't help but roar and chase after him. But after running for a short distance, he ran head-on into a cloud of fog. A burst of light sound came out, and the wolf monster howled. It hurriedly retreated and stared at the white fog in front of it with fear. This circle of fog really lived up to Yang Kai's expectations. The strong sixth-order monster beast couldn't enter and leave freely. Its powerful corrosive ability was enough to hinder its steps. The wolf demon was also smart. It knew that the fog was very lethal, so it quickly changed its direction and tried to rush out from the other side. However, after it made a big circle, it found that the area around it had been wrapped in fog at some point. It covered the sky and the earth, so it had no way to go up and no way to go down. This was Yang Kai's previous deployment. In advance, he let the big insect spit out a large circle of fog here, deliberately leaving a gap. He led the wolf monster in and then closed the gap. He used the Yang inflammation wings to leave calmly. From the beginning to the end, he didn't want to kill this powerful sixth-order monster beast. He didn't have the ability to kill it. He only wanted to trap it. Sha sha sha. A scalp-numbing sound came from underground, and the entire ground boiled. Immediately, countless strange insects drilled out from the ground and fearlessly attacked the demon wolf. The wolf monster roared angrily, and a burst of fire gushed out from its body. Before the insects could get close, they fell down. The old demon didn't dare to get close. It just flew around to distract the wolf monster. On the other side, Yang Kai had flown to the big stone. He stretched out his hands and pressed on the stone, madly circulating the Yang Qi in the stone, and pulled it into his body. The Yang energy contained in this big stone was indeed much better than the Yang inflammation stone. No wonder the wolf monster would cultivate here. This stone was also very beneficial to it. The surging Yang energy entered his body, and in the blink of an eye, his meridians swelled. Drip! A drop of Yang liquid formed and fell into the dantian. Drip! Drip! Yang Kai felt that he had never heard such a beautiful sound in his life. The Yang liquid in the dantian was increasing at the rate of 1 drop per breath. 320 drops, 350 drops, 380 drops. In less than 100 breaths' time, Yang Kai had already achieved his goal. The Yang energy in the big stone was almost depleted by 1/10. However, Yang Kai didn't stop. He was still circulating the true Yang secret art. The wolf monster's howls came one after another, mixed with anger and murderous intent. After all, it was a 6th-grade monster beast. Yang Kai didn't know how long the fog could delay it. If it hardened its heart and rushed out without caring about its own injuries, the insects wouldn't be able to stop it. After a while, the dantian had more than 500 drops of Yang liquid. This amount was definitely enough to support him flying to Sea City. At this moment, a black gas suddenly flew over. It was the soul breaker all. The old demon anxiously said, "Young master, run for your life. That guy is about to rush out." Before his voice fell, Yang Kai saw a fiery red figure quickly approaching him. It had already rushed out. The wolf monster's body was covered in flames. It was this layer of flames that resisted the erosion of the fog, only causing it some minor injuries. 100 feet, 80 feet, 50 feet, 30 feet, the wolf monster was as fast as the wind. With a whoosh, the Yang inflammation wings on Yang Kai's back spread out again. At the same time as the wolf monster pounced, he quickly flew into the sky. Looking down, the wolf monster was staring at him with its pair of purple eyes, its throat constantly roaring. Yang Kai grinned, "Thank you. In fact, I didn't give you much Yang Qi. I only took 2/10. You don't have to be so resentful, right?" As if it understood Yang Kai's words, the wolf monster was extremely annoyed by his attitude. It roared again and again. Yang Kai didn't want to deal with it anymore. Maintaining the Yang inflammation wings consumed Yuan Qi. With a flap of the Yang inflammation wings, he quickly flew away. The wolf monster was also tactful. It knew that it couldn't do anything to an enemy that could fly, so it naturally didn't chase. Coming to the previous place, Yang Kai put away the bag of heaven and earth treasures and led the surviving insects in the direction of the lonely peak. 2 days later, Yang Kai came to the lonely peak. He entered the cave and took down the things on the stone shelf one by one. Although he didn't dare to rush to refine these things, he also didn't want to leave them here. If used properly, every single thing here could be a great killing weapon. Now that he had collected enough yang liquid, it was time to leave the hidden island. Chapter 197. On the boundless sea, a figure was flying at high speed. On the back of this figure, there were 2 wings like that of a large bird. However, this pair of wings were like blazing flames. As it flew past, even the air was scorched to the point of distorting. Yang Kai had left the hidden island for a day and night. He had been flying for a day and a night, carrying 2 large bags in his hands. One bag was the heaven and earth treasures collected from the hidden island, and the other bag was the things on the stone shelf. Flying with these 2 bags was really not a good thing. There were several times when Yang Kai wanted to throw them all into the sea, but he couldn't bear to do so. The yang liquid in the dantian was decreasing all the time. The yang inflammation wings required a huge amount of yuan qi. In just one day, he had lost nearly 200 drops of yang liquid. If he hadn't made sufficient preparations before, it would definitely not be enough to support Yang Kai's return to Sea City. The alien insects were left on the hidden island. Although these insects were very obedient and sometimes very useful, Yang Kai really didn't know how to take them away, so he could only reluctantly give them up. The sea stretched as far as the eye could see, and the blue sea water undulated beneath him, reflecting the clear blue sky. It gave birth to a feeling of insignificance and panic for no reason. Fortunately, the weather was good these days, and Yang Kai didn't encounter the storm that he was worried about. After flying for so long, Yang Kai was really tired. The head-on wind almost made his face numb. His physical consumption was serious, but he didn't feel tired mentally. Yang Kai estimated that it was related to the soul-warming lotus. This supreme saint quality item was absorbed into his body and warmed his spirit, so naturally he didn't feel tired. Squinting his eyes, about 50 miles ahead, there were traces of a small island. Yang Kai's expression shook, and he quickly turned and flew in that direction. Not long after he arrived. With the flaming yang wings, the speed at which he could travel was truly incredible. When he arrived, Yang Kai saw that it wasn't an island at all. It was just a stone that covered an area of about a few feet. He didn't know why it was protruding from the sea. He didn't care so much and quickly put down the 2 bags in his hands, collapsed on the stone like a pile of mud, and took deep breaths. After a long time, Yang Kai recovered. He rubbed his face with both hands and slowly recovered the feeling in his face. Young master's strength hasn't reached the yuan qi stage. After reaching the yuan qi stage with the yuan qi protection, flying won't be so uncomfortable. The old demon comforted him. I know why cultivators below yuan qi, even cultivators with flying artifacts, don't dare to use it. Actually, young master, you're already doing well. If not for the fact that you refined a few drops of blood congealing pearls earlier on and your qi and blood aren't vigorous enough, you wouldn't have been able to last this long. After recovering for half a day, Yang Kai set off again. After another day and night, Yang Kai finally saw the distant land appear in his eyes. The yang inflammation wings on his back were too eye-catching, and the 2 bags in his hands couldn't be exposed. Otherwise, he would definitely attract a fatal disaster. He deliberately found a remote place, and after confirming that there was no one around, he landed. After checking, he found that there were only a few drops of yang liquid left in the dantian. In 2 days, he had consumed more than 400 drops of yang liquid. If he hadn't been prepared beforehand, he would have been unable to bear such a loss. Looking around, Yang Kai was unfamiliar with this place, but he felt that it shouldn't be far from Sea City. Because on Yun Xia's ship, he had been observing the direction every day. This time, when he left Hidden Island, he also flew in the opposite direction. After walking for a long time, he finally reached the main road. Yang Kai was now covered in dust, and his clothes were tattered. He looked no different from a poor person. However, the 2 bags were somewhat tempting. If he encountered a bandit on the street, he was afraid that it would be troublesome. Walking along the main road, he passed by a small tea house. After asking the couple selling tea, Yang Kai realized that he was indeed a bit off track. This place was 1,000 miles away from Sea City. After determining the location, Yang Kai once again spread out his yang inflammation wings and flew in the direction of Sea City. There was still a grudge that had not been settled. An hour later, Yang Kai arrived near Sea City. He didn't immediately enter the city, but instead looked for the old man and his granddaughter's residence by the sea. The tattered door was wide open, and the sea breeze poured into the house, making the whole house seem unusually cold. Stepping in, Yang Kai found that the furnishings in the house were no different from the night he was captured. The old man and the silent little girl were no longer there. They should have already left. When he left that night, he gave the old man a lot of money, enough for him and the little girl to live a carefree life for several lifetimes. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't have to suffer any more in the future. Finding a safe and secluded place nearby, Kai Yang carefully hid the 2 parcels and only took 1 earth-grade mid-rank spirit medicine to exchange for some silver coins. One day later, Yang Kai appeared in Sea City. He didn't do anything, he just went around to inquire about useful information. For the next few days, Yang Kai spied on various aspects of information, returning to his house by the sea at night. 3 days later, Yang Kai made his move. His goal was the Red Cloud sect. Although the death of the 3 Jiang family girls had little to do with the Red Cloud sect, it was still somewhat involved. What's more, Yang Kai and the Red Cloud sect had an irreconcilable grudge. The parents of the silent little girl should also have died in the Red Cloud sect. One night, Yang Kai quietly flew out and made some arrangements. There was no need to do anything, he just needed to watch from the sidelines. Early morning, Ancient Cloud Island. The disciples woke up from their cultivation, each performing their own duties, dealing with the big and small matters on the island. As a first-class force in the Endless Sea Islands, Ancient Cloud Island occupied as many as 3 islands. Compared to the Red Cloud sect, whether it was in terms of capital or the quality of their disciples, they were far superior. Relying on the resources produced on these 3 islands, the disciples were able to live up to expectations. For hundreds of thousands of years, they had produced many geniuses. Although they couldn't compete with a transcendent force like the Supreme Solitary Sect, their reputation was still illustrious, and few dared to provoke them. However, the disciples of Ancient Cloud Island all knew that their sect had a secret that they couldn't talk about. 300 years ago, they had lost a supreme secret art and had never been able to find it. Such a secret existed in every great force in the Endless Sea Islands. However, the younger generation were very curious about these things, so if there was even the slightest leak, they would always try to get to the bottom of it. 1 spread to 2, 2 spread to 3, and in private, everyone was well aware of this secret, but they would never discuss it in front of the sect elders. Zhong Miao was an ordinary disciple of Ancient Cloud Island. Her aptitude wasn't very good. After entering the island for several years, she had only managed to cultivate to the Qi transformation 2nd stage. She was arranged to live in a remote place on Ancient Cloud Island, feeding the several peacocks on the island. These peacocks were the favorite pets of one of the island's elders. Zhong Miao didn't have much to do, so besides taking care of these peacocks, she spent all her time diligently cultivating. She knew that with her mediocre aptitude, wanting to stand out on Ancient Cloud Island was harder than ascending to the heavens. However, she didn't complain to the heavens or anyone else, just doing her best was enough. When she woke up in the morning, Zhong Miao opened the door as usual, wanting to feed the peacocks that were much nobler than her, but just as she stepped over the threshold, she saw a dagger inserted into the door, and under the dagger was a letter. Strange, who would leave a letter here? Zhong Miao was puzzled, but still reached out and took the letter. Looking down, she saw a line of words written on it. Ancient Cloud Island's Elder, Island Master. Zhong Miao suddenly pouted, thinking that it was some senior sister or brother who was teasing her. It wasn't like this had never happened before. Her strength was low, her status was low, she had no connections, and she wasn't beautiful. There were always some annoying brother or senior sister who would find ways to bully her for fun. On top of that, The line of words on this letter was too strange. It actually said Island Master or Elder. Since it's for the Island Master or Elder, why put it on my door? Zhong Miao's chest heaved up and down, feeling a little wronged. These people were really too annoying. Feeling slightly annoyed, she opened the letter and pulled out a yellowed page. Looking at it, she whispered softly, "Broken Moon Transformation Art?" As soon as she read it out loud, her expression froze for a moment. Why does it sound so familiar? Moreover, this yellowed page seemed to be quite old. It was at least a few hundred years old antique. Broken Moon Transformation Art? Zhong Miao muttered to herself again as some information flashed across the depths of her mind. Her pair of eyes suddenly widened as her pretty face filled with disbelief. Her two jade white hands couldn't help trembling, as if the pages of the book had suddenly become scalding hot. Isn't this the name of that supreme secret art? She had heard in private that the secret art lost by the sect 300 years ago was called the Broken Moon Transformation Art. A few days ago, she had heard the elder who came to visit the peacocks say that if it weren't for the Broken Moon Transformation Art being lost, the cultivation speed of the talented brother and senior sister on the island would have been much faster. Is this true or false? Zhong Miao suddenly became flustered, and she wanted to cry. Glancing at the yellowed page again, she quickly stuffed it back into the letter, not even caring about the peacocks, lifting her skirt and running out. Along the way, she encountered a few annoying brother and senior sister, but Zhong Miao didn't even hear how they ridiculed her. After running for more than a dozen kilometers, she finally arrived at the residence of the owner of the peacocks, Han Zhao. But before she could enter, she was stopped by her two brothers. "What do you want?" One of them coldly shouted. Zhong Miao gasped for breath, and after a long time calmed down, clutching her chest and trembling as she said, "Two brother, I want to see Elder Han. I have something important to report." Although her status was low, she knew that this matter was of great importance and did not dare to speak about the Broken Moon Transformation Art casually. The brother sneered and said, "Elder Han is in seclusion, he won't see anyone." "You really have something important to report," Zhong Miao said anxiously as she tried to rush inside, but was unexpectedly pushed back by her brother. "You're just a little girl who feeds the peacocks. What kind of important matter could you possibly have?" The other man chuckled, apparently looking down on his junior sister. Zhong Miao puffed up her cheeks and glared at her two brothers, but since they refused to let her pass, she couldn't do anything. Helplessly, her mind raced, and without knowing where she found the courage, she put her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Elder Han, bad news, your peacocks are all dead." Chapter 198. A girl's voice was crisp and penetrating, coupled with the fact that it was early in the morning and this was the elder's residence. There wasn't much noise in the surrounding area. Zhong Miao's shout could be said to have traveled 10 kilometers, allowing all the nearby ancient Cloud Island disciples to hear it clearly. When the two brothers in front of her heard this, their faces instantly turned white, their legs going soft, and they almost fell to the ground. The nearby ancient Cloud Island disciples who were walking or cultivating were also stunned for a moment before they hurriedly ran away. With Zhong Miao's shout, it was as if she had unleashed a deadly forbidden technique, causing everyone to flee for their lives. It's over, Elder Han's peacocks are actually dead, they were Elder Han's lifeblood. Although these peacocks were just ordinary beasts, they were all rescued and raised by Elder Han's late wife. Elder Han Chao was a sentimental man. After his wife passed away, he had placed all of his thoughts on these peacocks and would visit them every few days. His attitude towards these peacocks was even closer than that towards his own sons. But now they were all dead. All the ancient Cloud Island disciples who heard those words could imagine how angry Elder Han would be. When the city gates caught fire, the fish in the moat would be implicated. If they didn't escape now, when Elder Han's anger flared up, they would be implicated. Little girl, do you know what you're saying?" The brother in front of Zhong Miao was terrified, his words somewhat incoherent. He also wanted to run, but he didn't have the courage. "Who's talking nonsense?" A roar came from Han Chao's residence. The next moment, an old man with white hair and beard shot out like lightning, landing in front of Zhong Miao and the two ancient Cloud Island disciples. It was Elder Han Chao. Looking over, they saw Han Chao with bloodshot eyes, wearing nothing but pajamas, his feet bare. Apparently, he hadn't even had time to change his clothes or put on his shoes before rushing out in a hurry. The supreme pressure of an immortal ascension boundary master suddenly fell, causing Zhong Miao and her two disciples to involuntarily shiver. Han Chao's pair of eyes were filled with murderous intent. Sweeping his gaze around, he fixed it on Zhong Miao and snapped, "What happened to this old master's peacocks?" Zhong Miao was scared half to death and didn't dare to answer. Lowering his head, he held the letter with both hands and respectfully handed it over. Han Chao suspiciously looked at this female disciple who was looking after his peacock. He reached out and took the letter. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the anger in his heart, he casually pulled out a yellowed page from the letter and casually glanced at it. In the next moment, Han Chao's eyes widened like a quail in the middle of winter with nowhere to hide. His entire body was trembling incessantly, and his throat was making sounds. It was as if he had swallowed a piece of bone that was stuck in his throat. He couldn't say anything for a long time. When the two male disciples saw this scene, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. It seemed that Peacock's death had dealt a heavy blow to Elder Han. Even though he was an immortal ascension boundary master, at this moment he was unable to bear it. "Elder Han!" Zhong Miao called out weakly. Han Chao woke up from his stupor and quickly stuffed the yellowed pages back into the letter. Stomping his foot angrily, he scolded Zhong Miao, "Such a big thing, why didn't you report it earlier?" The two male disciples' hearts clenched and they quietly stepped back a few steps, afraid they would be implicated. Both of them stared at Zhong Miao with some sympathy. Zhong Miao said with an aggrieved expression, "I only found out this morning and quickly came to report it. These two brothers wouldn't let me in, so I called out. Elder, it's not our fault." The two male disciples' legs went soft and they quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Han Chao didn't pay any attention to them, his figure flashing and disappearing. Zhong Miao and the other two were stunned. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Han Chao returned, his eyes sweeping over Zhong Miao like a hawk, and asked, "No one else knows about this, right?" Zhong Miao quickly shook her head. "Good job, come with me." Han Chao grabbed Zhong Miao's arm and disappeared again. After waiting for a long time, the two kneeling disciples finally dared to slowly get up, glancing at each other, both of them somewhat confused and speechless. "Is this elder too angry?" The peacocks were all dead, so why was he still praising his junior sister for doing a good job? Shouldn't he be teaching her a lesson? Moreover, his junior sister's shout should have been heard by everyone on Ancient Cloud Island, so how could no one else know? Ancient Cloud Island's island master's residence, Zhong Miao knelt in the main hall, surrounded by silence, not a single person in sight. After Han Chao brought her here, he no longer cared about her, but Zhong Miao found that all the elders and protectors on the island had hurried to this hall. A group of 70 to 80-year-old men had gathered together, discussing something. After waiting for half a day, this group of people came out with dignified expressions and left one by one, leaving behind only Elder Han Chao and Ancient Cloud Island's island master Gu Feng. The two of them walked over to Zhong Miao together, Gu Feng gently saying, "Get up." "Disciple doesn't dare." Zhong Miao lowered her head. Gu Feng chuckled and casually threw an item in front of Zhong Miao, saying, "Take this token and go to the pill hall to get some pills you need, then go to the profound spirit cave to cultivate." Zhong Miao trembled as she stared at Gu Feng in disbelief. Profound spirit cave. That was the cultivation holy land with the richest world energy density on Ancient Cloud Island. Cultivating there was 3 times more efficient than anywhere else. Only those with outstanding talent who were considered by the elders to have a bright future, such as her brother, senior sister, and senior sister, could go there. A nobody like her could even dream of going there. But now, the island master actually ordered her to go to the profound spirit cave to cultivate? Moreover, she could go to the pill hall to get pills? The token in front of her was the island master's token. Holding it was equivalent to the island master himself, capable of commanding all the disciples on Ancient Cloud Island. Don't doubt it, this is what you deserve. Han Chao, who had never given her a smile before, was now looking at her with an amiable smile, as if he was her grandfather. Suddenly changing the subject, Han Chao said, but remember, no matter who asks you about today's matter, disciple doesn't know anything. Zhong Miao was not a fool and naturally knew how to answer. Han Chao nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. Go! Many thanks, Island Master. Many thanks, Elder Han. Zhong Miao happily thanked him, feeling like she had hit the jackpot today. She had only found a letter on the door and had actually obtained such a huge benefit. Who was this benefactor who had left her such a blessing? Not even revealing his name, in the future she would not be able to find him to repay this kindness. Picking up the Island Master's token, Zhong Miao floated out of the hall, still feeling like she had just woken up from a dream. On ancient Cloud Island, the undercurrents were surging. Some of the more astute disciples noticed that all the masters on the island were hurriedly gathering in one place, but no one knew what they were busy with, faintly giving off an oppressive feeling like a storm was brewing. At midnight, many of ancient Cloud Island's masters gathered together and boarded a large ship, heading towards a certain direction. 200 of ancient Cloud Island's masters were gathered on the ship, with the island master himself, 4 great elders, 3 protectors, and countless Yuan Qi masters. Of the people on the ship, even the weakest was a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Except for a limited number of people who knew the truth, everyone else was confused. The next day at dawn, the ship approached an island. Isn't that Red Cloud's island? Someone recognized. What are we doing here? Although Red Cloud's sect was only a third-class force, not comparable to ancient Cloud Island in terms of heritage, it was still a sect. The Endless Sea Island's forces generally developed independently, each mind their own business. No one had expected that the destination of this voyage would actually be Red Cloud's island. Did they want to go to war with Red Cloud's sect? Gu Feng was a tall and sturdy man, his eyes flashing like lightning. Standing at the bow of the ship, he shouted, "This island master has received reliable news that my ancient Cloud Island's Broken Moon transformation art, which was lost 300 years ago, is now in Red Cloud's sect." Broken Moon transformation art. Everyone on the ship was in an uproar. This was ancient Cloud Island's supreme secret art, lost 300 years ago and still not found, so how could it suddenly appear in Red Cloud's sect? Gu Feng obviously didn't want to explain too much, so he continued, "Today, search Red Cloud's sect, we must find the Broken Moon transformation art and fulfill the wishes of my ancient Cloud Island's ancestors. If there is any resistance, kill without mercy. If there is any lying, kill without mercy. Today's battle is for the Broken Moon transformation art. If we can find it, all of you will be heroes of my ancient Cloud Island." Set foot on the island. Gu Feng waved his hand, and the masters on the ship quickly set foot on Red Cloud's island. A short time later, mournful screams rang out from Red Cloud Island, mixed with the sounds of fighting and cursing. It was currently dawn, the time when everyone was most relaxed. Ancient Cloud Island had come prepared, and had even launched a sneak attack. With unparalleled strength, how could Red Cloud sect possibly resist? The 2 remaining Supreme Elders came out to resist, but they were all killed by ancient Cloud Island's elders. The Red Cloud sect's sect master and elders were all killed. Wherever ancient Cloud Island's masters went, people were thrown off their feet. On this day, Red Cloud sect's blood flowed like a river, corpses piled up like mountains. More than half of the island's disciples were killed or injured, and all the separation and reunion boundary masters were slaughtered. Found it, I found it, huh? Han Chao's hands trembled as he searched the body of a Red Cloud sect elder and found a yellowed ancient book. It was ancient Cloud Island's Broken Moon transformation art. Hurriedly bringing this supreme secret art back to the ship, he handed it over to Gu Feng. The island lord of ancient Cloud Island, the master, also burst into tears, his voice trembling as he said, "The heavens have blessed this Gu Yun. After 300 years, the Broken Moon transformation art has finally been found. My Gu Yun ancestors, you can all rest in peace." Han Chao excitedly asked, "Island Lord, what should we do with the remaining Red Cloud's sect disciples?" Gu Feng's expression was cold. With only one word, he had decided the fate of the Red Cloud's sect disciples. Regardless of how the Broken Moon transformation art had fallen into the hands of the Red Cloud sect, or how many people had seen this unique book, if they were all killed, no one would know the secret of the Broken Moon transformation art. In order to ensure that Gu Yun's supreme secret art was not leaked, what was the point of slaughtering an entire island? Chapter 199. However, there was a doubt in Gu Feng's heart, and that was, who was the one behind all this? He was old and experienced, so he knew that this person must have some kind of grudge with the Red Cloud sect and wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, so he deliberately leaked the whereabouts of the Broken Moon transformation art. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? But even though Gu Feng was clear about this, he had no choice but to comply with this person's wishes and become his butcher knife. Because the Broken Moon transformation art was too important to ancient Cloud Island. Who was this person? With such a scheming method, he really couldn't be underestimated. At this moment, in a restaurant in Sea City, Yang Kai was sitting by the window, holding a glass of wine in his hand, looking in the direction of Red Cloud Island, his expression indifferent. Drinking and eating. Yang Kai sat there from morning until night, not moving at all. The battle on Red Cloud Island also lasted from morning until night. Almost all of the disciples were slaughtered, only a few fish managed to escape. Of the 200 people from ancient Cloud Island, only 30 were injured or killed, while destroying a third-class sect. This price was well worth it. Night fell again. Yang Kai threw down a silver ingot and slowly left the restaurant. All he did was to leave the Broken Moon transformation art in Red Cloud sect, take a page and send it to ancient Cloud Island. That was all. With a flip of his hand, Red Cloud Island was destroyed. Sea City, 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion. This was a place to seek pleasure, a place to hide filth. The girls were dressed up with heavy makeup, gorgeously dressed, and wearing revealing clothes. Their charm was boundless as they leaned against the handrails on the second floor, laughing and greeting each other. Outside the entrance, there were also many charming girls openly soliciting customers. From time to time, a well-dressed man would be pulled into the pavilion. Half of the street was filled with the rich fragrance of rouge and girls. Yang Kai came to the front of the 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion alone. Just as he was about to step inside, a young girl about 17 or 18 years old walked up to him. This young girl also had delicate features, but her makeup couldn't hide her delicate features. The young girl's beautiful eyes were full of expectation, and she smiled sweetly, "Good night, young lord." Her voice was clear and sweet, making Yang Kai's eyes light up. Speaking of which, since the last time he was aroused by Yu Ao Qing on Hidden Island, he had suppressed it for a long time. With the improvement of his cultivation and strength, the effects of the joyous unification art were slowly becoming stronger. Now that he saw this young girl, Yang Kai's mind couldn't help but be swayed. Here, as long as you paid, you could do whatever you wanted. There were no moral restraints. Everyone played along and took what they needed. It was just a transaction. After one night, no one would remember who it was. It was a good place to vent their anger. But when he thought about how this seemingly pure girl had been tasted by countless others, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a bit bored. The girl observed his expression and smiled sweetly. "Is this the first time you've come to a place like this?" Kai Yang blushed a little and stubbornly said, "No." Although the young girl wasn't very old, she had been in this business for a long time. Naturally, she wouldn't tear down Yang Kai's face. Instead, she stepped forward and stretched out her jade arm to hold onto Yang Kai's arm. "If young lord wants to seek pleasure, why don't you let this servant serve you well?" Kai Yang nodded his head indifferently, his expression indifferent. The young girl giggled and led Yang Kai inside, intentionally or unintentionally bumping into Yang Kai's elbow as they walked. Being stimulated by her, Yang Kai's breathing became slightly heavy. The young girl was more and more certain that this was the first time this young lord had come to this kind of place. Entering the inner hall, a burst of hot air hit his face. Since it was a brothel, the scene inside was naturally somewhat unsightly. The engravings and murals on the walls, as well as the screens, tables, and chairs placed in the lobby, were all patterns that would cause one's imagination to run wild. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and was shocked. It turns out there are so many strange and unimaginable things. When I return to High Heaven Pavilion, I'll have to find Su Yen and try it out. The lobby was filled with constant laughter. Some people were openly flirting with the young girl in their arms, some were passionately kissing, and some were even reaching into the young girl's clothes and groping her. The sound of panting, tender moaning, and playful banter filled the air. Yang Kai couldn't bear it and his face became a little red. The young girl's eyes narrowed as she stood on tiptoe and whispered into Yang Kai's ear, "Young lord, do you want to drink wine and be merry here, or do you want to book a room to spend time with this servant? Everything is up to you. It's too noisy here." "Then come with me, young lord." The young girl chuckled, pulling Yang Kai's hand and leading him to the stairs. Going up to the third floor, they found an empty room and the young girl pulled Yang Kai inside. "Young lord, please sit down first, this servant will arrange some food." The young girl said gently. "Wait a moment." Yang Kai called out to her. The young girl giggled and covered her mouth. "Young lord, are you impatient to wait?" Yang Kai blushed and shook his head. "Actually, I like older women." The young girl was surprised, but she wasn't angry. Everyone has their own preferences. She had seen at least 80 men, if not 100, and many of them had their own special interests. "Then this servant will call an older sister in?" The young girl gently asked for Yang Kai's opinion. "No need to trouble yourself, call your procuress in." Yang Kai lightly coughed. The young girl was a little dumbfounded. None of the guests who came here to seek pleasure had ever made such a request. Although the procuress in the brothel was a girl who accompanied the guests when she was young, with the passing of her youth, very few people cared about her. It was precisely because there were no guests that she became a procuress. The young girl hesitated. "Young lord, are you sure you want to call mother in?" "Call her." Yang Kai casually threw out an ingot of silver. The young girl nodded. "Young lord, please wait a moment, I don't know if mother is willing, I will go and ask first." "This young lord looks young, why does he like old women?" The 1,000 gold wine brothel's mother was in her 40s. That age was more than enough to be this young lord's real mother. Wasn't his taste a bit too heavy? But the guest had the freedom to choose what kind of woman he wanted, so the young girl naturally wouldn't blame the 1,000 gold wine brothel for opening its doors for business, as long as there was money to be made. Yang Kai quietly waited in the room for a moment before the door was opened. He coldly looked and saw a somewhat obese woman with heavy makeup walk in. When she was young, she was quite beautiful, but at this age, with the weight of her body, the charm of youth had disappeared, leaving only a body of fat. Just now, when the young girl reported that there was a young lord who wanted her to accompany him in drinking, the procuress was very happy and quickly rushed over. When she came in and saw that it was really a handsome young lord, the procuress liked him even more, thinking that she still had some charm. Walking forward, the procuress smiled beautifully and politely greeted this young lord. Before she finished speaking, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her, pushing her to sit in a chair. Shwa! A sharp dagger was inserted in front of the procuress. The procuress's face suddenly became pale, staring at the dagger, her whole body trembling. "This young lord, what do you want to do?" The procuress was also a shrewd person. Now, she didn't know that Yang Kai didn't come here to seek pleasure, but to cause trouble. "I want to ask you something." Yang Kai pulled a chair and sat in front of her, speaking in a low voice. "Young lord, please ask if this servant knows, I will not dare to conceal anything." The procuress was frightened. "About 3 or 4 months ago, didn't you buy a 30-year-old beautiful woman?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at the procuress. The procuress forced a smile. "Young lord's question is not clear. How can this servant remember? There are often some women who are sold in the brothel. The Miao family sold her." The procuress's face slightly changed. Seeing her expression, Kai Yang continued. She even scratched her own face, swearing that she wouldn't accept any guests. "Then she was sold to the Red Cloud sect. So, do you remember?" The procuress shook her head. "There is no such person as the young lord said." Yang Kai swung his hand and slapped her. A crisp sound came out, and the procuress's face had a palm print. There really is no such person. Another slap. Young lord, slap. This servant did not lie to you. Slap. This servant remembers. The old brothel keeper hurriedly cried out. Several heavy and powerful slaps fell down, causing her to see stars and several of her teeth to fly out. If she continued to be stubborn, she might be beaten to death. This young man in front of her was clearly a bloodthirsty martial artist, so how could an ordinary person like her possibly resist? There was such a woman, but her body was not sullied, and her face was scratched by herself. It has nothing to do with us. I know. Yang Kai nodded slightly, then asked, Then, who hit her? Forced her to receive guests? Yes. The procuress looked terrified. She never thought that the beautiful woman would have such a background. Who? Yang Kai pulled out the dagger in front of her and casually picked at her nails. It was this servant who hit her. Young lord, please spare me, I just lightly whipped her a few times, that's all. All the girls who were sold to the Red Cloud sect, if they were not willing to receive guests, they would be trained like this. This servant did not know that she was one of your people. If this servant knew, even if you beat this servant to death, this servant would not dare to treat her like that. The procuress said while she knelt down and kowtowed. Yang Kai took a deep breath and put the dagger on the procuress's neck with an indifferent expression. No, don't kill me. The procuress screamed. This servant has already told you everything, please spare my life. As soon as her voice fell, the dagger in Yang Kai's hand moved in a circle, splashing blood. The procuress's eyes gradually dimmed, and her body softly fell to the ground. Wiping the blood on the dagger, Yang Kai got up and left the room, striding outside. The girl who led Yang Kai in just now saw him running out again and couldn't help but smile. Young lord, did you have fun? Yang Kai ignored her, and his attitude stunned the girl. She quickly ran to the room on the third floor and pushed the door open, only to see the floor covered in blood and the procuress lying on the ground in a deep sleep. Screams rang out, and the entire 1,000 Gold Wine Club suddenly became chaotic. Sea City, Miao family, brightly lit. The Miao family had not been in High City for very long, but Miao Huaqing was still a man with some means and ability. He was able to make friends from both sides, marry a girl from the Shang dynasty, and have children with her. He was able to take root in this place, and had developed quite a bit over the years. Although the family was not big, they could still earn 200,000 to 300,000 taels of silver every year. Miao Huaqing did not have to worry about food and clothing, and lived a comfortable life. Chapter 200. Especially in the past few months, Miao Huaqing felt that he had gained a lot of good luck. First, the Jiang family's widow brought a lot of valuable things to him, which doubled the Miao family's wealth overnight. Later, he contributed the mysterious turtle shell to the Red Cloud sect. The Red Cloud sect elder personally promised to train his son Miao Lin well in the future, and also gave him some cultivation pills. His son being valued, Miao Huaqing felt sincerely gratified and happy. Even exploring the hidden island was such an important matter. The Red Cloud sect had brought his son along, which showed the Red Cloud sect's sincerity. Miao Lin had told him that in the future, he must take the girl named Yu Aoqing as his wife. Once his son succeeded, Miao Huaqing felt that his own status would also rise. He had inquired clearly that Yu Aoqing was the only daughter of one of the Red Cloud sect elders. If his son really got his hands on her, the Miao family's future would be bright. The only thing that made him feel a little regretful was that the Jiang family's lady resisted too strongly that day, and he did not succeed. Thinking of the lady's plump white body, dignified and gorgeous appearance, Miao Huaqing was a little annoyed. If he had not been so angry at the time, he would not have sold her to the 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion. He would have kept her and trained her until she became docile and obedient, becoming his plaything. Women, once they were in bed, he could play with them however he wanted. As long as she was comfortable, he could guarantee that she would forget her duties. Later, when Miao Huaqing went to the 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion to seek pleasure, he heard from the brothel keeper that the lady had scratched her face. She was staunch and loyal and could no longer receive guests, so he was forced to sell her to the Red Cloud sect. Humph, falling into the hands of the Red Cloud sect, what good fruit would there be to eat? Miao Huacheng sneered, not knowing how to appreciate kindness. This was the end. Sipping a mouthful of wine, Miao Huacheng laughed, hugging a beautiful maid in each hand. For a moment, he was somewhat proud of himself. Two beautiful maids, one on the left and one on the right. They were both girls that he had spent money to redeem from the 1,000 gold wine pavilion, beautiful and moving. Miao Huacheng had spent the past few days in bed with them. At this moment, the three of them sat on the bed. There was a small table on the bed with a few exquisite dishes on it. Miao Huacheng was more or less wearing pajamas, while the two beautiful maids were practically naked, only wearing underwear. 80% of their beautiful delicate bodies were exposed. Slim waists, slender legs, full breasts and perky buttocks, nothing could be imagined. Drink and be merry. From time to time, Miao Huacheng would touch the body of the girl beside him a few times. His eyes gradually blurred, and his interest gradually rose. Take the table away. Master will teach you two a new trick. Miao Huacheng waved his hand and said drunkenly. Two beautiful maids stood up with smiles on their faces and removed the table and dishes. He come here. Miao Huacheng waved at them with a lewd smile. When they reached the bedside, he suddenly pulled them into his arms. In 2 to 3 seconds, the two girls' undergarments were stripped off. Miao Huacheng placed them side by side on the bed. Taking off his own clothes, a vicious dog pounced on one of the delicate bodies. Just as he was about to take action, a mournful and short scream suddenly came from outside the door. This scream made Miao Huacheng's heart tremble. Almost in an instant he jumped up, only to hear an angry shout from outside. Whose kid is this? How dare you come to the Miao family and behave atrociously? As soon as the voice fell, there was another puff sound. The guards around all moved together, roaring again and again. Obviously, they had already started fighting. Miao Huacheng did not rush out, but listened carefully. A moment later, his expression changed. He found that the strength of the person who came was very strong. The guards he recruited were actually killed one by one. Yang Kai, dressed in black, came from the Miao family's gate, holding a steel knife in his hand. When the knife flashed, someone would die. The cultivator of this small family was not comparable to the disciples of the sect forces. Many of the recruited guards were people who did not have much future in martial arts. They gave up on continuing to cultivate and then surrendered to these families to earn a living. The Miao family was not a big family, so how strong could those who were recruited by the Miao family be? Yang Kai had investigated everything about the Miao family a few days ago. The strongest person in the Miao family was Miao Huacheng, who was only at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. The other guards also had a few separation and reunion boundary cultivators, but most of them were Qi transformation stage cultivators. These people's talents were mediocre. They had cultivated for 20 to 30 years or more, but had only reached this realm. They were all recruited by Miao Huacheng to act as guards, helping the tiger do evil. When Yang Kai broke in, he was discovered by these guards, and after 10 breaths of time, several of them died. His strength had already reached the Qi transformation 9th stage, which was much higher than most of the Miao family's guards. Not to mention, Yang Kai had come in anger, his Yuan Qi surging violently, giving off a menacing aura, making him look like an evil demon. In the darkness of the night, a pair of scarlet eyes flashed with a ferocious light. This baleful aura caused the Miao family's guards to tremble in fear. To deal with the Red Cloud sect, Yang Kai had no choice but to rely on ancient Cloud Island. But to deal with the Miao family, Yang Kai had to do it himself. Grievances could only be truly resolved with his own hands. Little brat, who the hell are you? With such strength at such a young age, which island are you from? One of the Miao family's separation and reunion boundary guards frowned and asked. To reach the peak of the Qi transformation stage at such a young age, besides the disciples from the Outer Sea Islands, none of the families in Sea City could cultivate such a person. Therefore, this guard was really afraid. None of the Outer Sea Islands forces were something the Miao family could provoke. If he killed this young man, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Although he had taken Miao Huaqing's money and was working for the Miao family, he didn't want to get into trouble. But this boy was very strange. Since entering, he had not said a single word, only killing people, which really made him angry. Even if you came to the Miao family to kill, you should at least have a reason, right? Young man, where did you learn from? Can you tell me about it? The man asked again for the sake of caution. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. In his hand was a steel blade dripping with blood. Step by step, he walked inside. Yang Kai's attitude completely enraged the Miao family's guards. The guard who spoke before roared, "Kill him for me! What if he is a disciple from one of the outer sea islands?" Someone was uneasy. This boy's body is full of evil qi and he doesn't even care about it. He must be a mad demon. How could there be such an evil cultivator on those islands? These words made sense. Yang Kai had not said anything since he came in, nor did he answer their questions. He had only walked and killed. If he wasn't a mad demon, then what was he? Slaying evil and eliminating evil was everyone's responsibility. Thinking of this, the Miao family's guards no longer hesitated. Under the leadership of several separation and reunion boundary experts, they all rushed forward. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a black qi flew out. The steel blade in his hand flashed. He faced a qi transformation realm guard and chopped down. His opponent tried to parry with his long sword, but when the two blades came into contact, the long sword was directly broken. The hot true Yang Yuan qi circulated around the steel blade, and not only did it break his sword, but it also split his body in two. Blood fell like rain, and internal organs were everywhere. The two separation and reunion boundary experts attacked from the side, but before they could get close to Yang Kai, a strange laughter suddenly sounded in their ears. This kind of soul-stealing sound made their hair stand on end. They thought that there was some kind of expert hiding nearby. With this hesitation, they did not have the courage to attack Yang Kai. The old demon had already arrived in front of them with the soul breaker all. In the dark night, the old demon attacked from the shadows. Feeling the danger, the two separation and reunion boundary experts quickly blocked. Ding ding dang 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 sounds rang out. The old demon's attack was not successful, so it immediately fled. The soul breaker all instantly arrived in front of a Qi transformation realm level 5 guard. The soul breaker all poured into his chest and came out of his back, taking away his soul. On the Red Cloud Island, the old demon had swallowed a lot of evil Qi. On the hidden island, he had also swallowed the divine sense of that godly thief. At this moment, the old demon's fighting strength was much higher than before. It was no longer the same as before. Killing a Qi transformation stage martial artist with a single strike was simply too easy. Not to mention, he was wrapped in the soul breaker all, using his soul to drive this artifact, making it even more difficult to guard against. When the old demon showed its power, Yang Kai killed 2 Qi transformation realm guards. When the other Qi transformation realm cultivators saw Yang Kai's ferocity, how could they dare to come forward? Only the 3 separation and reunion boundary experts were in a dilemma. They were vigilant against Yang Kai and also against the old demon. Their palms were full of sweat. The 3 of them exchanged glances with each other. Their hearts hardened, and they angrily shouted, "Boy, die!" The 3 of them attacked at the same time. Yang Kai raised his steel saber to parry, while the old demon supported from the side. 2 against 3, they were not afraid at all. With a crack, the steel saber shattered. The separation and reunion boundary cultivator who was fighting Yang Kai staggered back a few steps. Before he could stand firm, Yang Kai had already flashed in front of him and fiercely punched him in the chest. 3 muffled sounds were heard. The man felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. 1 blow was enough to seriously injure him. The power of the burning sun's 3-layer explosion could be seen clearly. Without waiting for the other 2 to save him, Yang Kai had already retreated. The old demon immediately attacked. Taking advantage of the Yuan Qi in his body being disrupted, the soul breaker all pierced the man's throat and stayed in his body for a moment before flying out again. "Ha! I finally ate a decent spirit." The old demon's loud laughter was heard, accompanied by the sound of chewing. The remaining 2 separation and reunion boundary cultivators were aghast. Before they could recover, their vision blurred. Yang Kai, who was more than 10 feet away, had unexpectedly returned to them. His 2 palms were completely red, like soldering iron, and slammed toward their chests. The 2 of them let out a strange cry and fiercely urged their Yuan Qi to meet the attack with their palms. Fa! 2 sounds were heard. Yang Kai's face paled, and he quickly retreated. The other 2 people did not have it easy either. They only felt a burning pain on their palms, and a tyrannical, fierce, and scalding Yuan Qi drilled into their bodies. They did not dare to be negligent and hastily resisted. After neutralizing 1 wave, there was another. 3 waves of Yuan Qi, like 3 waves, rushed into their meridians, causing their arms to explode into a bloody mist. Screams were heard. Yang Kai had already returned. His self-created footwork allowed him to appear and disappear like a ghost. He flashed behind the 2 people and fiercely punched. Peng, ping, ping. The 2 people's bodies were like rags. Caught off guard, they took a few punches before they could hurriedly dodge. However, the true Yang Yuan Qi that had invaded their bodies remained. The 2 people's faces were flushed red. They used all their strength to neutralize the scalding Yuan Qi. The old demon once again pounced on them. Taking advantage of their unpreparedness, he suddenly attacked and nimbly took their lives. Chapter 201. My God, run! The only 3 separation and reunion boundary guards of the Miao family had been killed in less than 30 breaths of time, so how could the surviving Qi transformation stage cultivator dare to stay? With a strange cry, they all rushed out. Jie jie jie. Don't even think about running away, all of you will stay for this old man. The old demon laughed crazily, the soul breaker all shuttled back and forth, each time taking a life. More than a dozen Qi transformation stage guards were all lying on the ground. The ground was littered with corpses, and the smell of blood filled the air. Yang Kai's Yuan Qi was rolling more violently, and his whole body was covered with evil Qi. With his dark clothes, he really looked like an evil demon. Pang! The front door opened, and Miao Huacheng hurriedly rushed out, but when he saw the scene in the courtyard, his expression could not help but change. When Yang Kai had rushed into the Miao family's house and caused a ruckus, he had already heard it. He wanted to have sex with the 2 beautiful maids, so he had just taken off his clothes. Even though he knew that there was a great battle outside, he still had to put on his clothes first. Otherwise, how could he run out naked? The screams of the guards made Miao Huacheng panic, so much so that he even buttoned 2 buttons wrong. He hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out, only to see that none of his guards were left. They were all lying on the ground. In front of him, a black-clothed man whose face could not be seen was walking towards him step by step. His Yuan Qi was berserk beyond recognition. Although it was fierce, it was only at the peak of the Qi transformation stage. This discovery made Miao Huacheng's panicked mood relax. Who are you? Miao Huacheng angrily shouted, staring at Yang Kai with vigilance. The other side did not answer, but his footsteps gradually quickened. Courting death. Miao Huacheng's heart was filled with anger, and he also walked towards Yang Kai. The distance between the 2 quickly closed. When they were only 3 feet apart, Miao Huacheng suddenly pointed at Yang Kai, and a sharp wind suddenly shot out, making a whimpering sound. Yang Kai instinctively moved to the side, and the wind brushed past his shoulder, leaving behind a trail of blood. Miao Huacheng was surprised. He did not expect that at such a close distance, the other side could actually dodge his finger, but he did not panic and sneered. He flicked his finger again. Although this move was not a high-level martial skill, it was fast, and the consumption of Yuan Qi, it was hard to defend. As soon as Yang Kai's finger shot out, Miao Huacheng suddenly lost sight of him. The next moment, Miao Huacheng felt a hot sensation behind him. Insignificant skill. Although he was shocked, Miao Huacheng, he was still a cultivator at the peak of separation and reunion stage, and had some skills. Miao Huacheng. Miao mi miao yang, Miao Huacheng miao. Turning around, Miao Huacheng jumped into the air, both palms pushed out, and his yuan qi was pushed to the limit. He shouted, "Wild wind kill." A faint whistling sound could be heard as Miao Huacheng's two palms danced in the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he sent out a series of invisible wind blades towards Yang Kai without pause. Although these attacks could not be seen with the naked eye, Yang Kai's senses were sharp, and he could still judge the trajectory of these wind blades. His body flashed, and he hurriedly dodged. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The wind blades came one after another, brushing past Yang Kai's clothes and hitting the ground, cutting many cracks in the ground. However, Yang Kai was still unscathed, only some pieces of his clothes fluttered in the air. Miao Huacheng's face became cold, his speed suddenly increased, and he shouted, "Let's see how you dodge." More than a dozen wind blades attacked at the same time, blocking Yang Kai's dodging space. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he did not waste any more time. His yuan qi burned, and his whole body became as dazzling as the sun. His arms crossed in front of him to protect his vital parts. A series of muffled sounds came out, and the wind blades attacked, cutting Yang Kai's body, arms, and thighs, leaving wounds. Blood flowed out, and it was a shocking sight. However, Miao Huacheng was taken aback. Although his attack had injured his opponent, it hadn't taken his life. It could even be said that those injuries were only minor injuries, flesh wounds. Even his bones and tendons hadn't been injured. How strong and pure was his yuan qi to be able to resist his separation and reunion peak martial skill? Seeing that Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, the old demon was furious. He laughed strangely and was about to rush over to help, but Yang Kai called him in his mind. He wanted to deal with this battle by himself. Not only did he want to test how much his strength had grown, but he also wanted to use this battle to break through his shackles. With the help of the old demon, it would not be difficult to take Miao Huacheng's life, but it was not in line with his plan. Perceiving Yang Kai's determination, the old demon secretly warned him to be careful, and did not act presumptuously again. He just covered himself with the Soul Breaker All and hid on the side. It was not until now that Miao Huacheng finally saw Yang Kai's face. It was the face of a boy about 15 or 16 years old, determined, cold, crazy, bloodthirsty, and calm. All kinds of emotions gathered in his expression, perfectly blended together, but also conflicting and contradictory, giving people a very strange feeling. Miao Huacheng frowned and said, "Boy, have we met somewhere before?" He always felt that this face was vaguely familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it. A few months ago, when Yang Kai saw him, he was still a little beggar with a dirty face. How could Miao Huacheng connect the evil and awe-inspiring Yang Kai with the little beggar of that day? He did not hear an answer, as if the other side was mute. "Arrogant boy, you dare to come to my Miao family and act presumptuously, you are courting death." Miao Huacheng no longer talked, and rushed in front of Yang Kai, striking out with his palm. Yang Kai also used his footwork to contend with him, his two hands sometimes forming palms, sometimes forming fists, fighting endlessly with Miao Huacheng. After all, the difference in strength was too great, and Yang Kai soon fell into a disadvantage, only able to passively defend. On the contrary, Miao Huacheng became braver and braver, taking the limelight, and his mouth was full of sarcasm. But Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Although fighting with a separation and reunion boundary peak master was very dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to serious injuries or even death, but Yang Kai still insisted on not using the unyielding will. He needed this moment of life and death to comprehend his own martial arts, so as to break through the shackles of his body. This was not a friendly exchange of pointers, but a real fight to the death. Yang Kai's actions could be described as walking on a tightrope. The old demon was scared witless, and his soul was about to leave his body. More and more injuries appeared on his body, and the yuan qi in his body became more and more violent. The warmth in his bones also became stronger and stronger, as if the energy in the unyielding golden skeleton could no longer be suppressed, and was about to burst out. Yang Kai suppressed it, and only fought with Miao Huacheng with the strength of the qi transformation boundary. Miao Huacheng was not young, and had practiced many martial arts in his life. He repeatedly changed his attacks, but was still unable to kill Yang Kai. Although he was beaten until he was full of scars, his opponent seemed like he could not be killed and did not even leave a decent injury. As time passed, Miao Huacheng faintly felt that something was not right. This mad demon youth's violent yuan qi actually showed signs of being restrained, and his moves were no longer as methodical as before, but they were more difficult to deal with. His moves were straightforward, and there was no pattern to them. Yang Kai's mouth slowly curved into a smile. He faintly felt that he had touched the layer of shackles that had been placed on his body. He immediately paid more attention to it and experienced it in this life and death battle. His moves gradually became wild and free, as if he would no longer be restrained by anything. Even his self-created footwork was now much smoother than before. Combined with his straightforward moves, Yang Kai gradually turned from defense to offense. After fighting for a while, Yang Kai's comprehension deepened. He felt the yuan qi surge in his body, and the power that poured into his fists and feet. He felt the traces of his moves and the opponent's response. Yang Kai was deep in thought. Mirror Moon Kill. Miao Huacheng suddenly roared, and finally used his strongest move. When the yuan qi exploded, dozens of Miao Huacheng's figures appeared in all directions, as if they were clones. These Miao Huachengs all raised their fists, smashing towards Yang Kai with a sinister smile. This was his trump card. Once the dozens of mirror moon phantoms appeared, there were illusions in the real, and there were truths in the fake. Even a cultivator of the same level would find it difficult to distinguish. Today, in order to deal with a youth at the peak of the qi transformation stage, Miao Huacheng's helplessness and anger could be seen. But it should be over. Once the mirror moon kill is used, this kid will definitely die. Miao Huacheng was very confident in himself. Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He quietly looked at the enemy figures around him, and his somewhat confused eyes suddenly became clear. Stay true to your heart. The Tao separates and reunites. So what if it's righteous? So what if it's evil? Stay true to your heart and act according to your nature. That's your martial path. The berserk yuan qi, which was originally about to be restrained, suddenly burst forth with ferocious and surging waves. This time, it was several times more violent than before. It was like the might of an avalanche, the might of a mountain collapsing. Even someone as strong as Miao Huacheng's expression abruptly changed when he felt this demonic qi. Did he really become the demon race? Moreover, he had broken through to the separation and reunion boundary right in front of him. Yang Kai activated Unyielding Will the moment he broke through. His strength, which had just broken through to the separation and reunion boundary, rapidly rose to the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. He was at the same level as Miao Huacheng. He calmly punched out, his true Yang Yuan Qi ferociously bursting forth. The silhouettes of the dozen or so seedlings around him shattered like broken mirrors. With a muffled groan, Miao Huacheng spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. In a confrontation of the same level, Miao Huacheng was not a match for Yang Kai's punch. Struggling to get up, Miao Huacheng looked at Yang Kai in horror. He saw this crazy youth's indifferent and calm face, but his eyes were brimming with a crazy, bloodthirsty and cruel light. In a flash, he appeared in front of him. "Who are you?" "I, Miao Huacheng, what enmity do you have with me?" Miao Huacheng was scared. He knew that he could not beat this youth, and now he only wanted to know why he was looking for him. But he did not get an answer. Miao Huacheng was extremely sullen. He shouted, "Don't kill me, my son Miao Lin is a disciple of the Red Cloud sect. The elders of the Red Cloud sect value him very much. If you kill me, you will also be in trouble." Chapter 202. Miao Huacheng had no choice but to bring up the Red Cloud sect. He hoped that Yang Kai would be wary of him and stop, so that he could keep his life. However, the other party obviously didn't put the Red Cloud sect in his eyes. In an instant he arrived in front of him. He seemed to be very calm as he patted his chest. Then he lightly retreated. His eyes were cold and ruthless. Miao Huacheng's heart seemed to be gripped by a hot hand. It violently contracted and then fiercely expanded. With a cry, Miao Huacheng vomited blood. His skin turned red as if he had been scalded by boiling water. Although he did not die, he was seriously injured. The old demon took advantage of Miao Huacheng's unpreparedness to kill him. The soul breaker all rushed into Miao Huacheng's body and gave him a fatal blow. Who was this person? Why did he come to the Miao family and start a massacre? Before Miao Huacheng died, he was still thinking about how he had provoked this young man, but he still could not figure it out. It had to be said that being killed in such a confused manner, Miao Huacheng could not die in peace. In the sky above Sea City, a huge amount of heaven and earth energy crazily gathered around Yang Kai. After breaking through a large realm, he could once again receive heaven and earth energy. Yang Kai used his movement skill and quickly left the Miao family. Soon he appeared on the shore of the sea. That night, the wind whistled and the waves surged. Countless cultivators in Sea City looked at the shore in horror. They knew that it was a person who had just broken through and caused a heaven and earth vision. However, such a terrifying heaven and earth vision made them not dare to approach. They could only look from afar with admiration and envy. This person was definitely an expert. It was very likely that he had broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary from the Yuan-Qi boundary. Otherwise, how could there be such a big movement? The overall strength of the cultivator in Sea City was not high. Naturally, they did not dare to touch the whiskers of an Immortal Ascension boundary expert. However, no one would have thought that such a heaven and earth vision was just a 15-year-old boy breaking through to the separation and reunion boundary. If they were to know that, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. The crazy movement lasted for most of the night before it gradually stopped. After the storm passed, some people vaguely saw a ball of fire fly out from the shore and into the depths of the sea. Through the fire, a pair of wing-like things could be faintly seen. However, even if someone saw it, they wouldn't dare to believe their eyes. They just thought that they were hallucinating. Dawn Cloud's Island. Yang Kai came to the right peninsula and stood on the mountain peak where he had parted with Madame Jiang, looking up. The whole of Wuxia is now in a gloomy state. Even on the right peninsula, one could almost smell the smell of blood flowing in the air. As far as the eye could see, the ground was littered with corpses. There were traces of a great battle and pools of dark red blood that had not yet dried up. Houses had collapsed, and walls were in ruins. Birds flew across the sky, and the earth groaned. The entire Red Cloud sect had been slaughtered. There was a skeleton in front of Yang Kai. The skeleton was wearing a tattered green and white dress. It was the one that Madame Jiang wore that day. Withered bones sat quietly on the mountain peak like an immortal reef. Yang Kai could almost clearly see that after he parted with Madame Jiang that day, she had been sitting there without moving. She just looked in the direction of High City's Miao family. A breeze blew, blowing Madame Jiang's hair. Her eyes were gloomy, like the sky covered by dark clouds. There was no light, no hope. She just looked at it, and didn't close her eyes until the end of her life. Until last night, she saw the destruction of the Miao family, saw Miao Huacheng die at the hands of Yang Kai. Heaven's law was good, but who did the heavens spare? Resentment was over. Evil people will eventually be punished. Yang Kai took out a pot of wine and worshipped in front of Madame Jiang. He reached out his hand, wanting to bury her skeleton. However, when his hand touched the skeleton, she suddenly collapsed and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of powder. A gust of wind blew on the ground. The wind blew the powder over the right peninsula of Wuxia and scattered on the sea, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. There was some sadness and desolation on his face. That day he really wanted to take Madame Jiang away. However, he didn't want to. Her heart was already dead. She would only be tortured and miserable for the rest of her life. Following her late husband and her late daughter was the best place for her to return to. Yang Kai followed her wishes. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know if what he did was right. Feeling the desolation in Yang Kai's heart, the old demon held back for a long time before comforting him. "Young master, you are not Madame Jiang. How do you know that death is not a relief for her?" Yang Kai didn't make a sound. After a long time, he turned around, spread the wings of young inflammation, and flew towards the sea. Perhaps it was a relief for her, but for him, there was a trace of regret. In the next 2 days, Yang Kai took out a lot of strange flowers and herbs collected from the hidden island. He exchanged them with people in High City for Yang attribute things, refining them into Yang liquid and storing them in Dantian. 2 days later, at night, Yang Kai carried 2 big bags and flew north. Shortly after Yang Kai left High City, all the major islands and great forces in the Endless Sea Islands received a piece of shocking and exciting news. Supreme Solitary Sect. What? Ancient Cloud Island found the Broken Moon transformation art? Is this news true? Azura Sect. What? Ancient Cloud Island found the Broken Moon transformation art? Is there any news about my sect hallowed treasure, the Azura Sword? Falling Flowers Sect. The Broken Moon transformation art has been found? What about the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia? This is the foundation of my sect. It was lost along with the Broken Moon transformation art. Scarlet Lotus Sect. Go to Ancient Cloud Island and inquire about the whereabouts of our sect master's token. Cloud Dragon Island. After more than a dozen great forces heard that Ancient Cloud Island's supreme secret art had been found, they couldn't remain calm. Everyone's things were lost at the same time. There was no reason that Ancient Cloud Island could find it, but there was no news about them. In an instant, all the masters of the major islands began to move. In just 1 day, Ancient Cloud Island was overcrowded with masters from the Endless Sea Islands. Gu Feng and the elders of Ancient Cloud Island were all exhausted from entertaining them. After explaining in detail about the Broken Moon transformation art, these dozen great forces hurriedly rushed to Red Cloud Sect. The pitiful Red Cloud Island was only a third-rate force. Just because of a manual of the Broken Moon transformation art, their entire sect was exterminated. But after that, more than a dozen forces plowed through Red Cloud Island again and again, trying to find what their sect had lost 300 years ago. But those things had already been taken away by Yang Kai, so how could they find them? If they couldn't find them, they would naturally become angry. If they were angry, they would attack people. If there was no one to attack, they would attack the island. In less than 3 days, the entire Red Cloud Island disappeared from the world's view, completely destroyed. Yang Kai naturally didn't know that Red Cloud Sect would suffer such misfortune after he left. At this moment, he was very close to High Heaven Pavilion. He had accumulated a lot of Yang liquid in Sea City, allowing him to quickly fly back to the sect. Deliberately choosing a night, when he was only 50 kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai landed and used his movement skill to continue forward. An hour later, looking at the High Heaven Pavilion that he had been away from for nearly half a year, Yang Kai smiled. His somewhat depressed mood because of the matter with the Jiang family's widow had finally improved. He didn't have a sense of belonging to the sect, but he knew that here, there was a woman who could accompany him for the rest of his life waiting for him. Carrying 2 big bags, Yang Kai sneaked into the sect, but just as he set foot inside, he frowned. "Young master," the old demon quietly called out. "I don't care." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He clearly felt that several divine senses had swept over him. If it was before, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to feel this. After all, those who could use their divine sense to investigate him were at least at the Immortal Ascension boundary, several realms higher than him. But since he had obtained the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's perception had become extremely sharp, so when these divine senses swept over him, he was already aware of them. These divine senses were very unfamiliar, definitely not from the elders of High Heaven Pavilion. Fortunately, these divine senses were only probing and didn't have any malicious intent. After sweeping over, they no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. But this discovery made his heart skip a beat. Why did High Heaven Pavilion suddenly have so many masters? Faintly guessing in his heart, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the sect is not peaceful right now. Almost at the same moment Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Pavilion, in a small pavilion, Su Yan, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened her eyes. "He's back?" Su Yan whispered softly, gently pursing her red lips, her face involuntarily blushing. It was as if there was a voice calling out to her, urging her to approach the direction of that person. This kind of calling out to her made Su Yan somewhat flustered, making it impossible for her to continue meditating. It's really Nemesis. During the time he wasn't here, although there were times when it was difficult for her to endure, using her ice heart secret art to help her calm down, and with this kind of test and resistance, her state of mind had also rapidly improved. But when she heard that he had returned, her ice heart secret art seemed to have completely lost its effect, and she couldn't even calm down. After thinking about it for a moment, Su Yan didn't insist, instead standing up and opening the door, wrapping herself in a cold and otherworldly aura. Her body transformed into a white and flawless blur as she quickly approached the coiling dragon stream. Beside the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai glanced back, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Old demon, go play by yourself." Yang Kai casually tossed the old demon and the soul breaker all away. Cough cough. The old demon was speechless for a while, thinking to himself, "This old master isn't a 3-year-old child, how could young master dismiss me like this?" However, the demonic chi of the coiling dragon stream was very attractive to the old demon, so he didn't hesitate and directly rushed down. Standing at the edge of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai waited for a moment before a white figure quickly approached and stopped about 10 meters away from him. Their 4 eyes met, both filled with tenderness. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with longing, while Su Yan's eyes were filled with gentleness. Quietly looking at each other, they observed the changes in each other over the past few months. He had become a lot stronger and more robust, but there was a trace of unconcealable vicissitudes and sadness in his eyes. This kind of weather-beaten vicissitudes shouldn't appear in a person of his age, but it gave him a sense of maturity. Looking at this faint trace of vicissitudes, Su Yan's heart faintly ached. She knew that in these past few months, Yang Kai must have encountered a lot of things. Chapter 203. She was like a celestial pearl, her temperament becoming more and more otherworldly, pure and flawless. Anyone who stood in front of her could not help but feel humble and ashamed of their inferiority. Pure as ice and pure as jade, her face was peerless, her skin as white as snow, so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest touch. Like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world, she exuded a sense of holiness and inviolable nobility. Although he had once possessed her and even acted presumptuously on her body, meeting her this time, Yang Kai still felt a sense of unreality. Su Yan's nobility and purity obviously did not have the slightest effect on Yang Kai. Suppressing and resisting for so long in his heart, Yang Kai took 2 steps forward and unceremoniously wrapped his arms around Su Yan's waist, lowering his head to kiss her. Su Yan hurriedly raised her hand to block him, her voice as soft as a mosquito's, "Go down." As soon as her voice fell, Yang Kai leapt down towards the coiling dragon stream decisively. After falling 1,000 meters, Yang Kai's wings unfurled and he flew into the cave mansion he had created. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she stared at the wings on Yang Kai's back with some surprise. Entering the secluded cave, Yang Kai folded his wings and threw the 2 large bags he was carrying onto the ground. Then he picked up Su Yan and carried her up, a meaningful smile on his face as he walked step by step towards the stone bed. Su Yan's heart felt like it was stuffed with a deer, her heart thumping wildly. Although she had experienced this kind of thing twice, thinking about it now still made her feel a little shy, and she couldn't help burying her head in Yang Kai's arms. Arriving at the stone bed, he slowly put her down. Su Yan boldly raised her head and looked towards Yang Kai. Her cheeks were flushed red. Between kisses, their breathing gradually became heavy, one body burning hot like fire, the other piercing cold like ice, both of them endlessly longing for the other. With a soft sound, Yang Kai suppressed his crazy desires and gently unbuttoned Su Yan's clothes, slowly revealing her porcelain-like delicate breasts. Her clothes fluttering in the wind, her hair disheveled, Yang Kai flipped over and pressed her down. Rain and clouds overturned. Su Yen was gasping for breath, and her whole body was as weak as mud. On the contrary, Yang Kai was becoming more and more courageous as the battle progressed. He was like a knight charging forward with his spear. With endless stamina and full of spirit, they madly collided with each other without rest. Even though Su Yen was circulating her ice heart's secret art, she couldn't suppress the shyness in her heart. Her whole body was covered in a layer of red light, and her hair was disheveled and dripping with sweat. Is this okay? Su Yen gritted her teeth and endured the shyness in her heart. She complied with Yang Kai's wishes and was placed in a position that made her feel somewhat ashamed. Very good. Yang Kai nodded fiercely, his appetite piqued. The night he returned to High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai and Su Yen fooled around all night. Recalling the carvings and murals he saw in Sea City's Thousand Gold Wine Pavilion, Yang Kai put them into action. He put them into practice and explored them. He enjoyed it so much that he forgot to return. His mood was getting higher and higher. Su Yen simply didn't know that the matters between men and women could have so many variations, so many variations. It was like a mysterious martial skill, with infinite variations, each variation giving people a different kind of feeling and pleasure. It was just that these variations were too embarrassing. Su Yen faintly couldn't bear it. After countless variations, Yang Kai found that his favorite position was one that he had accidentally explored in Heaven's Cave Inheritance. He turned Su Yen's back to him. Because in the middle of it, the lifelike ice phoenix pattern on Su Yen's back was constantly flowing, flying on her delicate white skin. Looking at this ice phoenix pattern, looking at her smooth back and slender waist that was as smooth as silk, Yang Kai always felt an inexplicable excitement and impulse. He knew that since Su Yen had this ice phoenix pattern, then he must also have a fire dragon pattern on his back. This was the source of the inheritance from Heaven's Cave Inheritance. After that, the two began dual cultivation. Their bodies were tightly connected, and they operated the art of joyous unification. After a full day, both Yang Kai and Su Yen felt that their strength had improved. The improvement wasn't much, but the biggest benefit was that the yuan qi in their bodies had become pure. The art of joyous unification allowed their yuan qi to melt and temper. As the number of dual cultivation increased, the yuan qi in their bodies would only become more and more condensed. After dual cultivation, Yang Kai couldn't resist the temptation and ravaged Su Yen again. Gently putting on Kai Yang's clothes, Su Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of lust and satisfaction. She was really afraid. Kai Yang was now like a tireless fighting machine. His ferocious thrusts, again and again, made her feel weak and powerless. She was afraid that if she didn't put on Yang Kai's clothes, she wouldn't be able to escape his clutches. After putting on the clothes, the two hugged each other and lay down on the stone bed. There was no need to talk about their feelings, each could feel the other's thoughts. Right? Your speculation came true. Su Yen laid in Yang Kai's arms and suddenly said, "What speculation?" Yang Kai played with a strand of her hair, enjoying the peace after the storm. A few months ago, didn't you say that the appearance of Heaven's Cave Inheritance might involve a lot of people? Outsiders came? Yang Kai's expression became serious. The central capital's 8 great families didn't send anyone, but after the various families and sects heard that the Heaven's Cave Inheritance appeared here, many masters came. Now, they are trying to win over the disciples who have entered the Heaven's Cave Inheritance. Whether it is High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, or Storm Hall, many disciples have been recruited. What kind of people came from High Heaven Pavilion? Yang Kai asked, a trace of relief in his heart. No wonder when he returned to the sect that night, he felt a lot of divine senses sweep past him. It turned out that they were the masters of the various families and great forces. Xian Province's Dong family, Yun Province's Bai family, Chuanzhou's Purple Fern Valley, these 3 great forces as well as many other great forces are secretly lurking in Black Plum Town. Dong family? Yang Kai's heart moved. What kind of conditions did they offer you? Kai Yang asked. Su Yen was the #1 disciple of the 3 sects, And she was also the most likely person to have obtained the inheritance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The three great forces would definitely want to recruit Su Yan, so the price they offered would naturally not be low. If they help me break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary within 2 years, they will give me all the pills and artifacts they have, and my status will be the same as that of an elder. What a big deal! Yang Kai smiled gently. What are your conditions? Marry them. Sure enough, I won't agree. Su Yan snuggled into Yang Kai's arms. Although they suspect that I have obtained the inheritance, they don't have any conclusive evidence. So they didn't go too far, but I've been living in High Heaven Pavilion for the past few days. The young lords of these three great forces are all here, right? Yang Kai sneered. If you want to chase a beauty, you naturally need the young lords to come forward and win her heart, but these people obviously miscalculated. Not to mention that Su Yan was already his woman, and had an inseparable relationship with him. Even without these connections with Su Yan's personality, it was impossible for her to agree. The Ice Heart secret art allowed her to not worry about anything, so how could these things be enough to move her? Su Yan nodded slightly, reaching out and stroking Yang Kai's cheek. You don't have to worry, I only belong to you. I'm not worried, Yang Kai grinned. If they can move you, they can use their means. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai frowned. But I'm still very unhappy. Damn, they dare to have ideas about this father's woman. Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled, feeling somewhat sweet in her heart. Even if she had no desires, when she saw Yang Kai jealous, she couldn't help but feel a burst of happiness. After dawn, Su Yan left. Yang Kai began to organize the things he had obtained during this time, glancing around his cave mansion and couldn't help being secretly surprised. He found that his cave mansion had greatly changed. When he left, this was just a cold and dark cave. But now, this cave was like a new home. Not only were there tables and chairs, but there were also many pots of flowers. There were also many calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls. There were decorations everywhere. Even the stone bed had a warm and comfortable bedding, which he hadn't noticed when he was fooling around with Su Yan for so long. These should be the result of Xia Ningchang and Su Yan's transformation. The transformation was quite good. Walking to the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai saw the yin-yang monster ginseng hanging its head dispiritedly, its facial features scrunched together as if it was angry. When Yang Kai returned that night, this sentient world spirit ginseng had greeted him, but received no response, so it couldn't help feeling depressed. The yin-yang monster ginseng was also well taken care of. The yang qi here was very rich, so Su Yan only needed to give it a little yuan qi every few days. Yang Kai chuckled, squatted down, and fed it 2 drops of yang liquid, which immediately made the yin-yang monster ginseng happy. Sitting down cross-legged beside the yin-yang monster ginseng, Yang Kai's thoughts flashed, and the wordless black book appeared in his hand. These days, every time he broke through, whether it was a minor realm or a great realm, Yang Kai would examine the wordless black book, hoping to pry into its mysteries. But every time he came in high spirits, only to return in disappointment. After a few times, Yang Kai was no longer as enthusiastic as before. The black book had already helped him a lot, so even if he couldn't get anything from it in the future, Yang Kai was confident he could grow stronger. Thinking so, he couldn't help feeling much better. It was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. No matter how good the black book was, if he didn't work hard, it would be useless. This time, it was just a habitual examination. Yang Kai didn't expect to get anything from it, so he casually turned to the 5th page and poured yuan qi into the black book. Unlike before, when the stone sank into the sea, the black book actually reacted this time. Ha! Yang Kai couldn't help but feel excited, staring at the black book with wide eyes while continuing to pour yuan qi into it. Layers of ripples spread outwards, and soon after, rays of golden light appeared from the black book. However, unlike before, these rays of golden light did not emerge from the black book. Instead, they connected together, densely packed together, like a complex array. Not long after, a line of large words appeared. Medicine King's Valley, Myriad Drug Pond. A moment later, this line of large words disappeared, and the golden light on the black book also gradually disappeared. Yang Kai frowned. This time was very different from before. The black book didn't give him anything but instead gave him the name of a place. Chapter 204. Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai naturally knew about it. This was a very special force. The valley was filled with alchemists who were proficient in alchemy. The people in Medicine King's Valley were not necessarily strong, nor were their methods. Their overall combat strength could even be said to be inferior to a first-rate force, only slightly stronger than a second-rate force. However, it was this faction that had a much longer history than any of the other factions. It was said that the Flowing Time Great Emperor had been around for thousands of years. Over the years, even many super forces had been wiped out in the long river of history, but Medicine King's Valley was still immortal. Its status was transcendent. Even the central capital's 8 great families did not dare underestimate the existence of Medicine King's Valley. Because every year, many cultivators would bring materials to Medicine King's Valley to ask the alchemy masters for help in alchemy. Medicine King's Valley was inextricably linked to any force. In other words, whoever dared to harm Medicine King's Valley would be making an enemy of the entire world. There was a rumor that in the past, a sect master of one of the great sects had gone to Medicine King's Valley to ask the alchemy masters for help, but for some reason he was refused. The sect master flew into a rage out of humiliation and actually killed the alchemist who refused. This was a big mistake. With a single call from Medicine King's Valley, this great sect was annihilated in a single night. Rumors were not necessarily true, but there was no smoke without fire. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the influence of Medicine King's Valley was. And the Myriad Drug Pond was a forbidden area of Medicine King's Valley. It was rumored that miracles often occurred there. Many proficient alchemists had obtained the insights of the alchemy ancestors of Medicine King's Valley. The wordless black book displayed such a line of words. This made Yang Kai somewhat confused. Could it be that he had to go to Medicine King's Valley's Myriad Drug Pond to find something? Although he had such a guess, Yang Kai definitely would not go now. First of all, he knew nothing about alchemy. If he went there, he would only be driven out. Second of all, he needed to improve his strength first. Then he would think of a good way to safely infiltrate Medicine King's Valley and wait for an opportunity. Putting away the wordless black book, Yang Kai opened his hand and with a suction force, a package on the ground flew over. This bag of items was all lost by the overseas powers 300 years ago. Now that they had fallen into his hands, he should make use of them. When he was on Hidden Island, Yang Kai wanted to refine an artifact for his own use. But at that time, because he was still overseas, he was afraid of triggering the restrictions in these artifacts and being detected by the sect they belonged to. But now it was different. He had returned to High Heaven Pavilion. It was 108,000 miles away from the ocean. Even if the restriction was activated, it wouldn't be able to transmit such a far distance. If he used it carefully in the future, there was no need to worry about any problems. There were 3 artifacts. Apart from the Tai seal, which required a special heart mantra to activate, the remaining one was a sword and a blood begonia. The sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long, and its entire body was crimson red, as if there was blood flowing within it. After probing it slightly, Yang Kai was surprised to hear a miserable shriek coming from within the sword. The murderous aura was oppressive, disturbing one's mind. If a person with a weak mind heard this sound, he would most likely become the demon race on the spot and fall into the evil path forever. This ominous weapon was the Azura sect's most precious artifact, the Azura sword. Yang Kai was overjoyed because he felt quite close to this sword. The murderous aura it exuded was very similar to the aura it exuded when he displayed the unyielding will. It was precisely this kind of similarity. Because of this, there wasn't much of a barrier between him and the sword. This was good, at least a heaven-grade top-rank artifact. Moreover, it was a sword of slaughter. With this sword in hand, one's attack power would sharply increase. Putting down the Azura sword, Yang Kai then picked up the crimson blood begonia. It had the appearance of a begonia flower, but it looked incomparably enchanting. The petals were as sharp as knives, exuding a strange and dangerous aura. Even after being sealed for 300 years, it still couldn't erase the murderous aura of this begonia flower. Another killing artifact. In the past, the Falling Flowers cult must have relied on this artifact to kill countless enemies, dyeing it red like blood. Both artifacts were very good, as if they were tailor-made for him. Yang Kai looked at one and then at the other, somewhat hesitant to choose. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai steeled his heart and decided to refine both of them. In any case, it would just consume a bit more yuan qi in time. After making up his mind, just as he was about to start, some stones rustled down from above. Yang Kai looked up, the corners of his mouth rising into a smile. Only 2 people knew the location of his cave mansion. One was Su Yan, the other was Xia Ningchang. Su Yan had just left, so she definitely wouldn't have returned, so there was no need to guess who the other person was. Sure enough, a moment later, Xia Ningchang flew in from above. Yang Kai was blocking the entrance, so the two almost collided. Yang Kai leaned to the side and pulled her back, allowing her to safely land beside him. Smiling at her, he said, "Little senior sister, I'm back." Xia Ningchang's eyes were watery, unable to hide the joy and excitement of reuniting after such a long time. Her face was still covered with a veil, and her forehead was still dotted with the sapphire, so when she heard Yang Kai say so lightly, she blinked her eyes and almost cried. A few months ago, when he left, he didn't even say goodbye, only leaving behind a letter. Now that he was back, he didn't even tell her. He was really too cruel. Looking at her red eyes, Kai Yang didn't dare to speak any more nonsense, for fear that he would accidentally make her cry. "How did you know I was back?" Yang Kai tried to divert her attention. "Su Yan told me." Xia Ningchang sniffled, resisting the bitterness in her heart. Wringing her clothes, she faintly said, "If she didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known." "I was just about to tell you," Yang Kai said with a guilty conscience. "Really?" Xia Ningchang looked up, her eyes filled with joy. "Of course." Yang Kai nodded. The little senior sister was very easy to coax, so her disappointment and grievance were quickly dispersed, leaving only joy and happiness. "At least you still have a little conscience." Xia Ningchang pouted. "I also brought you a gift." Yang Kai lied through his teeth. "No need." Although she said this, Xia Ningchang clearly smiled, her eyes curved into crescents, her heart filled with sweetness and satisfaction. "What gift?" She was curious again. Yang Kai faintly smiled, stood up, and walked in front of another large package. He reached out and opened it, pointing to a large package of rare treasures, some medicinal herbs. "So many." Xia Ningchang was shocked. She walked forward, and with just a glance, she knew the names and grades of these herbs. "Don't you need to take pills when you cultivate? See if there's anything you need and just take it." Yang Kai was very generous, but he also felt quite guilty. He went out and didn't think to bring back a gift for Su Yan and Xia Ningchang. He really shouldn't have. "I don't need it." Xia Ningchang checked the herbs one by one, then raised her head and said, "I'll help you refine them into pills." "That's too troublesome." Who knew how many days it would take to refine this large package of herbs into pills? "It's not troublesome." Xia Ningchang chuckled. "When I refine pills, I'm also cultivating. Moreover, it's much faster than when I meditate. The higher the grade of the herbs I refine, the more benefits it will bring to me. Junior brother, bringing back so many materials for me to practice with is already the best gift." "You're not lying to me?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "I'm not lying," Xia Ningchang said angrily. "Ahem, I'm not lying either," Yang Kai said awkwardly. "Since that's the case, then I'll have to trouble little senior sister. And you can go do your own thing. I'll refine my own pills." Xia Ningchang was obviously very happy. Yang Kai looked at her for a while and found that she was very familiar with these herbs. She quickly sorted out the large package of herbs and organized them. Smiling, Yang Kai also walked to the entrance of the cave and began to busy himself. Inside the cave, Xia Ningchang lightly hummed as she used her amazing alchemy skills. She refined many herbs into medicinal liquids, then condensed them into pills. Yang Kai focused on using Yuan Qi to refine the Azura sword. Time passed little by little, and as Xia Ningchang refined more and more pills, the large package of materials gradually dwindled. When she grew tired of refining, she would stop to rest and look at the back of the figure sitting at the entrance of the cave. After a while, she would be satisfied and continue to refine pills. Every day, Xia Ningchang had to go out. After all, Meng Wuya treated her like a treasure. If one day she went missing, old man Meng would definitely search for her, causing unnecessary trouble. After 4 or 5 days, the Azura sword in Yang Kai's hand gradually connected with his mind. Yang Kai could increasingly feel the tyrannical power and evil qi of this killing artifact. Worthy of a heaven-grade top-rank artifact, just this one artifact alone was enough to raise Yang Kai's fighting strength to a whole new level. Guiding the Azura sword into his body, Yang Kai couldn't help gasping for breath. Spending so many days to refine it was not a small burden for Yang Kai. The small amount of yang liquid left in the dantian was once again consumed. I have to find a way to replenish my yang liquid. Looking up, Yang Kai used his movement skill and flew out. After a while, he returned with 2 spirit grasses in his hands. This was a heart that was planted a few months ago. It was bought from Lan Chudai at that time. The 2 spirit grasses had long since matured, so Yang Kai brought them to Xia Ningchang and had her refine them into pills. After swallowing them, he finally condensed some yang liquid. With enough yang liquid, Yang Kai continued to refine the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. After a few days, the falling flowers artifact was finally absorbed into Yang Kai's body. After obtaining 2 heaven-grade artifacts in a row, Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased. Although he was unable to use the full power of these 2 artifacts right now, as long as he continued to nourish them with Yuan Qi, one day they would be able to shine. The herbs had long since been refined by Xia Ningchang into a variety of pills, filling more than a dozen bottles. The lowest grade pills refined were earth grade while some were even heaven grade, their value immeasurable. If he ate all of these pills, Yang Kai estimated that he could at least raise his cultivation by 1 or 2 small realms. However, there were too many of them, so if he ate them all in one go, it would definitely take him a long time to refine them. Therefore, Yang Kai did not intend to consume them right now. It had been half a month since he returned to the sect, so it was time to go out and see the situation. The 3 great forces were currently in High Heaven Pavilion, and all 3 of their young lords had designs on Su Yen. How could Yang Kai just sit back and watch? That was his woman. Chapter 205. Currently, there were 3 forces in High Heaven Pavilion. One was the Dong family, the second was the Bai family, and the third was the Purple Fern Valley. None of them were easy to provoke. These forces were second only to the central capital's 8 great families. These forces may be able to intimidate others, but they definitely couldn't intimidate Yang Kai. These days, Yang Kai had also inquired a lot of information from Xia Ningchang, so he naturally had a plan in mind. Walking through High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai first went to the contribution hall to greet Meng Wuya. When he saw Yang Kai, Meng Wuya's old face suddenly became sullen, as if Yang Kai owed him a few million silvers. Old man Meng finally understood why his precious disciple had swept away his previous gloomy and unhappy mood, appearing and disappearing like a ghost every day. It turned out, this little brat had already returned. Needless to say, his precious disciple must have met with him long ago, otherwise how could he have changed so much? If it was a blessing, then it was a disaster. If it was a disaster, then it couldn't be avoided. He just didn't know if his precious disciple would be able to safely survive this disaster. Treasurer Meng, I'm back. Yang Kai greeted with a smile. Meng Wuya laughed dryly, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. His face was perfunctory and casual, without the slightest trace of joy. While speaking, Meng Wuya's expression suddenly changed. His divine sense swept over Yang Kai and he was shocked. You've already broken through to the reunion separation stage? Yang Kai nodded slightly. Meng Wuya almost bit his tongue. How long had it been? Calculating the time, it had only been half a year since he left High Heaven Pavilion. Half a year ago. He had only just broken through to the Chi transformation stage, but now he had already broken through to the reunion separation stage. This speed of improvement was too fast, simply unimaginable. How did you do it? Meng Wuya stared at Yang Kai as if he had discovered a treasure. It's just a matter of practice, Yang Kai grinned. Meng Wuya was silent for a long time, thinking that if this little brat continued to break through at this speed, perhaps he really would be able to leave this small world and be worthy of his precious disciple. Meng Wuya's brow wrinkled. Meng Wuya continued, "You came back at a bad time. Many people are looking for you now." "Why are you looking for me?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "I'm looking for that skill," Meng Wuya replied in a deep voice. "It's the skill you use to severely injure the rank 6 monster beast in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Many people are interested in this." Yang Kai chuckled. "If they want it, I'll sell it to them at a price that will tempt me." Smart. The power was enormous, but it was a one-time deal. Gathering Yuan Qi was very taxing, and after using it, if one's physical body was not strong enough, they would only be at a disadvantage. If those people really offered a price that could move Yang Kai's heart, everyone could sit down and discuss. In any case, you have to be careful. Kid, don't say that this old man didn't warn you. That Bai Clan and Purple Fern Valley's people don't really care about you. Su Yen attracted most of their attention, but I think that Dong Clan's kid cares a lot about you. He came to this old man several times to inquire about you. I also care a lot about him. Yang Kai smiled. Where is he now? He's living where you used to live. This little brat is also strange. The Bai family and the Purple Fern Valley's people have all been arranged to live in comfortable places, but he has set his sights on your shabby little house. He is determined to obtain you. You should avoid the limelight for now. Old man Meng rolled his eyes and urged, "Why don't you go out and hide for a year and a half? When you come back after a year and a half, my precious disciple might have forgotten about you." Meng Wuya thought. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. If they didn't come to find him, he would go find them. What was the point of hiding? After bidding farewell to Meng Wuya, Yang Kai walked towards his old house. Yang Kai. It's Yang Kai. He actually came back at this time. When someone saw Yang Kai, they couldn't help but exclaim. The people from the 3 great forces are looking for him. Isn't he just walking right into their trap? Do you guys think that he will also be recruited by those 3 families? He'll definitely be recruited. How many people have been recruited these days? Yang Kai has suffered a lot in the sect these past few years, and he's only a trial disciple. Now that he has found a good place to go, why would he stay in the sect? The conditions offered by those 3 forces are very attractive. Another ungrateful wretch. A voice of disdain rang out. It was mixed with endless disdain, and there was even some jealousy. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, but he didn't respond. Although he had the status of a trial disciple in High Heaven Pavilion, all of his skills and strength were obtained through his own hard work. He had never received the slightest support from the sect. Even if he left the sect, he wouldn't feel any psychological burden, so why would he care about what they said? Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of the small wooden hut. Outside the wooden house, there were 2 old men, one standing with his hands down, the other with his back hunched over, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Yang Kai strolled in, but the 2 old men didn't even spare him a glance, just standing outside with their eyes closed, lazily basking in the sun. When Yang Kai was 300 meters away from the wooden hut, the 2 divine senses suddenly rushed towards Yang Kai, not with killing intent, but with a warning. Yang Kai's body shook slightly as the 2 divine senses rushed into his body, but like stones sinking into the sea, they didn't cause the slightest ripple. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, a trivial warning couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. Continuing to walk forward, his pace was steady and firm. The 2 sleepy old men suddenly opened their eyes flashing like lightning as they stared at Yang Kai in surprise. Obviously, they hadn't expected this young man to be so strange. Just as they were about to attack again, a light shout suddenly came from inside the wooden hut, "Stop!" As soon as these words came out, The two old men withdrew their auras and once again became harmless, but their two pairs of vigilant eyes never left Yang Kai's side. A man in a cyan robe walked out of the wooden house. He was about 20 years old, with sword-like eyebrows and a handsome face. He had a dignified appearance, and his temperament was quite extraordinary. At first glance, one could tell that he was the son of a big family. However, his body was a little chubby, giving him a charmingly naive appearance. His face was fair and clean, much fairer than the average woman. At this moment, the man was looking at Yang Kai, the two men's eyes meeting in midair, the former with a trace of contempt in his eyes and the latter with a trace of caution. A moment later, the man stepped forward and walked towards Yang Kai, his pace becoming faster and faster. "Young master!" One of the two old men saw this scene and couldn't help calling out softly. "Don't interfere." The man coldly snorted. "Yes." Yang Kai also walked towards him. A moment later, the two men collided, almost at the same time, their fists and palms intersecting, both of their figures swayed. Both of them staggered backwards. "Huh!" The blue-robed man's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but he sneered and attacked again. Peng, peng, peng. The man and Yang Kai both seemed to be holding back their anger, desperately attacking each other, not defending at all. Yang Kai kicked towards the man's crotch, but was blocked by the man's legs. The man stretched out two fingers and poked towards Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai tilted his head and hurriedly dodged. The two people's moves were strange and unfathomable. They were varied, vicious, and despicable. They were unscrupulous, and it caused the eyelids of the two old men to twitch. However, what made the two men feel strange was that neither this High Heaven Pavilion disciple nor their young master used Yuan Qi in their moves. The two of them were just fighting with their fists and feet. It looked like there was a grudge between them. The fight was in full swing, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. The scene was a hot and humid mess. What was the young master doing? How was this a fight? This was clearly a fight between hooligans. The faces of the two old men who had lived for a long time were flushed red. If news of this scene were to spread, they would definitely be punished. How would their young master live in the future? With a muffled sound, Yang Kai was hit by his opponent's eye-sealing punch. For a moment, he saw stars and his body swayed. With another bang, the Dong family's young master was punched in the face by Yang Kai. He felt like his front teeth were almost knocked out, and his mouth was full of the taste of blood. "Little brat, you court death!" The Dong family's young master angrily shouted. Yang Kai sneered, "Let's see who dies first." The two men once again fought desperately. In the midst of the chaos, the Dong family's young master threw Yang Kai to the ground, his knees pressed against his abdomen, and his hands holding his arms, coldly asking, "Smelly brat, do you admit defeat?" Yang Kai clenched his teeth, disregarding the broken bones in his arms, and suddenly flipped over, grabbing his opponent and ruthlessly twisting his arms, grinning. "Do you admit defeat?" The Dong family's young master hissed in pain. One hand slapping the ground, he looked up at the two old men and said, "What are you still looking at? This young master has been beaten." With a mouth full of dirt, the Dong family's young master no longer had his previous elegant demeanor. The two old men who had been watching the show woke up from their daze and quickly stepped forward. Yang Kai curled his lips, his figure flashing and retreating more than a dozen meters. The two old men didn't chase after him. Although their young lord had been beaten, after watching for so long, they could see that this High Heaven Pavilion disciple in front of them was an old acquaintance of their young lord. Naturally, he wouldn't kill him. However, how could their young master know someone from such a small place? The Dong family's young master hurriedly got up, looking at Yang Kai with dread, one hand hanging by his side. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Smelly brat, you've grown up." Yang Kai was also in the same situation. His left hand was dislocated, so he couldn't exert any strength. Hearing the Dong family's young master, he chuckled and said, 30 years of river flows east, 30 years of river flows west. If you don't call for help, I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you." The Dong family's young master took a deep breath and bitterly said, "I'll deal with you later." He called one of the old men and said, Go help him connect his arm. No need. Yang Kai stretched out his right hand, holding his left hand, and with a click, his arm was as good as new. The Dong family's young master was dumbfounded, but he steeled his heart and did as he was told. His forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain, but in the end, his arm was connected. Wind and cloud dual guards? Yang Kai's eyes swept over the two old men and asked casually. The two old men's expressions changed as they stared at Yang Kai in shock. They hadn't expected their identity to be exposed by this young man. Who the hell was he? The Dong family's young master smiled bitterly. Don't be shocked, this little brat's surname is Yang. Surnamed Yang. The wind and cloud dual guards' expressions changed again as they guessed Yang Kai's identity, quickly cupping their fists. Greetings, young Master Yang. Chapter 206. Surname Yang. A very common surname. From high officials to cultivator families, to common people and street beggars, there were countless people surnamed Yang. However, in this world, there was only one family surnamed Yang that Dong Qinghan would specifically mention. That was the Yang family of the central capital's 8 great families. The Yang family, which could not be understood by common sense, was also the number 1 family of the 8 great families. The Dong family was also a first-class force in this world, but there was still a gap between them and the central capital's 8 great families, let alone the strongest one. If it was said that a young lord from a great family would come to this place where birds don't shit and chickens don't lay eggs to live as an ordinary disciple, the wind and cloud dual guards would not believe it. Which of these young lords were not delicate-skinned and delicate, enjoying great wealth and glory? From birth, they had always lived a smooth life, getting whatever they wanted. But if it was said that this boy was a member of the Yang family, the wind and cloud dual guards would believe it without a doubt. Because the Yang family's way of training its disciples was very strange, every generation of direct descendants would grow up in this way. At some suitable time, all direct descendants would be dismissed and sent off to find their own opportunities to cultivate, only to be summoned back when the time was right. This kind of training was very dangerous, because when these direct descendants cultivated outside, they could not borrow the power and resources of the family, and once they had any kind of conflict with others, they could be killed. In fact, this kind of thing had happened many times. Many of the Yang family's direct descendants who had been dismissed would die young. There were drawbacks, but there were also benefits. This kind of training method allowed every Yang family direct descendant to become stronger and stronger. It washed away their dependence on the family. After so many years of hard work outside, they learned that the only person they could trust in this world was themselves. Therefore, the direct descendants of the Yang family rarely had the boastful attitude of those young lords. All of them were cold and ruthless like knives, their methods tyrannical. Moreover, the Yang family took advantage of this training method to collect countless secret arts and martial skills from other sects, filling their family's storage. If one were to ask which family in this world had the most secret arts and martial skills, it would undoubtedly be the Yang family. In this world, there was a kind of bird. It was called the cuckoo. The cuckoo would lay its eggs in the nests of other birds, allowing them to hatch and raise them. These little birds were also very cruel. Not only were they gluttonous, but they would also push the chicks born of their adoptive parents out of their nests and fall to their deaths, enjoying the favor of their adoptive parents alone. The cuckoo's reputation was not good, just like the Yang family's reputation outside, because the methods of the two were not very different. Every time the Yang family's direct descendants were about to be dismissed, the world's great sects and great forces would avoid the Yang family as if they were a tiger. He was afraid that if he accidentally took in a Yang family disciple, after raising him, he would just flap his wings and fly away. The Yang family's method of raising their own children by borrowing the nest of a nest had provoked many forces. However, as the head of the 8 great families, the Yang family had thick legs and long arms, so even if those forces complained, they didn't dare to cause trouble for the Yang family. It was said that 100 years ago, a Yang family disciple entered a first-class sect called Converging Heaven sect. This Yang family disciple's talent was outstanding, a rare genius that only appears once every 100 years. The sect master and elders of the Converging Heaven sect were also very fond of him, so naturally, they spent a lot of effort in nurturing him. They even discussed and listed him as their successor, and all kinds of secrets that were not passed on to him were opened up to him without reservation. This kid was indeed a genius. In just a few years, he had learned all kinds of martial skills and secret arts of the Converging Heaven sect, familiarizing himself with them, greatly gratifying his masters. However, 10 years later, this had consumed countless resources of the Converging Heaven sect. The disciple that the sect master and elders had placed such high hopes on actually left the sect one night. Until that time. Only then did the Converging Heaven sect realize that this disciple was actually a Yang family disciple. The Converging Heaven sect master and elders all vomited blood. They almost fell seriously ill. Wasting 10 years of their time to teach this ingrate was one thing, but many of the Converging Heaven sect's secrets had actually been learned by him, becoming the Yang family's property. How could they not be depressed? The Converging Heaven sect disciples had come to the Yang family to cause trouble, but they had only received some compensation. It was because of this tragedy that the world's great sects were extremely wary of the Yang family disciples. Learning from the past was the teacher for the future. If they spent more than 10 years to cultivate a Yang family disciple and he ran away, wouldn't they repeat the same mistake as the Converging Heaven sect and become the laughingstock of the world? But no matter how much they guarded against him, Yang Kai's direct disciples still had to go out and experience the world. Before they were dismissed, these direct disciples were hidden away, very few people knew their names, and very few people had ever seen them. So, it was impossible to guard against the Yang family disciples. The wind and cloud dual guard's thoughts raced, becoming more and more certain of Yang Kai's identity, because almost 4 years ago, the Yang family really did dismiss the current generation of direct disciples. So, this boy in front of them was the youngest young lord of the Yang family? Didn't they say that he was not suitable for cultivation? How could he have reached the separation and reunion boundary? Although his strength was not high, it was not too bad either. However, for their young lord to recognize him, the wind and cloud dual guards were not surprised, because the Dong family and the Yang family had a marriage alliance in the previous generation. Their young lord's aunt had married the Yang family's fourth master Yang, and their young lord had visited the Yang family several times when he was young, so the two must have met before. Come in and we'll talk. Dong Qinghan's eyes showed a trace of disappointment, but also a trace of surprise and joy, turning to Yang Kai and asking. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The two of them walked into the wooden house. It was still as simple as before, but there was an additional table. On the table, there was wine and food. Sit. Dong Qinghan said concisely. Were you waiting for me? Kai Yang sat down and looked at the table full of food and wine with some surprise. Dong Qinghan's eyes flashed a thick light as he nodded slightly. After a few years outside, it seems that you've grown a lot. The Yang family's way of training their disciples is really something. People always grow. Yang Kai picked up the wine jug and poured Dong Qinghan a cup before refilling his own. Before, when you saw me you were like a mouse seeing a cat. How come you're not afraid now? You even dared to hit me. Dong Qinghan still tasted blood in his mouth. Yang Kai's punch had been really heavy. So what if I hit you? How many times did you bully me when I was a child? Now it's time to get some payback. Yang Kai sneered. This cousin in front of him was quite dissatisfied with his Yang family. Every time he came to the Yang family as a guest, he would teach him a lesson. Yang Kai had never practiced martial arts at that time, and this cousin was a few years older than him. How could he possibly be his opponent? Every time, he would be beaten black and blue. Thinking about all this, Yang Kai couldn't help grinding his teeth, feeling that he had been too lenient just now. When I was little, Dong Qinghan's face was calm, without any emotion, drinking the wine in one gulp and pushing the glass in front of Yang Kai, motioning for him to refill it. Cousin pouring wine for cousin. Naturally there was nothing to say. The two drank several cups in quick succession. Glancing at each other, both of them let out a long sigh. Although their relationship wasn't very good when they were children, Yang Kai knew that this cousin of his was just resentful because at that time he didn't want to practice martial arts. He wanted to use his fists to force him. Generally speaking, Dong Qinghan had left a lot of childhood shadows for Yang Kai, but it was also out of good intentions, but his methods were a bit extreme. I didn't expect you to come to this kind of place. Dong Qinghan chuckled. When I came here and heard your name, I really couldn't believe it. After a few inquiries, I was able to determine that it was you. My father told me to come here. Oh? Did uncle also come here for life experience? Dong Qinghan was a little surprised. I don't know, he didn't say. He only told me to come to this place. Yang Kai had also been puzzled these days, unable to understand the deeper meaning of this. How are my father and mother? After a moment of silence, Yang Kai looked up and asked. Dong Qinghan glanced at him. Auntie misses you very much, she's lost a lot of weight. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. When he left the Yang family, he was just an ordinary person. After not returning for a few years, his father and mother must be very worried. Auntie was also locked up by your Yang family for half a year, and uncle was beaten 30 times. Pa. The wineglass in Yang Kai's hand shattered. Yang Kai's expression became extremely gloomy, his brow furrowed. What happened? Dong Qinghan sneered. Because auntie missed you so much, she secretly ran out to see how you were doing. Then she was discovered by those old bastards of your Yang family. You also know the Yang family's rules. Direct descendants are allowed to go out for life experience. No one is allowed to visit them in any way. Violators will be severely punished. If uncle hadn't taken her place, the one who would have been beaten 30 times would have been my auntie. 30 beatings. This was not an ordinary 30 beatings. The Yang family's punishment hall had a special artifact that was powered by Yuan Qi, specifically used to beat people with the beatings. Even if a master at the Yuan Qi realm received a few beatings, they would be bedridden for several days. These 30 beatings, fourth Master Yang would probably be bedridden for several months. Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed his tumbling blood, grabbed the wineglass in front of Dong Qinghan, and drank it in one gulp. Those old bastards, sooner or later they will pay the price. Yang Kai said coldly. In the past, he was not suitable for cultivation, nor did he want to cultivate. As an ordinary person, he was still driven out of the Yang family by those old bastards, forcing him to go out for life experience with his brothers. A 12-year-old boy, still an ordinary person, had traveled thousands of miles to come to High Heaven Pavilion. The hardships he had suffered, how could he tell outsiders? I don't like your Yang family. I also don't like your Yang family. Your Yang family is too cold and ruthless. Dong Qinghan spat disdainfully. The Yang family's way of training their disciples was very special, although it could temper a person. Because it was done this way, the Yang family's affection for each other was very thin. In order to maintain the Yang family's prestige, they would sacrifice anyone who could be sacrificed. Yang family disciples who go out for life experience need at least 10 years before they can return. Now it's been less than 4 years, auntie still has to wait 6 years before she can see you again. I don't know if she can afford to wait. Dong Qinghan's tone was full of sadness. When you go back this time, tell father and mother that I'm fine, so they can rest assured. I will. Dong Qinghan nodded slightly. That's my auntie. The heavy topic gradually passed. The two of them no longer wanted to talk about it. You came to High Heaven Pavilion this time because of the Heaven's Cave inheritance? Yang Kai asked. Of course. Why else would I come to this place where even birds don't lay eggs? Dong Qinghan curled his lips, suddenly changing the topic. But your sect really does have a few geniuses, especially that girl named Su Yen. It is said that not only is her strength profound, she is also a stunning beauty, as beautiful as ice. Unfortunately, I have never had the chance to see her face. Chapter 207. As Dong Qinghan spoke, he stared at Yang Kai meaningfully, as if he was observing his reaction. Obviously, he had heard some kind of rumor. That's your sister-in-law. Yang Kai didn't beat around the bush and directly stated. Dong Qinghan couldn't help but open his mouth wide as he stared at Yang Kai stupidly. Obviously, he hadn't thought that the rumors were actually true, that his little cousin had managed to win over a sex-proud daughter. The Yang family was really a pack of wolves, tigers and leopards. None of them could be underestimated. Fortunately, I didn't join forces with those two idiots from the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley, otherwise wouldn't I have been trying to steal her away? Dong Qinghan smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, as the young lord of the Dong family, his status was high, and he was also quite handsome. At such a young age, it was natural for him to be unrestrained and unrestrained. Wherever he went, he would leave his mark, attracting bees and butterflies. Who knew how many beautiful women he had shared a life of fish with? However, because he had heard a few words between Yang Kai and Su Yan when he was inquiring about him, Dong Qinghan had decided to be cautious and not collude with the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley. Just now, he had only spoken out to confirm his suspicions, but he hadn't expected the rumors to be true. Dong Qinghan also felt a burst of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't tried to provoke Yang Kai, otherwise wouldn't his cousin have tried to kill him? Yang Kai naturally knew the temperament and personality of this kind of young lord, so he bluntly admitted it. This wasn't to show off, but to show off. Obviously, he was telling him, "She's my woman. Whoever has ideas about her, I'll fight them." Smelly brat, your luck with women isn't shallow. Dong Qinghan chuckled. Although High Heaven Pavilion was a small sect, he had heard that the girl named Su Yan had reached the 4th or 5th stage of Yuan Qi. Even if one looked at the entire world, such a talent was second to none. What's more, she had most likely obtained a powerful inheritance. Such a talent, even if she went to the central capital's 8 great families, would be fought over and treated as a treasure. Since she's my sister-in-law, it seems my Dong family won't be able to recruit her. Dong Qinghan smiled bitterly. You should have had a good harvest, right? Yang Kai looked up at him and asked casually. Dong Qinghan nodded slightly, a bit. But it was far from what he had expected. You've also entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Tell me, what's it like inside? Yang Kai muttered to himself for a while and then briefly explained what had happened in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. However, he did not reveal who had obtained the inheritance. Although it was all very innocuous information, Dong Qinghan still listened with great interest. Sigh, it's surprising that the Heaven's Cave inheritance would appear in a place like this. The disciples of the 3 sects have benefited for nothing. Why didn't it appear in my Dong family's territory? Dong Qinghan sighed, secretly cursing the unfairness of the heavens. 2 or 3 months before the Heaven's Cave inheritance appeared. The 3 sects kept this a secret, and it wasn't until later that the news gradually spread. Only then did the great powers and sects send people to search for the inheritor. Unfortunately, until now, no one had found the inheritor. However, the artifacts and martial skills from the Heaven's Cave inheritance had all been purchased by each of the sections. These artifacts were all seriously damaged and could no longer be used, but they were still artifacts refined by a powerful cultivator countless years ago, so they had considerable research value. Moreover, the grade of these martial skills was not too low, at least Earth grade and even Heaven grade. It could be said that the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared this time. It had allowed High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, and Storm Hall to become rich in a short time. The great forces that had come here all bought from the 3 sects, and each of them made a lot of money. The only regrettable thing was that some disciples couldn't resist the temptation and left their sects, pledging allegiance to these great forces. There were many in High Heaven Pavilion. The 5 great elders couldn't do anything about it. After all, these great forces were strong, so what if they poached a few disciples? Wei Shitong and Su Xianwu could only turn a blind eye and pray that these great forces' young lords and masters leave as soon as possible, returning peace to High Heaven Pavilion. As the 2 cousins were talking, the Wind and Cloud dual guards suddenly called out, "Young Lord! Young Master Yang, people from the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley have come." Yang Kai and Dong Qinghan glanced at each other. The latter chuckled, "They've come quickly, I'm afraid they've come for the martial skill in your hand." Yang Kai nodded secretly. Meng Wuya had told him before that the star mark he displayed in the Heaven's Cave inheritance had attracted a lot of attention. A martial skill that could severely injure a sixth-order monster beast in one blow, how bad could it be? The people from the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley had obviously come here for the star mark. What do you want to do? Dong Qinghan looked at Yang Kai calmly. These two idiots had been harassing his younger sister-in-law these past few days, so Yang Kai was definitely holding back his anger. Soon there would be a good show to watch. If Yang Kai exposed his true identity, the people from the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley would definitely not dare to provoke him. Most likely they would apologize and then run away. But the problem was that Yang Kai couldn't be exposed. Dong Qinghan was looking forward to seeing how his cousin would solve the current problem, his slightly chubby face filled with a cheerful smile. That depends on their attitude. Yang Kai said indifferently, if their attitude is good, everyone sit down and talk. The star mark could shine in his hands, but that didn't mean it could in others' hands, so even if he sold it, it wouldn't be a big deal. What if their attitude isn't good? Dong Qinghan narrowed his eyes. Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered. Dong Qinghan also smiled and couldn't help shaking his head, putting on an expression of watching a good show. Expecting the two idiots from the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley to have a good attitude was obviously impossible. Not long after, two loud laughs came from outside and two men about the same age as Dong Qinghan walked in, one in white robes and the other in purple robes. Both of them were young elites. The one in white was the Bai family's young lord, Bai Yunfeng, and the one in purple was Purple Fern Valley's disciple, Fan Hong. Behind these two were two High Heaven Pavilion disciples, one of whom Yang Kai was familiar with, but he couldn't remember his name. The other was Chao Zhengwen, a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. Yang Kai and Chao Zhengwen had met twice before. Before leaving High Heaven Pavilion, this person had delivered a promotion order to Yang Kai from the Elder Council, but had been rejected by Yang Kai, causing him to lose a lot of face. After that, he was punished by the Great Elder, so it could be said that he hated Yang Kai to the bone. These two High Heaven Pavilion disciples had both entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but now they were following behind by Yunfeng and Fan Hong. Obviously they had been tempted by the benefits and had pledged their allegiance to them. At this moment, they were no longer disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, but disciples of the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley. Brother Dong is so elegant. You're drinking by yourself here, yet you didn't call me or Brother Fan. You're treating us like outsiders. Bai Yunfeng laughed, glancing over at Yang Kai lightly before putting away the folding fan in his hand, his expression proud. Fan Hong also laughed. Brother Dong is not tempted by beauty. Brother Bai and I admire him greatly. It's funny that Brother Bai and I have been searching that small loft for more than half a month yet have never seen this beautiful woman. It's better for Brother Dong to drink and enjoy himself here. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a faint sneer. The small loft these two were talking about was definitely Su Yan's residence. Dong Qinghan smiled and gestured for the two to sit down, glancing over at Yang Kai and saying, "The day before yesterday, Father and Master arranged a marriage for me, so I don't dare to provoke other women. This Dong is not as free as these two brothers." Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong both sat down while Chao Zhengwen and the other High Heaven Pavilion disciples stood behind them. Bai Yunfeng said, "Brother Dong must be joking. I heard that Brother Dong recently recruited a female disciple from High Heaven Pavilion. I don't know what Brother Dong plans to do with this female disciple. Do you want to keep her in a golden house or take her as a concubine?" Dong Qinghan smiled wryly and shook his head. "Brother Bai must be joking. I did indeed recruit a female disciple, but it was for the sake of the family. That girl also entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance and obtained a good opportunity. Her aptitude is not bad. As long as she is given the right resources, she will definitely develop in the future." Bai Yunfeng laughed and didn't ask any more questions, instead turning to look at Yang Kai, a trace of contempt and arrogance flashing across his eyes as he said lightly, "This must be the High Heaven Pavilion disciple named Yang Kai, right? How is Brother Dong's discussion with him going?" These words were spoken very casually, although in front of Yang Kai, it was clear he didn't put him in his eyes and was instead asking for Dong Qinghan's opinion. "We're currently discussing." Dong Qinghan nodded slightly, The result hasn't come out yet, but you two have already arrived. Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong's eyes lit up. It seems that Brother Fan and I still have a chance. Fan Hong looked directly at Yang Kai and said, I heard that you obtained a powerful martial skill from the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Is that true? Yang Kai smiled and said, N. Fan Hong's spirit shook as he opened his mouth. Honest people don't beat around the bush. This young lord will be frank. I am interested in the martial skill you obtained. I wonder what kind of conditions you want before you are willing to part with it? What benefits can you offer? Yang Kai looked at him lightly. Fan Hong chuckled, reaching into his sleeve and taking out a stack of banknotes, pushing them in front of Yang Kai and saying lightly, Here are 100,000 silvers. If you are willing to write down the cultivation method of that martial skill for me, these banknotes are yours. When Fan Hong said this, his expression was confident, as if he was holding a pearl of wisdom in his hand. Obviously, he believed that 100,000 silvers was extremely attractive to a disciple of such a small sect. In fact, when the 100,000 silvers were placed on the table, whether it was Chao Jingwen or the other High Heaven Pavilion disciple, their breathing became heavy as they stared at the banknotes on the table. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Fan Hong's expression remained unchanged as he took out another stack of banknotes and pushed them in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was still unmoved. Bai Yunfeng laughed. Brother Fan, you are too stingy. Yang Kai, this young lord is willing to exchange 200,000 silvers for your martial skill. How about it? You may not be able to earn so much wealth, but it is enough for you to live several lifetimes without having to worry about food and clothing. You can also have 3 wives and 4 concubines, enjoying the glory and splendor of life. Bai Yunfeng was much more generous than Fan Hong, causing the latter to glare at him fiercely, but Bai Yunfeng didn't care and just looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Dong Qinghan was also smiling, but there was a deep meaning behind his smile. Wanting to use 200,000 silvers to smash a Yang family disciple, these two idiots were really creative. Dong Qinghan wanted to laugh a few times, but he had no choice but to endure, his shoulders slightly shaking. Holding back his laughter was extremely difficult. This show is really interesting. Chapter 208. 200,000 silvers is already a lot. Are you still not satisfied? Bai Yunfeng frowned, looking at Yang Kai with some displeasure. They had purchased a lot of martial skills these days, but had never offered such a high price to anyone. If he hadn't heard that this martial skill was extraordinary, how could he be so generous? This little brat doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Bai Yunfeng coldly snorted. He was the Bai family's young lord. Even if that martial skill was really worth 200,000 silvers, he still had to sell it to him for 100,000 silvers. Dong Qinghan saw that this person was a little angry, so he couldn't sit still, pretending to be unfamiliar with Yang Kai, fanning the flames. Little brat, this Dong will also raise the price. 200,000 silvers plus a bottle of the Dong family's special profound spirit pills. How about it? Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong both looked at Dong Qinghan with some surprise. They hadn't expected him to be willing to take out profound spirit pills. This was an Earth-grade mid-rank spirit pill. Although its grade wasn't too high, its effects were definitely pleasing. Taking one of these pills could help one achieve twice the result with half the effort. Was this martial skill really so valuable? Yes, Dong Qinghan and this Yang Kai had talked a lot before, so he must have some understanding of this martial skill, so he was willing to part with a bottle of profound spirit pills. 200,000 silvers plus a common grade high-rank artifact. Fan Hong immediately raised his bid. Dong Qinghan frowned. Brother Fan, this is a malicious competition. Fan Hong didn't speak, but Bai Yunfeng took over. Brother Dong, that martial skill's power is extraordinary. Since everyone wants it, naturally it's fair to the highest bidder. This young lord offers 300,000 silvers and a common grade high-rank artifact, a defensive artifact at that. Fan Hong heard this and was stunned. Smiling wryly, he said, Brother Bai, you're really willing. This price, even he didn't dare to offer. He hadn't expected Bai Yunfeng to be so decisive. Dong Qinghan also smiled. Since Brother Bai is so determined, this Dong won't compete with you. If we continue to fight, it will only hurt our friendship. Bai Yunfeng laughed, cupping his hands to the two of them. Modest. When this matter is over, I will definitely arrange a banquet to apologize to the two of you. The three of them were still bidding and talking happily. It seemed that they had already determined the ownership of the star mark and didn't care about Yang Kai's opinion at all. Yang Kai frowned and said indifferently, I didn't say I was going to sell this martial skill, right? Bai Yunfeng's smile immediately froze on his face. Fan Hong was also stunned. 300,000 taels plus a common grade high-rank defensive artifact. Isn't that enough to offset the value of that martial skill? Don't ask for too much, or you may lose both the person and the money. Bai Yunfeng's expression was cold and stern as he threatened in a cold voice. Chao Jingwen, who was standing behind Bai Yunfeng, also sneered, Yang Kai, don't be so shameless. Mr. Bai's price is already fair enough. What else do you want? Bai Yunfeng unfolded his folding fan, crossed his legs, and looked at Yang Kai calmly, gently fanning himself. His face was full of disdain and contempt. Dong Qinghan continued to stir up trouble, deliberately saying, Oh, do you want to join one of our forces? Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong both frowned. They couldn't help but think of this possibility. Before the two of them could speak, Chao Jingwen coldly said, Mr. Bai, this person has been in High Heaven Pavilion for 3 years, but has only cultivated to the Tempered Body 3rd stage and is only a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. Such a mediocre person is doomed to have no future. Recruiting him into the Bai family will only cause us to lose face. Mr. Bai should think twice. Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly flicked his hand, and the glass of wine in front of him flew out and splashed directly onto Chao Jingwen's face. The faces of the people at the table suddenly changed, especially Bai Yunfeng, whose face was extremely ugly. Yang Kai, you court death. Chao Jingwen was furious and was about to attack, but was stopped by Yunfeng. Little brat, before you hit a dog you need to look at its owner. Bai Yunfeng stared coldly at Yang Kai, a dangerous light flashing across his eyes. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, don't even think about leaving here alive. You want an explanation? Yang Kai's face was indifferent, his voice flat. My martial skill is mysterious grade. Is this explanation enough? As soon as this statement came out, everyone's face changed again. Even Dong Qinghan was stunned. Mysterious grade. Everyone had guessed that Yang Kai's martial skill might be heaven grade, but they never thought it would actually be mysterious grade. Even first-class forces like the Dong family, Bai family, and Purple Fern Valley only had a few sets of profound grade martial skills. Any set of profound grade martial skills was a secret of these great forces. Unless one was a future pillar of the family, they absolutely could not practice it. Is this for real? Dong Qinghan's voice was trembling. In his heart he cursed, Fuck, if I knew it was a mysterious grade martial skill, I wouldn't have stayed here and watched the show. If I had exchanged this martial skill with my cousin, then everything would have been fine. Now, even that idiot Bai Yunfeng has joined in. I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to resolve. In the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, my strength was only at the initial element boundary 7th stage, but I was able to severely injure a 6th-order monster beast. I don't need to say more about the grade of this martial skill, right? Yang Kai snorted. Everyone's breathing became hot. Looking at Yang Kai again, all of their previous contempt and disdain had disappeared, all of their eyes shining brightly. The conditions just now remain unchanged. You can join my Bai family as a disciple. Bai Yunfeng took a deep breath and made a decision. Exchanging a disciple's identity for a mysterious grade martial skill, the Bai family would definitely make a big profit. As for how Yang Kai would be treated after joining the Bai family, it would depend on his own aptitude. I can accept you as a disciple on behalf of Purple Fern Valley and provide you with a good cultivation environment. Fan Hong also hurriedly said, I have no interest in joining any of your families. Yang Kai was too lazy to waste any more words with them. If you want my martial skill, fine, but you have to give me a mysterious grade martial skill in exchange. Fan Hong's brow wrinkled, his expression strange. You want our secret martial skill? We are all mysterious grade martial skills, so if we exchange, we won't suffer a loss. What's wrong? Is this exchange not fair? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Bai Yunfeng sneered. That's impossible. A secret martial skill is a secret martial skill, except for the Bai family's direct descendants. Outsiders are not allowed to practice it. Then there's nothing to talk about. Yang Kai stood up, intending to leave. Wanna leave? Bai Yunfeng's expression changed, suddenly sneering, reaching out his hand to block Yang Kai's path. If you don't hand over that martial skill today, don't even think about leaving here. Since the deal was not reached, Bai Yunfeng wanted to rob him, a trivial High Heaven Pavilion disciple. He really didn't put him in his eyes. Scram! Yang Kai didn't like him. At this moment, seeing him make a move, how could he hesitate, fiercely punching out? Bai Yunfeng coldly snorted, meeting the attack with his palm. With a loud bang, a fierce yuan qi burst out, and the cabin was suddenly torn apart. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk. Several figures rushed out from inside. Dong Qinghan, Bai Yunfeng, Fan Hong, Yang Kai, Chao Zhengwen, and the other High Heaven Pavilion disciple were all covered in dust. You dare attack me? Bai Yunfeng was furious, his expression ferocious. In that exchange, although he hadn't suffered a loss, he also hadn't been able to defeat Yang Kai. He was just a little surprised that the other party's yuan qi was so vigorous, obviously only a separation and reunion boundary first stage cultivator, yet he had been able to block his blow. Young Master Bai, you have a noble status, you don't need to lower yourself to his level, let me help you vent your anger. Chao Zhengwen took the initiative to volunteer. Just now he had been splashed with wine by Yang Kai, losing a great deal of face. Naturally he wanted to get back at him. Moreover, he had already pledged his allegiance to the Bai family, so now he naturally wanted to find an opportunity to show off. As long as he could beat Yang Kai to a pulp, Bai Yunfeng's anger would be alleviated, and in the future he would receive many benefits. Bai Yunfeng coldly nodded. Break his hands and feet, let him know the consequences of being disrespectful to me. A trivial disciple from a small sect dares to act so presumptuous. Young master can rest assured, I've long wanted to teach this junior brother a lesson. Chao Zhengwen sneered, staring at Yang Kai from a distance of several dozen meters. He shouted, Junior brother Yang, don't say this brother didn't give you a chance. As long as you kneel down now, crawl in front of young Master Bai and kowtow a few times, perhaps young Master Bai will spare you, otherwise you'll have to suffer some pain. Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. You've become someone else's dog, your tone has become much more arrogant. Chao Zhengwen's face turned red, and his expression became cold. Young Master Bai has treated me with courtesy, so what if I pledge my allegiance to him? Even the elders of the sect haven't said anything. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? You're humiliating yourself, and you still expect others to respect you? Since we're from the same sect, I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but since you're looking for death, don't blame this brother for being ruthless. Chao Zhengwen took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and circulated the yuan qi in his body. He didn't waste any more words, and used his body movement technique to get close to Yang Kai. But just as he took a step forward, before he could even rush out, Yang Kai, who was several dozen meters away, appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Chao Zhengwen's face showed a trace of astonishment, then his expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly made a move. Yang Kai casually blocked, and dissolved his move. The tip of his fist flashed, and the burning sun's three-layer blast was thrown out. Striking his chest, Chao Zhengwen's face instantly paled as his chest caved in. Taking a step back, Chao Zhengwen used this opportunity to disperse Kai Yang's fist. He managed to open up a distance between him and Yang Kai, but the fierce yuan qi in his body exploded. 3 muffled sounds rang out, and Chao Zhengwen spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been defeated in one move. This turn of events stunned everyone on the spot. Although Chao Zhengwen's strength wasn't very strong, he was still a separation and reunion boundary 5th stage cultivator. But such a person had actually been beaten by Yang Kai to the point of spitting out blood. Although he had borrowed the power of his martial skill, Yang Kai's speed was really frightening. Chao Zhengwen obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to be so tyrannical. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, before he could recover, Yang Kai actually rushed up again. Panicking and panicking, how could he block? After exchanging a dozen moves, Chao Zhengwen was once again hit. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out from his chest, and Chao Zhengwen's forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and his moves were ruthless. Every punch was aimed at Chao Zhengwen's vitals, and after a while, Chao Zhengwen could only block without any strength to fight back. After 10 breaths, Chao Zhengwen's vision blurred. Yang Kai flew up and kicked, and Chao Zhengwen was suddenly sent flying like a rag sack, falling to the ground and never getting up again. He didn't die, but who knew how many of his bones were broken? He would have to lie in bed for at least several months to recover. Chapter 209. Shocked, Dong Qinghan stared blankly at Yang Kai, never having imagined that after 4 years, his cousin would become so ferocious. A separation and reunion boundary 5th stage cultivator had only lasted less than 30 breaths of time before collapsing to the ground, while Yang Kai was completely unscathed. Amidst the dust, Yang Kai stood tall and straight, his expression indifferent as he swept his eyes over the audience. Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong were both slightly shocked. After a moment, Bai Yunfeng glanced over at Chao Zhengwen, who had collapsed to the ground, and coldly snorted. Sure enough, a disciple cultivated by a small sect is actually so weak. It seems this young lord will have to deal with him personally. Fan Hong glanced at him strangely, but immediately relaxed. Bai Yunfeng was a young lord of the Bai family, so he had a high opinion of himself. Although he didn't care about Chao Zhengwen's life or death, he was still a disciple he had recruited, so he was considered half a member of the Bai family. Now that Chao Zhengwen had been crippled in front of him, how could Bai Yunfeng easily let this go? If it were him, Fan Hong would not have let this go either. What's more, Yang Kai had a mysterious grade martial skill. Using this as an excuse to teach him a lesson, he could then interrogate him about the cultivation method of that martial skill. Considering all this, Fan Hong couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, coldly glancing over at the High Heaven Pavilion disciple standing behind him, wondering why Yang Kai hadn't attacked him just now. If he had been crippled, he would have had a reason to act. Brother Bai, isn't it bad to attack someone else's territory? Dong Qinghan was worried that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to cope, so he quickly stood up and said, After all, Bai Yunfeng was a Yuan Qi boundary 1st stage master, and between Yuan Qi and separation and reunion boundary, there was a huge divide. Bai Yunfeng coldly replied, So what if this is someone else's territory? Daring to hurt my Bai family disciple, he must pay the price. He was determined to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Dong Qinghan couldn't help but frown. He wanted to help but didn't know how to. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, he and Yang Kai were only acquaintances. If he acted too obviously, he was afraid others would see through him. Once Yang Kai's identity was exposed, it would do him no good. Although the Yang family was powerful, they had many enemies. God knows how many people in the world hated the Yang family. Just as Dong Qinghan was in a dilemma, he saw Yang Kai secretly give him a meaningful glance, causing Dong Qinghan's brow to twitch slightly, but he didn't say anything. Bai Yunfeng slowly walked towards Yang Kai. As he walked, he ordered, 2 cabinet elders, please stay on the side. Immediately, 2 old men responded in a deep voice. Dong Qinghan had an Immortal Ascension boundary master protecting him, so how could Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong not? After all, they were all outstanding talents of their respective forces. Before their wings were fully grown, they naturally needed someone to protect their safety. I'll give you one last chance. Submit to my Bai family and hand over that martial skill, and I'll spare your life. Bai Yunfeng raised his head slightly and looked at Yang Kai arrogantly. Yang Kai sneered. The Yuan Qi on his body surged, and his fighting spirit was aroused. Needless to say, this attitude already explained everything. Very good, I'll spare your life. After all, you still have some value. Bai Yunfeng's figure blurred as soon as he finished speaking, like a cloud of dust being blown away by the wind. Yang Kai's expression became cold, not daring to relax in the slightest. Although Bai Yunfeng looked domineering, he was still a young lord of the Bai family, and his strength was higher than his own by a great realm. Facing such a person, any slight carelessness could be fatal. It was very likely he would be knocked down in a single blow. In fact, Yang Kai didn't want to face such an enemy right now. But when he thought about how this man spent all day in front of Su Yan's loft, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little bored. Every man would regard their woman as their exclusive property. Although Bai Yunfeng hadn't even seen Su Yan's appearance, it still made Yang Kai extremely uncomfortable. A strange cloud of dust appeared behind Kai Yang, and Bai Yunfeng appeared with a cold smile on his face. Lightly, he sent out a palm strike towards Kai Yang's back, his palm containing an unparalleled amount of strength, but he didn't release it. Dong Qinghan's complexion suddenly changed, and he almost shouted out a warning. Yang Kai quickly turned around, his palm turning red as his true Yang Yuan Qi burst out, meeting Bai Yunfeng's attack head-on. The astral wind howled, the world energy around them became chaotic, and the palm strike wreaked havoc. Yang Kai's body shook as he was sent flying several dozen meters, but Bai Yunfeng remained motionless, his expression calm and indifferent. Although the two of them had fought before, at that time Yang Kai had used 80% of his strength while Bai Yunfeng had hurriedly parried, so they were evenly matched. But now Bai Yunfeng had angrily attacked, so how could he compare to before? With just one blow, Yang Kai had suffered some losses, his body falling to the ground, but he quickly stood up and stared at Bai Yunfeng with a dignified expression. A separation and reunion first-stage boy dares to fight with me? You overestimate yourself. Bai Yunfeng sneered, his figure once again changing positions. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of strange movement skill this was, but it made him unable to see through it. Yang Kai grit his teeth, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. You think you can defend? Bai Yunfeng's voice suddenly sounded from the void, and immediately his figure appeared 3 meters in front of Yang Kai, still casually sending out a palm strike. Burning Sun's 3-layer burst. Yang Kai no longer held back, directly using his own martial skill. Bai Yunfeng's face flashed a trace of caution. He had already noticed the ferocity of this blow. But as the Bai family's young lord, and a master at the Yuan Qi boundary, how could he retreat? Not only did he not retreat, he instead rushed forward. He wanted to defeat Yang Kai with a tyrannical posture and overwhelming strength, letting him know the huge gap between them. With a bang, Yang Kai was forced back again, his Yuan Qi showing signs of chaos. Bai Yunfeng remained calm and composed, but just as he was about to open his mouth to ridicule, his expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help snorting as he waved his hand, forcing out a burning hot true Yang Yuan Qi. This was what Yang Kai had injected into his body. 3 transformations. Bai Yunfeng's eyes flashed brilliantly. He had not expected this Yang Kai to have mastered such an extraordinary martial skill. This martial skill was extremely powerful and unpredictable, definitely a heaven-grade martial skill. Just now, Bai Yunfeng had been careless and almost suffered a big loss. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough and forced it out of his body, he would have suffered some minor injuries. Good stuff. After this young lord defeats you, I'll take it all. Bai Yunfeng grinned, his body once again transforming into a cloud of dust. Yang Kai's body tensed up as he carefully perceived the changes in his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he stretched out his hand, his Yuan Qi raging like a raging flame. His palm pressed against the void and suddenly exploded. Bai Yunfeng hurriedly reappeared, his face filled with surprise and embarrassment as he hurriedly retreated, narrowly avoiding Yang Kai's blow. The other Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who were observing from the sidelines couldn't help calling out in surprise. Although they could spy on Bai Yunfeng's movements, it was only because they had cultivated their divine senses that they were able to easily investigate. But what was this High Heaven Pavilion disciple relying on? He was only a separation and reunion boundary first-stage cultivator, not possessing a divine sense, yet after only a few exchanges he was able to see through Bai Yunfeng's mysteries. Wasn't this battle intuition a bit too strong? I was wondering what it was. It turns out you're just relying on the power of an artifact. Yang Kai sneered at Bai Yunfeng contemptuously. The mysterious movement skill Bai Yunfeng had displayed over and over again was even faster and more unpredictable than the one he had created himself. Yang Kai didn't understand at first, but now that he suddenly saw the jade pendant on Bai Yunfeng's waist flash, he suddenly understood. That wasn't some kind of movement skill, but rather an artifact used to confuse his eyes. Bai Yunfeng's face reddened. Speaking of which, he was a Yuan Qi boundary cultivator. Using an artifact to deal with a separation and reunion boundary cultivator was really not appropriate. After being pointed out by Yang Kai, Bai Yunfeng became angry and coldly snorted, "Even if you don't have an artifact, do you think you're my opponent?" Crossing his feet, Bai Yunfeng flew directly in front of Yang Kai, his speed extremely fast. Unyielding will. Dealing with an enemy a great realm higher than himself, Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly used his own mysterious martial skill. His Yuan Qi suddenly became violent, filled with an unparalleled evil intent, his whole face ferocious, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty and cruel light. A surge of power suddenly erupted from his body and a black flame burst out from his body. At this moment, Yang Kai was like a demon descending from the heavens. His whole body burned and the air around him distorted. Yang Kai raised a palm, bringing with it endless flames, and fiercely swept it towards Bai Yunfeng. The enemy suddenly changed. Bai Yunfeng was shocked. Perceiving Yang Kai's sudden increase in strength and the burning Yuan Qi, he instantly realized the terror of this attack. Shocked, he didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly operated the Yuan Qi in his body, bringing out his own killing move. Heaven's Net. Between his 10 fingers, Yuan Qi condensed like silk threads, and as his fingers danced, they instantly intertwined into a large net in front of him. This net formed purely from Yuan Qi could cut gold and break jade. Its sharpness was not inferior to that of an ordinary earth-grade weapon. The flames collided with the Heaven's Net. Bai Yunfeng's Yuan Qi threads passed through the flames without being damaged and directly enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mind moved, and even more energy surged out from his body, the temperature of the flames increasing by a lot. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the threads were completely dissolved in a breath of time, and immediately Yang Kai's palm struck Bai Yunfeng's shoulder. Yang Kai and Bai Yunfeng both retreated at the same time, looking at each other with great fear. On Yang Kai's body, small bloody scars slowly appeared, all of which were caused by the Heaven's Net. Each of the Yuan Qi threads had cut half an inch into his skin, almost dismembering him. On the other hand, Bai Yunfeng was also somewhat embarrassed at this moment. His shoulder was burning hot, as if it had been branded with iron, and there was even a burnt smell. Desperately urging his Yuan Qi, he was finally able to resolve the remaining power of his opponent's attack. Hiss! The group of Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all sucked in a cold breath, looking towards Yang Kai in horror. A separation and reunion boundary cultivator fighting against a Yuan Qi cultivator. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was still able to put up a good fight. Just what was this little brat's background? Moreover, the way his strength had increased was quite strange. Originally, he was only at the separation and reunion boundary first stage, but now he had suddenly jumped to the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. At the same time as his strength increased, his demeanor and temperament also changed dramatically. If he was just an ordinary boy before, now he was clearly showing signs of becoming the demon race. Most importantly, his Yuan Qi had actually dissolved Bai Yunfeng's Yuan Qi threads. Didn't this mean that the purity and richness of his Yuan Qi was not inferior to that of a first-stage Yuan Qi cultivator? Otherwise, how could he achieve this? Chapter 210. Separation and Reunion Boundary, Yuan Qi Boundary. Although the difference between the two was only one level, there was an essential difference. The former had Yuan Qi, the latter had Yuan Qi. Even 10 separation and reunion boundary cultivators would not necessarily be able to defeat one Yuan Qi boundary first level. The transformation of Yuan Qi into Yuan Qi was a qualitative leap in a cultivator's strength. If someone had told this group of Heaven's Ascension boundary experts before today that a separation and reunion boundary expert could be evenly matched with a Yuan Qi boundary first level, they would have laughed it off. But now this scene was happening right in front of their eyes, no one could question it. But this should be the end of it. The group of Heaven's Ascension boundary experts had sharp eyes. Naturally they could see that Yang Kai had already used all his strength, but Bai Yunfeng was still holding back. There was still a gap between the two. In the field, Bai Yunfeng's expression was ferocious, sneering. "Little brat, you really have the capital to be arrogant. This young master likes young talents like you. I will give you one last chance. Pledge allegiance to my Bai family, recognize me as master, and all the previous unpleasantness. This young master will let bygones be bygones." Yang Kai calmly said, "Not interested." Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, little brat, you can't blame others for your own mistakes. Bai Yunfeng had also lost his patience. He was a Yuan Qi boundary expert. He wanted to easily take down Yang Kai and force him to reveal the cultivation method of that martial skill, but he did not want to fight with him so anxiously, becoming a joke to others. Now that things had come to this, he did not want to delay any longer. His Yuan Qi surged, a layer of milky white light gushing out of his body, once again flying towards Yang Kai. His speed was astonishing. No one could see any trace of him. While flying, Heaven's net attacked again, countless threads of Yuan Qi forming a large net, enveloping Yang Kai. The gap between the two was too big, and Bai Yunfeng's movement technique was also quite outstanding. Yang Kai's self-created movement technique would not be able to gain any advantage in this battle. He understood that under such circumstances, dodging was definitely not the best choice. He could only fight head-on. With one hand like a knife, he crazily squeezed out the energy in his body. The Yuan Qi was rolling and surging. His palm blade slashed towards the opponent's heavenly net. The Yuan Qi threads were broken one by one. They were broken before they could even get close to the Yang Kai. Tianluo seal. Bai Yunfeng did not mind at all. A faint and arrogant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he pushed with both hands. A huge palm print covered Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai didn't even have time to change his moves before he was hit in the chest. He was sent flying through the air. While in midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground, his face pale. But the onlookers couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. They looked at Yang Kai in surprise. They didn't expect him to be so determined. The Bai family's Heaven's Net seal was a heaven-grade martial technique. Its attack power was enormous. This young man's figure seemed thin, but after taking such a blow, he still had the strength to fight. How could this not be shocking? Bai Yunfeng didn't give Yang Kai any chance to breathe. His figure flashed like the wind and pounced forward. Yang Kai struggled to resist, but was hit by another Heaven's Net seal and was sent flying several dozen meters. Unexpectedly, Bai Yunfeng also cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated. A violent explosion sounded from his chest, and a stream of red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The milky white Yuan Qi around his body became illusory and almost collapsed. Bai Yunfeng's face suddenly became ferocious. He gloomily said, "Little brat, today you will die." What mysterious grade martial technique? It didn't matter. Bai Yunfeng had suffered a loss in front of so many people. Murderous intent surged in his heart. He only wanted to kill Yang Kai to vent his anger. "Brother Bai, don't kill him." Dong Qinghan frowned and shouted, "After all, this is someone else's territory." Heh. Bai Yunfeng sneered, completely ignoring Dong Qinghan. Opening his hand, an unstable mass of murderous aura suddenly appeared. Bai Yunfeng madly poured his Yuan Qi into his hand, causing it to become more and more turbulent. Heaven's Net seal. Dong Qinghan couldn't help paling. He hadn't expected Bai Yunfeng to have even mastered the Bai family's Heaven's Net seal. Compared to the Heaven's Net seal just now, the power of this Heaven's Net seal was incomparable. It was definitely one of the Bai family's secret techniques. Just as he was about to warn Yang Kai to be careful, he saw a burst of starlight appear and a violent aura burst out from Yang Kai's body. His right hand trembled as if there was an uncontrollable power erupting from somewhere. A blurred and dazzling starry sky suddenly appeared under the clear blue sky. The star. Everyone's eyes flashed as they stared at Yang Kai, feeling the power of the martial skill in his hand, all of them paling. They had long heard that Yang Kai had used a mysterious martial skill to severely injure the sixth-order monster beast inside the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Now that they saw this scene, how could they not understand that this little brat was about to use it again? Young Lord, be careful! The two immortal ascension boundary cultivators from the Bai family exclaimed, fearing that Bai Yunfeng would suffer a loss in this confrontation, so they quickly rushed towards Yang Kai, wanting to finish him off first. However, just as they started to move, two large hands were placed on their shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. The two immortal ascension boundary masters immediately froze in place, unable to circulate their yuan qi. It was as if a towering mountain was pressing down on their shoulders, making it impossible for them to even move a finger. The two immortal ascension boundary masters' faces were pale, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. They were so frightened that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. Although these two were only immortal ascension boundary fourth or fifth boundary masters, they were still masters of their generation. Now, they had been silently restrained by someone else. It was obvious how strong this person was. How could a small place like High Heaven Pavilion have such a terrifying character? Juniors are just playing around, us old men should just watch from the sidelines, there's no need for us to intervene. A faint voice came from the side. At this moment, the two immortal ascension boundary masters found that they could move again. Turning their heads in amazement, they saw an old man standing next to them, his face full of wrinkles, looking at them with a smile. This person, they knew. It was the shopkeeper from High Heaven Pavilion's contribution hall. Although when they first arrived at High Heaven Pavilion they had noticed that this shopkeeper was somewhat strange, neither of them had expected him to be so strong. What do you two think? Meng Wuya asked with a smile. Your Excellency's words are reasonable. How could the two Bai family masters dare to refute? The other party's strength was so great that he could take their lives with a snap of his fingers. If they refuted, they would die. This sensational scene fell into the eyes of the Dong family and Purple Fern Valley's immortal ascension boundary masters. These four masters also didn't notice when Meng Wuya had arrived or when he had appeared next to the Bai family masters. Everything had happened so suddenly. The Dong family's wind and cloud dual guards were shocked, but they didn't change their expressions. They knew that their young lord and Yang Kai were cousins, so naturally they had nothing to fear. On the other hand, the two immortal ascension boundary masters from Purple Fern Valley stared at Meng Wuya with vigilance, thinking of all the famous masters in the world, but they couldn't match up with Meng Wuya. This battle is somewhat interesting. Just as the two Purple Fern Valley masters were puzzled, a strange voice suddenly called out from behind them. The two immortal ascension boundary masters' expression changed greatly. Turning their heads to look, they saw that an old man had appeared next to them at some point. This old man had the demeanor of a transcendent being. His beard was very long, and he was wearing an extremely simple robe. He stood silently in the middle of them. Another master. Although he was just standing there, stroking his beard with a kind smile on his face, watching the two juniors madly gather their yuan qi, the two Purple Fern Valley masters could still feel that this old man's aura was locked onto them. Once they made the slightest move, they were afraid they would be ruthlessly attacked. High Heaven Pavilion, where did such terrifying masters pop up one after another? With these two masters, it could be said that High Heaven Pavilion's strength was not inferior to an ordinary first-class force. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Purple Fern Valley and the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Bai family stared at each other, all of them seeing the shock and helplessness in each other's eyes. There was a kind of sadness of holding hands and looking at each other with tearful eyes. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk another 5 figures descended. This time the 5 elders of High Heaven Pavilion had arrived. These 5 people had been alarmed by the fight here and wanted to investigate, but when they saw the old man with the goatee, their faces lit up and they quickly bowed. "Greetings, sect master." This old man was actually the mysterious sect master of High Heaven Pavilion. When the 3 great forces had come to visit High Heaven Pavilion as guests, the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion had yet to show his face. For this reason, these masters and several of the young lords had silently criticized the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion. Now that they had realized how terrifying the sect master was, how could they dare complain? With such strength, there was no need to put the 3 great forces' young lords in their eyes, unless the elders of these forces arrived. Fan Hong was even more so, quickly running over to pay his respects. Purple Fern Valley disciple Fan Hong greets Senior. The sect master smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything, just turning his eyes to the field. During this period of delay, whether it was Yang Kai's star mark or Bai Yunfeng's Heaven's Gathering star, both of them had condensed their qi to its peak. The 2 martial skills were somewhat similar, both were extremely lethal, but they needed time to increase their momentum. In just a few breaths of time, their momentum had reached its peak. "Yang Kai!" Bai Yunfeng roared, his eyes angrily staring towards Yang Kai. "Come!" Yang Kai didn't show any fear, the back of his hand flashing with stars, his figure flickered, creating a star field around him. The 2 majestic energies quickly approached each other and then collided. This kind of peak martial skill collision, even the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were shocked. Like a blazing sun exploding, the light was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes, but under the divine senses of these Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they could clearly feel that whether it was Yang Kai or Bai Yunfeng, the Yuan Qi in their bodies had suddenly become chaotic, their auras stagnating, and a violent sound rang out as the 2 were sent flying in different directions. When the light dissipated, the sound of the 2 men's heavy breathing could be heard. A deep pit more than a dozen meters wide had appeared in the ground. Separated by about 300 meters, Yang Kai and Bai Yunfeng both stood up shakily. Chapter 211. This time's collision had actually ended in a draw. However, looking around, it was obvious that Yang Kai's injuries were more serious than Bai Yunfeng's. Even so, it was still shocking to see. A peak separation and reunion boundary cultivator was able to fight so fiercely with a Yuan Qi First Order cultivator, and in a direct confrontation of martial skills. Didn't this mean that the martial skill he possessed was even stronger than the Bai family's secret skill, Heaven's Gathering Star? It really was a mysterious grade martial skill. The 2 young men, both covered in blood, stared at each other. Bai Yunfeng's eyes were filled with madness and disbelief. He had never expected that Yang Kai would still be able to stand up. Not only did he not show the slightest sign of weakness, he was actually fighting more valiantly. "I said, today you will definitely die. Even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, he won't be able to save you." Bai Yunfeng roared ferociously. Although he and Yang Kai had no previous grievances, today's battle had repeatedly exceeded his expectations. As a young lord of the Bai family, Bai Yunfeng was simply unwilling to accept this fact. With so many people watching, if he couldn't defeat Yang Kai, wouldn't his previous words be the same as slapping his own face? With a roar, Bai Yunfeng waved his hand, and a scroll appeared in his hand. The scroll unfurled, and on it were countless pictures of rare demonic beasts. The Bai family's Earth-grade mid-rank artifact, 100 Beast Diagram. Dong Qinghan's expression changed as he exclaimed. Although it seemed like he had inadvertently shouted out, in fact, he was trying to wake Yang Kai up. Bai Yunfeng sneered again and again as he continued to pour Yuan Qi into his artifact. With the influx of Yuan Qi, the monster beast patterns in the 100 Beast Diagram began to faintly move, and immediately, a burst of light rushed out from the diagram, transforming into a variety of monster beasts, all of them ferociously rushing towards Yang Kai. In order to kill Yang Kai, Bai Yunfeng had exhausted all of his means. This artifact was his biggest trump card, and also his final attack. He didn't believe that an unknown disciple of High Heaven Pavilion could survive the onslaught of hundreds of beasts. More and more dazzling lights appeared in the air, and all kinds of strange monster beasts materialized. They were like thousands of galloping horses, enough to crush all the enemies in front of them. Yang Kai roared, his eyes overflowing with killing intent. A crimson sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Shura sword, the Azura's Gate's most precious treasure. With the Shura sword in hand, Yang Kai's already ruthless Yuan Qi became even more violent at this moment, reaching a terrifying level. Everyone's eyes were trembling as they stared fixedly at the crimson sword. All of them were able to sense dense and material killing intent from this sword, and when they looked at this sword, it was as if they'd seen a blood-red world. At that place, blood flowed into rivers, corpses were piled up into mountains, and a bloody aura that caused one to be terrified suffused the air. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Purple Fern Valley and the Wind and Cloud Dual Guards quickly protected their young lords and retreated, fearing that they would be affected by this terrifying murderous intent. Meng Wuya's expression changed slightly. The same was true for High Heaven Pavilion's sect master. The two of them had never thought that Yang Kai would actually be able to bring out such a powerful weapon. This was completely beyond their expectations. As the hundreds of beasts rushed forward, Yang Kai raised his sword and swept it across. As the sword swept through, the monster beast let out a mournful cry before completely dissipating. Yang Kai rushed forward, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty madness, but Bai Yunfeng, who was still calm, finally showed a change in expression. He had never expected that even after using his most powerful artifact, he would still be unable to defeat his opponent. The monster beast that rushed out of the 100-beast diagram couldn't stop him at all. One monster beast after another was cut down. The distance between Yang Kai and Bai Yunfeng quickly narrowed. Affected by the violent bloody aura and endless murderous intent, Bai Yunfeng was almost unable to move. He could only mechanically urge his Yuan Qi, pouring it into the 100-beast diagram in an attempt to block Yang Kai. This kind of action was meaningless, only accelerating the consumption of his Yuan Qi. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Bai Yunfeng, his cold eyes faintly sweeping over him. Then he raised the Azura sword in his hand and fiercely chopped down. Everyone's heart jumped, because they could see that Yang Kai's sword was not aimed at Bai Yunfeng, but at the 100-beast diagram. He actually wanted to destroy this Earth-grade mid-rank artifact. The blood-red sword light was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, ruthlessly cutting through the 100-beast diagram. The few demonic beasts that were still flying in the air disappeared in an instant. A ring of dense light appeared on the 100-beast diagram, and a gap was created when the sword edge swept across it. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The 100-beast diagram was an Earth-grade mid-rank artifact. Although it was not a defensive artifact, how could it be so fragile? A sword cut through the diagram, and a big gap appeared. How sharp was this sword? What kind of artifact was it? Shua! The Azura sword was swung backwards, and the gap was widened a lot. Another sword light flashed, accompanied by a tearing sound, and the Earth-grade mid-rank 100-beast diagram was cut in half, falling to the ground. 3 swords, destroying an Earth-grade mid-rank artifact. No one dared to believe such a result. Yang Kai's sword turned, shaking out a sword flower, and stabbed towards Bai Yunfeng, who was standing there stupidly as if he had lost his soul. Please show mercy. The two Bai family Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters could not stand it anymore. Just now they were restrained by Meng Wuya, so they did not dare to make the slightest move, but now seeing Yang Kai actually want to take Bai Yunfeng's life, they did not hesitate and quickly shouted. While shouting, they quickly rushed over. Meng Wuya did not stop them. Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were really different. The two of them almost instantly arrived in front of Yang Kai, one of them flicking his finger towards the Azura sword while the other grabbed Bai Yunfeng and quickly retreated. With a ding sound, the Azura sword's trajectory deviated, and Bai Yunfeng's life was saved. Yang Kai coldly swept his eyes over the two Bai family Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but did not pursue. With these two guarding him, he could not kill Bai Yunfeng. "Young master, please show mercy. My young lord's skill is inferior and has already been defeated." The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master who blocked the Azura sword frowned and anxiously said. Although his tone was somewhat dissatisfied, there was absolutely no disrespect. Yang Kai stared at him for a moment, hesitating for a long time before finally putting away the Azura sword. A great battle had come to an end. This battle was not on the same level, but the final result was that the one with the lower strength had won, which made everyone somewhat confused. "You have all come to High Heaven Pavilion as guests. This old master welcomes you, but High Heaven Pavilion is not a place where you can behave atrociously." The sect master's expression was like an ancient well, and although his tone was flat, anyone could hear the anger in his voice. Once these words reached the ears of the many masters, they all became flustered. The Bai family did not have the face to remain here, one of them holding Bai Yunfeng while the other picked up the 100-beast diagram fragment that had fallen to the ground, cupping his fists and saying, "These days we have disturbed you. We hope High Heaven Pavilion will forgive us. The Bai family will definitely come to apologize." Finished speaking, the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters quickly left with Bai Yunfeng. The people from Purple Fern Valley did not dare to stay any longer. Originally, they had looked down on this small sect. After arriving here, they had put on a superior appearance to recruit talents, but today, two terrifying masters had appeared one after another, and a separation and reunion boundary first stage disciple from High Heaven Pavilion had almost killed the Bai family young lord, causing the people from Purple Fern Valley to tremble in fear. High Heaven Pavilion could not be underestimated. With such a powerful master in charge, any random disciple was a madman, a group of terrifying existences pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Fan Hong and the two Immortal Ascension Masters also repeatedly apologized and quickly left. Dong Qing Han and the Wind and Cloud Dual Guards also did the same. Before leaving, Dong Qing Han glanced over at Yang Kai. The shock in his eyes had not yet faded. Outside the field, many High Heaven Pavilion disciples had gathered. This battle was too earth-shattering. Not only had it attracted the attention of the 5 great elders, many of the disciples who had heard the commotion had also come to watch. Su Xianwu coldly glanced over at the group of disciples and loudly said, "Disciples who have been in contact with the 3 great forces these days, leave on your own. My High Heaven Pavilion is just a small sect, not a place for you to stay so as not to ruin your future." Hearing this sentence, many people's expressions darkened, feeling extremely annoyed. They were all disciples who had been recruited by the 3 great forces. They had thought that by joining one of the 3 great forces, they would have a better life, but they had not expected that their own sect would also be so prestigious. After the sect master and treasurer Meng appeared, these Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were as obedient as rabbits. At this moment, these disciples' hearts were filled with regret. But since the second elder had already said so, how could they still shamelessly stay? In the field, Yang Kai restrained his aura and stared at the High Heaven Pavilion's sect master faintly, his eyes filled with some doubt, but also some relief. Meng Wuya grinned meaningfully before his figure flickered and disappeared. "Everyone disperse." The sect master waved his hand, then turned to Yang Kai, his face showing a kind expression as he said, "Come with me." The 5 great elders all looked surprised. They had not expected that this battle would allow Yang Kai to enter the sect master's eyes. Now that he had been summoned, naturally there would be benefits for him. Yang Kai nodded. There were many questions and doubts in his heart that needed to be answered. Covered in blood, following the sect master step by step, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples all stared at Yang Kai, all of their previous contempt and discrimination replaced with shock and panic. After passing through many buildings, the group arrived at a secluded area. This was the sect master's retreat. Normally, even the 5 great elders were not allowed to set foot here. There was a courtyard and several thatched cottages, simple and crude, but there were many flowers and plants in the courtyard, all of which were very common outside. The sect master's retreat did not have the slightest luxurious things, only ordinary and elegant. Leading Yang Kai into one of the cottages, the sect master only gave him a set of clothes and a bottle of pills. "Heal your wounds first, Then change your clothes and come find me," the sect master said, then floated away. Although there were many questions, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to ask, instead entering the cottage, taking out a pill and swallowing it. Today's battle could be described as extremely difficult. Yuan Qi realm masters were not easy to deal with, and during the confrontation, Yang Kai suffered losses. If not for the star mark, he may have been defeated. The Bai family's Heaven's Gathering Dipper was extraordinary, not much worse than the star mark. Today's battle could be said to have been led by Yang Kai himself. Although there was a hint of jealousy, it was not the main reason. Yang Kai just wanted to confirm many of his speculations at this critical moment. Why did the fourth Master Yang want him to come to High Heaven Pavilion? What kind of relationship did he have with this place? Was this the place where he used to train? There were many profound meanings, but Yang Kai could not guess them all. Since he couldn't guess them, then he would draw a big lottery. If he couldn't clean up after himself, there would always be someone to clean up after him. And this person who would clean up after him was the key figure. But Yang Kai didn't expect that the person he would draw out would actually be the High Heaven Pavilion sect master. Chapter 212. A day later, Yang Kai dressed neatly and walked out of the hut. Inside the courtyard, the sect master stood under a plum blossom tree, one hand behind his back, the other stroking his beard, motionless, his eyes staring into the distance. Yang Kai walked behind him and didn't say anything to disturb him. Simply standing there and following his gaze, he saw several flower buds on a branch, slowly blooming in the cold wind. One old and one young man stood there for a full day and night, waiting for these flower buds to fully bloom before the sect master turned around and asked, "How is your injury?" "It's no big deal," Yang Kai grinned. "Should I call you sect master or 11th elder?" The person in front of him was not only High Heaven Pavilion's sect master, Ling Tai Su, but also the 11th elder he had met at the Coiling Dragon Stream. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know much about High Heaven Pavilion, so although he had some doubts, he didn't think too much about it. Later, when he heard Sassafras talk about High Heaven Pavilion, he was able to confirm the 11th elder's true identity. High Heaven Pavilion didn't have an 11th elder, but the current Ling Tai Su was the 11th sect master. He was a man of great talent and vision, but because of his two disciples, he had fallen into decline for more than 10 years. If it weren't for the two disciples he had accepted more than 10 years ago, Ling Tai Su would certainly have more strength than he had now. If the knot in his heart couldn't be untied, he wouldn't be able to break through the shackles of the immortal ascension boundary and reach the next level. Ling Tai Su smiled, "As you wish." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but Ling Tai Su interrupted him, "I know you have a lot of questions. Please enlighten me, sect master." Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. He had already guessed what he wanted to ask, so there was no need to ask. Ling Tai Su's eyes were deep, a touch of reminiscence appearing on his face. After a moment, he slowly opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "This old master has only accepted two disciples in his life. The eldest was simple and kind, while the second was shrewd and intelligent. If nothing unexpected happened, both of them would have been pillars of High Heaven Pavilion, leading our sect to glory. But the world is unpredictable, and the second was too competitive. He was actually willing to fall into the evil path and even tried to kill boss. This is something that cannot be tolerated by common sense." Yang Kai listened quietly. He had heard this story from Sassafras before. However, the sect leader was the person involved in this matter. Now that he was talking about it, there was definitely an unusual meaning behind it. According to the rumors outside, eldest brother was killed and second brother was sealed in the Coiling Dragon Stream, is that right? Yang Kai nodded. Ling Tai Su chuckled. This rumor is only half true. Second brother is indeed sealed in the Coiling Dragon Stream, but eldest brother is not dead. Ling Tai Su proudly declared, "This old master's eldest disciple is called Yang Yingfeng." Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved, his face filled with shock. After a long time, he let out a soft sigh. At this point, the doubts that had troubled him for many years had disappeared. Yang Yingfeng, the name of the Yang family's fourth Master Yang, which was also the name of Yang Kai's father. Unexpectedly, the fourth Master Yang really was a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. What's more, he was Ling Tai-Su's eldest disciple, the unlucky eldest brother who was rumored to have been killed by the second junior brother. No wonder his father had been plagued with a chronic illness all these years, making it difficult for him to improve his strength. Presumably, it was because he had been injured by the second junior brother who had fallen into the evil path. No wonder he had asked him to come to High Heaven Pavilion. It turned out there was such a relationship between them. According to seniority, you should call me Grand Master. Ling Tai-Su smiled slightly. Disciple greets Grand Master. Yang Kai somewhat unwillingly bowed. Ling Tai-Su saw Yang Kai's expression but didn't become angry. He just chuckled and said, "You blame me for turning a blind eye to your identity and making you suffer, isn't that right?" "A little," Yang Kai replied in a muffled voice. During his first 3 years in High Heaven Pavilion, he had suffered a lot. The fickleness of the world. But he didn't care too much about his own suffering. It was because he didn't have the ability. How could he blame it on others? Others weren't born to be his nanny, why should they take care of him? Don't blame this old master. If you want to blame someone, blame the Yang family's fourth Master Yang. This old master hasn't completely vented his anger. Ling Tai-Su snorted softly. Hearing this sentence, Yang Kai couldn't help shrinking his neck. He wasn't a fool, how could he not understand the meaning of Ling Tai-Su's words? The Yang family's disciples were like cuckoo eggs, they couldn't be raised properly. When the fourth Master Yang came here, he must have been loved by Ling Tai-Su, but he never thought that after 10 years of painstaking effort and hard work, he would only end up benefiting someone else. If his second brother hadn't fallen into the demonic path, Ling Tai-Su would still have some hope, but his honest and loyal eldest brother was the Yang family's ingrate and his second brother had also fallen into the demonic path. In the end, Ling Tai-Su's efforts were all for naught and he was unable to break through his bottleneck. In other words, the fourth Master Yang had to bear a large part of the responsibility for Ling Tai-Su's knot. As the saying goes, the son must repay the father's debts. The fourth Master Yang owed Ling Tai-Su, so how could Yang Kai stay out of it? Thinking about this, Yang Kai quickly smiled and said, "Grand Master, please calm down. The fourth Master Yang isn't a good person, you don't need to lower yourself to his level." Ling Tai-Su originally had a straight face, but seeing Yang Kai's expression change so quickly, he couldn't help but laugh. "Eldest brother is such a dull person, how did he raise such a slippery little brat like you?" A real man knows when to yield and when not to yield. Yang Kai saw his expression and knew that he was just joking and wasn't really angry. Ling Tai-Su took a deep breath and slowly said, "Eldest brother is not a person who lies." In fact, 3 years after he entered the pavilion he had already told this old master his identity, so this old master was already mentally prepared for his departure from High Heaven Pavilion. You don't need to worry too much about it. Yang Kai nodded slightly and flattered, "Grand Master is magnanimous. When I return to the Yang family, I will teach him a lesson for you." Ling Tai-Su's mouth twitched as if he wanted to laugh, but he held back. "The day you arrived at High Heaven Pavilion, this old master received a letter from your father. The reason why I didn't bother with you was because of your father's own intentions. In the letter, he said that you weren't suitable for cultivation and only hoped that you could safely spend 10 years in High Heaven Pavilion until the Yang family called you back." Ling Tai-Su explained. "Do you know why you aren't suitable for cultivation?" Ling Tai-Su asked. "Father said that I was born with a deficiency." Yang Kai frowned. Because eldest brother was seriously injured and has not been able to recover for many years, leading to your birth with a congenital deficiency." Ling Tai-Su nodded, immediately turning his eyes towards Yang Kai. "A congenital deficiency is almost impossible to cure, but now you can cultivate again, and with your outstanding talent, your strength is improving rapidly. This old master doesn't care what kind of mysteries lie behind this, but in the future, unless your parents ask, you must not reveal anything about this matter to anyone else." Yang Kai nodded again and again. Although this was the first time he had spoken so openly with this Grand Master, Yang Kai could feel his care and concern. In fact, if you were just an ordinary person, this old master really wouldn't care about you. You are the happiest person alive. Even if you suffer and are bullied, you are still alive. But since you have both talent and strength, this old master can't ignore you. The reason you made such a ruckus yesterday was to draw this old master out, right? Yang Kai smiled. I didn't think it would be you, I just thought it would be one of the 5 great elders who had a relationship with my father. Ling Tai Su chuckled. It's no wonder you didn't think of it. Your father sent you here, first to ensure your safety, and second to let you resolve the knot in my heart. Eldest brother is too simple, thinking that this old master's knot is because of him. In fact, this old master has never blamed him. When Yang Kai heard this, he could only sigh, not knowing how to comfort him. Good, your doubts have been answered, right? Ling Tai Su smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said somewhat embarrassedly. These days, he had been thinking about many things, but there were many things he couldn't understand. Today, after talking with his grandmaster, he had finally been enlightened. Now it's this old master's turn. Ling Tai Su said seriously. Grandmaster, what do you want to ask? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Your aura. Ling Tai Su's face was very serious. In the battle 2 days ago, I noticed your aura was bloody and violent, not at all inferior to my second brother's. This old master only wants to ask you one thing. Are you cultivating some kind of evil secret art? Yang Kai shook his head decisively. He also knew that the unyielding will was strange and quickly displayed this mysterious martial skill. His yuan qi surged, and Yang Kai's strength directly jumped from the separation and reunion boundary first stage to the peak separation and reunion boundary, his body filled with evil qi. Murderous intense sword, as if there was no one else around, as if he was the only one in this world. Ling Tai Su's pair of deep eyes stared into Yang Kai's eyes, as if he could see into the depths of Yang Kai's soul. Take out your sword, Ling Tai Su shouted. A crimson sword instantly appeared in Yang Kai's hand, and with the Azura sword in hand, his murderous intent became even more substantial. This Azura sect artifact and Yang Kai's yuan qi seemed to have some kind of affinity, resonating with each other. With the sword in hand and without it, Yang Kai was like a completely different person. Ling Tai Su stared at Yang Kai for a moment, carefully observing the changes in his body and the fluctuations in his mood, his expression gradually becoming relaxed, then immediately becoming shocked, his expression changing in an unpredictable manner. After a long time, Ling Tai Su nodded slightly. Yang Kai put away the Azura sword and dispersed the unyielding will, returning to his normal state. It seems to have become the demon race, but in fact, it's not. Ling Tai Su frowned slightly. Is your soul awake? Strange, such a violent and bloody aura. Even if this old master were to endure it for a long time, it would inevitably trigger a heart demon and disturb his mind. How can you not be affected? After a moment of contemplation, Ling Tai Su's eyes lit up. Yes, you cultivate a yang attribute secret art. Extreme yang, it is the nemesis of the evil yin aura. With the yang attribute yuan qi protecting you, you can avoid falling into depravity. After saying this, Ling Tai Su was stunned. How could these two contradictory things be perfectly combined in one person? After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Although Ling Tai Su knew that Yang Kai must have some secret that allowed these two auras to combine, he didn't ask. Raising his eyes, Ling Tai Su said, You caused a ruckus 2 days ago, and even revealed the news of a profound grade martial skill. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in the future. I'll go out and lie low for a while. Yang Kai already had a plan. Ling Tai Su smiled. Where can you hide? For the time being, don't run around, just stay in the sect. Chapter 213. Only after Yang Kai left did Ling Tai Su's expression gradually become dignified. Although Yang Kai's violent aura was not a hindrance to him, Ling Tai Su had no choice but to consider a deeper level. After thinking for a long time, Ling Tai Su let out a long sigh. Could it be that this little brat wants to use slaughter to prove his martial Tao? The bloodthirsty and violent aura that made him feel uneasy had already penetrated deep into Yang Kai's bones. In the future, if he wanted to pry into the true essence of martial Tao, there were only two ways. One was to eliminate this aura and change to a more peaceful secret art. However, Yang Kai was congenitally deficient, and it was not easy for him to achieve today's achievements. If he changed his secret art and became ordinary again, how could he bear it? Forever standing at the bottom and unable to see the top was one thing. But once a person stood at the top and suddenly fell to the bottom, no one could bear such a blow. If he couldn't change his secret art, then he could only display his bloodthirsty and violent aura to the extreme, growing stronger as his strength grew. Only then could he pry into the mysteries of martial Tao. One was to destroy and then establish. One could not be established without destruction. The other was to enter the Tao through slaughter. The future was full of obstacles, and the slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic end. Since ancient times, very few people who entered the martial Tao through slaughter had a good ending. Because those who entered the Tao through slaughter would always have more enemies than friends, and it was more likely that they would lose themselves in slaughter and become the demon race. He was just a child. Could he persevere? After leaving the sect master's place, Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion and took out the pills Xia Ningchang had refined for him, swallowing them to improve his strength. The dust-covered incense burner was also taken out again, burning a strange incense that suppressed the circulation of his true Yang secret art. For the next 10 days or so, Yang Kai remained in seclusion in his secluded cave mansion, firstly to consume pills and secondly to nourish the two artifacts he had just refined. The Azura sword had played a great role in his battle with Bai Yunfeng, and although he hadn't used the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia, since it was also a sect-guarding artifact of a first-class sect in the Endless Sea Islands, the power of the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia would certainly not be lacking. Every day, when the sun rose from the east, Yang Kai would practice the unyielding golden skeleton. Now that his strength had increased and his physical fitness had increased, his progress in practicing the unyielding golden skeleton had also increased by a large margin. He had almost completed 1/3 of the way, but the further he progressed, the more difficult it became. Every time he performed a move, the bones in his body would explode like beans. The Immortal's cave was quiet and serene. It was indeed a good place for closed-door meditation. Xia Ningchang, the little senior sister, would occasionally come over and bring some delicious food to share with Yang Kai. When they were bored, the two of them would also chat. Occasionally, Xia Ningchang would take a nap on the stone bed. Whenever this happened, no matter how Yang Kai tried to wake her up, he would not be able to do so. On this day, while Yang Kai was cultivating, he suddenly heard the sect master's voice. "Do you know how to kill?" When the voice suddenly appeared, Yang Kai was startled and reflexively jumped up from his seat. After recalling that it was Ling Taisu's voice, he understood that it was just a false alarm. "Grand Master!" Yang Kai looked around but couldn't find Ling Taisu's figure. However, he was keenly aware of a divine sense wandering around him. Ling Taisu asked again. Only then did Kai Yang reply, "Yes." What kind of people deserve to be killed? Yang Kai furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. Those who plot against me, kill them. Those who harm my friends and family, kill them. Those who hinder my cultivation, kill them. Those who steal my treasures, kill them. If people don't provoke me, I won't kill them. Yang Kai didn't know if Ling Tai-su heard him or not, but after Yang Kai finished answering, he remained silent for a long time. It wasn't until half a day later that Ling Tai-su said, "Prepare yourself, in half a month I'll take you to a place." Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions, but he could faintly guess that Ling Tai-su seemed to have some kind of plan, and one that was quite difficult to choose. Otherwise, after answering that question, he wouldn't have remained silent for so long. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Ling Tai-su was his grandmaster, and his strength was profound. If he really wanted to harm him, he would have already taken action. Half a month was neither too long nor too short, so Yang Kai was more and more diligent in cultivating and swallowing pills. Time passed quickly, and half a month passed in a flash. During this half a month, Su Yen came to visit him one night, and the two of them engaged in a fierce battle for a long time, after which they diligently dual cultivated. The benefits of dual cultivation were now obvious to Yang Kai. The yuan qi in his body was becoming purer and purer, not yet reaching the yuan qi boundary, but not inferior to the yuan qi of an ordinary yuan qi cultivator. Otherwise, when he fought with Bai Yunfeng that day, his palm blade wouldn't have been able to break through his heaven's net. Whether it was Yang Kai or Su Yen, both of them were diligent in dual cultivating, and although they didn't do it many times, the quality was frighteningly high. Half a month later, Yang Kai had also swallowed all the pills refined by Xianing Cheng. Not only that, while meditating in the coiling dragon stream, he had also accumulated some yang liquid in his dantian, allowing him to break through to the separation and reunion boundary third stage. At night, Yang Kai was meditating at the cave entrance when he heard the sound of clothes flapping in the wind, and soon after, two figures entered his cave mansion one after the other. Grand Master. Yang Kai stood up and saluted, looking at the other person and asking, "Treasurer Meng?" Heh. Meng Wuya laughed rhythmically, his old face scrunched up into a ball. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what Meng Wuya was so happy about. Suddenly, Meng Wuya's smile disappeared, and he stared at Yang Kai in surprise, his eyes flashing as he slapped Yang Kai on the shoulder with one hand and the other on his dantian, angrily shouting, "Get out of here for this old master." Ling Tai Su looked at Meng Wuya in surprise, obviously not understanding why he had suddenly attacked Yang Kai, but because he didn't notice Meng Wuya's murderous intent, he didn't try to stop him. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan, unable to move. A separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivator in front of an old monster like Meng Wuya was no different from a baby. A huge suction force suddenly appeared, and Yang Kai heard the old demon's cries of alarm and struggle. During the day, Yang Kai had summoned the old demon back, but even if he hid inside his body, he still couldn't escape Meng Wuya's eyes. Even sect master Ling Tai Su couldn't see through the secret, but in front of Meng Wuya, the difference in strength between the two could be seen at a glance. Meng Wuya's hand formed a claw, and like a dragon sucking in water, he fiercely pulled out a black qi, which was the old demon wrapped in the soul breaker all. Perceiving Meng Wuya's murderous intent, the old demon screamed in horror, the black qi tumbling over and over again, transforming into a ferocious face, but he still couldn't break free from Meng Wuya's grasp. Ling Tai Su paled. "Treasurer Meng, please show mercy." Yang Kai hurriedly called out, fearing that Meng Wuya would kill the old demon on the spot. Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai and quickly asked, "Do you know what this is?" "The devil's soul." Yang Kai nodded. "If you know, then you still dare to let him into your body. Aren't you afraid of being swallowed by him?" Meng Wuya was stunned. He had thought that Yang Kai was just a young boy who didn't understand the situation and accidentally fell into the trap of the old demon's soul, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai knew better than anyone else. "He can't swallow me," Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "The old demon has already recognized me as his master, his life and death is in my hands." "Recognized you as his master?" This time Meng Wuya was shocked. Although he had pulled out the old demon's soul, he could still feel how powerful this person was when he was alive. Now he was just too weak to display his full strength, but if he could recover, then the entire High Heaven Pavilion wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him. "How did he recognize you as his master?" This was a matter of great importance, so Meng Wuya had no choice but to be cautious. Yang Kai quickly explained what had happened when the old demon recognized him as his master. After listening, Meng Wuya's expression changed and he nodded slightly. "Good, so he is indeed under your control, you don't need to worry about him harming you. Release me quickly, this old master is loyal to the young master. This loyalty can be seen by the heavens, the sun and the moon. Why are you holding this old master in your hands, you little thing? If this old master was at his peak, how could you act so presumptuously?" The old demon was a 10,000-year-old demon. He had been scared half to death just a moment ago, but now that there was no danger, he immediately became stubborn. Meng Wuya looked at him evilly and sneered, "If this old master was at his peak, how could you act so presumptuously?" Meng Wuya's words were exactly the same as what the old demon had just said, but if one thought about it carefully, the deeper meaning was quite different. The old demon was stunned and immediately lost his voice. So you? Meng Wuya coldly snorted and loosened his restraints. The old demon was like a mouse seeing a cat, quickly wrapping himself in a mass of black qi and rushing into Yang Kai's body, not daring to show himself again. Damn, this old master has been hiding so deeply, yet he still couldn't hide from this old bastard's investigation. This old bastard isn't as simple as he looks on the surface. During the whole process, Ling Tai-su had not made a sound, but now he opened his mouth and said, "Old demons can't be trusted easily, you must be careful. Disciple knows his limits." Yang Kai nodded. "Are you ready?" A few days ago, he had already greeted Su Yan and Xiaoning Chang, so there was nothing to prepare now. "Then let's go." Ling Tai-su stretched out his hand and grabbed Yang Kai, then flew out of the cave mansion and plunged downwards, Meng Wuya following closely behind. The wind whistled as they entered the bottomless coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked down, but couldn't see anything. Grandmaster said that he was going to take him to the depths of the coiling dragon stream. No, he said that there were many dangers at the bottom, and even he wouldn't dare to rashly enter, so there was no way he would take him into danger. After falling a few hundred meters, Ling Tai-su suddenly changed direction and flew to the side. After flying for a while, he finally stopped. In the dark night, Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya stood in the air, staring at the stone wall in front of them. "Is this the place?" Meng Wuya asked. Ling Tai-su nodded. "You and I will work together and pour in Yuan Qi. But I'll have to trouble you this time. Why are you being so polite? You're treating me like an outsider." Meng Wuya's mouth was wide open, revealing his molars. As long as he could send this little brat Yang Kai away, not to mention spending a trifling amount of Yuan Qi, this old master would even call him father. So when Meng Wuya heard that Ling Tai-su wanted him to help send Yang Kai to a certain place, old man Meng immediately agreed without hesitation. Chapter 214. "Let's begin," Ling Tai-su said in a low voice, then activated his Yuan Qi and pressed his palm against the stone wall in front of him. Meng Wuya pressed his palm against the other side and also activated his Yuan Qi. The Yuan Qi of the two-peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was like a flood that broke through a dam, fiercely pouring into the stone wall in front of them. The seemingly ordinary stone wall seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit at this moment. The Yuan Qi poured into it and disappeared without even making a ripple. Kai Yang watched from the side, silent, but in fact, his heart was also filled with monstrous waves. There must be some kind of profound mystery in this stone wall, otherwise, it wouldn't be so strange. Moreover, this stone wall was under the coiling dragon stream, so it might be related to the stream. After a cup of tea's worth of time, both Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya's foreheads began to sweat. They had been pouring out their Yuan Qi for such a long time, so it wasn't a small burden on them. "Brother Ling, did you remember the wrong place?" Meng Wuya frowned and asked. "It's here," Ling Tai-su said with certainty. After a while, the stone wall finally reacted. A layer of black ripples suddenly surged out from the ordinary stone wall, with one point as the center, quickly spreading in all directions. Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya saw this and increased the output of their Yuan Qi. The ripples grew larger and larger, more and more violent, as if pebbles were continuously being thrown into a calm lake. In the end, the layers of ripples actually surged out one after another, causing the stone wall in front of him to look extremely strange. It shook so much that it made them dizzy. Meng Wuya's eyes lit up. He exclaimed, "It really is the void corridor that connects the two places. Brother Ling, the strength of your High Heaven Pavilion's founder is extraordinary." Ling Tai-su smiled slightly and suddenly withdrew his hand. Meng Wuya also hurriedly retreated. Although the two of them had stopped, the changes on the stone wall in front of them didn't stop. Instead, they became more and more violent. After a while, the layers of ripples actually became solid, spinning and spreading outwards. Suddenly, a black hole appeared on the stone wall. Looking at this hole that appeared out of nowhere, Yang Kai felt as if his soul was about to be sucked in, and couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. Meng Wuya looked at him with a smile, gently patting Yang Kai's shoulder, his face full of sincerity and reluctance. He said in a deep voice, "Little Yang Kai, you must take care of yourself." Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Treasurer Meng was too affectionate today. When I'm not here, I hope that Brother Wuya can take care of High Heaven Pavilion. Ling Tai Su exhorted before leading Kai Yang into the black hole in front of him. Before entering, Yang Kai glanced back and saw Meng Wuya standing in the air, his smile more beautiful than a flower, waving his hand at him in a very friendly manner. After Ling Tai Su and Kai Yang's figures disappeared, the black hole on the stone wall suddenly disappeared and returned to its original appearance. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Meng Wuya stood in place for a long time before laughing loudly to the sky. Ha ha ha! His laughter shook the heavens and earth, waking up countless High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were sleeping and meditating. They couldn't help but shiver. The heavens had mercy on that smelly brat and sent him far away. Now there was no one to disturb his precious disciple's heart. And he just didn't know how long it would take for him to come back. Wouldn't it take at least 1 to 2 hours? After such a long time, perhaps his precious disciple would forget about him. Without this burden, his disciple would be able to cultivate quickly and grow up without any worries. Thinking of this, Meng Wuya laughed again. After Ling Tai Su entered the black hole, everything around them was chaotic, but it only took 3 breaths of time. Yang Kai felt his vision blur, and then he and his Grand Master appeared in a strange land. Ling Tai Su looked around, and then quickly flew in a certain direction. Not long after, he found a place to hide and put Yang Kai down, saying, "Protect me, I need to recover for a while." Yang Kai nodded, guessing in his heart that his Grand Master had not been able to endure the torment just now. Ling Tai Su took out a pill and swallowed it before sitting down and meditating for about 2 hours before standing up, picking up Yang Kai and flying forward without hesitation. Flying with someone carrying him was completely different from flying on your own. Ling Tai Su used his Yuan Qi to protect Yang Kai, so he didn't feel the wind at all. "Grand Master, what is that black hole under the coiling dragon stream?" Yang Kai was full of questions. It was left behind by the ancestral founder. It is a void corridor that connects the 2 ends of the world. With that place, one can easily cross from High Heaven Pavilion to another place. As for the specifics, I don't know. After all, compared to the ancestral founder, my strength is too insignificant. How far did we cross just now? Yang Kai was shocked, never having thought that there would be such a wonderful thing as a void corridor in this world. About 10,000 kilometers. Ling Tai Su's voice was flat. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. From the time Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya poured their Yuan Qi into the stone wall until the time they left, only half an hour had passed, yet in just half an hour they had traveled 10,000 kilometers. This kind of thing was simply too incredible, like a dream. Yang Kai's psychological quality was also quite good. After all, he had experienced great changes, so after a moment of shock, he quickly calmed himself down. "Aren't you going to ask me where I'm taking you?" Ling Tai Su glanced at him. "If Grand Master wants to tell me, he will naturally tell me. In any case, it won't be bad for me." "You're quite optimistic." Ling Tai Su smiled bitterly, his eyes becoming deep as he slowly said, "The place I want to send you to is a land of slaughter. There, you don't need any reason or excuse to kill. The strong are respected and the weak are prey to the strong. This is a place where the law of the jungle is played out vividly. You must be mentally prepared." Yang Kai was surprised. "What are we going to do there?" "Cultivate, become stronger, and pry into the true meaning of martial arts." Ling Tai Su took a deep breath. "If you don't want to go, I can take you back now." "Of course I'm going." Yang Kai was excited when he heard about cultivating and becoming stronger. The desire for strength was something every cultivator had. Only by becoming stronger could one not be humiliated and bullied, and only by becoming stronger could one go further on the path of martial arts and live a good life. Even if your life is in danger at all times, you still want to go? Ling Tai Su's mouth showed a gratified smile. Of course I'm going. Ha! You're really different from Big Brother. In the past, I also asked Big Brother this question. Can you guess what he said? Yang Kai thought for a moment, then imitated the expression and tone of the fourth Master Yang, and said with a sincere face, I don't want to kill people, I'm not going. Ling Tai Su was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed, not a single word wrong. It is said that no one knows a son better than his father. It seems the reverse is also true. If you don't want to kill, you will only be harmed in the end. You young family members are all like wolves, tigers, leopards. If you don't become strong, even if you return to the Yang family, you will only be bullied. Yang Kai's current aura was bloody and violent. If he did not have enough strength to protect himself and his family, if he was bullied in the future, he would not be able to resist and would be affected by that aura. Instead of falling into the path of evil and becoming a public enemy in the future, it was better to go all out now. Big Brother, oh Big Brother, don't blame this old master for being ruthless and taking him away without telling you, because with your temperament, I'm afraid you won't agree. Grand Master, where are we going? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Not us, just you, I'm only responsible for sending you there. You should have heard of that place, Netherworld Mountain. The smile on Yang Kai's face suddenly stiffened and his face couldn't help twitching, hesitating for a long time before asking, Grand Master, the Netherworld Mountain you speak of, is it that Netherworld Mountain? Exactly. Yang Kai's face twitched even more. Netherworld Mountain was almost famous in the world. It was notorious because it was a forbidden area for any cultivator. Those who stepped in died, and no one had ever been able to escape from the forbidden area alive. Of course, this was just a rumor that exaggerated the danger of Netherworld Mountain, but it was undeniable that Netherworld Mountain was indeed dangerous. Compared to High Heaven Pavilion's Black Wind Mountain Range, it was more than 10 times more dangerous. In Black Wind Mountain Range, an ordinary Yuan Qi cultivator could travel unimpeded, unless they were unlucky and ran into a particularly ferocious monster beast. But in Netherworld Mountain, even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master would find it difficult to survive. The difference between the two could be seen. It was precisely because of this danger that it was called a forbidden area, and there was only one such forbidden area in the entire Great Han Dynasty. However, the world was vast, and there were many other forbidden zones like Netherworld Mountain. Yang Kai had once heard that in the Tianlang Dynasty, which was adjacent to the Great Han Dynasty, there was a forbidden zone called the Abandoned Earth. All kinds of dangers were on par with Netherworld Mountain, perhaps even greater. In the forbidden area, strange fierce beasts could be found everywhere, and in the jungle there were many unknown dangers. Going there was simply courting death. But Yang Kai guessed that Ling Tai Su had his own plans, so although his expression changed slightly, he didn't lose his composure. Sure enough, Ling Tai Su seemed to be observing his reaction, and after a long time, he said with satisfaction, We won't go deep into Netherworld Mountain, only 500 li. There is a very strange place that is suitable for a cultivator like you to experience. What kind of place? Yang Kai asked. I can't explain it clearly. It's a very strange place. Back then, this old man was also brought there by my master to gain experience. That's why I know of the existence of that place. Back then, I wanted to send your father there, but he refused. Many people know of the existence of that place, and now that the time has come, I'm afraid many people have already gone there in advance. Whether we can get a place is still uncertain. If we can go in smoothly, you must remember one thing. Everyone who appears there is an enemy. Never trust anyone. I know. You don't know. Ling Tai Su slowly shook his head, and his tone became more serious. That place is special, creating a situation where there are enemies everywhere. Let me tell you this, in that place, the Yuan Qi and blood essence of the people who are killed will condense into a blood bead, and this blood bead can be absorbed by anyone, increasing their strength without any worries. What? Yang Kai's expression changed abruptly. Chapter 215. Now you should understand why I said that you don't need any reason or excuse to kill someone there, right? The blood beads obtained after killing someone are the best excuse and reason. In that place, a life is only a cornerstone to becoming stronger, especially since you're only a separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivator. It's easier for others to target you. Ling Tai Su said in a deep voice. Yang Kai's face was filled with shock, but more than that, he was excited and pleasantly surprised. Ling Tai Su saw the expression on Yang Kai's face and couldn't help but sigh, thinking to himself that this little brat really wanted to prove his martial Dao through killing. If it were any other separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivator who heard this, they would likely flee in fear, but Yang Kai, on the other hand, was eager to try, wishing he could immediately run to that place and immerse himself in endless slaughter. In that place, there was no need to worry about harming the innocent. Even if Yang Kai didn't take the initiative to kill someone, there would still be someone who wanted to kill him. Moreover, there were many evil cultivators there, all of whom deserved to be killed. Along the way, Ling Tai Su told Yang Kai a lot of information about that place. After all, he had experienced it many years ago and had personal experience, all of which were invaluable treasures. Yang Kai listened very carefully, not daring to miss the slightest bit. According to Ling Tai Su, that place was located in Nether Mountain, but it didn't really belong to Nether Mountain. It was a very strange independent space, and the entrance was in a lake in Nether Mountain. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of strange energy and heaven and earth principles existed inside, but as long as a living thing died inside, its energy and flesh essence would condense into blood beads, including people and monster beast. These blood beads could be consumed by oneself or taken out for others to consume. They were very valuable. Moreover, the stronger the person or monster beast that died, the higher the value of the blood bead, and the greater the improvement it could bring to the person who died. In addition, in that place, all offensive and defensive artifacts had no effect at all and should have been sealed by some kind of invisible energy. Hearing this news, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help sinking. Yang Kai's current strength was only at the separation and reunion boundary third stage. Who knew how many masters of the Yuan Qi boundary would be there? Once he encountered these masters, if he didn't have the Azura sword or the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia to assist him, he would definitely fall into a disadvantageous position or even be killed. But when he thought of others, it was the same. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel better. That isolated world opened once every 10 years, and Yang Kai's luck this time was quite good. Just as he returned to High Heaven Pavilion, he managed to catch up with it. If he had come back a few months later, he would definitely have missed it. In the end, Ling Tai Su solemnly gave Yang Kai a small pouch. This pouch was about the size of a palm. There were many intricate patterns engraved on it. The material was strange, but it looked very delicate. "What is this?" Yang Kai asked, puzzled. "I call it the Qingkuan pouch. Don't be fooled by its small size. In fact, there are many things inside it. It can hold a full square meter of things." Yang Kai's expression changed again as he looked at Ling Tai Su in surprise. He didn't expect that this kind of legendary artifact was specially used to store things. Ling Tai Su actually had one. It was left behind by the ancestral founder. In the entire Great Han Dynasty, I'm afraid this is the only one. Even your central capital, 8 great families don't have one. Ling Tai Su said lightly. No, Meng Wuya might also have one. But that old thing hid all his treasures and didn't give it to anyone except his disciple. He was really stingy. There are some pills inside for you, use them sparingly. Ling Tai Su said. And, thank you, Grand Master. When I come back, I'll return this pouch to you. Yang Kai solemnly stuffed the small pouch into his bosom and tucked it close to his chest. This thing was really a supreme artifact. An artifact that could store things. The world had only heard rumors about it, but no one had ever seen it. However, Yang Kai had a wordless black book made from soul-suppressing stone inside his body. That thing could also be used to refine an artifact for storing things, and its grade was definitely much higher than a Qingkuan pouch. However, Yang Kai was sitting on a mountain of treasures right now, but he didn't know how to use it. After flying forward for about a day, a deep mountain range filled with a strange aura appeared in front of Ling Tai-su and Yang Kai. Nether Mountain, the great Han dynasty's only forbidden area. A desolate and ancient aura washed over them. This forbidden area was like a giant dragon that had been here since ancient times, causing anyone who saw it to shudder. Arriving at the mountain, before they could even enter, 2 teams rushed out from both sides. 6 people came from the left. Yang Kai stared at them and found that all of them were women. These 6 people were led by an old woman, a beautiful woman, and the remaining 4 were young girls. The 4 young girls wore small bells on their hands and feet, and as they dashed forward, a clear and melodious tinkling sound rang out, like a mountain stream, refreshing one's senses. Moreover, this group of women were all extraordinarily beautiful. That beautiful woman was graceful and luxurious. Her figure was plump and full. Her jet black hair was coiled into a bun at the back of her head, revealing her fair and slender neck. Every part of her exuded a mature and gorgeous beauty. Especially her pair of eyes, they were like autumn waves that moved one's heartstrings and captivated one's soul. Those watery eyes seemed to be able to speak, causing the sky to turn blue and the flowers to become fragrant. The 4 young girls were even more beautiful. They were in the prime of their lives, and they were graceful as they walked over. Half of their tender arms were exposed, and all of them had snow-white skin. Their jade feet were small and delicate, and their delicate toes outlined a different kind of beauty. They were thin and round, and they smiled sweetly. They were either shy, beautiful, cold like ice, or passionate like fire. When the 4 of them hugged together, it was enough to make any man go crazy. Although the temperaments of these young girls were not as mature and seductive as the beautiful woman, they still had their own unique charm. As for the old woman, although she looked very old, it could be vaguely seen that she must have been quite beautiful when she was young, but the ruthless flowing time great emperor had left many indelible marks on her face. This group of people rushed up to Yang Kai and Ling Tai-su before stopping 300 meters in front of them. The old woman swept her eyes over the 2 of them and snorted lightly. Those who could come to Nether Mountain at this time obviously had the same purpose. There was a limited number of places to enter this strange space, so naturally, they were competitors. Ling Tai-su smiled at the old woman and whispered to Yang Kai, "They're from a first-class sect, 10,000 Flower Palace. Young people are full of youthful vigor. Be careful not to fall into the trap of these little girls, otherwise, they won't even spit out your bones." Yang Kai's eyes were shining as he sized up the 4 young girls with a critical gaze. Hearing Ling Tai-su's words, he immediately put on a serious expression. "Grand Master, rest assured, I will be careful." A moment later, the people on the right also arrived. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the leader was an old man about the same age as Ling Tai-su, and behind him were 3 young people, both men and women. All of them had extraordinary strength, but regardless of whether they were men or women, their temperaments were somewhat strange. The 2 young men were even more presumptuous than Yang Kai, their eyes almost glued to the female disciples of 10,000 Flower Palace. This caused the young girl beside them to be very unhappy. She couldn't help but snort. "These are people from Ghost King Valley." Ling Tai-su's expression sank. "You're in trouble." But Yang Kai was puzzled. "Because Grandmaster, I fought with that old man a few times in the past. This is an evil sect, so if you encounter them, you must be careful of their martial arts." Ling Tai-su replied. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and saw that the hands of the 3 people opposite him were a bit strange. Unlike ordinary people, their hands were gloomy and pale, like ghost claws. The old man on the opposite side suddenly sneered, "Ling Tai-su, you're not dead yet." Ling Tai-su snorted, "Gui Li, you're not dead either." Good. Gui Li grinned. This old master was worried that if you died, he wouldn't be able to find anyone to take revenge on. "I didn't expect to meet you here today. It's really the heavens taking pity on me." "What? Wasn't the lesson I taught you 50 years ago not enough? Today you want to take the initiative to die?" Ling Tai-su sneered. Without the slightest fear. Gui Li's expression was fierce. "What's the point of bringing up the past? 50 years ago, I lost to you. That doesn't mean that 50 years later it will still be the same. Do you want to try? Ling Tai Su smiled proudly. Gui Li's eyes were as gloomy as a ghost fire, glaring at Ling Tai Su with resentment and dread. As the two confronted each other, the three Ghost King Valley disciples behind Gui Li also glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai just grinned at them, his expression unchanged. Peng. A sound rang out as the old woman from the 10,000 Flower Palace slammed her dragon head walking stick into the ground. If the two of you don't want to fight, why don't we discuss joining forces to enter Netherworld Mountain? The old woman looked at Ling Tai Su and Gui Li faintly. Although Ling Tai Su and Gui Li had grievances between them, they really didn't want to fight now. After all, they were both here for life experience. If they missed the right time, it would ruin their plans. The old woman was also a shrewd person, seeing that both of them needed a way out, so she made this suggestion. Gui Li grinned meaningfully. This old master will give Palace Master Yen face and won't bother with you today, but when this matter is over, Ling Tai Su, you and I will fight. Gui Li gloomily looked at Yang Kai, not showing any intention of avoiding him, turning to the three disciples beside him and saying, "Remember this little brat's appearance. When we enter, kill him." The three disciples coldly responded. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he secretly memorized the appearances of these three. With the mediation of the old woman from the 10,000 Flower Palace, Ling Tai Su and Gui Li temporarily put aside their grievances. The three of them briefly discussed for a while, with the old woman leading the way, the four girls following closely behind, and Gui Li in the middle, leading his three disciples. Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su would bring up the rear. As for the beautiful woman, she was also in a central position, but with Gui Li, one was on the left and one was on the right. With the protection of these four Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, the younger generation of disciples could be said to be extremely safe. Of course, the premise was that Ling Tai Su and Gui Li didn't play any tricks on each other. Ling Tai Su naturally wouldn't be so vicious, but Gui Li was a different story. Because of this concern, the old woman had Ling Tai Su bring up the rear to prevent Gui Li from launching a sneak attack from behind. Fortunately, Gui Li was also a sensible person, so along the way, he didn't make any moves, only honestly guarding his position. Nether Mountain was notorious for its dangers, so when the group entered, they were all cautious, holding their breaths, because even in the outermost perimeter, there was a chance they would encounter a powerful 5th order or 6th order monster beast. The women from the 10,000 Flower Palace used some unknown method, but the bells on their wrists and ankles didn't make the slightest sound, so the group moved silently. Chapter 216. After walking for a short time, a rustling sound suddenly came from the front, as if something was rapidly approaching. The group of young disciples were all on high alert, but the four Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters remained calm. Schwa. A ferocious head suddenly rushed out of the jungle in front of them, opening its mouth wide to bite at the old woman leading the way. The head was about the size of a bamboo hat, and its two golden triangular eyes flashed with a cruel and gloomy light. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the old woman. The old woman lightly snorted, slightly lifting the crutch in her hand and gently pointing it forward, hitting it in the middle of the head and then lifting its chin. The huge head seemed to have been hit by a great force and was directly swept to the side. Before it landed, the whole head suddenly burst open and a cloud of blood filled the air. The middle-aged woman's figure flickered, and with a shake of her delicate hand, a colorful ribbon flew out from her wrist, like a snake coming out of its hole, and rolled up a monster core in the blood mist, then quickly returned. Golden-eyed silverback python. A peak 5th order monster beast. Ling Tai Su whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on the ground, and sure enough, saw a headless python corpse on the ground. On its back, there was a silver pattern, looking very strange. Everything just happened too fast, and before he could see clearly, the python was already dead, and even its monster core was taken away by the middle-aged woman. Peak 5th order was the peak of the Yuan Qi boundary. It was killed by this old woman in a single confrontation, and the strength of this old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace was tyrannical, probably on the same level as Ling Tai Su. Maybe even higher. After all, 10,000 Flower Palace was a first-class sect. Its influence was much larger than High Heaven Pavilion. Be careful, this thing is a social monster beast. Ling Tai Su warned again. Before his voice fell, a rustling sound came from all directions, and vaguely, many pairs of golden triangular eyes were staring at them from the jungle. They were quickly approaching. The old woman didn't stop, and just shouted, "Hurry up, once the smell of blood spreads, it will attract more monster beast." The group of people moved faster and faster. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless golden-eyed silverback pythons leaped up high from all directions, and they opened their bloody mouths as they attacked the group of people. The old woman's walking stick contained incomparable killing power. Often, with just a light tap, a large python would die on the spot. Ghost Li and the beautiful woman were in the middle, each using their own methods to protect their disciples. Ghost Li was indeed an evil cultivator. He activated his cultivation technique, and his black aura exuded a violent and bloody aura. He held a spear-shaped secret treasure in his hand and stabbed left and right, killing all the enemies that came to attack. The beautiful woman's strength was slightly inferior, but it was still easy for her to deal with the level 5 monster beast. As Feng Yun's body moved, it brought with it an intoxicating fragrance. The golden-eyed silverback pythons that rushed towards her were often killed by some inexplicable method before they could even get close. Ling Tai Su didn't use any kind of artifact. The moves were simple and unadorned, but they contained boundless power. The speed at which he killed the monster beast was comparable to that of the old woman. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere as one golden-eyed silverback python after another died. Wherever the group passed, it was as if the autumn wind swept away the fallen leaves, not meeting the slightest resistance. Ribbons flew out from the hands of the 4 girls from the myriad Flower Palace. They weren't going to fight the Yao beasts. Instead, they were going to use the ribbons to retrieve the Yao cores of the Yao beasts that had been killed. The 4 girls were senior sisters from the same sect, so they cooperated closely with each other. 3 of them worked together to blow up the monster beast's head, while the other girl swung her ribbon to collect the monster cores. The value of a level 5 monster beast's monster core was not low. The girls' actions made the 3 Ghost King Valley disciples envious, but they didn't have the same means as the girls, so they could only watch with envy. After the girls obtained the spoils of war, their delicate faces lit up with happy smiles, each of them more beautiful than a flower, and they all felt a little proud. Another golden-eyed silverback python attacked. Ghost Li shook the long spear in his hand and pierced it 7 inches, pouring his fierce yuan qi into it and killing it directly. With a flick of his spear, this golden-eyed silverback python actually flew towards the crowd. Obviously, Ghost Li wanted to let his disciples take advantage of this situation. However, whether it was intentional or not, this flick of his spear was a little too fierce, and the place where the golden-eyed silverback python fell was actually where Yang Kai was standing. Ling Tai Su's eyes flashed coldly, but he didn't try to stop him. With a swish, a male Ghost King Valley disciple rushed out from behind, a grin on his face, yuan qi surging from his big white hands like a sharp blade, cutting into the golden-eyed silverback python's huge head. This blow seemed to be aimed at obtaining the monster core, but in fact, it contained a lot of strength, enough to hit Yang Kai, who was standing at the back of the group. Yang Kai's expression was cold, and in that split second he noticed the other party's sinister attack, so naturally he wouldn't just sit still and wait for his death. Not wanting to confront him head-on, he simply stretched out his hands, grabbed the dead golden-eyed silverback python, and then threw it to the side with all his strength. The Ghost King Valley disciple who had been grinning ferociously a moment ago suddenly paled. Yang Kai's counterattack was beyond his expectations, and with a strange cry, both he and the golden-eyed silverback python were thrown more than a dozen meters away. However, his reaction was also quite fast, and while in midair, he quickly pulled back his big hands from the python's head and stamped his feet on the python's body, finally coming to a stop. Before he even landed, two giant pythons, which had been waiting for a long time, opened their bloody mouths and pounced towards him, their stench making him feel a little dizzy. His face was filled with horror, and his hair stood on end. Don't underestimate the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who could kill these giant pythons as if they were chickens or dogs. After all, the strength of the other party was obvious. If a Yuan Qi cultivator were to encounter one of these giant pythons, they would only end up dead. With the arrival of a crisis, the Ghost King Valley disciple could almost feel the aura of death. He hadn't expected that not only would his plot against Yang Kai fail, but he would also be thrown into such a dangerous situation. This was really a case of not only not harming others, but also harming himself. At this critical moment, Ghostly finally arrived, his long spear sweeping through the air, sending the two giant pythons flying. He then grabbed the disciple's shoulder and threw him to the side before quickly returning. In this moment of delay, the 4 female 10,000 Flower Palace disciples had almost been attacked by the giant pythons. If it weren't for the middle-aged beauty's quick reaction, these 4 girls might have really been injured. After Ghostly returned, the middle-aged beauty glared at him fiercely, hating that he had left the group and allowed her 10,000 Flower Palace disciples to be injured. Ghostly also knew that he was in the wrong and didn't dare to complain, just coldly glancing towards Yang Kai and Ling Tai-su. In this secret battle, the older generation consciously didn't intervene, but Yang Kai's quick response had caused the Ghost King Valley disciple to suffer a big loss, causing him to secretly bear a grudge and wait for an opportunity to wipe away this shame. Yang Kai didn't care. The other party's elders had clearly stated that they wanted to kill him, so why should he be polite to them? If he continued to be polite, it wouldn't be magnanimity, but weakness. After rushing forward for a long time, killing more than 20 golden-eyed silverback pythons, they finally left this dangerous place. This was only the outermost area of Netherworld Mountain, yet there was already such a crisis. It was obvious that the Forbidden Zone's name wasn't groundless. After a fierce battle, the older generation was somewhat exhausted. The old woman was still leading the way in front without saying a word. After running for about 100 miles, they found a relatively safe place to stop and rest. The older generation needed to maintain their vitality while the younger generation also needed to restore their physical strength. After stopping, the old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace snorted and coldly glared at Ghostly. What happened just now will only happen once. This old woman doesn't want to see it happen a second time. Otherwise, the two of you should enter on your own. My 10,000 Flower Palace doesn't want to be associated with people with ill intentions and risk their lives. Ghostly grinned meaningfully. Palace Master Yen can rest assured, it was just this old master's fault. Disciples' actions were a bit too fierce, it was just a misunderstanding. That's for the best. The old woman nodded faintly, walking to the side to meditate. Between the 3 sects, there was a certain distance between each other, all of them silent. A moment later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and saw the Ghost King Valley disciple who had tried to plot against him earlier walking towards him step by step. When he was about 10 meters away, this person stared coldly at Yang Kai and grinned. "My name is Jianghu, you'd better scram as far away as you can now, otherwise I'll kill you without mercy." He spouted such arrogant words, completely ignoring Ling Tai-su who was sitting nearby. Ling Tai-su also didn't respond, simply closing his eyes and meditating. Yang Kai looked at him and suddenly chuckled. "Brother Jean, a dog that bites generally doesn't bark." "Poochie." A few chuckles came from the other side. It was the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace who couldn't help but laugh. The middle-aged woman glared at them, causing the 4 girls to quickly purse their lips and pretend to meditate. Jianghu coldly snorted, "Sharp tongue, you better pray you don't meet me inside." Saying so, he turned around and left. Looking at his back, Yang Kai's murderous intent filled his heart. These 3 from Ghost King Valley were destined to be enemies, but their strength was higher than his and they had the advantage in numbers. Once they encountered each other inside, it would likely be a fierce battle. After resting for a while, the old woman stood up and Ling Tai-su and Ghostly opened their eyes at the same time. With the same lineup as before, The group continued to move deeper into Netherworld Mountain. Along the way, they would often be attacked by monster beasts. Netherworld Mountain had a large number of monster beasts, and their ranks were irregular. Some were 3rd order, some were 4th order, and some were 5th order. They even encountered 2 6th order monster beasts. However, the 2 6th order monster beast obviously knew that this group was not to be trifled with, so after following them for a while, they gave up. Compared to those who came to die, they were much more shrewd. After killing these monster beasts, the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace reaped the most bountiful harvest, throwing out ribbons and obtaining monster cores. The 3 from Ghost King Valley also worked together with Ghostly to obtain monster cores, obtaining a lot of good things. Only Yang Kai was relatively poor. Along the way, he only obtained 2 5th order monster beast cores, and this was after Ling Tai Su deliberately threw the monster beast's corpse to him. But Kai Yang didn't care. His strength was the lowest, so the more ordinary he appeared, the less likely it would be for him to be targeted. Only by patiently hiding his strength and biding his time would he be able to avoid all kinds of dangers and slowly grow. Chapter 217. Normally, with the speed of this group of people, they would only need 4 hours to cover the short distance of 500 miles. An Immortal Ascension Boundary Master would not even need half an hour to fly. However, to travel 500 kilometers in Nether Mountain, it took them 2 full days to reach their destination. The dangers and attacks they encountered along the way were far beyond anyone's expectations. Palace Master Yen, your 10,000 Flower Palace sends people here every 10 years. Is it always this dangerous? During one of their breaks, Ling Tai Su asked. The last time he came here was 50 years ago, and although there were monster beasts blocking the way at that time, it was not as frequent as this time. The old woman pondered for a moment before replying, "No, I don't know why this time is like this. I'm afraid something has happened in Nether Mountain, causing some of the weaker monster beasts to be driven to the outskirts." Hearing her say this, Ling Tai Su and Ghostly both paled slightly. "It's not good to stay here for long, let's continue on our way." The old woman also noticed something was wrong and immediately suggested. The group once again set foot on the road, and after half a day, they finally arrived at their destination. In front of them was a huge lake, its water clear and sparkling, but the calm surface of the lake gave off a strange aura, causing Yang Kai to faintly feel a sense of unease. Gazing into the distance, he saw groups of people gathered at the edge of the lake. These people were the masters of the great Han Dynasty's various forces who had brought their disciples here to gain experience. There were many people, some were small, some were large, some were small, only 7 or 8 people, and some were small, only 3 or 4 people. These people were about 300 meters apart from each other, surrounding the edge of the lake. After seeing Ling Tai Su's group, all of them showed faint displeasure and vigilance. The old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace nodded slightly to Ling Tai Su, then led the beautiful woman and the 4 young girls towards the lake. The appearance of this group of women immediately attracted the gazes of countless young men. The young girls were used to this kind of scene, so they did not show much emotion, just obediently following behind the old woman, finding a place where no one was around to stop. Ghostly gave Ling Tai Su a sinister smile, then looked at Yang Kai meaningfully. Jianghu coldly snorted and made a throat-slitting gesture at Yang Kai. Then, under Ghostly's lead, he walked in the opposite direction of the 10,000 Flower Palace people. "Let's also find a place," Ling Tai Su said, leading Yang Kai towards the lake. Most of the spots around the lake had already been occupied by the forces that had arrived first. Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai walked for a long time but still couldn't find a place to stay. However, every time he passed by a group of people, Ling Taishu would secretly transmit a message to him, telling him which force they belonged to, whether it was good or evil, the strength of the participating disciples, and what kind of sex he should be wary of. Yang Kai secretly remembered it in his heart, but his expression did not change. After circling around most of the lake, they finally found a place where no one had occupied it, causing Ling Tai Su to visibly breathe a sigh of relief. After stopping, The two sat down cross-legged and Ling Tai Su began to tell Yang Kai the details of the various forces around the lake. Yang Kai carefully memorized it all while secretly observing. The more he learned, the more Yang Kai became aware of the dangers of this life experience. These forces all belonged to the Great Han Dynasty. Most of them were first or second grade sects, but there were also some third grade sects. Each of them had at least 2 or 3 disciples, but Yang Kai was the only one who wanted to go in alone to experience the world. Ling Tai Su also wanted to bring 2 more people to accompany Yang Kai, but High Heaven Pavilion really did not have any good candidates. Su Yen was fine, but she cultivated Ice Heart's secret art, so killing too many people would not be beneficial to her. Xia Ning Chang was also fine, but she was Meng Wuya's disciple. Meng Wuya treated her like a treasure, so how could he be willing to let her take such a risk? As for Xie Hongchen, Ling Tai Su did not consider him at all. Bringing him here would only cause trouble for Yang Kai. The strength of these young people who had come to the lake was all higher than Yang Kai, at least separation and reunion boundary 7th or 8th stage masters, and Yuan Qi masters were everywhere. The central capital's 8 great families had not sent anyone, which was good news. Only Yuan Qi and Yuan Qi cultivators below can go in for life experience, so you don't have to worry about encountering an immortal ascension boundary master. With your strength, if you encounter an enemy at the Yuan Qi 2nd or 3rd stage, you should be able to deal with them, but if you encounter someone stronger, Grandmaster will only give you one advice: run. A man should be able to pick up and let go, don't blindly try to win. Picking up is strength, letting go is wisdom. I understand. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Remember, there is only one task in this place, and that is to survive. If you want to become stronger, you don't necessarily have to fight others. Hunting monster beast is also a way to become stronger. I estimate that there are many people with this idea. If there is someone you can really trust, you may as well join forces with them. This is also a way to survive. Grandmaster, look over there. Which sect are they from? Their dressing is quite strange. Yang Kai suddenly gestured towards the distance. Ling Tai Su looked over and couldn't help but wrinkle his brow as he saw a group of people. Whether it was their dressing or appearance, they were all slightly different from the others. As if they were aware of Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai's gazes, the group of people also turned around, their expressions cold and fierce, a strong sense of warning. They're not from the Great Han Dynasty. Ling Tai Su whispered, they're from the Tianlang Dynasty. The Tianlang Dynasty's people also came here? Yang Kai was stunned. The Tianlang Dynasty was adjacent to the Great Han Dynasty. Why would a sect from that place come all the way to this forbidden area? The Tianlang Dynasty's martial arts are fierce. It is said that most of the cultivators' methods are cruel, and they are not from our race. You must be careful if you encounter them. The strength of this group is not something you can resist. Their clothes are quite revealing. Yang Kai watched with great interest. There were 2 women in the Tianlang Dynasty group. Their figures were enchanting, their clothes were very thin, their arms were exposed, and their tight clothes could not hide their proud twin peaks, as if they were about to burst out. The clothes were very small, and when the 2 women moved, their flat bellies and delicate navels were exposed. Their beautiful bodies were faintly discernible, and their clothes only reached their knees, revealing their snow-white calves. Ah! Ling Tai Su helplessly shook his head. He still could not understand, how could such a simple and honest person like Boss give birth to a brat like Yang Kai? As time passed, more and more people came to the lakeside, and according to some kind of rule, all the people were separated from each other by a certain distance, quietly waiting. In less than a day, the lakeside was actually surrounded by a circle of people. The latecomers did not have a place to sit, so naturally they turned their eyes to the weaker people, and after a few words of disagreement, they began to fight. In just a short hour, 4 or 5 battles broke out, and the people of a small faction, whether it was the older generation or the younger generation who came to gain experience, were all slaughtered. The bloody and cruel scene did not attract anyone's attention. Since they dared to come here, they had to be prepared for conflict. Their skills were not as good as others and they were killed, they could not blame anyone. Fortunately, although Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai were only two people, they were not targeted by anyone, thus avoiding a lot of trouble. But good times did not last long. As more and more forces arrived, Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai were still noticed by some people. An old man about the same age as Ling Tai Su walked over with two young disciples, one male and one female, and stopped 10 feet in front of Ling Tai Su. Ling Tai Su sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at him with an indifferent expression. Yang Kai was secretly vigilant, but surprisingly he did not feel any hostility or murderous intent from this person. The old man in front of him hesitated for a moment before cupping his fists towards Ling Tai Su. This old man is reflecting Moon Sect's Zhuo Wen. May I ask for your excellency's name? High Heaven Pavilion, Ling Tai Su. So it is Brother Ling. Zhuo Wen had obviously heard of High Heaven Pavilion, and after exchanging some pleasantries, he went straight to the point. Brother Ling, please forgive this old man for bringing his disciple all the way here. I didn't expect that so many forces would come to gain experience in this isolated land, causing us to have no place to sit. Ling Tai Su had brought Yang Kai directly across 10,000 kilometers to come here, so although he had set out late, he had still arrived early. This reflecting Moon Sect's Zhuo Wen had set out a month ago, but the journey was long, and coupled with the difficulties of entering Netherworld Mountain, he had arrived 2 days later than Ling Tai Su. What advice does Brother Zhuo have for me? Since the other party had no malicious intent, Ling Tai Su naturally did not need to give him any face. Although he had guessed the other party's intentions, he still asked. Zhuo Wen laughed dryly and said, "This Zhuo would like to discuss something with Brother Ling. The lake crossing duckweed can carry 4 people at a time. This Zhuo sees that Brother Ling only has 1 disciple with him, so is it possible for this old man's 2 disciples to take a ride? Otherwise, this Zhuo would have come here for nothing, and would likely become a laughingstock when he returns, disappointing his 2 disciples." Ling Tai Su cast his eyes to the 2 young disciples behind Zhuo Wen. The 2 hurriedly stepped forward and the young man said, "Disciple Chen Shui Shu greets Senior Ling." The young woman said, "Disciple Su Xiaoyu greets Senior Ling." Both of them bowed respectfully, not showing the slightest dissatisfaction or arrogance. Ling Tai Su took note of their performance and nodded to himself. Reflecting Moon Sect was the same as High Heaven Pavilion, both second-class sects, and none of their disciples were evil. Moreover, this young man and woman both had gentle looks and didn't seem to be people who liked to fight. When he saw Ling Tai Su pondering, Zhuo Wen hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Brother Ling, these 2 disciples of mine have kind natures. They're going out to gain experience this time, and they're only going to hunt demon beasts and look for fortuitous encounters. They'll absolutely not do anything that's detrimental to the disciples of your sect." After saying so, he added, "If this little brother does not mind, you can also accompany my 2 disciples after entering so they can look after each other." Ling Tai Su already had a plan in mind, but he still turned his eyes to Yang Kai and asked, "What do you think?" Yang Kai nodded indifferently, "You can go in together, but there's no need for companionship." None of them were familiar with each other, and although this Chen Shui Shu and Su Xiaoyu looked good, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. What's more, even if Yang Kai trusted these 2, whether they believed him or not was another matter. Zhuo Wen's words were just polite words. How could he take them seriously? Chapter 218. Since this boy has no objections, Brother Zhuo, please go ahead. Ling Tai Su said to Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen couldn't help but sigh in relief and cupped his fists with a smile. "Many thanks, Brother Ling. Brother Zhuo is too polite." Ling Tai Su nodded lightly. "In fact, the 2 of us should also thank Brother Zhuo for helping us out." In fact, the addition of the 3 from the Reflecting Moon Sect was only beneficial to Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai. After all, only the 2 of them occupied this place. Now that more and more forces were coming, they might encounter some existences that they couldn't afford to provoke and snatch this place away. With the addition of Zhuo Wen, the situation was different. The 2 immediately became 5 people with 2 experts guarding them. Even if someone had ideas about this place, they would have to weigh their own limits. Zhuowen heard the implication and felt comfortable, laughing loudly as he called his 2 disciples to sit down cross-legged. Although this was the first time Ling Tai-su and Zhuowen had met, they were both old and experienced, so after a few words, they were already quite familiar with each other. Because Ling Tai-su had made things convenient, Zhuowen intended to return the favor, revealing a lot of information about this place. Ling Tai-su happened to lack these things. He had come here 50 years ago, and after 50 years, he didn't know if the place had changed, so he naturally wanted to inquire about it. Zhuowen also told him everything he knew. Yang Kai listened carefully. Through the conversation between the two, Yang Kai learned that this place was first discovered by a few cultivators who came to Netherworld Mountain, and as time passed, more and more people knew about it. But generally speaking, those who knew about this place would guard it as a secret, not wantonly spreading it. So, after hundreds of years, even if more people knew about this place. But it wasn't to the point where the whole world knew about it. This was still the case even now. There were many sects in the Great Han Dynasty, and how many were there? However, the number of forces surrounding the lakeside was less than 1/10 of the total. If the situation escalated to the point where the entire world knew about it, if the whole world knew about this place, there would be a bloody battle every 10 years. Originally, this situation would continue and everyone wouldn't have to fight for a place. But since the opening of this place 30 years ago, more and more forces knew about its existence. Zhuowen sighed. What happened? Ling Tai-su asked thoughtfully. That's because some of the disciples who went into the isolated lands to train had obtained a great treasure. Zhuowen said in a low voice. With a solemn expression, he paused for a moment before continuing. Someone obtained a few drops of brilliant flame liquid from there. Ling Tai-su was slightly moved. Is it the supreme treasure used to refine yuan qi? Zhuowen nodded. That's right. As soon as the 3 words brilliant flame liquid came out, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu couldn't help breathing slightly faster. Obviously, they knew how precious this treasure was. On the other hand, Yang Kai's expression remained calm, without the slightest change. Zhuowen saw Yang Kai's expression. He thought to himself that this kid was probably a little ignorant and inexperienced. Otherwise, how could he not have any reaction? How could he have known that although Yang Kai had never heard of the brilliant flame liquid before, Ling Tai-su's words were enough to make him realize the preciousness of this thing? Yang Kai already had the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew sealed inside his unyielding golden skeleton. Once he broke through to the Yuan Qi boundary, he would be able to absorb it and help him transform his Yuan Qi into Yuan Qi, so he didn't care too much about this brilliant flame liquid. Good things were generally fought over by countless people. Since he already had the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew, there was no need for him to pay attention to this brilliant flame liquid. Zhuowen lightly coughed and continued, if it was just the brilliant flame liquid, then it would have been crazy. It wasn't enough to drive people crazy. However, when that isolated world opened, not only did someone obtain the precious brilliant flame liquid, but someone also obtained the soul cleansing dew. Ling Tai-su was once again moved. Yang Kai was finally curious, what does the soul cleansing dew do? Zhuowen smiled lightly. He carefully explained, the brilliant flame liquid can help a cultivator refine their yuan qi, making their yuan qi more pure, while the soul cleansing dew can help a cultivator open their knowledge see and cultivate their divine sense. When a cultivator breaks through to the immortal ascension boundary from the yuan qi boundary, with the help of a single drop of the soul cleansing dew, opening their knowledge see is easy. There is no obstruction. If a cultivator above the immortal ascension boundary uses the soul cleansing dew, a single drop can expand their knowledge see. Their divine sense becomes tough, comparable to many years of bitter cultivation. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Ling Tai-su said, so that's how it is, no wonder there are so many people. Even many separation and reunion boundary youngsters are willing to take the risk. 50 years ago, no separation and reunion boundary cultivator dared to enter. At first, Ling Tai-su thought that the world had changed, and that the young people of today were more daring, but he didn't expect there to be such a reason. A separation and reunion boundary cultivator only had 2 tasks. One was to increase their realm, and the second was to prepare for the transformation of Yuan Qi into Yuan Qi. The brilliant flame liquid naturally had a great attraction to a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Similarly, a Yuan Qi cultivator also had two tasks. One was to increase their realm, and the second was to open their knowledge sea and cultivate their divine sense. Whether it was the brilliant flame liquid or the soul-cleansing dew, they both wanted it. This was why so many people had come. Yang Kai was also quite excited. He didn't care about the brilliant flame liquid, but the soul-cleansing dew really made him excited. The old demon had once said that his 5-colored soul-warming lotus needed to absorb a lot of soul-nourishing precious treasures in order to grow to 7 colors. This soul-cleansing dew was obviously one of them, and it was one of the most effective. If he could obtain some and consume it, it would be of great help to both his soul-warming lotus and himself. After talking about this, the 2 old men went back to chatting, leaving the 3 young people bored to death. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu were much better off than Yang Kai. After all, the 2 of them came from the same place and seemed to be a couple, so their eyes were filled with deep affection as they secretly cast flirtatious glances at each other. As if he was aware of Yang Kai's embarrassment, Chen Shueshu smiled at him and cupped his fists. "May I ask junior brother's name?" Yang Kai smiled. "This humble one's surname is Yang." Yang. Chen Shueshu's eyelids twitched, apparently thinking of the central capital's Yang family, but immediately feeling that it was unlikely. He didn't care much. "Junior brother Yang, it seems you don't know much about this place." Chen Shueshu intended to draw the relationship between them closer, so naturally he had to find something to talk about. "And I was brought here in a daze." Yang Kai nodded. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing. "Your sect master is right next to you. Be careful he doesn't punish you." Chen Shueshu also smiled. "If junior brother Yang doesn't mind, if there's anything you don't understand, this brother can help you." Listening to him say this, Yang Kai really did have a question he wanted to ask. Why are these forces all separated by a few dozen meters? Is there some kind of special pattern that allows them to choose their own positions? Chen Shueshu nodded. This brother just happens to know a thing or two. Saying so, he stood up and walked over to the lakeside, beckoning to Yang Kai and pointing down. "Junior brother Yang, please take a look." Following the direction of his finger, Yang Kai suddenly saw a patch of green duckweed near the lakeside, but this patch of duckweed was not the same as ordinary duckweed. It was about the size of a palm, verdant, and had bright green veins. Where there is duckweed, that's the position they chose. Yang Kai looked up and found that in front of each of these forces there was indeed a patch of duckweed. "Junior brother Yang, don't underestimate this patch of duckweed. It is the ship that will carry us to that isolated world." Chen Shueshu said, "Anyone who wants to enter must first set foot on this patch of duckweed. Without this patch of duckweed, no matter how strong one is, they will not be able to enter. Moreover, there is something strange about this lake. It is impossible to fly above it, and this patch of duckweed cannot carry masters above the immortal ascension boundary. Therefore, the highest cultivator who enters this place is only Yuan Qi boundary." Yang Kai felt relieved and nodded seriously, becoming more and more humble as he consulted Chen Shueshu. Su Xiaoyu also interjected from time to time, making the atmosphere very harmonious. When night fell, Zhou Wen's expression suddenly became dignified and he quickly said, "It's about to begin." As soon as his voice fell, all the cultivators around the lake began to move. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst out from the bottom of the lake, illuminating the entire lake in a brilliant glow, creating a magnificent scene. Immediately, a strange and heavy aura descended. Even immortal ascension boundary masters seemed to be unable to bear the pressure of this aura, all of them acting as if they were facing a great enemy, their faces heavy as they circulated their secret arts to resist. The duckweed on the lakeside began to spin and instantly grew larger, growing to more than 10 meters in length before slowly stopping. After the duckweed stabilized, Ling Tai Su and Zhou Wen both shouted at the same time, "Go up!" Yang Kai and the 2 reflecting moon sect disciples did not hesitate and jumped onto the duckweed one after another. No wonder Zhou Wen had said before that the duckweed could only carry 4 people, and this was indeed the case. Now that 3 people were standing on it, there was only a small space left. If one more person came up, it would be full. Zhuowen solemnly exhorted Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu, telling them to be careful inside and not easily get into disputes with others. The two of them nodded repeatedly. Ling Tai Su also reminded Yang Kai, if anyone provokes you, kill them, don't be soft-hearted, but don't take the initiative to provoke others. Yang Kai nodded. Right, you don't have to worry about the things in your secluded home, this old master will take care of them for you. As for that little girl Su Yen, this old master will also help you look after her. Yang Kai's face turned bright red. He had not expected that the matter between him and Su Yen would not be hidden from Ling Tai Su. On top of the duckweed, Su Xiaoyu glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully and giggled. About the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the duckweed under their feet suddenly began to move, like a big ship sailing through the waves, carrying the 3 of them steadily towards the center of the lake, its speed increasing with each passing moment. Looking around in all directions, there were duckweed and many people standing on top of it. Many of these cultivators were sneering, looking around with malicious intent. Yang Kai also saw the Tianlang dynasty disciples, whether they were men or women, all of them had fierce looks in their eyes, like beasts ready to devour their prey. Yang Kai also saw the 3 Ghost King Valley disciples, Jianghu once again making a throat-slitting gesture towards Yang Kai. As the duckweed continued to move forward, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake, and all the people who were riding on the duckweed fell into it without any mental preparation. A series of screams rang out, but they quickly disappeared. The surrounding scenery changed, and when Kai Yang came back to his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Chapter 219. Day and night were indistinguishable, yin and yang were chaotic, and the heavens and earth were chaotic. This was the most obvious feature of this place. We're in. Su Xiaoyu said excitedly. Chen Shueshu and Yang Kai both hurriedly looked around vigilantly, and after confirming that there was no danger around, they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. This isolated world occupied a very large area, and if one didn't come in on the same duckweed, they wouldn't appear together. Yang Kai had also learned about this before, and now that he had seen it, he found it to be true. Yang Kai quietly moved away from Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu, and although it wasn't too obvious, Qin Shueshu was still able to see through his intentions. Qin Shueshu didn't mind, simply smiling as he turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Junior brother Yang, would you like to act together with us? We can take care of each other." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your kindness, but I want to try alone." Chen Shueshu nodded lightly and didn't insist. "Then junior brother Yang, be careful. Until we meet again." Saying so, Yang Kai turned around and used his movement skill to quickly depart. Why did he run so fast? It's not like we're going to eat him. Su Xiaoyu pursed her thin red lips, somewhat dissatisfied with Yang Kai's vigilance. Chen Shueshu chuckled and patted Su Xiaoyu's head. "That's what he's afraid of." "But we didn't intend to harm him." Su Xiaoyu said somewhat angrily, "That person's strength is so low, I think he'll die quickly." Chen Shueshu shook his head seriously. "Not necessarily, that person is very cautious and careful, this kind of person generally lives a long time. Also, I always feel like there's something strange about him." "What's strange about him?" Su Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes in confusion. "Only a separation and reunion boundary 3rd stage cultivator daring to come here. If he's not tired of living, then he must have some kind of backing." "You mean, I'm afraid this person has some kind of extraordinary means, otherwise his master wouldn't have let him come here for life experience. Hey, who can enter this place without some kind of means? We should also be careful and try not to get into conflict with others." After Yang Kai separated from the 2 people from the Reflecting Moon sect, he used his footwork to the fullest and ran for more than 10 miles in a row. Along the way, he changed directions several times before suddenly turning around and flying to a large tree. He vigilantly observed his surroundings. It wasn't that he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure, but there was nothing wrong with being a little more careful. Moreover, this was also a test to see if Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu were the same on the surface, or if they were just hypocrites. After waiting in the tree for a long time, Yang Kai didn't find any traces of people following him. At that moment, he was sure that the two of them had no ill intentions towards him. All of them had the strength of Yuan Qi state. He was definitely a genius in the reflecting moon sect, so if he really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have waited until now. Ling Tai Su had said this before. If you meet someone you can really trust, you might as well join forces with them. Now, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu were on Yang Kai's trusted list. If we are fated to meet again next time. Yang Kai didn't mind acting with them. Hiding in the treetops, Yang Kai first tried to summon his 2 killing artifacts, but after some effort he found that he really couldn't summon them here, as if they were really sealed inside his body. Old demon! Yang Kai called out. Old servant is here. The old demon quickly replied. Can you use the soul breaker all? Sorry to disappoint young master, I can't use it. Yang Kai secretly cursed this damned place. Even the soul breaker all, an artifact that didn't belong to him, was sealed. Without the soul breaker all, the old demon couldn't display any combat effectiveness, so this time it seemed he could only rely on his own strength. Fortunately, Ling Tai Su had given Yang Kai a universe bag before. There were a lot of good things inside. Before, Yang Kai hadn't had time to investigate, but now he finally had some free time. Taking out the small cloth bag from his chest, Yang Kai unsealed it and reached inside, immediately grabbing a lot of things. There were more than a dozen bottles of pills inside, most of which were used for healing, but there were also a few bottles of Yang attribute pills. This made Yang Kai very happy. Yang Kai secretly praised his grandmaster for treating him well. With these bottles of pills, he didn't need to worry about running out of Yang liquid. In addition to the pills, Yang Kai also found a dozen sets of clean clothes and a long sword. This long sword wasn't an artifact. It was just a weapon forged from fine steel, so it could be used in this place. However, Yang Kai hadn't learned any sword skills or martial skills. It was better to use it to fight with his bare hands. With his current strength, a long sword wouldn't be able to increase Yang Kai's combat effectiveness in the slightest. After carefully putting away all the things, Yang Kai jumped down from the tree, rubbed his palms together, and excitedly embarked on his training journey. After an hour, Yang Kai encountered a 4th-grade monster beast. After using some methods to kill it, he quietly stood in place and waited. Sure enough, as he heard, when the monster beast died, Yang Kai clearly felt that its energy and flesh essence were gathering in a certain place in the air. Almost visible to the naked eye, the monster beast's body slowly dried up and sunk in, but the red energy that came out of its body grew more and more. The red light flashed, and after waiting for a while, a bright red bead about the size of a pea condensed. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. The moment it formed, he grabbed it in his hand and felt it with his heart. He found that this blood bead contained a very strange energy. The energy wasn't too much, after all, it was only a 4th-grade monster beast, but it wasn't disappointing. He didn't know what kind of laws of heaven and earth were hidden in this world, but this kind of thing would happen after a living thing died. After putting away the blood bead, he lowered his head to look at the monster beast. He saw that the monster beast's body had completely turned into a pile of fine powder. Its essence was gone, and only dross was left. Yang Kai didn't know how much of an improvement this blood bead could bring to him. He was faintly looking forward to it, but it was obviously not a good time to refine and absorb it. With the harvest, Yang Kai's fighting spirit was high, and his footsteps became lighter and lighter. This world was indeed a good place for a separation and reunion Yuan Qi cultivator to train. Yang Kai had only been here for a day, but he had already killed 5 or 6 monster beasts that were alone. They were all 3rd or 4th grade. He didn't spend much Yuan Qi, but the harvest was quite rich. The blood bead given by a 3rd-grade monster beast was much smaller than that of a 4th-grade one. It was obvious that the energy was insufficient. He also encountered a 5th-grade monster beast. Yang Kai hesitated for a long time before he stopped himself from killing it. A 5th-grade monster beast was equivalent to a Yuan Qi cultivator. Even if Yang Kai was lucky enough to kill it, he would have to use all his strength and be prepared to be injured. So unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai didn't want to fight with a 5th-grade monster beast. For 3 days in a row, Yang Kai killed the monster beast without any worries. When he was tired, he would find a relatively safe place to rest, recover his strength, and then continue hunting. In these 3 days, he didn't encounter a single person. It was no wonder that so many separation and reunion cultivators dared to come here. If it continued like this, even a cultivator at the Qi transformation stage wouldn't have to worry about anything, except that he had to be careful of the monster beast. 3 days later, Yang Kai was hiding in a jungle like a cat, secretly observing the situation in front of him. There were 2 4th-grade monster beast phantom lightning wolves in front of him. A 4th-grade monster beast was equivalent to a cultivator at the separation and reunion stage, which was equivalent to Yang Kai's current stage. If the 2 of them attacked together, Yang Kai might have some trouble dealing with them. But after thinking carefully for a long time, Yang Kai decided to take action. The monster beast he could deal with now was at most 4th grade. If he encountered 2 at once, there was no reason to give up. After making up his mind, Yang Kai rushed out of his hiding place and quickly approached the 2 phantom lightning wolves. Originally, Yang Kai's whole mind was focused on the 2 monster beast, but who would have thought that halfway through he would suddenly see traces of a person's shadow flashing not far from him from the corner of his eyes. His heart sinking, Yang Kai quickly glanced around and sure enough, about 1,000 meters away, there was a man in dark red robes hurriedly hiding himself. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai understood everything that had happened. The other person was obviously observing the 2 phantom lightning wolves in secret, just like him, but didn't find any traces of the other person. But coincidentally, he and the person on the other side had chosen to attack at the same time. Maybe it was because his speed was faster, so when he ran out, the other person had just appeared. And at this time, the other person had also discovered him, so he quickly hid back, hiding his body. But that person's clothes were too conspicuous, revealing some flaws. Now that it was too late to retreat, the 2 phantom lightning wolves fixed their eyes on Yang Kai. They bared their fangs and rushed over without hesitation. Yang Kai complained in his heart. While thinking about how to deal with the situation of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, he also thought about the identity of the person on the other side. After a while, Yang Kai made up his mind and quickened his pace. He pretended not to know anything and charged toward the 2 phantom lightning wolves. The 2 4th-grade monster beasts were as fast as the wind, and electric arcs flickered on their bodies. As they ran, they separated into 2 groups, one on the left and one on the right. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Yang Kai. The 2 monster beasts were obviously very experienced in hunting. They attacked from the left and right, and the gap between their attacks was perfect. Yang Kai hurriedly moved to the side, avoiding the bite of one of the phantom lightning wolves. However, the other one bit his shoulder. A current flowed through his body, and Yang Kai couldn't help but tremble a few times. He quickly circulated his Yuan Qi to dissolve the current. His muscles tightened, and he swept a punch at the phantom lightning wolf's cheek. Before it tore off his flesh, he sent it flying. The phantom lightning wolf let out a miserable cry and rolled a few times on the ground. Yang Kai didn't use his full strength in this attack, so he didn't hurt it much. After landing on the ground, the 2 phantom lightning wolves joined forces again, one on the top and one on the bottom. They roared and pounced toward him. Yang Kai rolled up his leg and kicked the stomach of the phantom lightning wolf below him, sending it flying. He pushed the other phantom lightning wolf with both of his palms, blocking its attack. While the 2 monster beasts were still in a daze, Yang Kai bravely pounced on them, and the 2 phantom lightning wolves were locked in a fierce battle. In fact, if Yang Kai had used all of his abilities, he wouldn't have had such a hard time. However, since he knew that someone was spying on him, he had to put on a show and take precautions. Chapter 220. The battle with the two illusion lightning wolves could be described as extremely difficult and dangerous. Relying only on his separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivation and not daring to reveal all of his means, Yang Kai repeatedly fell into danger during the battle, but every time he miraculously turned the situation around. It was as if he was walking on a tightrope, the slightest mistake and he would be torn to pieces by these two monster beasts. Little by little, the momentum of the two monster beasts was worn down. Again and again, it took nearly an hour for Yang Kai to kill them one by one. His body was covered in blood, some from the illusion lightning wolves, some from himself. There were at least 7 or 8 wounds on his body, all caused by the two monster beasts. There was even a wound where some flesh had been torn off. The pain was excruciating, making him look very distressed. These wounds were not fake, they were real injuries. A fourth-order monster beast was equivalent to a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Yang Kai was able to suppress 2 opponents to this extent. He should be proud of himself. However, the hidden person was quite patient. When Yang Kai was fighting with the illusion lightning wolves, he never showed up even until now. Yang Kai gasped for breath, quietly glanced over, then sat on the ground and assumed a posture of circulating his chi, waiting for the blood beads of the two illusion lightning wolves to condense. Perhaps Yang Kai's acting was too realistic. The hidden person finally made a move after confirming that there was no danger around. The rustling of footsteps approached, not hiding at all. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. Looking up, he saw not far in front of him, there were 3 figures arrogantly walking towards him. All 3 were men, wearing dark red robes, looking very ostentatious. The leading man laughed unscrupulously. His laughter was loud and harsh, looking at Yang Kai with a playful expression. Yang Kai timely showed a look of panic, his eyes filled with hatred and annoyance, slowly getting up. He was on guard. The 3 of them exchanged glances, then circled around and surrounded him. What is the meaning of this? Yang Kai licked his dry lips and asked in a deep voice. This small, unintentional action made him even more terrified. What an interesting question. The man who laughed before looked at Yang Kai contemptuously. Can't you see what we mean? Yang Kai frowned and said, 2 blood beads. A few of his friends wanted it. Just take it and don't make things difficult for me. The man laughed coldly. What are 2 blood beads? Don't you know that the blood beads formed after a cultivator's death? Was the quality and level much higher than that of monster beast? Blood beads, we want your life. We want it too. Yang Kai's face darkened. Friends, you've gone too far. I am a High Heaven Pavilion disciple. If you kill me, my master will not let this matter rest. Ha! When the man heard this, he couldn't help but laugh again. If we were outside, I'm afraid we would have some scruples. But what kind of place is this? If you die here, no one will know that it was us who killed you. As soon as the man's voice fell, the panic on Yang Kai's face suddenly disappeared. He became ruthless and murderous, his yuan qi fiercely gushing out. He suddenly turned around, and a thin blade appeared in his right hand. He aimed at the neck of one of the men who had sneaked up behind him and didn't have time to make a move. These 3 people could be considered cautious. When they surrounded Yang Kai, they didn't immediately make a move. After all, their strength wasn't very high, and they hadn't reached yuan qi. Instead, one of them spoke to attract Yang Kai's attention, while the other one sneaked up to attack. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai had already seen through their actions. He just pretended not to know and beat them at their own game. When the cultivator behind him was close enough, then he suddenly attacked. The sudden attack made the 3 people's faces change color. The man behind Yang Kai didn't even have time to react. The blood-red blade cut through his neck, and he felt a burning sensation. Immediately, a warm liquid rushed out uncontrollably. Yang Kai was as fast as the wind. After the blade made of yang liquid had cut through the man's neck, he crossed his feet and used his self-created footwork. Like a tiger hunting a leopard, he pounced in front of the second man. This person hurriedly counterattacked, and the sound of metal clashing rang out from his fist. His entire fist became golden and dazzling, and his momentum was heavy. Yang Kai directly threw the blade made of yang liquid at the man's fist. The man screamed as the blade stabbed into his fist. Blood flowed from his fist. While he was screaming in pain, Yang Kai bent down and fiercely punched him in the stomach. The yuan qi poured in like 3 waves. The man's face paled. Accompanied by 3 muffled bangs, he spat out blood and staggered back. Yang Kai's body was like a swallow, graceful and light. He jumped and flew to the man's shoulder. His legs clamped down on the man's head, and his body suddenly turned half a circle. With a crack, the second cultivator's neck was broken. In the battle that broke out in a flash, 2 of the 3 people were killed, and the remaining one was stunned. It wasn't until Yang Kai floated down from the air that he regained his senses. The cultivator's face was aghast. The sudden change shocked him, and Yang Kai's ruthless and cruel attack made him tremble in fear. Laughing loudly, Yang Kai said, "Friend, next time before you talk big, you should consider whether you have enough weight. Otherwise, you'll cut your own tongue." Looking at Yang Kai, who was covered in blood, and feeling the violent and ferocious fluctuation of yuan qi, the man's face instantly turned pale. By now, how could he not see that Yang Kai hadn't used his full strength in the battle with the 2 phantom lightning wolves? With his skills and surging yuan qi, if he really wanted to kill those 2 monster beasts, he wouldn't even need the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. However, he fought for about 2 hours. It was obvious that he was putting on a show for the 3 of them. "So you already knew that we were hiding?" The man's face suddenly turned cold. His 2 companions were killed in an instant. Although he was frightened, it also aroused his murderous intent and anger. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "You guys have a good plan, why can't I take advantage of it?" Yang Kai laughed coldly. "You deserve to die." The man roared again and again, fiercely activating his yuan qi. A large golden seal suddenly appeared in front of him. He should have used some kind of martial skill, and this martial skill was definitely not a low-level one. Yang Kai's expression was cold. He no longer held back and activated the unyielding will. The already violent yuan qi became even more violent. His aura was strange and unchanging, and his evil aura was awe-inspiring. His killing intent was limitless. The strength of peak separation and reunion boundary. The unyielding will had always been Yang Kai's trump card. Normally, he wouldn't use it unless necessary, so as to avoid being seen through and exposing his trump card. However, in this place, facing this kind of enemy, Yang Kai didn't want to hide anything. As long as he killed them all, there wouldn't be any worries in the future. Therefore, he could rest assured and boldly display his strongest strength to his heart's content. The opposite enemy's expression was once again aghast. Yang Kai's sudden increase in strength had caught him off guard, but there was no turning back. Holding the golden seal in one hand, he roared and attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai wasn't afraid, his hand forming a claw, he grabbed the seal. His body shook slightly. After all, this was a martial skill, so it wasn't easy to block it. His opponent's mouth curled into a grin as he pushed his yuan qi even more fiercely. The true yang yuan qi in Yang Kai's body also suddenly burst out. The hot yuan qi poured into the seal, and within a moment, a crackling sound could be heard. Cracks began to appear on the seal as a result of the heat. The purity and density of Yang Kai's true yang yuan qi was no worse than an ordinary yuan qi cultivator. His opponent was only at the separation and reunion boundary 8th stage. His yuan qi hadn't been transformed into yuan qi yet. How could he be a match for Yang Kai? The cracking sounds continued without end. The opponent's face was pale, and he felt that something was wrong. He quickly said, "Friend, please be merciful. I am a disciple of the Golden Light Palace. I had eyes but failed to see before, so I offended you. Friend, master, please forgive this lowly one." Yang Kai sneered, the madness and bloodthirst in his eyes becoming stronger. "I know you are a disciple of the Golden Light Palace." It was precisely because he knew this that Yang Kai had no qualms about putting on a show to lure the 3 of them out. If they weren't wearing dark red clothes that exposed their identity, Yang Kai would definitely not take such a risk. The Golden Light Palace was only a third-class force. 3 of their disciples came this time, and they were all only at the separation and reunion boundary. This was something Ling Tai-su had told Kai Yang when they were at the lake. The sky was filled with golden light, and the seal of the Golden Light Palace disciple completely exploded. At this moment he suddenly launched an attack. A sharp blade popped out of his sleeve, like a snake coming out of its hole, and went straight for Yang Kai's throat. His begging for mercy just now was just a pretense. His 2 junior brothers were killed, and the hatred between him and Yang Kai was irreconcilable. But this sharp blade didn't hurt Yang Kai. Halfway through, his movement stopped, and he looked down at his chest, only to see that Yang Kai's hand was inserted into his heart. His heart beat fiercely, and then there was no more movement. Yang Kai pulled out his hand, and blood spurted out. His expression was indifferent. He killed 3 people in one battle, all of whom were separation and reunion boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator, and he didn't feel any pressure at all. Defeating the strong with the weak, defeating the many with the few, Kai Yang had a new understanding of his true strength. After a while, the yuan qi and flesh essence of the 3 Golden Light Palace cultivator condensed into blood beads. Yang Kai stepped forward and collected them. He couldn't help but be surprised to find that these 3 blood beads were much bigger than the ones he had obtained before. They were the size of a thumbnail. The blood bead of a 4th stage monster beast was only the size of a pea, but the blood bead of a separation and reunion boundary cultivator was so many times bigger. Without time to investigate carefully, Yang Kai collected the blood beads of the 2 phantom lightning wolves, and then searched the 3 of them for valuables, and hurriedly left the place. After a stick of incense, many monster beasts had gathered in this place. The smell of blood in the air was the light that led them here. At this moment, Yang Kai was more than 10 miles away. Yang Kai had collected a lot of blood beads these days, so he wanted to find a safe place to refine and absorb them. Only in this way could his strength be improved, and he could deal with more powerful monster beasts and enemies. Chapter 221. In this world, there was no place that was absolutely safe. Yang Kai could only try his best to hide his body, restrain his aura, and cover up his tracks so as not to expose his whereabouts. Hiding in the hollow of a withered tree, he paid attention to his surroundings while absorbing and refining the energy of the blood beads. In the past few days, he had collected less than 20 blood beads. Most of them were condensed from the death of the rank 3 monster beast, while some were from the rank 4 monster beast. In addition, there were also the blood beads obtained from killing the 3 Golden Light Palace cultivators. According to the size, it was easy to distinguish the grade of the blood beads. The blood beads of the rank 4 monster beast were the size of a pea, and the blood beads of the rank 3 monster beast were half the size. On the contrary, the blood beads of the 3 separation and reunion realm cultivators were the size of a thumbnail. Taking out a blood bead of the rank 3 monster beast, Yang Kai held it in the palm of his hand and silently circulated the true Yang tactics. As soon as the yuan qi moved, Yang Kai clearly felt a pure and flawless energy from the palm of his hand flowing into his body, pouring into his meridians. It did not stay in the dantian and was directly absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Before the true Yang tactics could complete a cycle, the blood bead disappeared and turned into his own strength. Yang Kai was surprised. Although he had heard from Ling Tai-su that the blood beads obtained here could be easily refined and absorbed without any worries, Yang Kai did not expect it to be so easy. The energy in the blood bead was not useless at all. It was as pure as a pearl, and did not need to be refined at all. It only needed to be absorbed. No wonder Ling Tai-su praised the blood beads that appeared here so much. If a person had a large number of blood beads, his strength would definitely soar like a meteor. Except for the need to feel when breaking through to the next realm, there would be absolutely no obstacles when breaking through to the next realm. Any cultivator who had absorbed the energy of the blood beads would not be able to resist such a temptation. In order to become stronger, in order to break through, they would not let go of any living thing in front of them, whether it was a human or a monster beast. In the eyes of the experts here, it was just a bead of blood. The opportunity to absorb energy without any worry was too rare. In the world, there was no other place that could produce blood beads except for this special place. Taking a deep breath and calming his mind, Yang Kai took out all the blood beads and held them in the palm of his hand, circulating the true Yang secret art. A huge amount of pure energy poured into his palm. In an instant, his meridians swelled. This energy continued to flow from the blood bead into his body, and was then absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. The speed was so fast that it was almost indescribable. The blood beads in his palm decreased one by one, quickly turning into Yang Kai's capital. Yang Kai could clearly feel that his body was becoming stronger bit by bit. On top of that, his separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivation was about to reach saturation. When there were only 2 blood beads left on his palm, an invisible aura suddenly spread out with Yang Kai as the center. The energy between heaven and earth also became chaotic. Without any hindrance, he had reached the separation and reunion boundary 4th stage. However, Yang Kai did not feel any joy, his face sinking as he cursed in his heart, but he did not stop, still madly absorbing the remaining energy from the blood beads in his hand. A moment later, the 2 blood beads disappeared. His newly promoted realm quickly stabilized. Hurriedly getting up, almost without thinking, Yang Kai quickly left his previous hiding place. Although he had expected that there would be some kind of disturbance when he broke through, Yang Kai had not expected it to be so obvious in this quiet place. If someone had been nearby just now, they would have definitely noticed. If he did not leave now, he would only be targeted. After flying for more than a dozen kilometers. Not only did Yang Kai not dare to stop, but he also felt a faint uneasiness in his heart. He always felt like he was being watched by someone, but when he vigilantly observed, he could not find any clues. This feeling was not groundless. Yang Kai guessed that either the strength of the person who was watching him was very high, and with his eyesight he was unable to find any trace of them, or there was someone behind him who had not yet caught up to him. The latter possibility was very likely. After all, if there really was a master who was watching him, there was no reason to keep hiding and wasting time. His luck was really bad. But this was really something that could not be helped. Yang Kai felt that he could not stay here forever without breaking through. With his separation and reunion boundary 3rd stage strength, although he did not feel any danger here, if he encountered a real master, he would definitely not be able to escape. Every time he broke through, there would always be some kind of disturbance. This was an unavoidable drawback. After running a few dozen kilometers, the feeling of being watched became more and more obvious, a cold wind blowing down his spine. Suddenly, Yang Kai's running footsteps came to a halt, his face pale. He felt that behind a big tree in front of him, there was a yuan qi fluctuation. The other party had no intention of hiding and was instead brazenly waiting for him to come forward. He had actually been circled around to the front. This person's speed was too fast. Those who came had ill intentions, those with good intentions did not come. Yang Kai did not know which sect's disciple he had encountered, nor did he know what kind of strength the other party possessed, so naturally he did not dare act rashly. Heh. A gloomy sneer sounded as a person slowly walked out from behind the big tree. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai had the urge to vomit blood. This person turned out to be a disciple of Ghost King Valley. Ghost King Valley had sent 3 people this time, all of them Yuan Qi masters. One of them, Jianghu, had repeatedly threatened Yang Kai, the other was a woman, and the one in front of him was the 3rd person from Ghost King Valley. Enemies on a narrow road. Why did he have to meet a disciple from this sect? If it was someone else, there would be some possibility of negotiation, but since it was a disciple from Ghost King Valley, there was absolutely no hope of resolving the situation. Ghostly had told the 3 of them to kill Yang Kai no matter what. Yang Kai naturally wanted to get rid of them, but the timing was too bad. He had only been here for a few days and had only broken through a minor realm. Facing such an enemy, how could he win? The other side alone was enough to eat him, Not to mention there were 3 of them. A dangerous situation. Look who it is. Ghost King Valley's disciple Yu Chengkuan was also very surprised, his pair of gloomy eyes looking Yang Kai up and down, his face filled with surprise and pride. It turned out to be High Heaven Pavilion's little brat. It's so easy to find him. He obviously hadn't expected that the person he had stumbled upon would be Yang Kai. This was really a freak combination of circumstances. Yang Kai stared at him with an ashen face, not daring to stay any longer, his figure flashing from the side, wanting to use his movement skill to escape from this place. A self-created movement skill was definitely a good choice for escaping. A single Yuan Qi took 15 steps, allowing him to run a few thousand meters at an extremely fast speed. No one in the same realm would be able to catch up. However, Yang Kai's figure had only just leapt 2 steps. In front of him was a burst of wailing and howling, and immediately a big pale hand came down towards his head. High Heaven Pavilion's little brat, we really are fated to meet. Laughing loudly, Jianghu's figure was revealed, pale and bloodless, his big hand like a ghost claw containing a gloomy murderous intent. Yang Kai's face sank. Raising his hand, he used his Burning Sun's 3-layer blast. Fist and claw collided, Jianghu coldly snorted and pushed his Yuan Qi, his 5 fingers turning into sharp blades. With 3 muffled bangs, Yang Kai was sent flying, his face pale as he struggled to suppress his tumbling blood and staggered to the ground. Jianghu's strength was probably Yuan Qi 4th order, and among the 3 Ghost King Valley disciples. This person's strength was also the strongest. With an enemy of this level, Yang Kai was simply no match for him. In just a single exchange, he had suffered a big loss. Landing on the ground, before Yang Kai had time to catch his breath, a cold wind blew from behind him. Hurriedly dodging forward, there was a tearing sound from his back as his clothes were directly torn apart. He had almost lost his clothes. Good reaction. Jianghu did not attack again, but calmly crossed his arms, looking at Yang Kai playfully. Hurriedly looking back, Yang Kai found that the female disciple from Ghost King Valley had also appeared, the one who had just attacked him from behind. It was this woman. The 3 of them formed a circle around Kai Yang. These 3 people were not the 3 separation and reunion boundary disciples from Golden Light Palace. Yang Kai could easily kill the 3 from Golden Light Palace, but facing these 3 he did not dare to take them lightly. Little brat, how do you want to die? Jianghu looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. He had suffered a big loss at Yang Kai's hands on his way to Netherworld Mountain, almost dying under the attack of the golden-eyed silverback python, so naturally he hated him to the bone. But now this little brat was surrounded by his brother and sister. Even if he had wings, he would not be able to escape. He was not in a hurry to take Yang Kai's life. Sometimes, torturing and humiliating the enemy was far better than killing them. Yu Chengkuan smiled. Brother, why don't we cut off his limbs and let him bleed to death? Jianghu slowly shook his head. No, that's too kind. I say we should refine him into a ghost slave, so that he will never be reincarnated and will only be a slave of my Ghost King Valley. Yu Chengkuan frowned. But this brat's strength is too low. Even if we refine him into a ghost slave, he won't be of much use. Hearing the 2 deliberately intimidating Yang Kai, the woman from Ghost King Valley said impatiently, just kill him, what's the point of wasting time? Kill him and you'll get a blood bead. Jianghu and Yu Chengkuan quickly smiled. Junior sister said to kill, so we'll kill. Finished speaking, Jianghu stepped towards Yang Kai, his face filled with malice and gloominess. Little brat, being able to die a quick death is also a blessing. When you reach the netherworld, don't forget to thank me. Yang Kai sneered. It's not too late for you to talk big after you kill me. Saying so, his figure flashed and he rushed directly towards the female Ghost King Valley disciple. Just now, he had been observing her for a long time and naturally knew that among the 3 from Ghost King Valley, this woman's strength was the lowest, but perhaps because of her beauty, or perhaps because her status was not low, Jianghu and Yu Chengkuan were quite respectful towards her. Therefore, this woman was definitely a breakthrough. If Yang Kai wanted to break through, the best way was to use his Yang Inflammation wings. Although a Yuan Qi cultivator could fly, It was definitely not as fast and convenient as the Yang inflammation wings. However, in this dangerous place, if he really used his Yang inflammation wings to fly into the air, with the flapping of his wings, it would only attract the attention of others. So unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai really did not want to use his Yang inflammation wings. Chapter 222. As soon as Yang Kai moved, the three Ghost King Valley disciples all sneered. Although Jianghu and Jianghu saw Yang Kai rushing towards the woman, they didn't show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, they sneered even more, apparently thinking that this woman had enough strength to easily stop Yang Kai. The woman's expression didn't change as she secretly condensed her yuan qi, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai as if she was staring at a dead man, without the slightest emotion. When he was about 5 meters away from the woman, Yang Kai's yuan qi fiercely burst out. Unyielding will. In order to escape from the hands of an yuan qi cultivator, Yang Kai didn't dare to hold back. Feeling Yang Kai's strength soar, the woman's face sank slightly, her pale white hands trembling as a few thin threads flew out from her fingertips, like snakes leaping out of their lair, piercing towards Yang Kai's vital points. These threads were not condensed from yuan qi, but rather a kind of silk. They were tough, and after being infused with yuan qi, they would become as sharp as knives. They weren't considered artifacts, so they could be used here. Perceiving the crisis contained in these threads, Yang Kai's expression became dignified, his thoughts turning sharply as he suddenly forced out a few drops of Yang liquid from his fingertips. As soon as these drops of Yang liquid appeared, under Yang Kai's will, they transformed into a shield shape, stacked on top of each other, and blocked in front of him. Just as he finished this, the threads arrived in front of him. Poo. With a light sound, Yang Kai's liquefied shield was directly pierced through, but with this slight obstruction, Yang Kai was still able to avoid being hit in any of his vitals, allowing the threads to pierce through some insignificant positions and emerge from his body. His body couldn't help but tremble as Yang Kai rushed in front of the woman and punched out a few times. The woman sneered. Her ghost claw broke through the air and clashed with Yang Kai, her sharp nails tearing off a piece of flesh from the back of Yang Kai's hand. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai's face became even paler, but with the help of the power of these few exchanges, he was able to recover. He flew over the woman's head and landed on the ground. Then he used his footwork and quickly fled. "Come back!" the woman shouted, and the silk in her hand trembled. He pulled back fiercely, but Yang Kai's body was not pulled back. He only paused for a moment, and then quickly flew away, leaving behind a few bloody streaks in the air. The woman's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Jianghu and Jianghu, who were calm and composed, were also shocked. "What's going on?" Jianghu flew over and asked. His junior sister's silk was extremely tough. Since it had already pierced into that brat's body, how could it not bind him? "It's been melted." The woman looked at the broken piece of silk and felt her heart ache. She stamped her foot and said, "What are you looking at? Chase after him." Jianghu narrowed his eyes and chased after them. Jianghu and the woman hurriedly followed. In the isolated world, Yang Kai was using almost all of his strength to escape. It was not easy to open a gap, but he also paid a big price for it. If he was surrounded by those three again, he was afraid he would really have to use his Yang inflammation wings. His self-created footwork had been pushed to the limit, but there was still an indistinct shadow chasing after him. It was the fastest Ghost King Valley disciple. Jianghu and the woman's footwork was not as good as Jianghu's, so they fell behind. After running for half a day, Jianghu was still chasing after Yang Kai, following him like a shadow. Even if Yang Kai pushed his speed to the limit, he couldn't shake him off. The other party's behavior showed that he was determined to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai was full of anger. There was a group of monster beasts in front of him, about 4 or 5 of them, about 1,000 feet away from him. Yang Kai's heart became fierce. Not only did he not avoid them, but he also rushed directly towards them. His figure swayed. After a few flashes, he rushed out of the group of monster beasts gathering area. Looking back, he saw that Yu Chunkuan had also rushed out unscathed. He was not stopped by the group of monster beasts at all. When one's speed reached a certain level, they could indeed avoid most battles here. Monster beast below 5th order would have a hard time chasing after them. High Heaven Pavilion boy, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you can't escape from my pursuit. Give up now. Yu Chunkuan shouted as he chased, your speed is really good, but you're only at the separation and reunion boundary. How long will the Yuan Qi in your body last? Sooner or later, you'll run out of Yuan Qi. When that time comes, you'll die. Obediently stop and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, if I catch you, I'll make you wish you were dead. Yu Chunkuan was also a bit angry. His speed was second to none in the Yuan Qi boundary, but now he was chasing after a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. He was secretly surprised at Yang Kai's speed and became more and more annoyed. He thought that when he caught Yang Kai, he would definitely torture him. Yang Kai ignored his threats. While running, he secretly circulated Yuan Qi to heal himself. He didn't have to worry about running out of Yuan Qi. He just looked left and right for an opportunity to win. Along the way, Yang Kai deliberately ran towards the places where the monster beast gathered. He crossed mountains and cut through thorns. He didn't know how far he had run, but Yu Chunkuan was not far behind. On the contrary, Jianghu and the woman from Ghost King Valley were nowhere to be seen. But Yang Kai still didn't dare to stop. If it was only Yu Chunkuan, he still had hope to fight, but Jianghu and the woman would definitely catch up. If he stopped, he would die. After a full day, Yang Kai didn't know how far he had run, but Yu Chunkuan was still chasing after him like a maggot. While running, Yang Kai rushed out of the deep jungle and directly rushed to a cliff. Finally, he reached the place. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. When he was running before, he had observed this cliff. It was about 10,000 feet high, and below it, there were clouds and roiling fog. He didn't know what kind of scene it was. Seeing such a cliff half a day ago, Yang Kai realized that his opportunity had come. So he led Yu Chunkuan all the way to this place. Standing still and gasping for breath, Kai Yang turned around and looked back. In the forest, Yu Chunkuan also rushed out. When he saw the terrain of this place, he was stunned and couldn't help but laugh wildly. He approached step by step and said with a nasty grin, "Run! Keep running!" Son of a bitch, your strength isn't high, but your speed is quite fast, making this uncle chase you for so long. Victory was already in his hands. Yang Kai's escape route was blocked by him, and in front of him was a 10,000-foot cliff. A trivial separation and reunion boundary cultivator was equivalent to being forced into a dead end, with no way out. Yang Kai took a deep breath and stared at him coldly, motionless. "Why aren't you running?" Yu Chunkuan coldly looked at Yang Kai and stood 5 feet in front of him. "There's nowhere to run," Yang Kai said truthfully. "Ha!" Yu Chunkuan laughed unscrupulously, "So you also know there's nowhere to run. Let me go," Yang Kai said in a low voice. "Are you begging for mercy?" Yu Chunkuan showed a contemptuous and proud smile. "This is not the attitude you should be begging for mercy. You should kneel down, crawl in front of me, kowtow and admit your mistakes. If this uncle is in a good mood, maybe he really will spare your life. I don't have any enmity with you, so why do you have to kill me?" Yu Chunkuan grinned. "We don't have any enmity, but our elders do. Who told you to be so unlucky? In such a big place, you just had to run into us. Don't talk nonsense, destroy your own meridians, and then pray that I will be kind. Let me go, and I'll give you a reward." Yu Chunkuan's smile faded, and he said in a low voice, "How many blood beads do you have?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I've already absorbed all the blood beads. But I have a few bottles of good quality pills." As he spoke, he reached into his Chunkuan bag and took out a few bottles of pills, waving them in front of Yu Chunkuan before putting them away. "These are all healing pills. You'll need them if you want to move around here." Seeing these bottles of pills, Yu Chunkuan couldn't help showing a greedy look, and he smiled sinisterly. "Not bad, not bad. It seems that today's harvest is not small. Boy, throw the pills over." "Are you willing to let me go?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Yu Qingquan slowly shook his head. Why should I let you go? Even if I kill you, I'll still get a blood bead, and these pills will still be mine. This uncle never makes a bad deal. If you think so, you're destined to get nothing. Yang Kai's face was fierce, and he slowly stepped back a few steps, making a posture as if he was about to jump off the cliff. Yu Qingquan's face turned cold and he snapped, "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? I don't believe you have the guts to jump." As he spoke, he took a step and rushed towards Yang Kai. But to Yu Qingquan's surprise, Yang Kai actually showed a smile, and then jumped back more than 10 feet. Did he really jump? Yu Qingquan's eyes widened. He never thought that Yang Kai would be so decisive. Originally, he thought that Yang Kai was just joking. After all, he was only at the separation and reunion boundary and couldn't fly, so jumping off such a high cliff would definitely result in death. If he had stayed and fought with him, with his speed, he might have had a chance to survive. But now Yang Kai actually jumped off the cliff without hesitation, causing Yu Qingquan to be slightly stunned. Immediately, Yu Qingquan was furious. This boy would clearly rather die than let him get the slightest benefit. He was really ruthless. Thinking quickly, Yu Qingquan also rushed to the edge of the cliff and jumped down. What was a 10,000-foot cliff? He was a Yuan Qi cultivator. After the Yuan Qi in his body transformed into Yuan Qi, he could fly. As long as he quickly killed this little bastard from High Heaven Pavilion, with his strength, he would naturally be able to fly up. The blood bead was secondary, but he absolutely couldn't let go of those bottles of healing pills. After falling more than 10 feet, Yang Kai looked up and saw Yu Qingquan quickly rushing towards him, like a big bird spreading its wings, his face filled with ruthlessness. Yang Kai grinned. He was really worried that Yu Qingquan wouldn't jump down with him. If he didn't have the courage, then all his acting would have been in vain. Seeing him jump off the cliff, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Chapter 223. Although the two of them had jumped off the cliff one after the other, Yang Kai had fallen on his own while Yu Qingquan had borrowed the force of his fall, so their speeds naturally couldn't be compared. The latter was undoubtedly much faster. "Little brat, even if you die, you'll die by my hands," Yu Qingquan shouted as he ferociously rushed towards Yang Kai. In mid-air, Yu Qingquan's pair of ghost claws danced as a distorted human face suddenly shot out from his palms. This face was very similar to the one he had seen when he first met the old demon. This face roared ferociously, mixed with unparalleled resentment and evil qi. Like a vicious ghost, it instantly rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai opened his hand and struck out towards this resentful face, but he didn't feel the slightest resistance and instead allowed this resentful spirit to rush into his body. Feeling a cold sensation on his arm, Yang Kai couldn't help shivering as his entire arm was quickly covered in frost. Yu Qingquan laughed triumphantly. "You're dead." This move was the Ghost King Valley's evil martial skill, the Ghost King Seal, which was cultivated using a human soul. Capture a living person, then constantly torture and humiliate them without letting them die, filling them with anger and resentment. Once they reached a certain point, kill them and use a special method to extract their resentful spirit and absorb it into one's body to cultivate. This move of a Ghost King Valley disciple was impossible to defend against with ordinary means. Once the resentful spirit rushed into one's body, the enemy was basically a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Yu Qingquan didn't want to waste time, so naturally he wanted to quickly kill Yang Kai and extract the blood bead condensed from his flesh and Yuan Qi. After this move succeeded, Yu Qingquan unscrupulously rushed towards Yang Kai and grabbed him. But in the next moment, Yu Qingquan's body couldn't help trembling, his face suddenly paling as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, he felt that the connection between the resentful spirit he had sent out and his body had been severed. This resentful spirit contained his blood essence, Yuan Qi, and soul, so when it was destroyed, Yu Qingquan also suffered a heavy backlash. "What's going on?" Yu Qingquan was shocked and looked down. The frost on Yang Kai's arm was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the corner of this high heaven pavilion disciple's mouth curled into a proud smile. Jie 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 jie? Old demon laughed wildly inside Yang Kai's body. I didn't expect that even though this old master couldn't take action, someone would still send this old master a delicious meal. Not bad, not bad. This resentful spirit has a strong baleful aura. It's really delicious. After a few bites, the resentful spirit was devoured by the old demon. The old demon licked the corner of his mouth. Young master, ask him if he still has any more of these things. Tell him to make a few more so that this old man can at least be half full. I'm afraid he's gone. Yang Kai saw that Cheng Kuan was injured. He knew that the vengeful spirit was definitely a precious item. Yu Qingkuan couldn't possibly have a second one like that. Hearing Yang Kai talking to himself, Yu Qingkuan's face suddenly turned cold. It's you. What method did you use to destroy my Ghost King seal? Yang Kai sneered, take a guess. I'll kill you. Yu Qingkuan was furious. Opening his hand, he slapped down towards Yang Kai's head. His ghost claw flashed with a murderous aura. With a hua sound, two fiery red lights suddenly flashed from Yang Kai's back. Feeling this fierce yuan qi fluctuation, Yu Qingkuan was shocked and quickly released Yang Kai. He also involuntarily withdrew his attack and put his hands in front of him in a defensive posture. But as soon as he finished this action, he saw that Yang Kai, who was falling down the cliff with him, suddenly froze in place while he himself continued to fall at a rapid speed. Looking up, Yu Qingkuan's pupils instantly shrank. He saw the high heaven pavilion disciple standing proudly in the air, coldly looking at him like an eagle overlooking the earth. His whole body exuded an aura that made people unable to look down on him. But behind him, there was a pair of fiery red wings. They burned like fireworks. The surrounding air was distorted. He stood there, insufferably arrogant, looking down on everyone. Yu Qingkuan could hardly believe his eyes. What kind of artifact was this? No, the artifacts here couldn't be used. This wasn't an artifact. Could it be a martial skill? What kind of martial skill could have such a brilliant effect? What kind of martial skill could give birth to two large wings on someone's back? Shocked, Yu Qingkuan was momentarily dazed. Yang Kai had already spread his yang inflammation wings. He quickly flew down. The situation was completely different from before. Now the two's positions were completely reversed. Yu Qingkuan's heart trembled, but he didn't dare to be negligent. His yuan qi burst out and his falling speed suddenly slowed down, showing signs of stabilizing. How could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? In a flash, he flew above Yu Qingkuan's head and fiercely punched towards the top of his head. Yu Qingkuan complained in his heart. He was a yuan qi cultivator, but after all, he was only at the 3rd level of yuan qi. If no one was blocking him, he could fly, but with a strong enemy attacking him, how could he fly steadily? In other words, a yuan qi cultivator had just learned how to fly, so he couldn't fight while flying. When Yang Kai's attack came, he had no choice but to mobilize all of his yuan qi and counter it with his hand. With a loud boom, Yu Qingkuan plummeted down at an even faster speed than before. While falling at such a high speed, the headwind from below made him almost unable to open his eyes, and his mouth and nose were filled with a chill. He hurriedly mobilized his yuan qi, trying to stabilize his fall. Just as he saw the effect, a murderous attack came from above. Yu Qingkuan was shocked. He never thought that Yang Kai's speed would be so fast. In a hurry, he made a move to block, but how could he block Yang Kai's full power? Yu Qingkuan only felt a sharp pain in his hands. The hot yuan qi rushed into his meridians, almost rushing into the dantian. Only now did he know that this high heaven pavilion disciple was not as easy to deal with as he seemed. His Ghost King seal was silently neutralized by him. He also had a martial skill that allowed him to grow a pair of wings on his back. This person's yuan qi was also unbelievably pure. He was the perfect example of a wolf in sheep's clothing to eat a tiger. All of his previous acts of weakness were just to numb himself. Yu Qingkuan was full of regret. He should not have been greedy for those bottles of pills and jumped off the cliff with this brat. Now that he was in midair, he could not even use 30% of his strength. He was completely at the mercy of this brat. Looking up, he saw that Yang Kai was attacking again, but there was no sign of the cliff above him. He had already fallen more than 500 feet. Now even if he wanted to fly, he could not. Kong. Yu Qingquan screamed miserably. He felt as if his shoulder was about to collapse, and his already fast-falling speed increased by a fraction. Falling at such a speed, once he touched the ground, he would definitely die without a corpse. The smell of death hit him in the face. Yu Qingquan trembled with fear. He wanted to beg for mercy, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a strong wind rushed into his mouth, making it impossible for him to make any sound. In the sky, two figures were rapidly falling. The difference was that Yu Qingquan below was involuntarily falling, while Yang Kai above was fiercely waving his yang inflammation wings, chasing after Yu Qingquan and attacking at the same time. Kong. Every attack took a long time. After all, Yu Qingquan's speed was getting faster and faster. Yang Kai would need to spend some time to catch up. After falling for an unknown amount of time, and not knowing how high the cliff was, Yang Kai and Yu Qingquan both plunged into the white fog, as if they were falling into the clouds. After more than a dozen attacks, one of Yu Qingquan's shoulders was broken, and both of his arms were broken. Blood flowed out, and he looked miserable. In the sky, Yang Kai, with the help of his yang inflammation wings, was the real master. If Yu Qingquan did not desperately urge his Yuan Qi to slow down his falling momentum, Yang Kai would not have been able to catch up with him. But even so, Yu Qingquan's falling speed was getting faster and faster. Sensing another murderous intent coming from above his head, Yu Qingquan looked up and saw Kai Yang attack him again, causing him to panic to fill his eyes as a look of panic appeared on his face. His arms were already broken, and there was no way for him to resist. If this attack hit him, he would definitely die. But to Yu Qingquan's surprise, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. He withdrew the attack that was about to hit him, and the two wings on his back flapped vigorously. The falling speed quickly slowed down and gradually stopped. Escaping a disaster, Yu Qingquan did not have the slightest joy, because he guessed why Yang Kai suddenly stopped and desperately tried to slow down his falling speed. Looking down as he guessed, the ground was dozens of feet below him. Yuan Qi gushed out desperately, and Yu Qingquan hoped that he could safely land. But his speed was too fast. The distance of dozens of feet was closed in an instant. Bang! A sound was heard. Yang Kai, who was slowly falling from the sky, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. On the ground where Yu Qingquan fell, a large pool of dark red blood bloomed like a delicate flower. Pieces of flesh and broken limbs were everywhere, and it looked very horrible. A third-level Yuan Qi cultivator, if faced head-on, Yang Kai estimated that he had no hope of winning. But using this terrain, the enemy did not cause any damage to Yang Kai and died without a burial place. Never underestimate the opponent at any time. Yang Kai pursed his lips and secretly reflected. The moment Yu Qingquan died, Jianghu and the young woman who had rushed to the edge of the cliff couldn't help but change their expressions. The three of them from Ghost King Valley had a special method to detect each other's location and vitality. As soon as Yu Qingquan died, Jianghu and the young woman noticed. "Brother, you died?" The young woman's mouth was slightly agape as she stood there in a daze. Jianghu rushed to the edge of the cliff and looked down, but all he could see was a cloud and fog, so he couldn't see anything. He couldn't help but angrily say, "He must have been dragged down the cliff by that high heaven pavilion little brat. How could he be so careless?" The young woman hatefully stomped her foot. He was just a third-level Yuan Qi cultivator. Even if he really fell down the cliff, as long as he was careful, he should have been able to fly back up. Jianghu's face was also ugly. "It seems that we all underestimated that little brat from High Heaven Pavilion. He must have been hiding some kind of secret method that caught junior brother off guard." Chapter 224. Both Jianghu and the woman were extremely annoyed. Their hearts ached for Yu Qingquan's death. Fortunately, that brat from Sky Tower Pavilion had also fallen into the cliff and would definitely die. At least there was someone to accompany him to the grave, so they wouldn't be too lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. After lamenting for a while at the edge of the cliff, the two left. The cliff was too high, and they didn't know if there were any dangers at the bottom. They didn't dare to go down to look for Yu Chengkuan's body, so they could only let him be buried in the wilderness. At the bottom of the cliff, Yang Kai flapped his yang inflammation wings and slowly landed on the ground. He collected the blood bead condensed after Yu Chengkuan's death. As expected of an Yuan Qi expert, this blood bead was twice the size of a separation and reunion realm blood bead. It was the size of a longan fruit, and the energy it contained was much more abundant. When he absorbed the blood bead before, Yang Kai had tasted the sweetness. Now that he saw such a large blood bead, his mind couldn't help but become active. If he could kill all the Yuan Qi cultivators who entered this place, how much would he gain? At the lakeside, Yang Kai found that there were as many as 200 to 300 cultivators who entered this place to train. 200 to 300 blood beads? He could easily advance to the Yuan Qi realm, right? When this thought came to his mind, Yang Kai couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly restrained his thoughts, afraid that it would arouse the hidden killing intent and hostility in his heart. Putting the blood bead into his Chengkuan bag, Yang Kai turned his head to look left and right, then quickly left in a certain direction. This was a huge valley covered by clouds and mist. All four sides were extremely steep and high cliffs. It was impossible for ordinary people to come down. Even if one's strength had reached the Yuan Qi realm, they wouldn't dare to rashly enter the valley before investigating the situation below. Yang Kai walked in the valley for a day and gradually understood the terrain. He couldn't help but feel a little happy. This kind of terrain made it so that he was the only one moving around here. He didn't have to worry about encountering an opponent that he couldn't defeat. Along the way, he also killed several fourth-order monster beasts. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything. As long as he had enough time, his strength would slowly become stronger. If he left this place, he wouldn't have to worry about those Yuan Qi cultivators. The valley was indeed huge. Yang Kai walked and hunted in it day after day. Every day, he would reap some rewards. Occasionally, he would come across a few level 5 monster beasts, but he would quickly avoid them. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai had collected more than 30 monster beast blood orbs. It took him 2 hours to find a safe place, refine and absorb all of it. Combined with the blood bead he obtained after Yu Chengkuan's death, Yang Kai felt that he had reached the bottleneck of the separation and reunion boundary 4th stage and was only a step away from breaking through again. It was a bountiful harvest. However, it seemed like there were only a few monster beasts in this valley for them to kill. As time passed, it was difficult for Yang Kai to encounter a Tier 4 monster beast again, although there were traces of activity of a few Tier 5 monster beasts. But Yang Kai really didn't want to fight with him. After running around the entire periphery of the valley, he gradually returned to the place where he had originally landed. After thinking about it, Yang Kai decided to explore the middle of the valley to see if he could find more monster beasts. If there were no more, he would have to leave this valley and think of another way. Yang Kai advanced into the valley very quickly. He did encounter a few monster beasts and obtained a few blood beads. But as he walked towards the middle of the valley, he didn't see a single monster beast. There wasn't even the slightest trace of monster beast activity. With a trace of doubt in his heart, Yang Kai continued to walk forward. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was walking, suddenly stopped and stared in front of him. His pupils shrank and his face involuntarily filled with shock and disbelief. He saw an incomparably huge skeleton. 1,000 feet away, there was a white skeleton lying quietly on the ground. Even though it was so far away, Yang Kai could feel an ancient and barbaric aura coming from it. The skeleton was at least 20 feet tall, and he didn't know how long it was. The white bones were shining like ivory. Even after countless years, it was still tenacious and unwavering. Even though the flowing time Great Emperor had passed, it still stood there and didn't turn into dust. The skeleton was so huge. It was hard to imagine how powerful this monster beast was before it died. His mind was shaken for a long time. Then, Yang Kai slowly lifted his feet and walked towards it. When he got closer, Yang Kai found that there wasn't only one skeleton here, but two. One of them was the one he saw from afar, while the other was small and exquisite. The two skeletons seemed to be connected, but when he looked carefully, they weren't. It was just that the small skeleton was embedded in the abdomen of the big skeleton. These two monster beasts died together, the old demon asserted. Yang Kai nodded and agreed with his deduction. Looking at the two skeletons, he could vaguely see the hardships and bloodshed of the battle. The two monster beasts, one big and one small, were evenly matched. There was no clear winner. The monster beast's fierceness was aroused. No one was willing to be weak, and no one was willing to admit defeat. In the end, the smaller monster beast tore open the big monster beast's abdomen, but it was also heavily injured by the big monster beast. At the same time, it fell to the ground and died. Countless years had passed. The wind blew and the sun shone, and the sand and dust covered the traces of the shocking battle. However, they couldn't bury the white bones and the unyielding murderous aura. Yang Kai's shock didn't subside. His eyes fell on the big skeleton. He didn't know what kind of monster beast could have such a huge body. It was 20 feet tall when it fell to the ground, and this was only half of its body. Most of its body was still buried under the dust. Each of its bones was so strong and powerful, and its body was so huge. It must have been an extraordinarily strong monster beast when it was alive. But what was the origin of the small monster beast? It was so weak that it could die together with its opponent. Old demon, do you know what kind of monster beast this is? Yang Kai stood for a long time before he gradually collected his thoughts and asked. I can't deduce it just by looking at the skeleton, the old demon replied. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gently touched the huge white bones. As soon as his fingers touched them, the bones collapsed and turned into fine powder. The two skeletons that were exposed to the surface of the ground started to crack and collapse in an instant with a loud rumble. They died here and were buried here, so where did their soul go? Even such a powerful demonic beast couldn't escape the fate of death. It was truly lamentable. But soon, Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He opened his eyes wide and looked around. Young master, what are you looking for? The old demon was puzzled. Blood beads, these two monster beasts were so powerful, how bad could the blood beads condensed after they died be? Yang Kai replied excitedly. They've been dead for so many years. There shouldn't be any blood beads left, right? I bet they're still here. Do you believe me? Yang Kai smiled confidently. This old servant is slow-witted. The old demon humbly asked for guidance. This is the valley at the bottom of the cliff. It's covered by clouds and mist. I don't think the Yuan Qi cultivator would come down here for no reason, Yang Kai chuckled. Only I, who was chased to a dead end, would take the risk. But even if the cultivator didn't come down, there's still a monster beast here. Before he finished speaking, the old demon suddenly realized. In the past few days, they hadn't seen any monster beast activity nearby. If the cultivator didn't come, and the monster beast didn't come, then the blood beads condensed from these two powerful monster beasts wouldn't have disappeared. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain. The old demon definitely understood. A drop of yang liquid appeared on his finger and turned into the shape of a shovel. He buried his head and dug. Yang was very particular with his excavation. He dug along the bones of the huge skeleton. Since the blood beads were condensed from these two monster beasts after they died, they must have been buried in the sand and should be at the bottom. Clouds of dust were lifted. Yang Kai quickly dug deeper. He dug very carefully and didn't let go of any suspicious places. After digging for more than 10 feet, a ray of crimson light suddenly burst out from the ground. Found it. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He quickly and carefully lifted the soil around him. He couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that the blood beads condensed from such a powerful monster beast would at least be the size of a human head. If it wasn't the size of a human head, it should be the size of a fist. But this wasn't the case. The blood bead at the bottom was smaller than the one Yu Chengkuan got after he died. It was only the size of the 4th grade monster beast. Could it be that his estimation was wrong? Those two monster beasts weren't powerful existences? With some doubts in his heart, Yang Kai continued to dig. Soon he found another blood bead nearby. It was almost the same as the previous one. The two monster beasts would die together. Their strength was equal, so the blood beads were naturally the same. Frowning, Yang Kai slightly operated the true Yang secret art. He wanted to feel the energy contained in these two blood beads. But as soon as the secret art was activated, Yang Kai groaned and involuntarily sat down cross-legged. His face was full of horror. "Young master!" The old demon was shocked. He quickly shouted, but he didn't get any response from Yang Kai. The next moment he felt a surge of energy that made people's hearts palpitate. It kept flowing from Yang Kai's hand into his body. Moreover, this energy was not pure and was mixed with a great deal of evil qi and demonic qi. This unparalleled evil qi and evil qi caused even an old devil like old demon, who was accustomed to great spectacles, to shudder. Yang Kai trembled all over. In an instant his meridians were saturated. The true Yang secret art was uncontrollably operated, refining the impurities in this huge amount of energy and then pouring it into the unyielding golden skeleton. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. What was the origin of those two monster beasts? Why were the blood beads condensed after death different from the others? The other blood beads were incomparably pure and could be easily absorbed by anyone. However, these two blood beads were different. They contained too much of the wild nature and baleful aura of the demonic beasts when they were alive. If they were not refined and absorbed, it would definitely cause a person to become like the demonic beasts and lose their humanity. Could it be that when one's strength reached a certain level, the blood beads condensed after death were so different? Yang Kai wanted to stop absorbing this energy, but no matter what, he couldn't do it. The energy in the two blood beads surged uncontrollably. He had no choice but to accept and refine it. Chapter 225. In just 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai felt like he had broken through the bottleneck of separation and reunion boundary 4th stage. His own cultivation sword, breaking through to separation and reunion boundary 5th stage like a hot knife through butter, and then continued to climb. The sudden breakthrough caused Yang Kai to panic. Although he also wanted to become stronger quickly, this kind of crazy influx of energy had exceeded the limit of what he could accept. All of Yang Kai's muscles tightened, and without any warning, his entire body grew fatter. His exposed skin and flesh began to wriggle visibly. It was as if there were countless earthworms crawling inside his body, making him look extremely terrifying. After a while, Yang Kai's skin began to crack, and his muscles began to break inch by inch. Blood began to flow out, and his entire body became bloody. Under the huge pressure, the unyielding golden skeleton became even more hungry than before, endlessly swallowing the refined energy. However, even if Yang Kai's true Yang secret art was pushed to the limit, it still could not keep up with the speed of the influx of energy. Poo poo poo. Countless soft muffled sounds were emitted from within his body. Clusters of bloody fog exploded as these sounds were emitted. Immediately, countless blood-red glows charged out from within his body. The area within 1,000 feet radius was instantly covered by this extremely wild and violent energy. The old demon screamed in horror, but never got a response from Yang Kai. It was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, unable to do anything. Kai Yang suppressed the severe pain coming from all over his body, clenching his teeth tightly, his whole body trembling. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. The huge pressure coming from his body made him feel like he was on the verge of collapse, unable to resist at all. As the huge amount of energy continued to pour into his body, Yang Kai felt his body become even more bloated. If this continued, sooner or later, he would explode from the huge amount of energy. Moreover, the crisis Yang Kai was facing was not only the influx of energy, but also the evil aura that rushed into his mind along with the energy. This was the aura of the two monster beasts. After they died, because they were too powerful, the world principles here had condensed their monster cores and flesh essence into blood beads. However, it still could not erase their aura. The threat of this baleful aura was not inferior to the impact of energy. Yang Kai could only guard his mind and prevent himself from being affected by the monster beast's aura. At the same time, his mind raced as he tried to think of a way to resolve the situation. In fact, the solution was very simple. As long as the true Yang Yuan Qi in the body could refine the energy at the same speed as the energy entering the body, the danger would naturally be averted. Although he knew the method, however, it was extremely difficult to achieve this. The true Yang tactic had already been pushed to the limit. There was no way to increase the speed. The only solution left was to make the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body purer and denser. Jianyang Yuan Qi was like a ball of fire. The energy that surged into his body was like a piece of stubborn iron. The purer the flame, the denser it was. The higher the temperature, the faster the iron would be melted. But there was no time to think about it. As soon as this idea popped into his head, Yang Kai clenched his teeth and exploded a drop of Yang liquid inside the dantian. A single drop of Yang liquid was equivalent to the total amount of Yuan Qi stored in Yang Kai's meridians. With this explosion, the already packed meridians became even more congested. The swelling pain of his meridians and the tearing of his flesh caused Yang Kai to tremble uncontrollably. Holding his breath, he frantically compressed his meridians, compressing and purifying the true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians. This was a task that tested one's willpower. Fortunately, the unyielding will played a role at the crucial moment. The temporary increase in realm allowed Yang Kai to withstand more energy impact. After enduring for a period of time, the pressure suddenly lessened. Under Yang Kai's desperate urging, the true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians burned and fused with each other. It did indeed become purer than before. The Yuan Qi became purer, and even the speed of its circulation increased. With this two-pronged approach, the energy that entered his body could naturally be melted faster. Realizing this, Yang Kai's mind shook. He exerted more effort to compress his meridians and control the fusion of the Yuan Qi. With the passage of time, the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body became purer and purer. The efficiency of the fusion of energy also increased, and the circulation speed increased by about 5%. From the outside, Yang Kai's bloated body was like a balloon that had a small hole poked in it, and it was recovering at an undetectable speed. The old demon finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He hid in the Soul Breaker All and prayed incessantly. Yang Kai's life and death were closely related to him. How could he not be worried? When the fusion of the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body slowed down, Yang Kai ignited another drop of Yang liquid. Using this desperate method, he suppressed the fusion of the Yuan Qi. Half a day later, when the true Yang Yuan Qi reached a certain level of purity, the true Yang secret art began to circulate. Yang Kai could almost hear the humming sound coming from his body. It was the pleasant sound that came when the Yuan Qi in his meridians flowed to a certain limit. At this time, the true Yang Yuan Qi's fusion of energy could finally keep up with the speed of the two blood beads. His fat body gradually returned to its normal state. His life was no longer in danger. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He secretly opened his eyes to check, and found that the two blood beads in his hand hadn't changed much. They were still the same size as when he first picked them up. It seemed that he had underestimated the energy in these two blood beads. This struggle between life and death made Yang Kai ponder. He also had some enlightenment in his state of mind. It wasn't just an increase in strength. One of the tasks of a separation and reunion boundary cultivator was to prepare for the advancement to the Yuan Qi boundary. They had to make the Yuan Qi in their body purer and richer. When it reached a certain limit, the Yuan Qi would transform into Yuan Qi, and they would smoothly advance to the Yuan Qi boundary. Before this, Yang Kai's strength had only increased due to the increase in energy in his body. But after experiencing this life and death trial, he found that breaking through wasn't so simple. There were other ways. It could even be said that even if the energy in his body didn't increase, he could still break through. When the Yuan Qi reached a certain level of purity, it would be a breakthrough. With each breakthrough, the Yuan Qi would become purer and purer, gradually transforming into Yuan Qi. However, a normal cultivator didn't have Yang Kai's conditions. The Dantian stored such a huge amount of energy at any time, so they could only use the method of increasing the Yuan Qi to slowly compress and fuse it, and thus achieve the effect of purification. But half a day ago, when Yang Kai was facing a desperate situation, he unexpectedly found a suitable cultivation method for himself. This discovery made him clear what he should do in the separation and reunion boundary. The enlightenment and improvement in his state of mind made Yang Kai feel light all over. This feeling of finding a goal was very wonderful. The energy in the 2 blood beads continued to pour into his body, one after another, like a vast river, rolling and becoming his capital to become stronger. The evil qi and evil qi from the energy were refined, but they didn't melt. Instead, they were squeezed out of his meridians and gathered around Yang Kai's body, where the wind couldn't blow them away. This abnormal situation was naturally noticed by Yang Kai, but now he was at a critical juncture of absorbing the energy, so naturally he didn't have time to pay attention to it. However, this also confirmed the tyrannical nature of the 2 monster beasts. Even if they had died countless years ago, even if they had been condensed into blood beads, their demonic nature still existed. The absorption of the 2 blood beads took Yang Kai 10 days of effort. More than half of the yang liquid in the Dantian had been used up before he was able to completely purify them. But what puzzled the old demon was that after absorbing such a huge amount of energy, Yang Kai actually didn't break through, maintaining his cultivation at the separation and reunion boundary 5th stage. This discovery really puzzled him, and he didn't know what kind of mystery was behind it. When the 2 blood beads completely disappeared, the last wisp of evil qi flowed out of Yang Kai's body and gathered around him. After 10 days, the place where Yang Kai had been meditating had become filled with a murderous aura. The evil qi was divided into 2 and gathered around Yang Kai, constantly fighting with each other, just like the 2 monster beasts had been when they were alive. The surrounding 1,000 meters had been wrapped in a gloomy evil qi. As the last wisp of evil qi converged, the 2 opposing evil qi suddenly began to tumble and squirm. As they tumbled, the 2 evil qi gradually transformed into the shape of 2 monster beasts. The one on the left was 10 meters tall, its whole body was snow white, and there wasn't the slightest trace of impurities on its body. On its forehead was a majestic king character, and the 2 fangs at the corners of its mouth glowed with a cold light. Its whip-like tail was as strong as steel, and when it swung it, the wind howled. This was a white tiger. The one on the right was huge, at least 400 to 500 meters tall, its body towering into the clouds. It was almost impossible to see what it looked like, but from its body shape, it was vaguely possible to see the shape of an ox. When its 4 feet struck the ground, the earth shook. Heaven-shaking white tiger, earth-splitting divine ox. The old demon couldn't help but exclaim. When the 2 beasts took shape, they both roared towards the sky. The entire mountain valley suddenly changed color, and immediately, they turned into a gray mist and drilled into the body of the dumbfounded Yang Kai. Yang Kai only felt his whole body tremble, and the evil qi in his body tumbled, making it impossible for him to move. What he saw was no longer the scenery in front of him, but a vast world where the 2 monster beasts, 1 tiger and 1 ox, were fiercely charging and killing each other. All kinds of monster beast secret skills flew all over the sky, causing the world to lose its color and the clouds to become turbulent. This was an unprecedented battle. This was the resentment of the 2 monster beasts towards each other when they were alive. Even after death, they still fought endlessly. The battlefield of this battle was inside Yang Kai, who had absorbed their essence. When they were alive, they were evenly matched and even perished together. After death, they were still evenly matched. Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest discomfort, except for the initial shock and panic. After a while, he calmed down and carefully watched the life and death duel between the 2 monster beasts. This kind of earth-shattering battle was not something that a cultivator of his level could easily witness. Although it was a monster beast battle, watching it would still be rewarding. Gradually, Yang Kai forgot about the existence of time, and his mind was focused on the two monster beasts. He was the only spectator. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and his evil chi was visible to the naked eye, but it didn't affect him in the slightest. It could be considered a type of beast soul skill. There were many martial skills in the world that were formed by simulating the monster beast's figure. When he was in the Nine Mountain Valley, Yang Kai saw Wen Fei Chen of the blood group use a similar martial skill. But what he used was only the vague shape of a tiger's head and couldn't see the whole picture. It was completely different from Yang Kai's current beast soul skill. Whether it was the heaven-shaking white tiger or the earth-splitting divine ox's beast soul skill, Yang Kai used the monster beast's full body, and its appearance was also very vivid. Like the real monster beast, the lethality it could display was naturally many times greater than Wen Fei Chen's. There were two similar beast soul skills. Yang Kai's strength increased again. These two skills, according to their form, could be named White Tiger Seal and Divine Ox Seal. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. From the sand in the big hole he dug, he knew that he must have been in retreat for a long time this time. "Old demon, how long has it been?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "More than half a year, young master." Yang Kai couldn't help but take a deep breath. No wonder his stomach was feeling a little hungry. If it hadn't been so long, he wouldn't have felt this way. But now was not the time to forage. Yang Kai shook off the sand on his body, sat down cross-legged, and recalled the enlightenment he gained when he absorbed the two blood beads half a year ago. After a long time, he smiled slightly and said, "Old demon, watch me show you a trick." "What kind of trick?" Old demon was puzzled. Yang Kai just smiled and didn't answer, instead immersing himself in the Dantian's yang liquid, one by one. About half a day later, a gust of wind suddenly rolled up from the ground, causing Yang Kai's body to tremble slightly and his aura to soar. Old demon was stunned, because without any warning, Yang Kai had broken through to the separation and reunion boundary 6th stage. How could this be? More than half a year ago, the young master had absorbed such a huge amount of energy, but there was no trace of a breakthrough, so he had remained at the separation and reunion boundary 5th stage. But now, after just half a day, he had broken through? He hadn't circulated his secret art, nor had he absorbed any world energy. In other words, the energy in his body hadn't increased at all. How did he break through? Old demon couldn't understand. He wanted to ask, but Yang Kai still closed his eyes and meditated, so he could only suppress the doubts in his heart. After another half a day, Yang Kai's aura soared again. Separation and reunion boundary 7th stage. Old demon was dumbfounded. Yang Kai's current breakthrough was too strange, completely beyond the old demon's own experience. After carefully investigating, he finally found some clues. The yuan qi in Yang Kai's body was very different from before, and although the total amount had not changed, whether it was its purity or density, both had increased by several levels. It was this kind of change that allowed Kai Yang to break through and advance. How is this possible? Old demon was shocked. After breaking through to the separation and reunion boundary 7th stage, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. The amount of yang liquid in Dantian had decreased by 1/3, and although the quantity had decreased, the energy contained in it had not changed. This also led to the current drop of yang liquid being much purer and more vigorous than before, so if he used this yang liquid to perform any kind of attack, the power would be much greater and the lethality would be much greater. This was equivalent to recasting all the yang liquid in Dantian. Separation and reunion boundary 7th stage was Yang Kai's current limit, and he could no longer compress and purify it. Young master's magic trick has become much more profound. Old servant has also benefited greatly. Old demon saw Yang Kai open his eyes and hurriedly said. Although he was suspected of flattering, old demon sincerely admired him. Yang Kai grinned. Since he had obtained a new martial skill, he naturally wanted to try it out. After searching the mountain valley for a long time, he finally found a fifth-order monster beast. Using his beast soul skill, the ox and tiger slammed into and bit the monster beast, causing the fifth-order monster beast to be unable to fight back. Yang Kai stepped forward to help, and it only took him a moment to kill it, collecting a blood bead. The whole process was so easy and simple that Yang Kai couldn't believe it. More than half a year ago, when he encountered a fifth-order monster beast, he would have to think twice before sneaking around it. But now, he could kill it like it was grass. Even if this fifth-order monster beast wasn't very strong, it still made Yang Kai feel like he was in a different world. The blood bead he obtained wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Compared to the blood beads condensed after the death of a Yuan Qi master, it wasn't on the same level. Putting away the blood bead, Yang Kai determined that no one was spying on him. Then he activated his Yang inflammation wings and flew up. If a Yuan Qi master were to fly up a 10,000-foot cliff, it would take a lot of effort, but with the Yang inflammation wings, it was a different story. In just half an hour, Yang Kai had already left the mountain valley. Half a day later, the hungry Yang Kai successfully found a fruit tree, picked a lot of fruit, and sat under the tree to eat. Eating the fruit, Yang Kai thought about what to do next. Not long after he came here, he had been in seclusion for more than half a year, so he didn't know how the situation here was developing. Moreover, from what he had encountered before, there didn't seem to be many spirit grasses and miraculous medicines here, only endless monster beast. Moreover, the soul-cleansing dew and brilliant flame liquid were good things. If he had the chance, he would collect some. The soul-cleansing dew was very useful to him, but the brilliant flame liquid didn't matter. Unfortunately, Yang Kai didn't know where to find these two things. While he was deep in thought, Kai Yang's movements suddenly paused as he listened attentively. He heard the sound of wolves howling in the distance, and it seemed that there was also the sound of fighting. His heart moved. Yang Kai quickly picked up some fruits and stuffed them into his universe bag, then used his movement skill to rush in the direction of the sound. He had to find someone to inquire about what happened while he was in seclusion. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai arrived at the place of the incident. Hiding in a big tree, Yang Kai secretly looked forward, and after seeing the situation, his expression couldn't help shaking. There were two people, a man and a woman, fighting hard, and this man and woman were people he recognized. Reflecting moon sects Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu. Besieging them was a group of monster beast, more than a dozen of them, and they weren't of the same species. A variety of monster beasts had gathered together. Most of them were fourth-order monster beast. If that was the case, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu wouldn't have been so flustered, but among this group of monster beast, there were 3 fifth-order monster beast. With a fifth-order monster beast holding the line, even if Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu worked together, they still couldn't break through. Surrounded in the center by this group of monster beast, they were forced to use all of their means to break through. Chen Shueshu had many scars on his body, and his left leg was stained with blood. Su Xiaoyu was also gasping for breath, her chest heaving up and down as she sweated profusely. The strength of this brother and sister was not low, both of them Yuan Qi boundary masters. The various martial skills they displayed were extraordinary, so although they were trapped, they wouldn't be killed in a short time. However, it seemed that they had been fighting with this group of monster beast for a long time, consuming a great deal of their physical strength and spirit. In the end, Su Xiaoyu was a woman, so her physical strength couldn't keep up. If it weren't for Chen Shueshu frequently rescuing her, she would likely have been injured. Chapter 227. If it were someone else who was besieged by a monster beast, Yang Kai would have to think carefully. He didn't want to end up being targeted for saving someone else's life, causing trouble for no reason. In this world, people's hearts were not what they used to be, especially the young cultivator who had come to experience isolated worlds, who didn't want to have a few more eyes. They couldn't wait to see through people's hearts and see whether they were black or red. But since it was 2 people from the reflecting moon sect who were in danger, Yang Kai didn't have so many concerns. Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu had given him a good impression. Neither of them were evil people, and they had even crossed paths before, so Yang Kai considered them trustworthy. If he wanted to inquire about information about this place, they were undoubtedly the best choice. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and quietly climbed down from the tree, quickly approaching the battlefield. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu both wore dignified expressions as they pushed their true qi recklessly, fiercely releasing their killing blows. Although they had managed to kill several fourth-order monster beasts, they were still unable to turn the situation around. There were too many demonic beasts surrounding them from all directions. Especially the 3 fifth-rank demonic beasts, their intelligence was quite high. They would always take advantage of the time when they were fighting with the 4th-rank demonic beasts to launch a sneak attack from the side, causing the two of them to be at a loss. This was how Qin Shueshu's injuries came about. If the two of them hadn't been able to communicate and cooperate tacitly, they would have already been in danger. In the middle of the battle, Qin Shueshu's eyes flashed a trace of decisiveness as he quickly said, "Junior sister, I will use my full strength to open a gap for you. Escape as fast as you can, I will hold back the remaining monster beast." Hearing him say this, Su Xiaoyu immediately understood what he was planning and quickly shook her head. "No, if we leave together. If we die together. Be obedient." Chen Shueshu shouted angrily, "We don't have much yuan qi left, there are too many monster beasts, we can't get rid of them. Only by leaving one of us behind will we have a glimmer of hope to escape. After you leave, don't look back, find a safe place to hide, and don't come out again. Once this place closes, you can return to the sect." "I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it." Su Xiaoyu shook her head like a rattle. Chen Shueshu still wanted to persuade her, but to his surprise, Su Xiaoyu firmly said, "If you dare say another word, I'll rush up and let these monster beasts tear you apart." "Why are you?" Chen Shueshu was both angry and distressed. "You think I don't dare?" Su Xiaoyu glared at him. "Good. If brother doesn't want to talk about it, then we'll kill our way out. Let these beasts experience the secret techniques of our reflecting moon sect." Chen Shueshu's spirit was shaken, and his desire to die was instantly dispelled. Su Xiaoyu smiled sweetly and stood side by side with Chen Shueshu, her yuan qi surging. They raised their hands and struck out a palm together. A crescent moon appeared in the sky. Strands of yin si like moonlight cascaded down, containing an unparalleled lethality, and the surrounding dozen monster beasts were all pierced through by the moonlight. All of them could not help but let out miserable howls. More than half of the 4th-order monster beast died on the spot, and even a 5th-order monster beast was severely injured. Blood splattered all over the ground. Reflecting Moon Sect's secret technique, full moon overhead. If this technique could display its full power, the dozen or so monster beast would have no hope of surviving. Unfortunately, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu were both arrows at the end of their flight, so even after joining forces, they only managed to summon a crescent moon, greatly reducing the power of their secret technique. However, the monster beast was also forced to retreat after receiving this blow. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu glanced at each other as they gasped for breath, but there was no regret in their eyes. There was only warmth. They had done their best, and 9 out of 10 of their yuan qi had been depleted, so they could no longer resist. The next time the monster beast pounced on them, it would be the time of their deaths. The monster beast that was still alive seemed to have understood this point. After retreating for a moment, it bared its fangs and surrounded them, its pair of gloomy eyes staring at the two. It was about to pounce. The two of them did not sit still and wait for their deaths. Chen Shueshu protected Su Xiaoyu by his side, his body full of fighting spirit, his face cold. Asterisk shua shua shua. Asterisk the remaining monster beast pounced on them, and Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu shouted at the same time. They unleashed the last of their yuan qi. A 4th-order monster beast at the front had its head smashed and died on the spot. Another 4th-order monster beast was also sent flying. It fell to the ground with a miserable howl, and it seemed that it was about to die. However, there were still many monster beasts, and the two of them could not fight against so many. During the battle, the two fifth-order monster beasts that were still in good condition attacked from the side, biting towards Chen Shueshu, who was in a weaker state. A fishy wind blew in their faces, the cold fangs, and the smell of death descended. A figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu, seemingly in a headlong posture. The brother and Su Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with astonishment. In the next moment, they saw this person's two palms land on the backs of the two fifth-order monster beasts. Two screams rang out at the same time, and the fifth-order monster beast that had almost bitten Chen Shueshu was knocked to the ground by these two palms. A series of muffled sounds burst out from the bodies of the two monster beasts, and a burning sensation spread out, bringing with it a sense of warmth. After this person landed on the ground, he threw out 4 punches at lightning speed in all directions. Peng 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 peng. The 4 fourth-order monster beasts that had rushed in front of them were all sent flying. After landing, they struggled to get up, but were unable to do so, blood foaming from their mouths. "It's you!" Su Xiaoyu's mouth opened slightly in shock, and immediately looked at Yang Kai with joy and excitement. "Junior brother Yang." Chen Shueshu could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The feeling of escaping from death was so wonderful. "I'll tell you later." Yang Kai's feet moved like the wind as he quickly rushed forward. Although the 2 palms he had just sent out had knocked the 2 fifth-order monster beasts to the ground, they had not taken their lives. At this moment, the 2 monster beasts saw that the situation was not good, and while showing off their fangs, they slowly retreated in an attempt to escape. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he rushed in front of the 2 monster beasts. Without the slightest fear, he raised his hand and slapped one of them on the head. The monster beast's reaction was also quite fast, and it managed to avoid the blow by a hair's breadth. But before it could react, Yang Kai's palm had turned into a sweep. With a resounding sound, Yang Kai's palm slapped the fifth-order monster beast's cheek. The huge monster beast's body spun midair like a top and was sent flying several dozen meters before crashing into a large tree and falling to the ground. Yang Kai then aimed his fist at the other fifth-order monster beast, sending out a burning sun's 3-layer blast right into its forehead. After 3 muffled bangs, the monster beast suddenly seemed to be drunk, swaying unsteadily as a blood-red crack appeared on its hard forehead. Yang Kai then kicked it and sent it flying, landing right next to the first monster beast. Moving as fast as the wind, Yang Kai rushed over and sent out a series of punches. The screams of the monster beast continued and gradually weakened. The 2 reflecting moon sect disciples were dumbfounded. Su Xiaoyu's mouth was wide open while Chen Shueshu was also stunned. After a while, Yang Kai came back, gasping for breath and covered in blood. Coming up to the 2, he looked at them suspiciously and asked, "What happened?" Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu recovered, the former showing a wry smile and asked cautiously, "Junior brother Yang, what realm are you at now?" "Separation and reunion 7th stage." Yang Kai smiled, then reached out and threw a blood bead from a dead 5th-order monster beast into Su Xiaoyu's mouth. Su Xiaoyu was startled and hurriedly closed her mouth, but after she recovered, she couldn't help feeling surprised. "Separation and reunion 7th stage?" Chen Shueshu's face was filled with disbelief. "You're lying." Although Su Xiaoyu was grateful to Yang Kai for giving her a blood bead, she was also annoyed with his attitude of throwing it into her mouth without saying anything. What if it was something dirty? She immediately retorted without any trace of politeness. "Why would I lie to you?" Yang Kai chuckled and handed the other blood bead to Chen Shueshu. Chen Shueshu's brow furrowed for a moment before he immediately reached out and took it. "This Chen will never forget this great kindness." "You're welcome. I see that you don't have much yuan qi left. Quickly collect these blood beads so you can restore yourself as soon as possible." Yang Kai pointed to the side and said. The 2 nodded and walked over to collect all the blood beads. "Let's leave here first." Chen Shueshu vigilantly observed his surroundings, then quickly led Yang Kai and Su Xiaoyu away. They seemed to be in a hurry because they had been refining and absorbing the energy of the blood beads along the way without the slightest delay. With the help of these blood beads, the 2 quickly restored their yuan qi. About half a stick of incense worth of time later, Yang Kai heard the sound of fighting coming from a short distance away. Over here. Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu were shocked and rushed over. Yang Kai had a stomach full of doubts, but he could only temporarily suppress them and follow behind them. Not long after, they arrived at the place where the battle was taking place, and the scene in front of them made Yang Kai frown. He found that there were dozens of various monster beasts besieging a cultivator, just like what Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu had encountered before. Junior brother Yang, if you don't want to intervene, just stand aside and watch the show. When we're done here, we'll explain to you in detail. Qin Shueshu said solemnly, then rushed into the battlefield with Su Xiaoyu. Brother Qin is back. Someone soon found Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu and couldn't help shouting excitedly. Brother Qin's strength is really profound. He was actually able to escape from the jaws of so many monster beasts. Someone else shouted. Qin Shueshu smiled bitterly. Only he and Su Xiaoyu understood that the two of them were almost torn apart by the monster beast just now. If Yang Kai hadn't appeared at the critical moment, how could they have survived? Hearing such praise at this moment, it was jarring. Without saying a word, the two from Reflecting Moon sect quickly arrived at the group of cultivators and began fighting with the group of monster beast. Perhaps the safe return of Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu had lifted the spirits of this group, or perhaps the monster beast group knew that it wouldn't do them any good to continue fighting, but after a while, a loud roar came from the distance. Hearing this roar, the dozens of monster beast abandoned the group of cultivators and retreated, soon disappearing into the jungle. On the field, there were more than a dozen monster beast corpses, and one of them belonged to a cultivator. Yang Kai stood to the side, watching this scene in a daze, and couldn't help but feel surprised. He discovered that for some reason, these people had all gathered in one place. They had actually cast aside their differences in sect and worked together as one to fight against the demonic beasts. Chapter 228. Yang Kai saw many familiar faces, all of which he had seen at the lakeside before. The 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace were among them, as well as Pure Heart Palace, Water Moon Hall, 9 Star Sword Sect, Raging Fire Temple, Soaring Feather Pavilion. Disciples from various sects had gathered here, a total of about 30 people, all of whom were the leaders of their respective sects' younger generations. However, at the moment, the condition of these people was not very good. Yuan Qi's consumption was enormous, and many of them had various injuries on their bodies. Having just finished a fierce battle, most of these 30 or so people hurriedly sat down to meditate. Only one person was shuttling through the battlefield, collecting the blood beads left behind by the monster beast. Suddenly, a pair of eyes glanced over at Yang Kai. Following this gaze, Yang Kai saw a young man about 27 or 28 years old staring back at him with a cold expression. This young man's figure was robust, and he stood out from the crowd. Although his clothes were damaged, they were still neat without the slightest wrinkle. There were many bloodstains on his body, which added to his lofty and cold appearance. He stood there quietly like an unsheathed sharp sword, revealing its sharpness and a sharp aura that shot into the sky. After staring at each other for a moment, this young man faintly withdrew his gaze and began talking to the person who had just been shuttling through the battlefield to collect the blood beads. Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu came over, both of them showing a look of relief on their faces. "What's going on?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. He really couldn't understand how the current situation had developed. The younger generation of the various sects had come to this isolated world for life experience, so they had a competitive relationship with each other. If not for some special reason, even if they weren't enemies, they wouldn't have joined forces. "It's a long story." Qin Shueshu grit his teeth and gestured to Yang Kai to sit down. Yang Kai saw that his brother was seriously injured and was bleeding profusely, so he reached into his sleeve and took out a bottle, pouring out a few pills and handing them over. "Healing pills." Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Qin Shueshu quickly signaled to her and whispered, "Brother Yang, quickly put them away." Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more. Although he didn't know the reason, he still quietly stuffed the bottle into his bosom and poured out the medicinal pills into Qin Shue's hand. He was extremely puzzled. Wasn't it just a few healing pills? Why was Su Xiaoyu making such a fuss? The young disciples who would come in for experience would definitely carry a few bottles with them in case of emergency. There were more than a dozen bottles of medicinal pills in his Qiankuan bag. They were all prepared by his Grand Master Ling Tai Su, but he had never used them. Su Xiaoyu glanced around. She stuck out her tongue again. He had an embarrassed look on his face. "Brother Qin, why are you all gathered together?" Yang Kai asked softly. This was what he was most confused about. "I had no choice." Chen Shueishu smiled bitterly. "Someone threatened you?" Yang Kai's expression turned cold. "That's not it." Chen Shueishu shook his head repeatedly. "We gathered together out of our own free will, and also out of self-preservation. Because if they don't gather together, they won't be able to survive here. Could it be that there is some kind of danger here that you have no choice but to work together?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. Qin Shueishu nodded. "Is it a person or a monster beast?" "There are people and there are also monster beasts." Chen Shueishu let out a long sigh before raising his eyes and asking, "Do you remember when we were at the lakeside, there was a group of people from a sect who dressed differently from our great Han cultivator?" How could Yang Kai not remember? He had a deep impression of that group of people, so he nodded and said, "That was a Tianlang dynasty cultivator." Chen Shueishu looked at him in amazement. Brother Yang actually knows their origins. We also paid a great price to find out that group of people were not our great Han cultivator. Grandmaster told me before. Qin Shueishu was shocked. A look of admiration appeared on his face. Senior Ling is really knowledgeable. What does that have to do with the Tianlang dynasty cultivator? They are indeed very strong, but there are only 4 of them. You have so many people, why are you still afraid of them? Yang Kai was confused and couldn't help but frown. If it's just the 4 of them, why should we be afraid? The Tianlang dynasty cultivator dared to come to our great Han dynasty and act so presumptuously, they are simply seeking their own deaths. Even if we just take a few people out, we can still destroy them. Chen Shueishu was extremely indignant, but after he finished speaking, he bitterly smiled. But there are more than 4 of them. I don't know what kind of strange secret art they've cultivated to actually be able to enslave monster beasts to fight for them. There are 4 of them. Each one of them has over 100 monster beasts. How are we supposed to fight them? Yang Kai's face twitched when he heard this. He said in amazement, "When you were surrounded by the monster beast and that group of monster beasts just now, were they all controlled by the Tianlang dynasty cultivator?" "That's right." Chen Shueishu nodded heavily. Over 100 great Han dynasty disciples entered this place to gain experience, but we did not expect that the Tianlang dynasty group was already prepared. At the beginning of the first 2 months, that group of thieves did not make any movements, allowing our great Han dynasty cultivator to hunt the monster beast and kill each other. But after 2 months, when they had enslaved a considerable amount of monster beast, they immediately attacked our great Han dynasty disciples. Many people were simply unprepared and were killed by those monster beasts. And those people from the Tianlang dynasty, they did not even need to make a move, and our cultivator was already dead. Yang Kai was extremely shocked, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. But a doubt in his heart was also solved. No wonder the 2 groups of monster beast he saw before were of different species, so it turned out that they were all enslaved. These past few months of fighting, those people from the Tianlang dynasty are getting more and more monster beast. It is simply impossible to kill them all. On the other hand, our great Han dynasty cultivator is getting fewer and fewer. Previously we had 50 people gathered together, but now more than a dozen have died. Apart from that, I estimate that the rest are no longer in this world. In other words, the only ones alive in this place were the 4 cultivator from the Tianlang dynasty and the 30 people here. Yang Kai took a deep breath, also somewhat absent-minded. On that day, there were more than 200 to 300 people who entered, but after half a year, only a tenth of them remained. Those who died were the elites of the various great Han Dynasty forces. The losses could not be described as not disastrous. As he spoke, Chen Shueshu was extremely vexed, his face flushed red. This time we really lost a lot of face. If word of this spread out, I'm afraid all the sects here will lose face. There were so many young talents of the great Han Dynasty gathered in one place, but they were suppressed by the Tianlang nation, who came from afar. If this matter really spread out, they would become the laughingstock of the world, so it was no wonder he was blushing. "Brother, it's not your fault." Su Xiaoyu softly comforted. "It's not that we weren't strong enough, it's that group of people were too treacherous, their preparations were too thorough." Ta. Chen Shueshu's enthusiasm waned as he sighed dejectedly. "Now I just hope this damned place closes quickly so we can get out." Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before suddenly asking, "Now that so many of you have gathered together, who is giving orders?" Everyone here was an elite. In their respective great forces they could call for wind and call for rain. Such people were all unruly, arrogant, and self-important. Without a leader capable of suppressing them, they were definitely nothing more than a pile of loose sand. Chen Shueshu nodded to the side and said, "That's 9-star sword sect's Wu Chengyi, a Yuan Qi boundary 7th-stage master. Among the people here, he is the strongest, so for the time being, everyone will listen to him." Following his gaze, Yang Kai glanced over and found that it was the young man who had been staring at him before. No wonder he gave off the feeling of an unsheathed sword. It turned out he was one of the 9-star sword sect's elites. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The 9-star sword sect, whose disciples mainly cultivated sword skills, was also a famous sect, one that enjoyed a high reputation throughout the great Han Dynasty. The 9-star sword sect was known as the number 1 force below the central capital's 8 great families. It was second only to the central capital's 8 great families. From this it could be seen just how powerful the 9-star sword sect was. Wu Chengyi's strength was high, and his background was extraordinary, so for such a character to act as a temporary leader was really a good idea. Besides him, among this group of cultivators, there was probably no one else who could convince the masses. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said, "This person's temperament and demeanor are quite suitable for a leader. It seems that the 9-star sword sect has spent quite a bit of effort on him." Su Xiaoyu heard this and couldn't help curling her lips and whispering, "That guy is really arrogant, always thinking of us as his subordinates. Moreover, after killing the monster beast, all of the blood beads obtained must go through him. I really don't know how much he's been greedy for." Chen Shueshu glared at Su Xiaoyu. "Don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for him taking the lead, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to gather together and would have been defeated one by those Tianlang dynasty people. He's the strongest and contributed the most, so it's only right that he gets the most benefits. What's more, 80% of the monster beast here have been enslaved by the Tianlang dynasty people, so we won't be able to obtain many blood beads. If he wants to take them, then take them. I just hope we can get out safely. I don't care about anything else." Su Xiaoyu was not convinced. If that's all, then it's fine. But he doesn't take the lives of others seriously. This time, we were sent out to hold back a dozen monster beasts. If it weren't for Brother Yang coming to our rescue, you would have... Thinking about the danger just now, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help crying, her eyes red. "What are you crying for? Don't make Brother Yang laugh at us. Didn't we get out safely?" Chen Shueshu comforted her while smiling apologetically to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned. "You were surrounded by monster beast because he sent you out?" Chen Shueshu smiled bitterly. "We took turns. This time it was my brother and sister's luck that was bad. We encountered a few more and almost lost our lives." Letting out a sigh, Yang Kai could also understand Chen Shueshu's helplessness. In this situation, even if he was dissatisfied with Wu Chengyi, he could only endure it and leave this big team. With his and Su Xiaoyu's strength, it was likely they would die even faster. Thinking about it again, Yang Kai finally understood why Su Xiaoyu had been so surprised when he took out those healing pills. In the past few months, this group of people must have encountered countless battles. Although each of them had a spare supply of pills, they must have long since been used up. At this moment, there were no rare herbs around, so the healing pills he took out were extremely precious. Chapter 229. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression sank, secretly regretting his actions just now. He didn't know if that scene had fallen into the eyes of the others. If it had been seen by others, it would have been troublesome. However, for a trivial healing pill to become a rare item was something he could never have imagined. "Brother Chen, can you come and talk to me?" Suddenly, Wu Chengyi called out. Chen Shueshu nodded and smiled at Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, please wait a moment, I'll be right back." Yang Kai nodded. After Chen Shueshu left, Yang Kai looked around and found that many people were looking at him with great interest. This group of people had not seen a new face for a long time. The great Han cultivator who had been scattered outside had most likely died, so now that they saw Yang Kai, a newcomer, they were naturally curious. Especially since Yang Kai was alone, none of them could understand how a single person could escape the pursuit of the Tianlang dynasty cultivator. Yang Kai glanced around and saw the 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace nodding slightly to him. These 4 girls had entered Nether Mountain with Yang Kai, and although they had never spoken to each other before, they had at least been in the same boat. Now that they had fallen into such a predicament, they naturally felt closer to each other. Yang Kai responded with a smile. While he was observing, 2 people suddenly stood up. The one in the lead was a woman as delicate and beautiful as a flower. She was tall and voluptuous, wearing a dark green dress that was tight around her body, outlining her fiery figure. She had a voluptuous bosom, perky buttocks, slender legs, and 2 jade-like arms that were exposed. Her skin was like white jade, sparkling with an attractive luster like porcelain. Her fingers were long and slender, and her 10 fingernails were painted with a bright red color, giving her a flirtatious beauty. What was impossible to ignore was the pair of bountiful breasts on this woman's chest, full and round, quite impressive. Of all the women Yang Kai had seen, only Lan Chudai could compare to her. She smiled sweetly, twisting her waist like a beautiful snake. Leisurely walking over, a pair of clear eyes stared at Yang Kai for a moment as a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Behind her was a man who looked like an iron tower. He had a bear-like waist and a tiger-like back. He was abnormally strong, and his body was several times larger than anyone present. His chiseled face was cold and callous. There was a half-foot-long scar on his cheek. Blood and flesh were overturned, making it look like it was full of killing intent. His eyes were like lightning, emitting a cold and merciless aura. Regardless of whether it was the woman or the man, they both gave off a bloodthirsty feeling of decisiveness. Su Xiaoyu's brow furrowed. "Are they coming here?" "I'm afraid so." Yang Kai also frowned. He realized that the beautiful woman had been staring at him and was walking towards him. "Little brother Yang, do you know them?" Su Xiaoyu asked puzzledly. Yang Kai shook his head in confusion. He had never seen these 2 people before. Although Ling Tai Su had told him the names of most of the sects and the strength of their disciples when they were at the lake was too big, and there were many people on the other side. Ling Tai Su had not been able to point them out, so Yang Kai really didn't know where these 2 people were from. Could it be because of the healing pills? Su Xiaoyu's expression changed. Yang Kai's face also sank. He couldn't help becoming vigilant. "Little brother Yang, you must not get into a dispute with them, these 2 are very strong." Su Xiaoyu anxiously exhorted, a trace of worry flashing across her face. "I'll try my best." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He didn't want to have any conflicts with the people here, but in this situation, if he were to act rashly, he would have to become enemies with these 2 people. It was tantamount to becoming an enemy of everyone here, and he was doomed to have a bad end. However, if these people insisted on bullying him, Yang Kai wouldn't back down. As the beautiful woman and the cold man approached, everyone's eyes were drawn to them, all of them wanting to know what this seemingly lascivious woman wanted to do. A moment later, the woman arrived in front of Yang Kai and looked down at him with a smile. Without saying a word, the man behind her looked even colder, his pair of eyes shooting daggers towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to stare directly into Yang Kai's heart and soul. Yang Kai frowned. Is there something you two want? The woman didn't answer, instead looking at him very seriously. Immediately, she slowly leaned down, a slight smile appearing on her face as she moved her face closer to Yang Kai, her delicate nose twitching slightly. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. He didn't feel the slightest murderous intent or malicious intent from this woman, but her current actions were really a bit confusing. The woman was like a puppy, constantly sniffing around Yang Kai's body, a few strands of hair falling behind her ears brushing past Yang Kai's neck and cheeks, causing him to feel a tingling sensation. A delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose, like a fragrant musk, causing his mind to wander. At her high neckline, a pair of breathtaking snow-white peaks and deep cleavage appeared in Yang Kai's eyes, as well as two round and tender semicircles. Yang Kai involuntarily gulped, his throat faintly burning. Hey, what are you doing? Su Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, her cheeks blushing, her heart thumping wildly. This woman's actions were clearly a blatant provocation. Even the men who were sitting in meditation outside couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. What more a young girl like Su Xiaoyu? She was sitting right next to Yang Kai at the moment, so she could see more clearly than anyone else. The sound of gulping echoed from all directions, causing many young cultivators to feel envious. They had all fantasized about this voluptuous woman with a voluptuous figure, but because of the towering man behind her, they only dared to think about it but didn't dare to be presumptuous. Usually it was fine to tease a few words, but when had anyone ever been so close to this woman? But now, this woman seemed to be itching to throw herself at Yang Kai and take him as she pleased. This scene was really too hot and alluring, especially in this dangerous place where danger lurked everywhere, and after experiencing such a fierce battle, it made one's blood boil even more. Girl. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable. Although he didn't feel any murderous intent, this woman was too strange. They had never met before, so for her to act so intimately was a bit inexplicable. Shoo! The woman smiled sweetly, stretching out a jade finger and placing it on Yang Kai's lips, suppressing his doubts. She continued to unscrupulously sniff around, causing Yang Kai's ears to turn red. Little brother Yang. Su Xiaoyu couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Yang Kai. Hee hee. When the woman saw this scene, she giggled and stood up, staring at Yang Kai with great interest, a strange and puzzled look involuntarily appearing on her delicate face as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What do you think? The woman suddenly looked back at the towering man and asked. Murderous qi, blood qi. The man said coolly. The woman nodded slightly, suddenly covering her mouth and giggling. Little brother, please don't blame us. It's just that our senior sister felt a sense of intimacy from you, so we took the liberty to disturb you. Su Xiaoyu snorted and turned her head away. She obviously didn't believe such childish words. Yang Kai also didn't believe it. The woman still smiled. This reason is indeed not convincing, but I'm not lying to you. In fact, even I don't understand why. Nice to meet you. My name is Yi Qing Si. This is my junior brother Zhou Ba. Yang Kai. It's little brother Yang. Yi Qing Si pursed her lips into a smile, her expression flirtatious as she continued. We senior sister and junior brother are from the Endless Sea Islands Azura sect. I'm afraid little brother Yang has never heard of us. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, but he quickly hid it. He suddenly understood why this woman had come to find him for no reason. Endless Sea Islands Azura sect. A first-class great force. Since the two of them were the elite disciples of the Shura sect, they must have practiced some kind of secret technique of the Shura sect. The Azura sect's hallowed artifact, the Azura sword, was on him at this moment, so perhaps there was some kind of connection between them. No wonder she said there was a sense of intimacy. Although this realization dawned on him, Yang Kai didn't dare reveal it. Now that this woman had a sense of intimacy with him, if she found out that the Azura sect's hallowed artifact was on him, that sense of intimacy would immediately turn into killing intent. There was no doubt about this. Pretending to be ignorant, Yang Kai asked curiously, "Endless Sea Islands?" Yi Qingxi nodded. At the southernmost tip of the Great Han Dynasty, on the Endless Sea, there are many sects. Little brother Yang lives inland, so I'm afraid you don't know much about them. Is it only your family that came? Yang Kai showed interest in a timely manner. He still had the hallowed artifact of another great force in his body. Yi Qingxi smiled. There are also people from Gemini Island, but there's only one left, over there. Saying so, she pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai glanced over and couldn't help feeling relieved. Fortunately, the people from the Falling Flowers spirit religion hadn't come, otherwise he would have felt a sense of intimacy for no reason. Where does little brother Yang come from? Yi Qingxi asked. Obviously the doubts in her heart had not been dispelled and she wanted to get to the bottom of this. Feeling a sense of intimacy with a stranger for no reason, especially one who was a senior sister and a junior brother, was naturally suspicious. High Heaven Pavilion. There was nothing to hide here, so Yang Kai continued, maybe it's because the martial skills I cultivate contain a bit of slaughter intent, coupled with the fact that I've been stained with a lot of blood recently, that's why the two of you feel that way. So that's how it is. Yi Qingxi lightly pursed her lips, nodded lightly and smiled charmingly. Meeting here is fate. If little brother Yang wants to act with us, don't worry too much, just follow elder sister, I'll protect you, hee. Thank you for your kindness. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but just as he was about to say that he would leave, Wu Chengyi and Qin Shueshu walked over. Enough with the small talk. Wu Chengyi's expression was cold as he arrived in front of Yang Kai and bowed his head. I heard Brother Qin say that you are a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, showing a slight displeasure. Wu Chengyi gave off a domineering feeling, and his tone also contained a kind of overbearing arrogance that couldn't be refuted. Yang Kai nodded. Chapter 230. How strong is your cultivation? Wu Chengyi continued to ask. Separation and reunion 7th stage. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of disdain and impatience in Wu Chengyi's eyes. This was not surprising after all. Of the cultivators who were still alive, which one of them had not reached the true element boundary? Yang Kai's separation and reunion 7th stage cultivation was indeed low. Azura Sex Yi Qingxi's pretty face also showed a touch of surprise. Obviously she had not expected Yang Kai's strength to be so low. Originally, she had thought that Yang Kai, who had survived for more than half a year in this dangerous isolated world without dying, would at least have reached Yuan Qi. But Yang Kai saying he was only at separation and reunion 7th stage was simply shocking. Little brother Yang, are you really only at separation and reunion 7th stage? Yi Qingxi asked. Yang Kai nodded, urging his Yuan Qi, and when the fluctuations of Yuan Qi spread out, his realm was immediately clear. Many of the surrounding martial artists were surprised, but soon after, waves of chuckles could be heard. What are you laughing at? Su Xiaoyu felt bad for Yang Kai and couldn't help but scold them. A group of blind fools. Although this little brother Yang was only at the separation and reunion 7th stage, his combat strength was much stronger than many Yuan Qi cultivators. In front of her and Qin Shueshu, Yang Kai had killed 2 5th-order monster beast and 4 4th-order monster beast in less than a dozen breaths of time. Although there were various reasons why he was able to accomplish such a feat, there was no doubt about his strength. No one knew Yang Kai's combat strength better than Su Xiaoyu and Qin Shueshu. Having such a master join them was their group's blessing. It was ridiculous that they did not know this and even dared to laugh at Yang Kai. Su Xiaoyu was annoyed, but she did not say anything. She was not a stupid girl. How could she expose Yang Kai's strength? You're only at the separation and reunion 7th stage? How did you survive for so long? Yi Qingxi asked with a puzzled expression. I accidentally fell into a valley. It took me half a year to climb out. Yang Kai shrugged. As soon as he said this, The laughter of the crowd became even louder. Xu Zhao's chest heaved up and down. However, he was powerless to refute. Wu Chengyi's expression was indifferent as he bluntly said, "Her strength is too low, she won't be of much use. Since she was brought back by Brother Chen, she should be able to act together with Brother Chen and his brother-sister. At least she should be able to contain 1 to 2 fourth-order monster beast, so she's not completely useless." Saying so, Wu Chengyi hurriedly turned and left. She didn't want to talk to Yang Kai anymore. "I'm not staying." Yang Kai frowned. After coming out of seclusion this time, he only wanted to find someone to inquire about the current situation, so he was brought here by Chen Shueshu. Now that he had a clear understanding of the situation, he naturally had to leave. Moving together with so many people would be too obvious a target. It would be fine if they were all from the same sect. They looked after each other sincerely, but who knew if they were of the same mind? His own cultivation was the lowest in this group, so once he encountered any danger, he would likely be used as cannon fodder. How could Yang Kai put his life in the hands of others? If he acted alone, although there were dangers and variables, Yang Kai was confident that with his current strength, as long as he was careful, there would be no problems. Even if he was surrounded by the Tianlang dynasty group, using his Yang inflammation wings, he could easily escape, so why should he stick around with these people? Besides that, Yang Kai also had another layer of concern. That was Yi Qingxi and Zhou Ba in front of him. If the existence of the Azura sword was discovered by them, it would definitely be troublesome. The possibility was very low, but he still had to be careful. Whether it was his own will or the current situation, Yang Kai was not allowed to be with this group of people. "What did you say?" Wu Qingyi's footsteps paused and turned to look at Yang Kai. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "You want to act alone?" Yang Kai nodded. "Brother Yang." Chen Shueshu's expression changed as he stepped forward and whispered, "It's too dangerous for you to act alone. If you stay with us, brother and sister, we can look after each other. It will be much safer than if you go alone." His words were spoken with sincerity. There was not the slightest trace of hypocrisy. Yi Qingxi also tried to persuade him, "Brother Yang, don't try to be brave, you should stay. Although this is only the first time we've met, Brother Yang really likes you. However, Big Sister truly feels that you are very amiable. In all these years, no one has ever given us such a feeling. We don't want anything bad to happen to you. Zhou Ba, don't you think so?" The tower-like man's expression was cold as he nodded slightly. "Many thanks for your kindness." Yang Kai chuckled, "But I'm used to being lazy, having me work under someone else is a bit awkward. Everyone has their own ambitions, there's no need to force yourself." Wu Chengyi turned around and folded his hands behind his back. "But before you leave behind the pills you have on you." Yang Kai and Chen Shueshu's expression became cold. The scene of Yang Kai taking out a healing pill had fallen into the eyes of the others. Chen Shueshu frowned. "Brother Wu, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Wu Chengyi faintly replied, "What's wrong with it? He's just a separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivator. He will soon die under the attacks of Tianlang. At that time, those healing pills will only fall into the enemy's hands. It's better to leave them for us to use." Su Xiaoyu sneered, "Wu Qingyi, you're just robbing us." Yi Qingxi frowned as she and Zhou Ba both stared at Wu Chengyi with displeasure, but neither of them said anything. Wu Chengyi sneered, "Robbing us? Look around, there are so many people who are injured. Without healing pills, their strength will be reduced to a certain extent. Only by quickly healing can we protect ourselves from the attacks of Tianlang and those bastards. I'm not taking his pills for myself, I'm taking them for all of us." Chen Shueshu angrily shouted, "Wu Chengyi, don't speak so righteously. If you really want to rob us, don't blame my brother and sister for not agreeing." Wu Chengyi glanced over at Chen Shueshu and proudly said, "So what if you don't agree? Do you want to fight with me?" The scene instantly became tense, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. "I also don't think it's a good idea." Yi Qingxi smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes staring towards Wu Chengyi. This is already the act of a bandit. Wu Chengyi, you're an elite disciple of a great sect, you don't need to be so domineering, right? The latter narrowed his eyes, seemingly quite afraid of Yi Qingxi, hesitating for a moment before chuckling. Since that's the case, let's let everyone decide. Let's see if it's better to leave those pills behind or take them away. He should leave them behind. Someone immediately echoed, Brother Wu is right, with his low strength, I'm afraid he'll die within a few days. Leaving those pills on him will only benefit those bastards from Tianlang. As soon as this statement came out, many people nodded in agreement. Another person quickly added, Brother Chen, please don't be angry, I'll say something fair. This High Heaven Pavilion brother's strength is really too low. If he is willing to stay and help us, then we can leave those pills with him. If someone else is seriously injured, I'm sure he won't be stingy. But since he's so stubborn and wants to act on his own, I feel that he should leave the pills behind. Everyone's opinions were enough to confuse Gold, and most people actually agreed with Wu Qingyi's approach, causing Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu's expressions to become quite ugly. Chen Shueshu sneered, Do you really think this is the right thing to do? If your life-saving pills are taken away, what will you do? What will you do? Many people couldn't help but frown. Although they knew this approach was immoral, everyone's healing pills had already been used up, so if they had one more bottle, they would be able to take it. Perhaps they would be able to save a few more lives at a critical moment. Don't force what you don't want others to do to you. A cold voice suddenly called out. Yang Kai looked up and saw a young girl from the 10,000 Flower Palace nodding slightly towards him. Wu Chengyi snorted. He hadn't expected so many people to speak up for Yang Kai. With no other choice, he said, If that's the case, this Wu will give him a choice. Don't say I'm bullying others, or I'm bullying the weak. Coldly glaring at Yang Kai, he said, Stay with us, or leave those pills behind, it's up to you. Ah. Yang Kai chuckled, stared at Wu Chengyi and slowly said, I choose the latter. Yang Kai didn't want to act with this group of people, and seeing Wu Chengyi act so arrogantly, he felt even more disgusted. How could he stay and be bullied like this? But with so many people staring at him, if he didn't leave behind those pills, those who had just tried to pressure him would definitely not agree. This is your own choice. Wu Chengyi stretched out his hand towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai just shook his head and smiled contemptuously. Wu Chengyi's expression changed. What do you mean? I only said I would leave those pills behind, I never said I would give them to you. Don't think too highly of yourself. Yang Kai sneered, reaching into his sleeve. Taking out a bottle of healing pills, he tossed it to Chen Shueshu. Not turning his eyes away, he coldly said, Brother Chen, I'll leave those pills with you. Chen Shueshu caught the pills. His brow furrowed in anger. He had brought Yang Kai here, but now he was being bullied by so many people. How could he remain calm? Taking a deep breath, Chen Shueshu said, Brother Yang, rest assured, who should take these pills, brother knows. In other words, those who had just stood on Wu Chengyi's side shouldn't even think about this bottle of healing pills. Yang Kai nodded, cupped his fists, and said, Until we meet again, I hope we can meet again. Saying so, he launched his movement skill and flew away like a meteor. I'm afraid we won't see each other again. Wu Chengyi coldly snorted, taking back his hand that had stiffened for a long time, his face pale as he shouted, If you've rested well, let's set off now. Tianlang's group will definitely launch another attack soon. If we don't leave now it will be too late. The 30 or so people quickly gathered, and under Wu Chengyi's command, they carefully walked through the jungle. No one noticed that a person at the very back of the group had silently disappeared. Only after the group was far away did he decide on a direction and hurriedly chase after them. That direction was the one Yang Kai had left. Although Yang Kai had left behind a bottle of pills before leaving, how could a disciple who had come here for life experience only have a single bottle of healing pills? What's more, Yang Kai had said before that he had accidentally fallen into a mountain valley and had spent more than half a year searching for a way out. Since that was the case, he must not have encountered any battles during this time. If he had not fought, he would not have been injured, and if he had not been injured, he would not have needed these healing pills. Therefore, he must still have some pills on him. This person had received Wu Qingyi's order to intercept Yang Kai and take the pills he had on him. Wu Qingyi's actions were watertight, only sending a single person would naturally not attract any attention. Chapter 231. Inside the jungle, Yang Kai's figure was like a nimble ape, leaping up and down from the treetops, his body light as a swallow, only bringing a slight breeze with him, not even causing a single leaf to fall. With a dignified expression, Yang Kai was secretly vigilant of his surroundings while planning his next move. Although the fight with Wu Qingyi's group was not very pleasant, it had not affected him in the slightest. His goal had already been achieved. However, he had not expected that the news he had obtained would be so serious. Over the years, the disciples of the various sects who entered this isolated world for life experience had all acted independently. Even if they occasionally joined forces, it was impossible for them to merge on such a large scale. But this time, because of the appearance of the Tianlang dynasty's cultivator, the Great Han dynasty's cultivator had completely united. This was something that had never happened before, and it had already risen to the level of a life-or-death battle between the younger generation of the two countries. Who would win or lose in the end was not something Yang Kai could control, but after all, he was the Great Han dynasty's cultivator, so to speak. He did not want the Tianlang dynasty's people to act so domineering here. If it weren't for those two from the Azura sect, and if it weren't for Wu Qingyi's arrogance, Yang Kai would have stayed behind and joined Qin Shueshu and the others in this battle. Thinking about these things now was useless, so Yang Kai quickly got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Suddenly, his body came to a stop as he glanced back, a strange expression appearing on his face. Standing in place for a moment, Yang Kai grinned and landed on the ground, quickly hiding behind a large tree and concealing his aura. A moment later, a figure flew past him, and in a flash, Yang Kai was able to clearly see this person's face and dress. This person carried a long sword on his back and wore a blue robe. He was probably in his early 20s and had a cold expression on his face as he flew in the direction Yang Kai had just left. Yang Kai coldly snorted as a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. This person was the one who had cleaned up the battlefield before. The cultivator who collected the blood beads and the long sword he carried on his back clearly explained his identity. He was a disciple of the 9-Star Sword faction and should also be Wu Qingyi's junior brother. He didn't move with that group of people, but chased after him. His intention was quite obvious. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. Before, he did not want to have any conflict with Wu Qingyi. Yang Kai was also worried that Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu would be in a difficult situation, but now that they had sent people to chase after him, there was no reason for him to back down. Even a person made of clay had a temper, not to mention that Yang Kai was not a pushover either. Suddenly, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from the front again. The person from the 9-Star Sword sect had actually returned. While he was running at high speed, his eyes were looking around. He couldn't help but mutter, "Strange, where did it go?" He was a master of the Yuanqi realm, so he believed that his speed was much faster than Yang Kai's. He had been chasing Yang Kai all the way here, but he actually lost him. Since he had no choice but to return to investigate, naturally he would pay more attention. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling puzzled, thinking that this person really did have some skill when it came to tracking. He had been very careful along the way, not leaving any traces behind, but this person was still able to see through him. A moment later, the 9-Star Sword sect disciple actually stopped about 300 meters away from Yang Kai, his brow furrowed as he looked around. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Hiding behind a tree, he secretly observed this person. After a long time, a faint smile suddenly appeared at the corner of this person's mouth. He reached behind him, and with a clang, his sword was unsheathed. With a sword in hand, this person's momentum suddenly soared, and his whole body became as sharp as a sword. A disciple of the 9-Star Sword sect. Sure enough, he had some skill. This kind of momentum alone was not something an ordinary Yuan Qi cultivator could possess. I know you're nearby. Qi Jianxing's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he raised his sword and shouted in a firm tone. Come out obediently and I won't embarrass you. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know whether this 9-star sword sect disciple had really found something or if he was just deliberately mystifying things. Qi Jianxing then said, Boy, I admire your courage. In this world, besides the young lords of the 8 great families, I'm afraid you're the only one who dares to speak to my eldest brother like that. Just for this, I promise not to hurt you, as long as you hand over all the pills on you and let me complete my brother's task. Seeing that there was no movement, Qi Jianxing showed an impatient expression and threatened, Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. When I find your hiding place, it won't be so easy to talk to. While I'm in a good mood now, we can still discuss it. Still no response. Qi Jianxing no longer spoke, his sword trembling as a clear and melodious sound rang out. Suddenly, Kai Yang felt a faint chill coming from all around him. His expression couldn't help but change, and he quickly leapt upwards. Sword Qi threads invisible to the naked eye crisscrossed and immediately cut down all the trees within a radius of 300 feet, neatly, all of them falling to the ground. Yang Kai's face was filled with shock. Only now did he truly understand the ruthlessness of this 9-star sword sect disciple. Just now, when he spoke to him, it seemed like he was deliberately mystifying things and stalling for time, but in fact, he was secretly harboring evil intentions. Those invisible threads of sword qi had already spread out in the surroundings while he was speaking. When he was almost done, he would activate the sword qi. As long as he was still hiding here, there would be nowhere to hide. Fortunately, he had sensed something was wrong and rushed up, otherwise, he would have been cut by the sword qi threads and would have been seriously injured. Yang Kai still had some lingering fear in his heart, but he didn't dare underestimate this person. The 9-star sword sect was known as the #1 force in the central capital under the 8 great families, and its elite disciples were not just for show. Found you! Qi Jianxing turned around and gloomily smiled at Yang Kai, who was falling from midair, his eyes filled with ridicule. However, he didn't attack again and instead just calmly stared at Yang Kai. Facing a separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivator, Qi Jianxing naturally had no fear. This level of opponent was only from a second-class sect. He could kill him with a single sword strike. Your qi concealment technique is quite exquisite. Qi Jianxing wasn't stingy with his praise. Where did you learn it from? He was very interested in Yang Kai's concealment technique. In this dangerous place, with such a skill, he would have a better chance of survival. This was also the main reason why he didn't immediately attack Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. No matter how exquisite it is, you still saw through it. Qi Jianxing slowly shook his head, a trace of admiration and greed flashing across his eyes. I didn't see through it. It's just that you were hostile to me, causing my sword qi to react a little autonomously. In fact, I only knew you were hiding nearby, but I didn't know where you were hiding. Being able to force you out in one go can be considered a stroke of luck. He explained to himself, and then immediately smiled coldly. You're a smart person. Since I'm standing here, you should know my intentions. Hand over all the pills you have on you and then tell me how to conceal yourself, and I'll spare your life. Yang Kai sneered. You think you can eat me? Qi Jianxing was stunned for a moment before he laughed. What do you think? A trivial separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivator, who hadn't even broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary, could he really threaten him? After a moment, his smile faded, and he nodded slightly. Fine, after I cripple you, naturally I can force out the cultivation method. As he spoke, the long sword in his hand flickered. With a clang, several sword rays suddenly appeared in front of him, arranged in the shape of a fan. The sword rays were suffused with a cold light, and each sword ray contained a huge killing power. Go! Qi Jianxing's name was Sword, and the sword skill he cultivated was extraordinary, so when he attacked, several sword waves shot out like lightning towards Yang Kai. Feeling the threat of these sword waves, Yang Kai quickly retreated, his expression changing. Worthy of being a disciple of a first-class sect. Possessing such strength at such a young age. In less than a breath of time, the sword waves arrived in front of Yang Kai and directly pierced through his body. Qi Jianxing frowned. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He didn't want to kill Yang Kai now, he still wanted to interrogate him about the cultivation method of his concealment skill. So just now, he had held back and didn't use too powerful of a move. In the next moment, Qi Jianxing's eyes lit up, and he flicked his sword again, slashing to the side. Another sword wave, like a rainbow, broke through the air. Yang Kai had just revealed himself when his opponent's second attack arrived, forcing him to use his movement skill again to avoid this blow. Good. Qi Jianxing's expression was filled with excitement as he continued to praise Yang Kai. After the first two moves, he didn't attack again and instead stared at Yang Kai excitedly. Your movement skill is also quite good. A separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivator can actually move so quickly. If I can learn it, I will be like a tiger that has grown wings. You must give it to me later. Yang Kai took a deep breath, stood firm, and smiled. Since you want my concealment skill and movement skill so much, why don't we make a deal? What kind of deal? Qi Jianxing raised his brow. I'll give you what you want, and you teach me a few of 9-star sword sect's sword skills. How about it? You want to learn the sword? Qi Jianxing looked at Yang Kai strangely, looking him up and down, but couldn't find any trace of a sword on his body. If he didn't have a weapon, why would he want to learn the sword? Yes, everyone takes what they need, there's no harm in that. Yang Kai nodded. Although he didn't have a sword in his hand right now, he still had the Azura sword in his body. In terms of the exquisiteness and lethality of sword skills, the 9-star sword sect could be said to be the undisputed number one. Even the 8 great families couldn't deny this point. What a joke! How could my 9-star sword sect's sword skills be taught to outsiders? Qi Jianxing sneered. What's more, the difference in strength between you and me is quite large. I can easily take your life, why would I need to make a deal with you? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, the arrogance and wickedness in his bones aroused, grinding his teeth as he said, I'll say the same thing, do you think you can defeat me? But my movement skill is quite exquisite, I'll explain it to you later. Qi Jianxing coldly snorted, no longer using his sword. He knew that his sword couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, so as he spoke, he swung his sword and rushed towards Yang Kai. Chapter 232. Qi Jianxing's figure was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Wrapped in sword light, he arrived in front of Yang Kai, the long sword in his hand forming a curtain of sword light that enveloped Yang Kai, sealing off the surrounding space. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly, as if someone was playing a lute in the void. Sharp whistling sounds filled the air as tiny sword chi visible to the naked eye crisscrossed, wrapping Yang Kai up. Cold light flashed as Yang Kai's expression became more dignified than ever, fiercely urging his yuan qi, his whole body exuding a threatening heat, his palms bursting with yuan qi as he fiercely pushed outwards. The 2 yuan qi collided, and a loud explosion rang out mid-air, instantly annihilating most of the hundreds of sword qi. Qi Jianxing's expression became cold as he shouted, "You overestimate yourself." With a wave of his sword, the remaining sword chi converged into a single point, condensing into the shape of a long sword before slashing down towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he opened his hand and forced a drop of yang liquid out of his body. Under the guidance of his will, it transformed into a blood-red shield, blocking in front of him. With a prng sound, the sword chi hit the blood-red shield, causing it to ripple and crack to appear, but it was not damaged. On the contrary, Qi Jianxing's attack had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai raised his blood-red shield in front of him and leapt towards Qi Jianxing. The latter let out a roar and quickly retreated, Yang Kai in hot pursuit. Both of them moved as fast as lightning, one using his exquisite movement skill while the other using his profound cultivation. In terms of speed, they were actually evenly matched. The two figures intertwined. Both unleashed their ferocious killing moves. Qi Jianxing's expression was slightly stunned, never having expected that this second-class sect cultivator, who was only a separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivator, would be able to display such strength, making him unable to take him down. Feeling annoyed, Qi Jianxing's hands became more and more vigorous, his long sword danced in the air, the 3-inch-long sword Qi on the tip of his sword like a snake emerging from its hole. His moves were constantly changing. Strange and unpredictable. The trees around them fell down one by one. Wherever the two of them passed, sand and stones flew everywhere. The battle was extremely fierce. In just 10 breaths of time, they had exchanged 30 moves, and neither side was able to gain the upper hand. But in this battle, Qi Jianxing had the absolute advantage. 8 out of 10 moves were on the offensive. With a sneer, Qi Jianxing's long sword flickered out a sword flower and pointed it towards Yang Kai's blood-red shield. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the blood-red shield, it finally could not withstand such a high-intensity attack and shattered. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly jumped out of Qi Jianxing's attack range, but how could his opponent give him this opportunity? Qi Jianxing's sword, as if Qi's sword, directly wrapped Yang Kai's arm. Yang Yang's arms close. Yang Kai shouted angrily, and his Yuan Qi erupted. With the help of the Yuan Qi's defense, he did not retreat, but advanced instead. He threw a fierce punch and a raging flame appeared on his fist. The scorching heat distorted the air. Sensing the terrifying killing power contained in this punch, Qi Jianxing was horrified. He pointed his long sword at Yang Kai's shoulder, piercing 3 inches into it, and used the rebound force. He quickly retreated. However, he was still a little too late. Yang Kai's Flaming Sun's threefold blast had already erupted. Thump 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 thump. Qi Jianxing retreated more than 10 steps. At the same time, he activated his Yuan Qi to neutralize the Yuan Qi that had invaded his body. After a long while, Qi Jianxing's face turned pale, and he took a deep breath. The Flaming Sun's threefold blast, which had always been successful, was completely neutralized by him and did not hurt him at all. Looking back at Kai Yang, the clothes on his right arm had been shredded to pieces by the long sword. His exposed arm was covered with countless tiny lines of blood. In an instant, his entire arm had been dyed red, making him look extremely terrifying. While Qi Jianxing neutralized the Flaming Sun's threefold blast, Yang Kai also let out a light sigh, shaking his arm and burning away the sword Qi that had invaded his body. Heh. Qi Jianxing's cold eyes flashed as he stared fixedly at Yang Kai. A trivial separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivator actually has such strength. Admirable. As he spoke, he pointed his long sword towards Yang Kai. You are the most powerful separation and reunion boundary cultivator I have ever seen. The purity of your Yuan Qi is no less than that of an ordinary Yuan Qi cultivator, even more so than mine. But a poor background is a poor background. My 9-star sword sex sword skills are infinitely powerful. How could someone like you possibly break them? His expression arrogant, his voice cold, Qi Jianxing said in a low voice. Just now, I only used 70% of my strength. If I had used my full strength, how long would you have been able to resist? Holding his sword with both hands, Qi Jianxing's expression became dignified as his Yuan Qi burst forth and shouted, Sword body! Ching. A loud sword cry rang out as the long sword in his hand trembled incessantly. A sharp aura erupted from his body, his whole body like a peerless sword. The Yuan Qi around his body surged, and in an instant, his momentum reached its peak. His long hair fluttered in the wind as countless tiny short swords appeared around his body. Looking around, it was as if this person was being protected by 10,000 swords. The 9-star sword sex sword skills were really mysterious. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming extremely serious. Qi Jianxing had obviously become angry from being punched just now, so he decided to use this so-called sword body martial skill. With the protection of the 10,000 swords condensed from his yuan qi, Qi Jianxing was now like a hedgehog. If Yang Kai wanted to hit him with his fist, he would have to hurt himself first. Being able to force me to use my sword body, you should be proud. Qi Jianxing stared at Yang Kai coldly, his expression filled with arrogance and disdain, as if he was looking down on all living beings. Saying so, step by step, he slowly walked over. Yang Kai did not dare to neglect and quickly used his unyielding will. His separation and reunion boundary 7th stage aura instantly soared to the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. When he was at the separation and reunion boundary 1st stage, Yang Kai could use his unyielding will to temporarily reach the peak of his strength, but now at the 7th stage, it was still the same. From this, it could be seen that the yuan qi boundary was a huge watershed for a cultivator. When the yuan qi in the body completely transformed into yuan qi, the improvement of a cultivator's strength was not as simple as it seemed. Perceiving the rise in Yang Kai's aura, Qi Jianxing was stunned for a moment before immediately smiling and saying disdainfully, "Good, so you didn't use your full strength just now. But now you're only at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary, you're not my opponent. Whether I'm your opponent or not, we'll know after we fight." Yang Kai sneered, waving his hand and summoning another blood-red shield. Qi Jianxing's expression became cold. Just now he had suffered a loss from the shield, unable to break it even after attacking it for a long time. Now seeing Yang Kai easily condense another one, he was furious. He shouted angrily, "Watch me break your garbage shield, then I'll teach you a good lesson." His pace quickened and he swung his sword. The yuan qi sword qi around his body shot out several times, fiercely attacking Yang Kai. Yang Kai dodged to the side. But the yuan qi sword qi was somewhat different from the previous one, actually able to follow Qi Jianxing's will. After hastily dodging 3 or 4 times, Qi Jianxing was already in front of Yang Kai. While laughing sinisterly, he used a powerful sword skill, fiercely chopping towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his shield to block, but with a boom, the shield shook a few times, almost unsteady. Qi Jianxing laughed loudly. One move after another, without a hair's breadth, coupled with the unpredictable yuan qi sword qi, Yang Kai was forced to flee in panic, complaining incessantly. In the battle, both of them had used up their yuan qi. Such a high-intensity battle of life and death was a heavy burden on any cultivator's body. Physical strength was secondary, the use of yuan qi was the most important issue. A powerful cultivator who was skilled in battle would carefully calculate every bit of yuan qi and would use the least amount of effort to achieve the most damage. This was something that neither Yang Kai nor Qi Jianxing could do at the moment. Both of them had not reached that level of strength. Only by wantonly using yuan qi could they maintain their moves and momentum. In a short time, Yang Kai did not make a single move. He was always on the defense, but Qi Jianxing's killing intent was aroused. He kept ridiculing Yang Kai in the midst of his laughter, as if he was certain that he could defeat him. While dodging, Yang Kai seemed to be exhausted. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Seeing such a good opportunity, how could Qi Jianxing miss it? The long sword in his hand cut horizontally, directly aiming for Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai hurriedly raised his shield to block, but Qi Jianxing was already prepared. His long sword shook in midair, changing from a sweep to a stab. Yang Kai's shield also reacted, suddenly stabbing downwards. Qi Jianxing sneered. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a trace of calmness. Just as the shield was about to cut the long sword, the blood-red shield squirmed and quickly shrank into the shape of a dagger. Qi Jianxing's expression was one of astonishment and disbelief as he watched the blood-red dagger cut through his long sword. With a crack, the long sword was directly broken. When he was in the initial element boundary, Yang Kai was able to destroy a common-grade defensive artifact with a weapon condensed from yang liquid. Now that his strength had reached the separation and reunion boundary, his yuan qi was even purer and richer. The long sword in Qi Jianxing's hand was just a weapon forged from fine steel, not even an artifact. How could it withstand such a cut? Yang Kai had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, his dagger dancing like a flower. With a light sound, the long sword in Qi Jianxing's hand broke into several pieces. If he had not retreated quickly, even the hand holding the sword would have been cut off. Qi Jianxing's eyes trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in shock. Before, his sword was quite agile, so he would not use his long sword to meet Yang Kai head-on, so he did not have to worry about his weapon being damaged, but he did not expect that the defensive shield could actually change shape. In a moment of carelessness, his weapon was instantly destroyed. Without a long sword, the strength of a 9-star sword faction disciple was destined to be reduced. Now it's my turn. Yang Kai took a deep breath, his expression changing from one of weakness, his eyes overflowing with fighting spirit as he stared at Qi Jianxing with disdain. The latter suddenly realized that the other party was just acting just now. Even the shield that was shattered by him earlier was done on purpose to numb him and lower his guard. He had endured for so long just to destroy his long sword. What deep scheming! What incisive methods! For the first time, Qi Jianxing looked at Yang Kai seriously. But he was still not afraid. Throwing away the hilt in his hand, he proudly said, "Even if you don't have a weapon, so what? You are still not my opponent." Chapter 233. Without his long sword, Qi Jianxing could still use his finger to wield his sword. When one reached the Yuanqi realm, he could naturally use this method, but the lethality was indeed reduced, about 90% of the power at his peak. Even with 10% less power, I can still easily defeat you. Qi Jianxing sneered again and again. Just as he was about to attack, he saw Yang Kai laughing and pushing out 2 palms. Beast Spirit Technique. After enduring for so long, he could finally show his full strength. Yang Kai was also somewhat impatient. White Tiger Seal, Divine Ox Seal, 2 seals appeared at the same time. A tiger roar shook the sky, and a cow roar pierced the ear. Qi Jianxing's face suddenly changed. He saw 2 fierce-looking monster beasts pouncing towards him. These 2 monster beasts were vivid and lifelike, as if they were alive. Their fiery red bodies were extremely enchanting, and their scarlet eyes were filled with murderous intent. Qi Jianxing was shocked. How could he dare to be negligent? He put his 2 fingers together and turned them into a sword. The tip of his finger swallowing the sword, he shouted, "Thunder Rush Sword." A sword flashing with electric arcs shot out from the tip of his finger, hitting the body of one of the monster beasts. The color of its body dimmed, but it did not stop it at all. Wind Supporting Sword. Qi Jianxing quickly retreated, his finger sword continuously swinging. All kinds of 9-star sword sect sword skills flew all over the sky, but still could not defeat the 2 monster beasts. Seeing that they were about to pounce in front of him, Qi Jianxing bent his legs in horror and suddenly jumped up. Just as he jumped 1 zhang high, a fierce murderous intent came from above his head. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai above him, smirking and throwing a punch at him. He actually predicted the enemy's move and blocked his retreat. In panic, Qi Jianxing gritted his teeth, pointed his finger to the sky, and 3 sword lights attacked. Yang Kai quickly threw out 3 punches, shattering all 3 sword waves, but this moment of delay allowed Qi Jianxing to twist his body and avoid hitting his vitals, allowing him to land a palm strike on Yang Kai's shoulder. It was accompanied by a scream. Qi Jianxing fell to the ground. At the critical moment of life and death, this outstanding disciple of the 9-star sword school burst forth with unprecedented potential and fighting strength. His hands kept dancing, using profound sword skills to beat the 2 monster beasts that pounced on him until they were illusions and almost collapsed. The White Tiger and Divine Ox rushed over to bite Qi Jianxing, but they couldn't hurt him in the slightest. His sword was still on the outside. The surface of his body was protected by countless tiny sword rays. Every time the White Tiger and Divine Ox attacked, they would be neutralized by these sword lights. In the blink of an eye, the White Tiger and Divine Ox disappeared completely. After all, this was an attack condensed from Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. It only had the shape of a monster beast. Once its yuan qi was depleted, it would naturally cease to exist. Hee hee. Qi Jianxing laughed bitterly. Looking at Yang Kai triumphantly, in his mind, consuming a huge amount of yuan qi to condense such a monster beast was not worth the loss. With Yang Kai's separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivation, it was impossible for him to condense a second one, so it was better to leave the yuan qi for him to fight. But before his laughter faded, under Yang Kai's contemptuous gaze, another divine ox and tiger rushed out, exactly the same as before. How is this possible? Qi Jianxing exclaimed. Even if I don't attack, this one move is enough to kill me. This move alone is more than enough to kill you. Yang Kai stared at Qi Jianxing coldly. Qi Jianxing's expression became gloomy. He knew that Yang Kai was not boasting. The two yuan qi monster beast were extremely difficult to deal with. His sword was already on the verge of collapse. If it was hit again, it would definitely collapse. The consumption of yuan qi was enormous. Qi Jianxing was no longer as arrogant as before. But I am different from you. I will not underestimate any opponent, so I will still attack. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai and the divine ox and tiger attacked together, pouncing towards Qi Jianxing. The latter naturally would not sit still and roared. His finger sword danced again. This time, no matter who it was, no one held back, all of them using their full strength. Any negligence could lead to irreparable consequences. The battle was extremely fierce and extremely dangerous. The two monster beasts were once again defeated. Yang Kai was also hit by two of Qi Jianxing's finger swords, almost having his body pierced, blood flowing from the wounds and staining his clothes red. Qi Jianxing was in an even worse state. Fighting 1 against 3, his sword had been completely destroyed, and his true essence was almost completely depleted. He panted heavily, one arm hanging by his side. His forearm was badly mutilated, and there were bite marks everywhere. These were all bites from the white tiger. His chest was caved in, and several of his ribs were broken. This injury was caused by the divine ox's charge. The horn in front of the divine ox's head almost pierced through him. The two looked at each other from a distance of more than 10 feet. Yang Kai's eyes were cold, while Qi Jianxing's face was twitching. Although he could not believe that he was defeated by a separation and reunion cultivator, he had no choice but to accept the fact. The shame and unwillingness made him almost crazy. Yang Kai did not kill him. The yuan qi cultivator's desperate counterattack before his death made him a little afraid. He was waiting for Qi Jianxing's momentum to weaken. Hee hee. Qi Jianxing did not have the slightest trace of worry. He was still laughing coldly. After a few breaths, he said with a gloomy expression, I admit, you are indeed very strong, stronger than the average yuan qi cultivator. But even if you beat me, so what? I am a yuan qi cultivator. You can't kill me. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Laughing heartily, Qi Jianxing stamped his feet on the ground and leapt up 300 meters into the air, his body swaying as he hovered in midair, one hand dangling by his side, the other clutching the wound on his chest. Looking down at Kai Yang, his face filled with pride. This is the biggest difference between the true element boundary and the separation and reunion boundary. I can fly in the air, but you can't, so I can leave at any time. While speaking, Qi Jianxing vomited a mouthful of blood. He stretched out his hand and wiped it with difficulty. He looked at Yang Kai crazily and said in a low voice, I will remember today's shame. The next time we meet, I will take your dog life. You better pray that you can live until that day. After saying that, he narrowed his eyes, as if he wanted to deeply imprint Yang Kai's face in his eyes. Below, Yang Kai looked indifferent. He looked at Qi Jianxing indifferently. A moment later, Qi Jianxing turned around and staggered away in the air with a heart full of hatred and humiliation. This hatred, I will definitely get my revenge. Qi Jianxing swore in his heart. After flying for less than 300 feet, he suddenly felt a heat behind him. Immediately, a cold voice sounded behind him, You think you can escape? Qi Jianxing's face suddenly changed. In an instant he was scared out of his wits. Hurriedly turning his head, he saw the high heaven pavilion disciple chasing after him. But behind him, there was a pair of dazzling and burning huge wings. The wings flapped like a giant peng, insufferably arrogant. Qi Jianxing was inexplicably horrified. He had never thought that a cultivator could grow wings on his back. He only spat out one syllable. Yang Kai quickly rushed in front of him. His palm pressed against Qi Jianxing's abdomen, then stretched out a big hand, grabbed Qi Jianxing's neck, and rushed to the ground like lightning. Close at hand, Qi Jianxing saw the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, cold and without the slightest emotion. The two figures streaked across the sky like meteors, and in the blink of an eye, they hit the ground. They were still about 10 feet away from the ground. Yang Kai used all his strength. He ruthlessly threw Qi Jianxing to the ground, but he himself suddenly stopped. Peng! Dust flew as Qi Jianxing's body collided with the ground. A small crater was directly smashed into the ground, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Like a ragged sack, Qi Jianxing rolled for a long time. Only then did he gradually stop. Opening his eyes with difficulty, he saw Yang Kai flapping his wings and slowly approaching him. Flying close, Yang Kai retracted his wings and landed on the ground. Walking in front of Qi Jianxing, he looked at him indifferently, just like Qi Jianxing had looked down on him a moment ago. His heart was dead. Qi Jianxing's last resort, which he was so proud of, was in front of Yang Kai. It couldn't play any role at all. You're not dead yet, worthy of being a Yuan Qi expert. Yang Kai coldly ridiculed, raised his foot, and stepped on Qi Jianxing's neck. Don't kill me. Qi Jianxing struggled while coughing, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Don't you want to learn the sword skills of the 9-star sword sect? I can teach you whatever you want to learn. I'll teach you. I'm also considered a rising star in the 9-star sword sect. I've come into contact with many profound sword skills. Cough cough. No need, I don't believe you. Yang Kai looked indifferent. The sword skills of the 9-star sword sect indeed made Yang Kai jealous, but Yang Kai didn't believe that Qi Jianxing would really teach him with this person's personality and means. Once he recovered his Yuan Qi, it would definitely be a variable. So he couldn't let him live. Hearing this, Qi Jianxing's gloomy expression became more and more defeated. Why do you want to become enemies with my 9-star sword sect? If you kill me, cough cough, my eldest brother will be the first to know. He won't let you go. With his strength, you won't be able to resist. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he coldly said, Wu Chengyi, you don't need to worry. Even if he doesn't come looking for me, I will find him myself. You really want to be so ruthless? It's you who want to kill me. Yang Kai sneered, not wanting to waste any more words, his foot slamming down as his Yuan Qi burst forth. With a cracking sound, Qi Jianxing's neck broke, his head falling limply to the side, no longer showing any signs of life. The moment Qi Jianxing died, Wu Chengyi, who was a few dozen kilometers away, suddenly frowned and stared into the distance with a surprised expression. The 3 Ghost King Valley disciples could use a special method to sense each other's location and life, so could the disciples of the 9-star sword sect. However, what Wu Chengyi couldn't understand was how Qi Jianxing had died. Could it be that he had encountered those people from Tianlang dynasty? If not, with his Yuan Qi 3rd stage cultivation, there was no reason for him to die so tragically. Wu Chengyi's face showed a pained expression. He didn't really care about Qi Jianxing's life or death, but because Qi Jianxing had a precious treasure on him. It was something his senior brothers had obtained in that isolated world and had been assigned to him. As far as Wu Chengyi knew, Qi Jianxing had never been willing to use it. Brother Wu, what's wrong? A raging flame temple cultivator saw Wu Chengyi's dignified expression and couldn't help asking nervously, is there someone from Tianlang dynasty nearby? It's possible. Wu Chengyi calmed his expression and whispered, we need to speed up and try to find a safe place to hide. Hearing him say this, everyone's expression changed slightly, their movements becoming more and more cautious. These past few months, they had suffered a lot at the hands of those Tianlang dynasty disciples. Chapter 234. After Qi Jianxing died, it didn't take long for a blood bead to condense. It was about the same size as the blood bead from the Ghost King Valley. After all, they were both young cultivators in the Yuan Qi realm, so the gap in strength was not very big. Yang Kai gasped for breath as he put away the blood bead, then searched Qi Jianxing's body. After a while, he found several blood beads of different sizes, which should be Qi Jianxing's spoils from the previous battle, but he didn't use them. In addition, there were some silver notes and a green bottle. These were all his gains. Putting everything into his universe bag, Yang Kai quickly left the scene. Half a day later, in the belly of a mountain, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and took a few healing pills. He also changed his blood-stained clothes to get rid of any possible smell of blood. The cave he was hiding in was something he had dug out himself. After learning that the Tianlang dynasty people could enslave monster beasts to fight for them, Yang Kai knew that he had to be more careful in the future. Digging out a cave, hiding in it to heal himself, and then sealing the entrance to the cave would allow him to avoid any possible troubles. The battle with Qi Jianxing, the injuries were not light, but also not heavy. Yang Kai's current strength and recovery ability were much stronger than before, so it would only take a few days for him to fully recover, not to mention with the help of the healing pills. In just 3 days, the 3 bloody holes on his body were no longer a problem. Although they were not completely healed, they would not bleed anymore. In these 3 days, Yang Kai had been recalling the battle with Qi Jianxing, his arrogance and loss, his own caution, looking for other people's shortcomings, and reflecting on himself. What a harvest! After opening his eyes, his body was filled with joy. Fighting with all his strength made him feel happy. The yang liquid in the dantian needed to be replenished a little. Fortunately, Grand Master Ling Tai Su left a few bottles of yang attribute pills in his universe bag, so Yang Kai didn't have to worry about it. After swallowing a whole bottle, the yang liquid in the dantian increased by 12 drops. After the Yuan Qi was purified, the amount of energy required to condense a drop of yang liquid had become much more than before, which was a good thing. After thinking about it, Yang Kai swallowed the remaining few bottles of yang attribute pills. Finally, the amount of yang liquid he had was greatly increased. He searched through the cosmos sack. Yang Kai took out a green bottle. This bottle was found on Qi Jianxing's body, but he didn't know what was inside. When he opened the lid of the bottle, a scorching heat instantly assaulted him. This made Yang Kai feel a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't help but feel slightly moved. He could clearly feel that the energy contained in this bottle was extremely pure and rich, although it was somewhat similar to the energy in his own yang attribute Yuan Qi. However, it was not the same. Lowering his head, Yang Kai saw a glass-like liquid in the bottle, which was the color of flames. Not much, only 4 or 5 drops. Qi Jianxing did not have anything on him except for this bottle of liquid. He treated it like a treasure, so its value was definitely not low. But what exactly was this thing? Yang Kai observed left and right, sniffing here and there, secretly guessing. He was extremely curious. "Old demon," Yang Kai called out. "Yes, this old servant is here." The old demon responded in a rather flattering manner. "Look at this thing, do you recognize it?" Yang Kai asked. The old demon couldn't help but cough a few times awkwardly. "Forget it." Yang Kai's heart was as clear as day, knowing that old demon must have become stupid again. The old demon's memory was chaotic, sometimes it could be of great use, and sometimes it was completely useless. Yang Kai was already used to this. If the old demon really recognized this thing, he would have jumped out to prove his knowledge. Why would he wait for Yang Kai to ask? After sniffing for a while, Yang Kai felt that this thing should not be poisonous, so he discussed it with the old demon for a while. He also thought the same. But Yang Kai was still a little worried, so he rushed out of his seclusion. After searching for a long time, he finally found a lone 4th-grade monster beast. Without any explanation, he beat the monster beast until it fainted, then he brought it back to the cave. On the way back, Yang Kai picked a stalk of withered grass, carefully dipped it in the liquid in the bottle, and then put it into the monster beast's mouth. He quietly waited and observed. Not long after, The demonic beast let out an incomparably mournful howl as if it had been poisoned. Its entire body twitched incessantly as white foam came out of its mouth. Its body flickered between light and darkness. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, secretly thinking that it was fortunate that he didn't take the risk just now, otherwise he might not even know how he died. Just as Yang Kai thought so, the fourth-grade monster beast suddenly emitted a surge of energy, and then it suddenly broke free from Yang Kai's restraints, full of vigor, and fiercely fought with Yang Kai in the cave. In this state, it didn't look like it had been poisoned at all. After a long, fierce battle, Yang Kai died of anger. Looking at the monster beast's corpse in a daze, Yang Kai was a little puzzled. Before he brought it back, it was clearly just a fourth-grade monster beast and he could easily knock it out, but why did he feel that it was much stronger just now? It seemed to have the strength of a fifth-grade monster beast. Just as he was puzzling, a blood bead quietly formed. Yang Kai looked at it and was stunned for a long time. His expression was uncertain, and he couldn't help but curse. "Young master, calm down." The old demon hurriedly comforted him. The reason for Yang Kai's anger was none other than the fact that he had already guessed what was inside this green bottle. The evidence was the blood bead condensed after the monster beast's death. This blood bead was the size of a little thumbnail. Although it was not as big as the blood bead of a fifth-grade monster beast, it was much bigger than the blood bead of a fourth-grade monster beast. To be able to make a fourth-grade monster beast grow to a level close to fifth grade in such a short time, the liquid in the bottle was clearly a kind of treasure. Combining it with what he heard half a year ago, and comparing the shape and color of the liquid in the bottle, Yang Kai's face was full of annoyance. Brilliant flame liquid. It was a natural treasure that could refine Yuan Qi. It could make Yuan Qi purer and more outstanding. In this world, there were not many things that could refine a cultivator's Yuan Qi, so every kind was priceless. For example, the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew was a high-end existence. And this brilliant flame liquid was the same. Previously, when he heard the reflecting moon sect's elder Zhua when mentioned the brilliant flame liquid by the lake, Yang Kai wasn't too tempted, because he already had the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew, so there was no need to be greedy. But now, he had coincidentally obtained the brilliant flame liquid. The situation was different. The 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew could be used when he was advancing to Yuan Qi. The brilliant flame liquid could be used now, and the effect would definitely be better if he used both at the same time. Unfortunately, such a treasure was divided into half a drop by a monster beast. Yang Kai's heart ached, his liver ached, his lungs ached. Every part of his body ached. Things had already reached this point. It was useless to be upset. While lamenting the good luck of this person from the 9-star sword sect, he sat down cross-legged. Carefully taking a drop of the brilliant flame liquid from the bottle, Yang Kai quickly closed his eyes and drank it. Eyes to nose to heart, enter meditation. Circulating the true Yang tactics, Yang Kai felt a burning sensation spread from his abdomen. People who cultivated Yang or fire techniques would generally not have this kind of feeling. From this, it could be seen how hot the energy contained in the brilliant flame liquid was. At first, the burning sensation was not very strong, but as time passed, Yang Kai soon felt a burning sensation like he was in a furnace. His whole body was steaming hot, and the new clothes he had just changed into were instantly drenched in sweat. This intense burning sensation first stayed in his lower abdomen for a moment, and then it was immediately guided by the true Yang tactics. From all directions, it poured into his limbs and bones. His meridians were in severe pain. Yang Kai firmly clenched his teeth, not daring to relax in the slightest, and the secret arts circulated faster and faster. This heat was like a flame that could burn through the sky, like a magma that could incinerate the earth. While flowing in his meridians, it also burned the Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's meridians. After a few circulations, Yang Kai suddenly found that his Yuan Qi had been compressed and purified to the limit. It had become even purer. His spirit shook, and he concentrated even more. A moment later, the Yuan Qi in his meridians reached its limit again, and could no longer be purified. Yang Kai used his mind to guide the energy contained in the brilliant flame liquid, immersing it in the dantian. Inside the dantian, there were nearly 100 drops of yang liquid that could be burned. Time passed slowly. A few days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his pupils overflowing with light, and involuntarily sucked in a deep breath. Refreshing. With a single drop of brilliant flame liquid, Yang Kai's yuan qi was once again refined, reducing the 100 drops of yang liquid by more than a dozen, but the energy contained in each drop was much more than before. Not only had his yuan qi undergone a change, but even his meridians and physique had undergone some subtle changes. His meridians had become tougher and wider, his physique had become firmer, and every inch of his skin, every cell, was rejuvenated from the inside out. His original separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivation had been greatly consolidated, and he was not far from breaking through to separation and reunion 8th stage. This was the effect of tempering his yuan qi. Sometimes, when breaking through, increasing the energy in the body was not the only way. Old demon, if I were to take another drop of brilliant flame liquid, would I be able to directly break through? Yang Kai was eager to try. Although the old demon was sometimes unreliable, he had now given him valuable experience. It's probably useless. Being able to refine young master's yuan qi to this extent is already the greatest effect of this kind of precious treasure. This kind of thing is not something that the more you take, the better the effect. If you want to refine your yuan qi again, you'll need to find a better and higher grade treasure. I think so too. Yang Kai put away his thoughts and solemnly stuffed the small green bottle into his universe bag. Where did the 9-star sword sect people find this brilliant flame liquid? Qi Jianxing had a few drops, so what about Wu Chengyi? He probably had even more on him, right? Thinking so, Yang Kai couldn't help but sneer. Wu Chengyi had sent Qi Jianxing to hunt him down, so how could Yang Kai let him off so easily? There was already enmity between them, and now that he knew the other party had such a precious treasure, it would be strange if Yang Kai didn't have ideas about him. However, Wu Qingyi's strength was too strong, and he was also the temporary leader of that group of cultivators. If Yang Kai really wanted to offend him, he would not have a good ending, so this matter could only be dealt with slowly. Tidying up his mood, Yang Kai broke out of seclusion. For the next month, Yang Kai hunted monster beast in this isolated world. During this 1 month of wandering, Yang Kai had not encountered anyone else, but the number of monster beasts he had found was few and far between. It seemed that things were indeed as Chen Xueshu had told him. Most of the monster beasts in this isolated world had been enslaved by the people of Tianlang dynasty. Chapter 235. After a month of training, Yang Kai's harvest was very little. He couldn't kill many monster beasts, so naturally he didn't obtain any blood orbs, but this was secondary. The key point was that the monster beast he encountered was too weak. A rank 4 monster beast couldn't withstand more than a few moves in front of Yang Kai, and the weaker rank 5 monster beast was also somewhat insufficient. Without experiencing a difficult battle, it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in his own foundation. Yang Kai thirsted for blood and the baptism of strong enemies. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything. During this month, Yang Kai inadvertently discovered another use of the Beast Soul skill. The Beast Soul skill that he obtained from the 2 tyrannical monster beasts' remnant thoughts wasn't just for attack. However, Yang Kai himself was still in the process of exploring this use and had yet to perfect it. On this day, after Yang Kai killed 3 rank 4 monster beasts, in a certain forest 30 miles away, a woman suddenly opened her eyes, and a trace of coldness and surprise flashed through her eyes. This woman's dress and facial features were slightly different from the big man's. She was one of the Tianlang Kingdom's cultivators. She wasn't ugly, and could even be said to be very beautiful. But for some reason, this woman gave people a very strange feeling, like a beautiful snake that hid but didn't attack, and at any time, it would use its venomous fangs to bite people and kill them. No matter who saw her, they wouldn't dare to look down on her. Her clothes were rather revealing. Her jade-like arms were exposed, and the tight short top on her upper body couldn't hide her impressive figure. When she raised her hands, her flat stomach and exquisite navel were revealed without a doubt. Her lower body was even more simple, with short shorts that reached her hips. Her two slender beautiful legs were exposed just like that. She looked in the direction of Yang Kai, and the corner of her mouth held a faint cold smile. She slowly stood up, her exquisite and petite body full of incomparable explosive power. When she stood up, the two people standing behind her quietly took a few steps back, and stared at the back of this Tianlang Kingdom woman, their eyes full of fear and resentment. These two people were a man and a woman. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely be surprised because these two were actually Ghost King Valley disciples. Jianghu and Lingshan. The two Ghost King Valley disciples stared at the Tianlang dynasty woman at this moment, and as they stared, their yuan qi involuntarily surged as murderous intent flashed across their eyes. Roar! At this time, dozens of monster beasts around them suddenly bared their fangs and roared at Jianghu and Lingshan, mixed with a warning. The woman from the Tianlang dynasty slowly turned around and gave Jianghu and Lingshan a meaningful look. The two of them couldn't help but tremble. He quickly withdrew his killing intent and yuan qi. "You can't kill me." The Tianlang dynasty woman's name was Zmo. Jianghu and Lingshan had been by her side for 1 to 2 months, but this was the only information they knew about her. Zmo coldly snorted, "Only this once. If you dare try anything funny again, I'll kill you. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Although Jianghu and Lingshan's eyes were full of humiliation, they didn't dare act presumptuously. Jianghu quickly bowed his head and said, "Subordinate and junior sister don't dare. Please rest assured, young lady Z." Zmo stared at him deeply for a moment before smiling. "You should be thankful that you fell into my hands. If you had accidentally fallen into the hands of my two brother and senior sister, I'm afraid you'd already be dead." Saying so, Zmo slowly stepped forward, her willowy waist swaying gently as a faint smile appeared on her face. Jianghu quietly glanced up and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Zmo's figure was amazing. Her dress was so bold and unrestrained, completely different from the women of the great Han dynasty. Although they had been together for many days, every time he looked at her, it gave him a strange sense of excitement, especially that flat stomach and exquisite navel, which were a huge attraction to the hot-blooded Jianghu. He often fantasized about it. If he could strip this seductive woman naked, ruthlessly ravage her, taste her beauty, listen to her beg for mercy and scream, how happy would that be? But Jianghu only dared to think about it. In front of Zmo, he didn't dare have any crooked thoughts. This woman from the Tianlang dynasty. He was a master who killed without batting an eyelid. Compared to the disciples of Ghost King Valley, she was even crueler and bloodier. Zmo walked up to Lingshan and stood in front of her, still smiling. Lingshan's face showed an unnatural look of disgust. Her body couldn't help trembling, but she didn't dare to make a sound. Zmo chuckled and stretched out her jade-like hand, lifting Lingshan's delicate chin and staring at her thin red lips. In the next moment, she suddenly leaned forward and pressed her lips against Lingshan's. Jianghu took a deep breath and silently bent his body, quietly sticking out his buttocks, feeling his blood boil. The sound of sucking came, and Lingshan's powerless resistance only aroused Zmo's interest. With a chuckle, Zmo stretched out her hand and plunged it into Lingshan's clothes, groping around. Jianghu's eyes turned red with envy. Lingshan's status in the sect was very high, even he didn't dare to be presumptuous with her, but these days, she was being tasted by another woman. That snake-like tongue probed into her mouth, that full chest was kneaded out of shape, and that perky round buttocks were covered by a slender jade hand, constantly changing shape in front of his eyes. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. Jianghu had seen it at least 7 or 8 times, and every time it made him burn with desire, it was unbearable. Lingshan's powerless resistance turned into submission. The two women's breaths slowly became rapid, and the sound of their heartbeats could be heard, causing one's imagination to run wild. Jianghu forced himself to turn his head, He was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. After a long time, Zmo released Lung Shan and the two women's lips parted, a crystal-clear line connecting their lips. Lung Shan's chest rose and fell violently, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Zmo giggled and reached out to wipe them away, as gentle as a lover. "Do you want to have her like I do?" Zmo suddenly turned her head and looked at Jianghu with a smile. "Ah." Jianghu stared blankly, a puzzled look on his face. Zmo pursed her lips. "You like your junior sister, right?" Jianghu glanced at Lung Shan and nodded. "I can give you a chance." Zmo looked at Jianghu meaningfully. "Let's see if you can grasp it." Jianghu's face was filled with struggle and pain, but Zmo wasn't in a hurry and just looked at him quietly, waiting for his answer. She knew Jianghu wouldn't refuse her proposal because he wasn't a gentleman. Sure enough, a moment later, Jianghu suddenly knelt on the ground and sincerely said, "This subordinate is willing to sincerely pledge his allegiance to young lady. From now on, this subordinate will go through water and tread on fire to fulfill young lady's orders." Hee hee. Zmo laughed and nodded slightly. "Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. I like smart people." "Brother." Lung Shan's expression suddenly became cold as she gloomily stared at Jianghu. Jianghu's expression became awkward. "Junior sister, you and I can live or die at young lady's whim. Why should we resist? Young lady is benevolent and righteous and is willing to give us a chance. If we follow her wishes, we can live." Lung Shan looked at Jianghu with disgust and no longer said anything, slowly closing her eyes. Zmo chuckled and retreated to a nearby tree, half leaning against the trunk, her expression languid and flirtatious as she whispered, "Go and help me catch someone. After completing this task, your junior sister will be at your disposal. You can do whatever you want with her." Hearing this, Lung Shan's expression changed while Jianghu's face filled with excitement. "If you're fast enough, efficient enough, and don't let me wait too long." Zmo stuck out her red tongue and licked her lips. "Let me accompany you this one time. Young lady, I like both men and women, hee." Jianghu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. To be able to play with his junior sister, and also to have sex with the Tianlang dynasty's enchanting women, a dragon with 2 phoenixes, what a dream. Jianghu immediately became excited and excitedly said, "Please instruct me, young lady." Zmo's expression became serious as she pointed in a certain direction. "You need to go 30 kilometers from here. Your target is here, so you need to move quickly. If you're too slow, you may not be able to catch up." Jianghu's brow wrinkled. "May I ask, young lady, how many people are there?" "There should only be one," Zmo replied confidently. Jianghu's expression changed slightly. To be able to survive until now, his strength is certainly not weak. "Young lady, I would like to go with my junior sister. Please allow me." "Hee hee." Zmo giggled. "Your junior sister must stay behind, so she can't accompany you, but I can send a few monster beasts to accompany you. 3 fifth-order monster beasts should be enough, right?" Jianghu's expression became bitter, knowing that the other party still didn't trust him. 3 fifth-order monster beasts were more than enough to kill him. Rather than saying that these monster beasts were here to support him, it would be better to say that they were here to monitor him. That's enough. Jianghu didn't dare show any dissatisfaction and quickly nodded. "Go, remember, your junior sister is waiting for you to return. I will also be waiting." Zmo winked at Jianghu. "Yes." Jianghu got up and flew off in the direction Zmo had indicated. The 3 fifth-order monster beasts quickly followed. Although they were all 5th-order monster beasts, there was still a difference in strength between them. While flying, Jianghu looked back and saw the appearance of the 3 monster beasts and couldn't help cursing them in his heart. If they were just 3 ordinary 5th-order monster beasts, Jianghu could still deal with them, but these 3 were average 5th-order monster beasts, each of them equivalent to the 5th or 6th stage of Yuan Qi boundary, so how could he dare to act rashly? At this moment he could only do his best to complete the task Zmo had given him. Jianhao's speed was very fast, and with Leng Shan and Zimo's tender bodies in his mind, he arrived at his destination in less than a stick of incense worth of time. Restraining his aura, Yang Kai glanced around but didn't find any trace of them, only some powder left behind. This powder was the remains of the monster beast after it died. The 3 monster beasts that had followed him ran to the side and sniffed, then immediately chased in a certain direction. Jianhao also hurriedly followed. After chasing for half an hour or so, the 3 fifth-order monster beasts suddenly stopped, a ferocious expression on its face as it looked towards a certain part of the jungle. Jianhao landed on the ground, his eyes cold as he stared at the dense forest, lightly shouting, "Which friend is here? Please show yourself." Chapter 236. As soon as Jianhao's voice fell, a figure emerged from the darkness of the jungle. Seeing the other party appear so fearlessly, Jianhao couldn't help tensing up, his expression solemn as he secretly raised his guard. He thought that, as he had guessed before, he had encountered some kind of master. However, when this person's appearance appeared in front of Jianhao's eyes, his expression suddenly became one of disbelief, his pupils shrinking. Yang Kai simply sneered at him, but in fact he was also feeling helpless. The other party had identified his hiding place at a glance, so what was the point of continuing to hide? Instead of letting him force him out, he might as well come out on his own. Sweeping his eyes around, Yang Kai's brow furrowed, instantly understanding many things. "It's you!" Jianhao cried out. How could you, still alive?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Yes, how could you still be alive?" Jianhao's voice sank. More than half a year ago, 3 Ghost King Valley disciples had chased after Yang Kai. Yucheng Kuan was the fastest, chasing after Yang Kai, followed by Jianhao and Leng Shan, but when the 2 of them reached a cliff, they sensed Yucheng Kuan's death. At that time, Jianhao thought that Yang Kai had dragged Yucheng Kuan down the cliff and perished together, but he hadn't expected to meet him again more than half a year later. This time, this High Heaven Pavilion disciple was not only alive but also much stronger than he had been half a year ago. "Why can't I be alive?" Yang Kai sneered. "Didn't you fall off that cliff?" Jianhao thought of a possibility. "I did, but I climbed back up. By the way, your junior brother wasn't so lucky. He fell to the bottom of the cliff and turned into a pile of meat paste, dying a tragic death." Yang Kai raised his brow. The original intention of these words was to disturb Jianhao's mind and anger him, but what Yang Kai hadn't expected was that Jianhao remained indifferent. He just sneered at himself. If it was half a year ago, Jianhao would have been really angry, but now, his own life is in the hands of others. He is like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. How can he have the leisure to worry about others? Perceiving Jianhao's indifference, Yang Kai frowned and glanced over at the 3 fifth-order monster beasts nearby. He said disdainfully, "So you've already abandoned your own sect. The few people who have defected to the Tianlang dynasty." These 3 level 5 monster beasts were not of the same species, so they were able to coexist peacefully. Furthermore, they were hostile towards him. It was obvious that someone had enslaved them. Jianhao doesn't have this ability, only the people from Tianlang dynasty can enslave the monster beast. "What do you know?" Jianhao was somewhat angry. Yelling at Yang Kai, he shouted, "You don't know anything, so stop spouting nonsense here and judging me for who I am. If you have the time, you should take care of yourself first." With a wave of his hand, Jianhao ordered, "Kill him." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he vigilantly stared at the 3 rank 5 monster beast. Who would have thought that the 3 monster beast would only continue to threaten Yang Kai, but did not listen to Jianhao's order to kill him? "Damn, smelly bitch." Jianhao couldn't help but curse. ZMO let the 3 monster beast follow him, but they don't listen to his orders. What use is there for them? Ha ha ha. Seeing this funny scene, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jianhao's face turned red and blue, as if he had opened a dye house. Yang Kai's ridicule, coupled with his current situation, made him completely annoyed. His fists crackled as he smirked at Yang Kai. Laugh laugh, you won't have a chance to laugh in the future." While speaking, the two white ghost claws emitted a cold wind, giving off a bone-piercing chill. Like the wind, Jianghu pounced towards Yang Kai. His ghost claws swept across, bringing with it a dim light. An unbearable cold aura filled Yang Kai's body, constantly eroding his insides. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he urged his Yuan Qi to resist the other party's erosion while parrying the other party's attacks. The gap between their realms was quite large. Jianghu's strength was around Yuan Qi 5th stage, which was 2 realms higher than Qi Jianxing, but if one really wanted to compare, the two's combat effectiveness was almost the same. After all, their backgrounds were different. Qi Jianxing came from a first-class sect like the 9-Star Sword School, while Jianghu came from a second-class sect like Ghost King Valley. Therefore, even though Yang Kai seemed to be at a disadvantage, his life was not in danger for the time being. In the past month or so, he had grown quite a bit. The only thing that worried Yang Kai was the 3 rank 5 monster beast. Each of these monster beasts' strength was extraordinary, so if they all rushed at him, his only option was to escape. But after fighting for a while, Yang Kai was surprised to find that these 3 monster beasts were just watching from the sidelines, not intending to intervene at all. Seeing this, Yang Kai's courage increased, and his strength slowly increased until it reached the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. Jianghu's attacks were ruthless and fierce, releasing all the anger he had accumulated over the past month. He had completely forgotten the task ZMO had given him, which was to capture Yang Kai and bring him back. He put on a look of determination that he would not give up until he killed Yang Kai. Gaining the upper hand, in just half a cup of tea's time, Jianghu had already left more than a dozen wounds on Yang Kai's body. Although they were not enough to damage his muscles and bones, they still caused him to bleed a lot. "Heh, boy, you will die today." In the midst of the fierce battle, Jianghu still had the strength to show off, sneering. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and punched out, taking advantage of Jianghu's defensive state to quickly retreat. Suddenly, he raised his palms and slammed them towards the middle. 2 soul-stirring energy fluctuations surged out. Sensing the killing intent behind this move, Jianghu also readied himself. A tiger's roar and a cow's mooing sound rang out as Yang Kai displayed his beast soul skill. As the 2 palms pushed out, 2 fiery red and lifelike silhouettes rushed out like lightning. Jianghu's complexion changed greatly as he hurriedly retreated. Facing the 2 monster beasts' attacks, he no longer dared to hold back, pushing his Yuan Qi to the limit as he repeatedly used his killing moves. Yang Kai secretly cursed as he joined forces with the 2 beast souls to attack. Although the beast soul skill was successfully displayed, it was not what Yang Kai wanted. During this month, he had discovered another way to use the beast soul skill. He had hoped to succeed in one fell swoop against Jianghu, but unexpectedly, the heavens did not grant him his wish, so he could only give up. Jianghu was worthy of being a Yuan Qi 5th stage master. Yang Kai and the 2 beast souls joined forces to fight, but they were only able to turn the tables and fight evenly. A moment later, the 2 beast souls ran out of energy and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this opportunity, Jianghu hurriedly rushed forward and grinned, "Boy, you're dead." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he once again raised his palms. Seeing this familiar action, Jianghu was shocked. He didn't want to face the 2 fleshless but extremely difficult to deal with beast souls again. So he decided to use all of his trump cards. A ghostly howl rang out. A stream of black gas suddenly shot out from Jianghu's palm, and a distorted face roared ferociously, mixed with a sky-piercing murderous aura. Like an evil spirit, it rushed towards Yang Kai. This was a familiar scene. When Yu Chengkuan and Yang Kai both fell off the cliff at the same time, the latter had also used this move. Seeing this face, Yang Kai was not surprised, but delighted. He had been looking forward to Jianghu using this move, but he had not expected it would not happen until now. With a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai did not move at all. His body was steady as if he did not see it. Clapping and pushing his palms, the two energies in the center of his palms magically merged into one. There was no white tiger, no divine ox, and no beast roar, only a dim light shot out. Jianghu moved his body to the side. He easily dodged it. This dim light instantly drilled into the body of a fifth-order monster beast behind Jianghu. There was no ripple. Success. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Jianghu was furious and shouted, "Stinky boy, you deliberately mystifying things, do you want to scare me?" Just now, he had suffered a loss at the hands of two beast phantoms, so after seeing Yang Kai assume such a powerful stance, he had even resorted to using his trump card, but he hadn't expected that his opponent would only be all bark and no bite. There was no trace of the beast souls at all. How could he not be angry? As soon as his voice fell, Jianghu's mind suddenly shook. A severe pain came from his head, and his face suddenly turned pale. His yuan qi also became chaotic, and he retreated with a look of horror. Looking at Yang Kai in shock, You were hit by the Ghost King's seal, how can you be okay?" At that moment, Jianghu clearly felt that his Ghost King's seal had disappeared. Just like when Yu Chengkuan suffered a backlash, Jianghu also suffered a heavy backlash at this moment. "Heh, this time you're dead." Yang Kai took a deep breath and grinned. "How could you dissolve the Ghost King's seal?" Jianghu's face was full of horror, but he did not know that inside Yang Kai's body, the old demon was eating happily at this moment. The Ghost King's seal, to put it bluntly, was a wisp of resentful soul. It was fed by the Ghost King Valley's disciples with yuan qi and blood essence. It was a delicious meal for the old demon. When you go to hell, ask your junior brother, he also died like this. Saying so, Yang Kai opened his hand and condensed a drop of yang liquid into a blood-red sword. The other party's martial arts were incomparably sharp, and the pair of ghostly white claws were as hard as iron, not inferior to a common-grade high-rank artifact in terms of strength and sharpness. To deal with such an enemy, using yang liquid as a weapon was the best choice. Although Jianghu still had the strength to fight, the inexplicable disappearance of the Ghost King's seal shocked him, and he no longer dared to confront Yang Kai, hurriedly retreating. But just as he retreated 3 steps, a murderous intent suddenly appeared behind him. Jianghu's face suddenly changed, and before he had time to turn around, he smelled a fishy wind and immediately felt a sharp pain in his neck. Falling to the ground, Jianghu struggled to resist, but from the corner of his eyes he saw the monster beast that followed him tearing at his flesh. His heart sank to the bottom, and he roared to the sky, "ZMO, you stinking whore!" He thought it was ZMO who wanted to kill him. Between life and death, Jianghu erupted with all his strength and finally got rid of the fifth-order monster beast's bite. Awkwardly standing up, he felt his neck was badly mangled and blood was constantly flowing out. Just as he stood firmly, Yang Kai arrived with his sword. The blood-red sword chopped down on his head, but Jianghu quickly raised his hands to block. His white hands were really strong, and even if he was hit by the sword, there was only a small crack, not a cut. In a flash, the fifth-order monster beast rushed back, and together with Yang Kai attacked Jianghu from both sides. Jianghu's soul was damaged, and his body was seriously injured, so how could he still be Yang Kai's opponent? Chapter 237. In just 30 breaths of time, Yang Kai's sword had cut off Jianghu's pair of ghost claws. Having lost his most important pair of hands, Jianghu no longer had the ability to resist and could only flee in panic. Unable to even fly, he was killed by Yang Kai and the fifth-order monster beast. When Jianghu died, the other 2 monster beasts who had been watching from the side seemed to have received some kind of order and fled together. Yang Kai had been vigilant of their movements from beginning to end. He knew that they were the slaves of the Tianlang dynasty's cultivator. Although he wanted to kill them, their speed was too fast. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch up with them in a short time. In order to prevent any unexpected changes, he could only let them go. Lightly gasping for breath, Yang Kai looked at the rank 5 monster beast standing to the side. His slightly wrinkled eyebrows gradually relaxed and a touch of joy appeared on his face. This battle was even easier than the battle with the disciple of the 9-star sword school. The existence of the old demon and the rank 5 monster beast's betrayal were the key to Jianghu's death. Even if Jianghu died, he still wouldn't understand why the monster beast he brought would attack him. The root of everything was the beast's soul skill. This was also a method that Yang Kai had unintentionally discovered. A few days ago, he encountered a rank 5 monster beast. Originally, he just wanted to use the beast soul skill to summon 2 beast souls to help. However, for some unknown reason, the 2 beast souls unexpectedly merged into one and turned into a faint light that entered the rank 5 monster beast's body. Then, the rank 5 monster beast actually obeyed Yang Kai's command. This unintentional discovery made Yang Kai somewhat ecstatic. Recently, he had been exploring the mysteries of this method, but he still couldn't figure out the main points. Even when he used this technique, it sometimes didn't work and often caused some mishaps. Moreover, the number of monster beasts he encountered was getting fewer and fewer. This made him feel quite regretful that he didn't have many test subjects. However, he had already thought of a name for this technique. The combination of the white tiger seal and the divine ox seal formed a martial skill called the beast slave seal. Separately, he could summon 2 beast souls to help him, and together, he could form a new martial technique. In the battle with Jianghu, the beast slave seal played a huge role. If it wasn't for the rank 5 monster beast's sneak attack at the last moment, with Jianghu's means and strength, he would have most likely escaped. If this move was used well, it would definitely be much more powerful than the white tiger seal and divine ox seal. Although the attacks of the 2 beast souls were extraordinary, their overall strength was still somewhat weak. Their combined combat power was only equivalent to the combat power of the tier 5 monster beast in front of them. The only advantage they had was that there was one more. 30 kilometers away, ZMO, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Lung Shan, who was standing not far behind her, was the same. Her pretty face was filled with surprise as she stared blankly in the direction of Yang Kai, her eyes filled with grief. At the same time, she also felt a sense of satisfaction and sadness. Jianghu was her brother, and although he had previously agreed to Zimo's request, which made Lung Shan feel disgusted, a person dying was like a lamp going out. He would not come back to possess her, so there was no need to be so calculative. On the contrary, she herself was now alone, under the control of this temperamental woman from the Tianlang dynasty. Her future was uncertain. At the same time Jianghu died, the 2 women had sensed it through different means. Your brother is dead. ZMO slowly got up and glanced at Lung Shan. Good. Lung Shan sneered. Ha, indeed. What a useless man, he really disappointed me. ZMO smiled, her brow wrinkling. She pondered for a moment before continuing, but he does have some means. Being able to kill him in such a short time, he really is a master. Saying so, ZMO's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a novel toy, her pretty face filled with excitement. Even her breathing became somewhat rapid. With light steps, ZMO walked in the direction of Yang Kai. The dozens of monster beasts lying on the ground hurriedly stood up and followed ZMO's footsteps. Lung Shan glanced at them, not saying a word, and also followed. She knew that there was no possibility for her to escape. Not to mention the dozens of monster beasts she couldn't deal with. The thing that ZMO had planted in her body was enough to control her life and death. Yang Kai put away the blood bead that had condensed after Jianghu's death and then turned to look at the 5th order monster beast beside him. This was a Wuxia golden shadow leopard. It was quite majestic, with a robust body and a smooth body. Every muscle on its body contained a terrifying explosive power, and the claws on its 4 limbs were sharp enough to cut through 3 inches of steel. Yang Kai could feel that this 5th order monster beast was much stronger than the ones he had killed a few days ago. It was probably at the mid-5th order. It was equivalent to a Yuan Qi cultivator at the 5th or 6th stage. That being said, in a real fight, it definitely wouldn't be a match for a Yuan Qi cultivator at the 5th or 6th stage. A Yuan Qi cultivator at the 3rd or 6th stage was more than enough to kill it. What made Yang Kai slightly puzzled was not its strength, but its current state. There was always a feeling that he couldn't completely control it. This feeling was very strange. It was impossible for a beast slave seal to behave like this. Moreover, this Wuxia golden shadow leopard was in a manic state at the moment, constantly shaking its head and wagging its tail while growling. There's a problem. Yang Kai thought of the Tianlang dynasty cultivator's beast slave seal and secretly speculated that it might have some kind of conflict with his own beast slave seal. Walking forward, Zhang Xian comforted the Wuxia golden shadow leopard while placing his hand on its forehead. He secretly infused his origin energy into the Wuxia golden shadow leopard's body. Yuan Qi circled the Wuxia golden shadow leopard 5 or 6 times before Yang Kai finally found something wrong. Inside the Wuxia golden shadow leopard's head, there was another thing that was emitting fluctuations of life. Yang Kai was surprised. He looked deeply at the Wuxia golden shadow leopard, only to feel that it was getting more and more uncomfortable. The beast slave seal that entered its body was fighting with this unknown thing for control of it. When two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. No matter which side wins in the end, the Wuxia golden shadow leopard will be injured in the end. Frowning, Yang Kai increased the output of Yuan Qi. During the whole process, Yang Kai carefully controlled it, not daring to be too violent. This was because the Wuxia golden shadow leopard's monster core was inside. Once the monster core was damaged, this Wuxia golden shadow leopard would definitely die. Yang Kai waited until the Wuxia golden shadow leopard got used to it before he dared to increase the input of Yuan Qi. After 3 or 4 times, the thing in its head finally couldn't take it anymore and was rapidly drilling out. Noticing this, Yang Kai concentrated. He also wanted to know what method the Tianlang dynasty cultivator used to enslave the monster beast. 10 breaths later, a 3-inch-long worm suddenly drilled out of the Wuxia golden shadow leopard's forehead. Kai Yang's eyes were sharp, and his hands were fast enough to grab it. In a hurry, he saw that the worm looked like a centipede, but also like a locust. He didn't have time to see it clearly. This worm actually drilled into Yang Kai's body through his fingers. Yang Kai was stunned and hurriedly activated Yuan Qi. In the next moment, this worm was wrapped in the scorching hot true Yang Yuan Qi and was directly imprisoned in the meridians, unable to move. Frowning, Yang Kai didn't kill it. He could feel that this worm was very afraid of his true Yang Yuan Qi. If not for this, he wouldn't have forced it out of the Wuxia golden shadow leopard's body. Since the true Yang Yuan Qi was its nemesis, there was naturally nothing to worry about. Speaking of which, when he was in the hidden island, Yang Kai's body was drilled by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's worm, but the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's worm was obviously much stronger than this one in front of him. He carefully felt it. The worm trembled in his meridians, not daring to make any rash movements. It was even more obedient than a mouse in front of a cat. There was an inexplicable energy flowing in the worm's body. It was very small and couldn't be detected without careful observation. "Old demon, look at this worm. What's strange?" Yang Kai frowned and shouted. The old demon responded and drilled into the soul breaker all to the place where the worm was imprisoned. After a long time he said, "Young master, this worm has the divine soul thread of that Tianlang kingdom cultivator." Divine soul thread? Yang Kai frowned. Aren't they only in the Yuan Qi realm? They haven't even cultivated divine sense. How did they do this? The old demon chuckled. "Young master, did you forget? You also have a divine soul thread imprinted on this old servant's body, but like them, you haven't cultivated divine sense." Yang Kai suddenly realized, "You mean, someone helped them?" The old demon said, "Exactly. I'm afraid it was an expert from their sect. They helped them imprint the divine soul thread into this worm, so they can control it as they wish. They control the worm drilled into the monster beast's body, so they can enslave the monster beast." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The confusion in his heart was suddenly solved. A few days ago, Chen Shueshu had told Yang Kai that those people from the Tianlang kingdom all had hundreds of monster beast subordinates. He couldn't understand how those people could enslave so many monster beasts. Only now did he understand that what they controlled was not a monster beast, but this strange worm. Through this worm, they could command the monster beast's actions. Thinking about it, Yang Kai hurriedly went to the place where Jianghu died and brushed aside the dust. Sure enough, as he guessed, he found an identical worm. Reaching out, he let the worm drill into his body. After the old demon examined it, he confirmed that this worm also had a divine soul thread imprinted on it. So Jianghu wasn't colluding with the Tianlang kingdom's cultivator. Yang Kai muttered to himself. He was afraid that this worm had drilled into his body, so he had no choice but to collude with the Tianlang kingdom's cultivator. This could explain why the 3 monster beasts that came with him didn't listen to his orders. In a sense, Jianghu and the 3 monster beasts had equal status. Although it was a bit sad to say this, but it was the truth. ZMO, Jianghu just called out this name. Was the Tianlang kingdom's cultivator that controlled him called ZMO? Yang Kai's mind raced as a crazy idea came to mind. With a strange smile on his face, he asked, "Old demon, if I use true Yang Yuan Qi to burn this worm, the Tianlang kingdom's cultivator's divine soul will also be injured, right? This is natural. Although there are only 2 divine soul threads, it can catch her off guard and cause her to suffer a great loss." Heh. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh, his mind quickly turning over several plans that could be used. The old demon suddenly said, "Young master, this old servant has a suggestion." Heh. Oh? Let's hear it. As soon as Yang Kai heard his sinister laugh, he knew it was definitely not a good idea. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.